The Lost World is a computer game for 32 players who were gods for different civilizations. Choi Sun-won was one of the best players. Black smoke rose in columns into the sky, crimson with flashes. The battlefield was on fire. It was a terrible battle between two great civilizations. Thousands of troops from both sides were approaching each other. The ground was buzzing with thousands of footsteps and the movement of heavy weapons. Against the red sky, the sharpened spears rose up and sparkled as if they had just come from the forge. The wind gently swayed the flag of his army. They stood opposite each other. The enemy's red flag was like a fire burning around them. The evening rays of the sun reflected off their sharp spears. Elves stood under the blue flag. Choi Sun-won developed this race. The elves called him the god Nebel and conquered new territories in his honor. Their opponent was the orc race. The terrible green giants with fangs stood as a wall for their territory. They called it hegemony. Spears flew in the direction of the enemy. Fearless horsemen rushed into battle on horses and animals that had been hardened in battles before. Everyone stood for their cause to the end. Sungwon's fingers ran quickly over the keyboard of the gaming computer. The keyboard shortcuts did their job. He wanted to win with all his might. The blows of the hammers enchanted by the orcs mercilessly crushed his race. The elven cavalry could not hold them back. They held the defense with their last strength. Soldiers with rifles came forward. A volley of hundreds of guns shook the battlefield. The gray, thick smoke from the burnt gunpowder spread over the ground. Through the smoke, which had dissipated a little, large guns became visible. Shot after shot, they threw out cannonballs with destructive hellfire. The orc race had the power of magic. Only the priests of the orc tribe possessed it. With invisible magic shields, they repelled the attack of cannons. Sun-won was driven by a thirst for victory. He chose all new weapons for the elf army. He did not believe that hegemony was capable of anything else. One more keystroke, and the loud roar of airplane engines could be heard from a distance. One by one, they filled the sky over hegemony. The rival of the god Nebula, also known as the orc god, was also very warlike. He won many victories and was not going to give up so easily. He turned on his magical powers and the terrible lightning bolts struck the elven army. They burned everything in their path, leaving only piles of ash. The gods ruled their subjects as if they were playing chess. As soon as one of them made a move, the other would strike back, and this game lasted quite a while. The planes were falling one by one from the fiery magic rain. Explosions were heard from everywhere. Everything was on fire. The battlefield was covered with black acrid smoke. A notification appeared on Sungwon's screen. It was a question about the use of nuclear weapons. Without hesitation, he pressed the yes button. On the monitor screen, he saw intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads preparing to be launched from the missile base. Launch. All intercontinental nuclear missiles simultaneously flew towards enemy territories, raising clouds of smoke and dust. In the name of the god Nebula, these missiles must reach their targets and fulfill their mission, to destroy the enemy and bring the much-desired victory to his race of elves. With a terrible roar and whistle, the missiles were rushing to their targets. No one had ever seen anything like it before. The previously brave and fearless warriors were now looking up at the sky in fear. They did not know whether they would be able to escape and defend their territories. But Sun-won's opponent was not afraid of a nuclear strike. He was also an outstanding player and strategist. After all, only the two of them reached the finals of the Lost World. The orc race had its own air defense system. Therefore, in response, anti-ballistic missiles were launched from the territory of the hegemony. God Nebula was surprised by the enemy's air defense system, but this fueled his excitement even more. The last ballistic missile was launched from the elf missile base. It rose so high into the atmosphere that air defense systems could not detect it. It was something new. The missile split into 3 parts. Each of them carried its own destructive charge to the targets it was assigned. Using the supernatural essence of his character, Sun-won, in the guise of the god Nebula, set off in the direction of the orc ruler's castle. The missile was approaching the castle at a rapid pace. A few more seconds and it would be over. Not even a trace of the once great country would remain. The ruler of hegemony went down to the bunker. An altar was set up there to pray to the god they truly believed in. Surrounded by his subjects, the ruler desperately prayed to God to protect and save them. He believed that a sincere prayer would endow their deity with even greater power. The orc ruler raised his hands to the sky in despair. Tears flowed from his eyes. Is this how his reign over the glorious people of hegemony will end? The orc god knew that, in the Lost World, faith in one's god was a very powerful energy. It enabled the gods to perform miracles. To stop a super-powerful ballistic missile, a large amount of such energy was needed. It was prayer that provided it. This energy rose into the sky in the form of birds. It was like wings enveloping the missiles and absorbing the full force of the nuclear charge. The clots of energy merged into the silhouette of a single being several hundred meters high. It was the silhouette of a deity. One by one, they disappeared into the green hand. Faith was a very strong strategy in this game. Sung Woon's opponent had accumulated a lot of faith resources. The orc god boasted of his achievement to Nebula. He slowly descended on the shoulder of his energy projection. His whole demeanor demonstrated his joy at having gained an advantage thanks to Vera's improved strategy. He expected the god Nebula to lay down his arms and take second place in the game. He thought that he had won, and that Nebula had no chance to change anything. Sun Woon looked at the computer monitor with a slight ironic smile. He knew Vera's strategy well. She was quite popular in gaming circles. The enemy chose a strategy from the beginning of the game because of the peculiarity of the orc race. Their numbers were growing rapidly, and so was their faith. The god of the orc race chose the sky as his kingdom. He was able to summon tornadoes and lightning, which he successfully used. Yes, heaven was the realm of the god of the hegemons, but it was not space. And his game strategy of science and its development reached above the atmosphere. The satellite orbiting the planet was Sun Woon's secret weapon. The seemingly simple, ordinary satellite contained a small surprise. It was 3 tungsten rods, but it was more than enough. One such rod weighed up to 10 tons. They began to fall down very slowly. The enemy just froze in front of his screen. After the weapons of mass destruction, there were also multi-ton rods that appeared as if from nowhere. He ordered his energy assistant to stop them. If he fails to do so, the Orc Lord's castle will be hit. With each passing second, the Earth's gravity accelerated the tungsten rods. The air resistance increased their temperature. The Orc God's assistant channeled his energy to stop them. He created an invisible shield to hold the rods. But it was too late. At high speed, in a moment they pierced the warrior of the energy of faith. The speed increased with every centimeter. It was a science. The tungsten rod pierced the roof of the castle and several of its floors. But even this did not stop him. It continued to move as programmed. Floor after floor fell under his unstoppable onslaught. No obstacle stopped him until he reached his goal. The rod broke through the bunker in front of the prayer altar. The shockwave from the collision scattered the stone columns in all directions. The Orc Lord was praying in front of the altar holding an idol of their deity. In an instant, a heavy red-hot rod crushed it. The majestic castle began to fall. Wall after wall became just a pile of stones. In a matter of minutes, only ruins remained. Vera's resource was disappearing along with the majestic castle. Many orcs died that day. They died, and the faith in their deity faded with them. The god of hegemony felt himself slowly losing the power of faith. It was not enough to hold his gigantic energy incarnation. It began to lose its shape. The silhouette began to dissolve in the air like a morning fog. Nothing else could hold back Nebula's attacks. The winner's avatar shone on the screen. The god Nebula was once again #1 in the Lost World. He succeeded in all the missions of the game. Suddenly, a window with the image of the god of hegemony appeared on the screen. It was a bold challenge to revenge, an offer to play another round. He could think of only one thing. Something was hiding behind this victory. Maybe there was something else hidden there that he hadn't noticed before. It was already quite late. It was time to rest. Just as he was about to exit the game and turn off the computer, he heard the sound of an incoming message. His face showed surprise. It was quite late in the evening, and he had no idea who could be writing to him at this hour. Curiosity got the better of him. He reached for the mouse. He clicked it and was even more surprised. The message was about the game The Lost World. Goosebumps ran through his body. Maybe this is not the end. This is a congratulation on his platinum achievement. He was the only one who received all the awards. The game was released in test mode, and an official release was planned. Sung Won's heart pounded even harder. He received a unique offer to participate in the full version of the game before the official launch. As soon as Sun Won pressed the button, his eyes went dark. Program codes and formulas formed a strange tunnel in the monitor and pulled him toward them. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful cloudless starry sky, and for a moment thought he was just sleeping and dreaming an extremely strange dream. When he got up from the ground, he realized that he was in the body of the god Nebula. Due to the strong surge of emotions from the wind, he apparently dreamed of a new mission. Sun Won squinted his eyes and looked around. The light from the stars was dim. He couldn't tell if he was seeing the sun or the moon. It illuminated the ruins of a temple. Columns of stone surrounded them. They stood on a high stone pedestal. He stood in the midst of all this and could not move. Something did not allow him to. He decided to take a good look around. The columns looked like they were in the ancient Greek style. It didn't look like the ruins of the Parthenon either. He seemed to see 2 suns. Where was he? He looked like an avatar of the god Nebula from the Lost World. He was in a place unknown and saw the sun and stars at the same time. But this is impossible. His eyes showed fear of the unknown. If this wasn't a dream, what was it? How did he get here? Sun Won heard a voice greeting him. When he returned, he saw a man dressed as a monk. The man introduced himself as Alden and said that he was also one of the chosen ones like Sun Won. A question arose in his mind. What did it mean to be chosen to, and how did he know his true name? He asked Alden what it all meant. Alden nodded in approval at his question. He raised his hand and gestured to Sun Won in the direction. Shadows he had never seen before appeared. He stood next to Sun Won. He told him that they all came from the same world. Therefore, their faces were covered with shadows for a fair and just game. Then he raised his hands in the air and muttered something. It was as if some kind of magic dispelled the darkness and revealed new objects around him. A planet appeared overhead that looked like the Earth. There were continents and seas on it. There were also clouds covering its atmosphere. Was it really the Earth and he was standing on the moon? He compared what he heard and saw in his head. Maybe it was some kind of illusion. Alden gave everyone a few minutes to think. Would they see something familiar on this planet and understand what was happening here now? He told me to look closely. He recognized it. This is not Earth. It was a planet from the lost world, and he and the strangers were standing on its satellite. As Nebula, Sunwoon looked like Alden. He looked as mysterious as everything around him. He looked at the shadows and counted them. He realized that 32 players were present with him. It was just like the game The Lost World. Alden explained that the game was based on the real world. All the missions they went through were training. Now they could become gods in this world. He listened attentively to the story of the lost world. At some point, a cataclysm occurred and the world plunged into chaos. At one time, the planet was inhabited by advanced civilizations that lived in peace and harmony. They were at the peak of their prosperity. Despite their differences, they helped each other in their scientific development, and thus they achieved high results. They had deities to worship. They believed in their goodness and justice, and thus they supported each other's strength. For some unknown reason, the deities left them. So in despair, they wandered the world in search of happiness again. Alden created the game to find candidates for the role of gods for the real lost world. There, he selected players to fulfill his plan. He asked Sunwon if he was ready to become a god here. Of course he could refuse, but then he would go back to his world and forget about all this. He explained that the same rules apply here as in the game. One had to start with the lowest class of beings and gain their faith. Sunwon was very ambitious and gambling. He imagined how he would win the favor of all races and become the only god of the planet. Alden assured all those present that their dreams and hopes would come true if they agreed to become gods of this planet. Sunwon thought about it. If he refuses, he will lose the memory of this incident. If he agreed, he could have everything. What was the catch here? Having made up his mind, he asked Alden what would happen if he wanted to give up or changed his mind during the trial. Would he be able to go back to his world? He was eagerly waiting for the answer and soon got it. He could not give up and stop the game. There would be no going home. Then, Sunwon asked another question. What happens if he fails the mission and loses? Alden answered that he would meet a divine end. Then he added that they should enjoy the mission of the god in the lost world as much as they did in the game. Here, they will be able to realize all their ambitions and plans. Sunwon thought about what he had heard. If there were rules to the game in this world, then the participants would have to risk their own lives to win. All players were on equal terms and had a chance to win. They could unite or fight for success on their own. Alden informed everyone that it was time to make a decision. It had to be done now. Sunwon wanted to ask a few more questions, but he stopped him. For those who were ready to accept the challenge, Alden prepared a set of cards. They were turned upside down and no one could see what was on them. They had to start their journey by choosing one of the maps. Each card shows a part of the continent from which they will start the game. It all started as in the game Sunwon loved so much. In that game, he was the winner. Will he be able to go through this path so brilliantly again? But in the game, he had a chance to change something. Most likely, a better future awaited him here. He already had a brilliant experience and could use it skillfully. Sunwon saw some of the shadows begin to dissolve. These were the ones who had chosen to live in real life and would not participate in this game. Initially, there were 32 participants. 5 of them withdrew, so 27 will start the game. This did not increase the odds much. The remaining silhouettes of the players came closer to Alden. He stood next to the altar with the cards laid out on it. He turned to Sunwon with a proposal to make the first choice. With a gesture, he pointed to the cards and stepped back to make room in front of the altar. Sunwon did not expect to have such an opportunity. The order of selection did not matter much because the choice was made at random. He walked up to the altar and raised his hand over the cards. He passed his hand over the whole row of cards and chose the card in the middle of the row. He turned the map over and frowned. He had to start with the area that had one of the lowest ratings and winning percentages in the game. This area was called insects. These were not insects in the literal sense. This category included some species of arthropods and crustaceans. As soon as Sunwon familiarized himself with the contents of the card, a blue light engulfed him and began to rise upward, forming a tunnel. Everything was upside down. He was no longer Sunwon. Now he is the god of Nebel. That would be his name. Along with this, he received supernatural powers. He looked at the planet. It was divided into 3 continents. The first continent was rich in resources. The second had a good climate. He got the third one. It was the largest, but it did not have as many resources as the previous ones, and he could not do anything about it. Using his divine powers, he zoomed in on the continent and determined what kinds of tribes inhabited it. It was a peninsula in the eastern part of the continent. The nature of the continent was diverse. There were high mountains and dense forests, and most importantly, There was water, which was an important resource. This oasis was home to a large tribe of frogmen. These amphibians ate insects and fish with great pleasure. Nebula created an assistant in the form of a butterfly and sent it to watch one of the frogmen. He was hunting at the time and was waiting for his prey. He stared intently into the water, as if scanning its depths with his eyes. Their main diet was fish. They could sit for hours at a time. And here came the long-awaited prey. The fish swam slowly past Frogman, as if expecting to be caught. Nebula noticed how the Frogman pulled her out of the water with great speed and skill. The hunt was successful. The Frogman rejoiced and showed off his catch to his tribesmen, holding it up with both hands. Tonight they will have fish for dinner. He noticed a butterfly flying above him. It was the first time he had ever seen a butterfly of this kind. It was quite bright and caught his attention. The butterfly seemed quite appetizing to him. They often had to eat insects. But tonight's dinner will be fish. Being the lord of insects, Nebula could control them and see through their eyes. He sent them to the right places and watched what was happening. Nebula called his assistant to him. He found out everything he was interested in, and there was no longer any need to keep the butterfly on the territory of the beastmen. He was thinking about options for the development of races. There was no need to hurry. He had to make the best decision possible. He flipped through the insect card in his hands. At the beginning, things weren't so bad. It all depended on how events would unfold. The starting point was in the eastern part of the continent. It was a small peninsula, which was an advantage. It seemed safe. The insect sphere is more complex than minerals or livestock. Minerals can be obtained from any area, and meat resources are easily increased. Frogmen could be a good fit for the starting race. They developed well near rivers and lakes. However, without this resource, nothing will work. For the insect sphere, it would be good to choose an insect-eating race, like these frogmen. Although not only insects were the basis of their diet, but there was one problem that bothered Nebula too much. Since he had no room for error, he paid attention to every little detail. The tribe of frogmen he found in the oasis was too large. They did not need help as much as the smaller tribes. The greater the need for help, the easier it was to get them to believe. The initial level of the faith resource was 10 points. There was a high risk of losing them. Nebula could affect creatures for as long as its resource level allowed. It will not have much effect on frogmen. The answer was obvious. He would have to look for smaller tribes nearby. He sent his scout back on the road. A little further beyond the oasis was a vast sandy desert with bare rocks. The sky was cloudless and the sun was blazing mercilessly. He saw a small group of lizardmen. Their skin was a bluish tint. There were about 30 of them, and most likely they were relatives. They were walking in the opposite direction from the lizardmen settlement. One of them was lagging far behind the group and was wounded. The main reason Nebula was interested in them was that they also ate insects. For lizardmen, insects were an easy source of food. The lizardmen race was quite hardy and hardened to harsh living conditions. Their number was small, but it was for the best. It was a group of sick, frail old people and the wounded. They were unwanted outcasts left to the mercy of fate. Behind everyone was a young but very badly wounded lizardman. He must have been injured in some terrible fight. Nebula watched him. He somehow stood out from the others. It was obvious that he was from the main clan and had most likely lost in the struggle for power. Every step was difficult for him because his wounds were deep and the pain was unbearable. But he held on quite well. The more he suffers and feels lonely, the harder it will become for him. Nebula was impressed by this development. Wounded and exhausted, what could he hope for? Unless a miracle happened and he met God on his difficult path. He seemed like such a helpless creature. His whole appearance evoked sympathy. Nebula felt very sorry for him, but it was a chance for him. Nebula looked again at the wounded lizard's trail. Well, he had to start somewhere, and he would start with him. So the decision was made. A hot wind was blowing through the gorge. The sun was scorching. The hot sand shimmered in its rays. The only salvation was the occasional shadow from the rocks. Exhausted and thirsty, they could barely walk along the road, hoping to find something to eat or at least water. For several days they had been wandering in search of shelter. Suddenly there was a commotion at the head of the pack. They called out in the hope that it was not a mirage as often happened in the desert. A gazelle was sitting right in their path, its leg mangled. It was obvious that she had already survived one attack but could not run far. The lizardmen immediately pounced on the unfortunate animal. Today they will have a nice dinner and will be able to recuperate a bit. Those who were weak or wounded and could not participate in the hunt humbly waited for something to be thrown to them. Usually it was bones. They were very hungry. During their journey they ate whatever they could find. Usually ants or some kind of bird or, like today, a lost animal. The wounded young lizardmen believed it was right to give preference to those who hunted to maintain their strength. The others had to appreciate what they got. They couldn't remember the last time they saw fresh meat, so they enjoyed every bite with delight and loud smacking. In a moment, the gazelle was just a naked skeleton on the sand, and most of the group did not even touch the prey. The lizardmen had already begun to gnaw on the bones when they heard the rest of the group's request. They were also starving and had to somehow maintain their strength to survive. One of them, who thought he was the leader, stood up. He looked at the bunch of unfortunate foot and mouth and nodded to them. This was a good sign. The leader ordered to finish the meal so that something would be left for those who could not hunt. The stronger ones could have left the sick, but they knew well what it was like to be outcasts. He gathered all the leftovers together and gave them to the oldest man to divide among all those who needed them. Rakrak watched as the others picked apart the bones for the meal. In their language, Rakrak meant seriously wounded. It was the name they gave to the lizard at the back of the pack. Some of them believed that they should not count on him for food and not waste resources. He had no chance of surviving in such conditions anyway. His wound was rotting and bleeding. It seemed that gangrene had already begun. The lack of food did not allow him to regain strength and heal his wounds. But there were those who did not consider it a waste to feed Rakrak. Some of them even owed him their lives and tried to repay him as much as they could. During their journey, they were attacked by a saber-toothed tiger. He was the only one who stood in its way and protected the group. That's how he got his terrible wounds. The harder it was to get food, the more the lizards started to harass Rakrak. They considered him a burden and did not want to share their precious food. Pointing to his helplessness, they told him that it would be better if he died then and did not hang as a burden on their necks. The day came to an end. The pale moon illuminated the sky. Many bright stars were visible behind the thin clouds. Under the soft moonlight, the lizardmen slept peacefully after a hard day. They gathered in small groups and kept each other warm. No one joined Rakrak. Sometimes it seemed to him that each step would be his last, but he found the strength to take the next one. He began to hate himself for standing in the way of the group's rapid movement. Perhaps they would have found a new oasis to live in more quickly without him. Nebula watched what was happening with the help of his assistant. The situation was just what he needed. He had an idea. Rakrak felt a touch on his face. He opened his eyes with caution. It occurred to him that someone wanted to end his miserable existence. He looked up and saw a beautiful butterfly that he had never seen before. He thought it must be a mirage. His eyes followed the butterfly as it flew toward one of the rocks. Its top seemed to be covered with some kind of dark fog, and some chewing could be heard. Several members of the group woke up to Rakrak's groaning as he stood up. They watched in silence to see where he would go. Rakrak followed the butterfly and began to climb up. His intuition told him that there was something there. He had to see what it was. His wound became more and more irritated and stretched with each step. Despite the hellish pain, he forced himself to take steps. Those who were quietly watching Rakrak thought that he wanted to leave them, and thus free them from their heavy burden. He climbed the rock with purpose. His face was covered with a grimace of pain. He was holding on with his last strength not to fall. The thought of whether it was real confused him. He looked at the butterfly and couldn't figure out if it was real. Does anyone else see it besides him? Perhaps what he was seeing was significant and had some special meaning. He simply could not help but be convinced of this. What if what he saw there could help them escape? To keep from falling, he clawed at the rock. Without letting the butterfly out of his sight, he overcame the stage after stage. It was only a matter of time before he reached his goal. He got there and saw that the butterfly had landed on something dark. It was a huge swarm of beetles. There were enough of them to feed all the members of the group. His astonishment knew no bounds. How could they not notice so many beetles during the day? They must have lost their sense of smell because of fatigue. Rakrak shouted to everyone to come up to him. For the first time in a long time, Rakrak was full. It was a miracle. Nebula breathed a sigh of relief. He had created a miracle for them and was rewarded for it. He added points to his faith resource. He watched the lizard men from his monitor. The number of beetles they had given him would be enough for several days. He had to think about the next step. He performed miracles for them several more times when they needed them. And each time the butterfly showed Rakrak the way to the beetles and he led the group. Nebula decided to call them the Rakrak clan. There were creatures in the game more inclined to believe in miracles. Rakrak was one of them and thus was very important to him. Intelligent races knew that such accidents do not happen several times in a row. Therefore, they attributed the miracles to some being associated with them. Beetles saved the lizard men from starvation in the most difficult times, and they decided that a certain deity, called the Nameless God of Beetles, was helping them. Nebula was recognized as a deity, so the deed was done. He was surprised that they called him the God of Beetles, not butterflies. After all, the butterfly showed them the way. He watched the clan praise and worship him, and he thought about the fact that a beautiful and stately name does not come at once. The main thing is that his strength grows. Respect for Rakrak grew. Soon he became the leader of the clan. His wounds began to heal from the abundance of food. Nebula was glad he chose him to start his mission. The clan members trusted him, and it was very important to strengthen their faith in him. Those who had previously harassed and humiliated him apologized to him. Rakrak forgave them. He wanted them to create the best clan together. This day was as hot as every day in the desert. The clan continued to search for a place to live. The Nebula butterfly appeared on their way again. Rakrak noticed him right away. He had excellent hearing and eyesight, which allowed him to find even the smallest insects. Everyone in his clan said that these were signs from the god of beetles. They were definitely following him and expecting another feast. They asked Rakrak if they would follow the miracles. After all, at the beginning of their journey they had been going south, and the god of beetles had led them north. It was getting colder and colder. Winter was approaching. Because of their nature, lizardmen were very warm-blooded. They believed that they owed a debt to the god of bugs. But if you look at the situation from the other side, it seemed that he was leading them into a trap. In this case, they will have to ignore the signs that were sent to them and turn back on their path no matter what, and look for new sources of resources for life. Rockrak was not sure if it was right to ignore the signs that saved their lives, but he felt that they were doing the right thing. The path they were walking before was full of suffering and hunger. They could barely find any food to sustain their strength to move forward. Unlike the others, Rockrak had his doubts about the signs. He had heard stories from their past about the evil that had destroyed their clans and caused their deities to abandon them. Nebula saw and felt Rockrak's doubts. It was due to a lack of faith, as it always was at the beginning of the game, and he could not do anything about it. He knew all about the resource of faith and its power. Nebula decided to take another risk and invest all his faith points in the Rockrak clan. Now he had to wait for the results. He used the resource of faith to create an even greater miracle for the clan, and to eliminate any doubt about his intentions. If they believe in it, they will develop and live a carefree life. They will find their own peer. Their clan will become strong and glorious. Rockrak decided to trust his instincts and led the clan to follow the signs the beetle god was giving them. He hoped that his hopes would be realized. He walked ahead of the clan and carried the youngest lizardman. They had been following the butterfly for several days without stopping to rest or sleep, and then they saw a swarm of beetles. The most impatient ones ran to him, but the swarm began to move away and climb to the top of the hill. Rockrak quickly followed them and saw something unexpected. He called to everyone to climb the hill. The nameless god of the beetles had performed another miracle for them. When they climbed the hill, they saw incredible beauty. There was a lake and a forest. The whole land was covered with green grasses like a carpet. Pointing to this beauty, Rockrak told the clan that it was a reward for their faith. Now this is their shelter and home. Here they will start their happy life. All the members of the clan could not believe their eyes. They were overwhelmed with joy. They were mesmerized by the paradise they had found in the middle of the desert. The swarm of beetles circled over Rockrak, as if they had completed their mission and flew away. Rockrak nodded in gratitude and felt his faith grow in his heart. They were given a chance to survive. They made the right choice when they believed Rockrak and his visions, and their faith in their god grew even more. Nebula observed the results of his contribution. The level of Vera's resource grew to the second level. He has new opportunities. Nebula had grandiose plans for Rockrak. He was preparing a special destiny for him. Having received new opportunities, he could begin to realize them. Here was an opportunity to endow the believer with supernatural powers. The faith of Rockrak and his clan reached the second level, and this became possible. In the system, this function was called God's Blessing. Nebula decided to use it and give God's blessing to the brave Rockrak. The soft light of the full moon was shining through the leaves of the trees. A light breeze rustled the green leaves and created its own special song. After a delicious dinner, the flock rested peacefully on the soft grass. For the first time in a long time, they could sleep peacefully. Nebula began to realize his plan. This time he chose a small firefly that was clearly visible in the evening twilight. The firefly flew to Rockrak. It came close to his head. Through his sleep, Rockrak could hear a strange voice calling him over and over again. Rockrak did not understand what had happened to him. He was in an unknown white space and just heard a voice calling him by name. He looked around and saw only the colored butterflies he had been following all along. They were circling around him. One of the butterflies touched his face. Rockrak felt its touch. It was incredibly real and could not be a dream. He heard the voice again and asked who was there. He felt that it was the one who had helped them find the bugs in the desert and guided him. Looking closely, he saw the silhouette of a lizard man similar to him in a cloak with a hood covering his face. Butterflies were hovering over him. He stretched out his hand and the butterflies began to land on it. It was obvious that he was controlling them. He was the nameless god of the beetles. Rockrak was endowed with great strength, endurance, and intelligence. He was brave and just. It was for these qualities that Nebula chose him among others. Nebula said that he was one of the gods and intended to protect them. He asked Rockrak to become his priest and preach his faith. In return, he promised Rockraku to give him whatever he wanted, but the decision had to be made now. He nodded his approval. Nebula told Rockrak about what awaited him as a priest. He would give him special powers. Rockrak would receive tasks from him. The first task would be an altar for worship. He didn't even realize how the skull of the animal that was to be the first sacrifice appeared in his hands. Giant horns stuck out of his head. The eyes and nasal cavity were sunken, and the teeth on the upper jaw were still firmly in place. He examined it carefully and returned the water buffalo skull to the deity. Nebula put it on, hiding his face. Rockrak put his hands on the skull, and the skull showed him with the power of thought how to make a sacrifice properly to strengthen the power of faith. Nebula appeared in front of him in his account. The sight of him frightened Rokraka. His face was covered by a skull like this one. In a moment his image disappeared before Rockrak's eyes. He woke up from his mumbling and saw the oasis again. When the clan woke up, Rakrak called everyone together and told them about his dream and his meeting with their god. From now on, he would become a priest of the nameless god of beetles. Rakrak told about all the details of their meeting and what they had to do in honor of their god, and how to build an altar for sacrifices as quickly as possible. They had to sacrifice something big to thank God for their new home, a water buffalo. But in their little oasis, there were only small animals. To find the buffalo, they had to leave the oasis and go into the depths of the desert. It was very risky and unlikely. Before Rakrak became the leader, the clan was headed by Jaol. Her voice was no less important than Rakrak's. She expressed concern about this. The water buffalo was a strong animal, and it would take all the hunters from their clan to overcome it. The fight was very dangerous for their lives. To find the buffalo, they had to leave the oasis. If all the warriors went hunting, there would be no one to protect the weak and children. Rakrak realized that Jaol was right. They couldn't risk the safety of the clan like that. He decided to do it himself. Rakrak got up and picked up a spear. It was a long stick with a well-sharpened stone at the end. It was his favorite weapon. Rakrak said that he would go hunting alone and would not put everyone in danger. The beetle god had ordered him to do so, and he had to obey his will. Jaol opposed this decision. Most of the clan members trusted Rakrak and followed him. They would not accept his decision. Rakrak argued with her. She called him arrogant, but that was not the point. He received a divine blessing for this act. She was surprised. What if he was putting himself at terrible risk for nothing? He might not have the strength to withstand such a strong opponent. She was especially concerned that the severe shoulder injury that almost led to Rakrak's death would not allow him to fight the water buffalo. An old, tall branch tree grew in the clearing. He pointed his spear in its direction. He was going to demonstrate his strength. It was hard to believe, but overnight his wound healed. He felt healthy again and that his strength had returned. Something strange also happened. His skin was covered with black scales and became rougher and stronger. It looked like the shell of a beetle. His tribesmen listened to his story in amazement and could not believe what they were hearing and seeing. They had never seen anything like this before. In response to their bewildered looks, Rakrak made a face. He agreed with them that it all seemed too strange, but it was true. Jaol continued to stand her ground and did not consider his miraculous healing a good reason to go hunting alone. Lizardman felt the power in his hands. His muscles grew. His skin became denser. Rakrak wanted to demonstrate his strength. Rakrak took his long spear in his previously wounded hand. He took aim and threw it. He did not even exert his maximum strength. He threw it quite skillfully. The spear flew in a perfectly straight line to its target. Not a parabola as often happened. The spear pierced the old tree. Its trunk shattered into pieces with a loud crack. Almost nothing remained in place of the once great tree. The whole group watching this action was amazed at Rakrak's strength. Everyone praised him, but Jaol did not say a word. For a moment, Rakrak was afraid that he had broken his favorite spear, but it remained intact and stuck in the ground next to the remaining stump. Rakrak moved in its direction to retrieve it. With ease, he pulled the spear out of the ground in one motion, even though most of it had gone into the ground. His tribesmen were delighted with the performance. They asked him why he had kept his powers from them until now, since it gave them new opportunities. Rakrak, the lizard man, clutched the spear tightly in his hands. He could not believe his strength. He was sure that they were the blessing of the nameless god of beetles. Not so long ago, he was on the verge of death and had no hope of salvation. And now he became healthy and strong. So it was the will of their deity. The nameless god of beetles made him his priest and gave him supernatural powers. For some reason, he believed in him. Pulling out his spear, Rakrak looked at the foot of the hill where everything was happening. His eyes sparkled. There was what they needed. He exclaimed that a miracle had happened again. A herd of water buffaloes were approaching the foot of the hill and were to be sacrificed. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. He was right. He shouted at Jaol that their argument was useless, and the issue had resolved itself. The herd of buffaloes was not large, which greatly improved the chances of catching them. Some of the buffaloes probably broke away from the herd and followed the smell of water. Given that they hadn't seen it here before, it was likely that the water buffaloes had also gotten lost. He raised his spear to the mountain to demonstrate his readiness. His fellow tribesmen cheered him on. Rakrak knew that this was God's plan, so he called on everyone to praise him and to sacrifice the water buffalo as he wanted. Jaol tried to calm him down. In order for everything to go well, they had to choose a tactic. Buffaloes were strong and dangerous opponents. Jaol was right, but Rakrak did not pay attention to her words. With a call to battle, he rushed straight off the cliff. Rakrak was in a state of euphoria and felt no fear. With God's help, they would stop starving. Now they would have enough meat. While still in flight, he chose the largest buffalo as his target and launched a spear at it. He believed he could hit it. The spear reached its target even before Rakrak landed. He hit the bull's eye. The frightened herd began to scatter. In a few seconds, he was no longer alone. His tribesmen caught up with him. They rushed into the battle with a fierce fervor. The hunt was not easy, and yet it was successful. No one expected such a result. They managed to catch 5 large buffaloes. Rakrak looked up at the sky with gratitude. It had not failed him. The nameless god of beetles not only gave them a home but also provided them with fresh meat. They left one buffalo for the sacrifice and the rest became a delicious dinner because feeding the clan was equally important. Rockrak stared at the skull of the water buffalo and wondered how the nameless god of beetles had managed to move the buffalo right to them. Lizardmen made their first altar from the bones of buffalo that became dinner. It was unstable. Heavy heads lay on poorly arranged bones. The buffalo that was left for the sacrifice was tied to a tall, sturdy tree above the altar, so that its blood would irrigate the hastily assembled altar. He had never made a sacrifice before. Raktak was not sure he was doing the right thing. He just listened to what his heart was telling him. His clan watched the leader's actions closely. Rakrak knelt before the altar and asked the nameless god of beetles to accept their sacrifice. The clan members bowed their heads to the altar. For them, this was the only act of respect for a higher being than themselves. It was enough for the victim. Nebula watched Rakrak's actions the whole time. He performed the ritual rather clumsily, but the main thing that mattered for the ceremony was his sincerity. The sincerity of his faith was so strong that it exceeded expectations. The resource of faith exceeded the limit. It was a worthy ritual for a novice priest. Nebula was satisfied with the result of his work. He had skillfully spent time and resources on the case and was rewarded. His contribution was well worth it. He had been preparing for this for a long time. For several days he had been leading the buffaloes to the hill. He could not influence their movement himself, but he used a little trick. The buffaloes ate the grass. He could not grow the grass, but he could destroy it. Since he controlled insects, he sent a swarm of locusts. Locusts ate the grass and forced the buffaloes to look for new pastures. The grass remained only in the direction of the oasis, and so they reached the bottom of the hill. There was something else Nebula had to think about. It was the question of providing the clan with food. The oasis was small, and there were few animals there. They ate the buffalo calves from which they could raise a herd, but at this stage it was impossible to acquire the knowledge to breed animals. He looked closely at the oasis. The clan's numbers were still small, so for a while they would be able to feed themselves from its resources. Not knowing anything about animal husbandry and farming, the lizardmen had a hard time surviving the winter. They were saved by water and its small ecosystem. In his thoughts, Nebula tapped his fingers on his chair. He was thinking of a plan to improve the knowledge and skills of the Lizardmen clan. Nebula couldn't tell them anything himself because it would break the rules of the game. It took a long time for them to gain knowledge on their own. There was another way to speed up the development of the Lizardmen, but it was necessary to think it through and use the blessing resource successfully. One by one, he sent blessings to those who offered sacrifices and prayed with Rakrak. They improved their health and physical condition. Happiness and prosperity could not last forever. As the clan grew, the small oasis could no longer provide for their food needs. For some reason, Rakrak remembered their first altar and sacrifices. He did not sleep well that night. He was tormented by the thought of their oasis fading away. Now the altar was completely different. It consisted of several rows of bones, each decorated with buffalo heads, and was very tall. He woke up at dawn today and wanted to look at the altar. That's where Joel found him. She noticed that he was troubled. She wanted to know what was wrong. Rakrak said that he had a bad dream. It disturbed him and made him come here. He did not know if the dream was prophetic. He began his story. He dreamt that their altar had become small and unstable. It was as unstable as it had been during the first sacrifice. The lake that had been supplying them with fresh fish for many years and saving them from starvation had completely dried up. There was not a single drop of water left. The ground was so dry that it was cracked. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, and not even a dry root could be found. Jael said it wasn't that bad. Rakrak was sure that it would not last long. The oasis resources were running out. She assured him that everything would work out because they were under the care of the nameless god of beetles. Rakrak agreed that God was taking care of them, but God only helped them in their time of need, when they were threatened or on the verge of survival and had only hope for a miracle. He did not understand why this was happening and became angry. Rakrak climbed to the top of the altar and sat on it. In such circumstances, perhaps they should betray God. Jael looked at Rakrak with worried eyes. His mood scared her. She did not want to contradict him, but she was afraid of renouncing their deity. Sitting on top of the altar, Rakrak was looking at the horizon, thinking about this. His expression suddenly changed. He saw something. From his expression, Jael realized that he had seen something strange again. She went up to him to look at it as well. He pointed her in the direction where he had noticed the movement and told her to look closely. Jael squinted, but a second later her eyes widened again in surprise. Something came down from the hills and moved across the desert in their direction. At a distance it was not clear what it was. Perhaps it was a herd of buffalo again. Rakrak had sharp enough eyesight to see what was coming. A grimace of fear crossed his face. Now he realized what the dream was about. Another pack of lizardmen was coming toward them. They looked like them, but their skin was blue, like Rakrak's. Some of them were riding on animals trained for combat, very hungry and angry. They were heading in their direction with obviously bad intentions. They were approaching quite quickly. Now I could see them clearly. It was the view Rakrak had once told me about. The lizard men had a large, rather massive body with long tails and elongated snouts. At the head was a rather stout male. He was riding a huge, scary monster with claws and spikes. How they had managed to tame such a creature was beyond her comprehension. Rakrak noticed the large number of people in the caravan. There were so many of them that most likely the whole tribe was here. They were from the same region as the Rakrak clan. If they all came from that land together, it could mean only one thing. Their land was completely devastated. Rakrak hissed that it was probably true. And he added ironically that perhaps that huge monster had swallowed everything along with the swamps. Whatever the reasons for their departure, they were rapidly approaching the foot of their hill. Suddenly, they saw their tribesmen on the top of the hill. They were young lizards, scouts who could never sit still. They waved their hands and shouted loudly to attract the attention of the caravan. Without thinking about the consequences, they teased them, and thus challenged them. They stopped at the foot of the hill. The largest of the foot and mouths, who was obviously their leader, just smiled at them. Jaol and Rakrak sighed in relief. Today was the turn of Yura's team to stand guard. There was no reason to expect anything good. Jaol was worried that they would have to take the fight. They would not be able to defeat so many lizardmen. They would drive the clan out of the oasis and they would have to wander the desert. Everything was the will of the nameless god of beetles. If he helped them and supported them in the battle, they would be able to defend their land and drive away the strangers. Scrolling and examining the spear in his hand, Rakrak shared a hunch with Jaol that perhaps their daddy's intention was something else entirely. Rakrak believed that the beetle god had deliberately guided the lizardmen to their oasis. But Jaol could not understand the idea of this test. Rakrak replied that this was not a test of their strength but a new task for them. They would not engage in combat with strangers. The idea is to help them and live together in peace. Just like them, these lizards once wandered the desert in search of a home and resources for survival. Jaol argued that success in such a task was unlikely because they recognized the clan and its leader. He was one of those who understood only power. He did not consider it necessary to share resources with the sick and weak. He simply kicked them out of the clan, and then the familiar butterflies appeared. While they were talking, they began to circle them. It was a sign from the nameless god of beetles. Rakrak was now finally convinced of his guess. The mission was not to defeat them. He had to accept and convert them to his faith. It was a harder task to make them obey than to enter the battle. But this was what God wanted. He had to obey and do everything in his power. Rakrak followed the butterfly, which as always showed him the way. They had to fulfill the will of the nameless god of beetles. Nebula watched the conversation between Rakrak and Jaol. He understood the plan correctly. Nebula sent him a butterfly to confirm his guess. He wanted these tribes to unite and exchange knowledge and skills for the sake of their development. At the same time, he would gain more followers. His chosen one had come to conclusions about his task on his own, and this pleased Nebula. Now it was time to wait and hope for Rakrak's correct actions. Rakrak was a character with a strong will, which made it impossible to control him. He could only give him dreams and small signs. Nebula reflected on his abilities and consistency of thought. Rakrak analyzed the circumstances and concluded that the arrival of the other lizards was God's will. He sent a swarm of locusts to the swamps where the clan lived. The locusts destroyed all the vegetation and animals that lived in the swamps, and they were forced to flee. Nebula considered Rakrak a fair leader with high self-esteem. He was impressed by this character trait. While Nebula watched them, Rakrak led Jaol and his assistants to meet the enemy clan. They were all outstanding warriors. Nebula regretted that he could not interfere in the course of events. All he could do was direct the willpower of the hero. The lizardmen stopped at the foot of the hill and watched them descend. The leader rode his monster ahead of the clan. He sarcastically called Rakrak a baby and openly provoked an argument in which he tried to find out whether they lived here. In response, the warriors of the Rakrak clan hissed. They were outraged by their leader's behavior and words. Rakrak shouted that this was their land and they lived here. The big man continued his taunts and provocations. He did not hide his contempt for Rakrak and his clan. He asked what was so valuable they were protecting and what was behind that hill. He received an equally scathing response. Rakrak's boldness surprised the leader. He continued to watch Rakrak descend the hill and shouted back at him. At every step he took, Rakrak named everything that the hill hid. It was bushes and trees, water and food. The leader decided that he was answering because he was afraid. Rakrak and his faithful soldiers confidently descended. With the last step, he loudly announced that the most valuable thing that was hidden here was God. The leader tellingly asked Rakrak if he had heard the nonsense about some god hiding in the valley. Rakrak repeated that the oasis in which they live is the land of the nameless god of beetles, and they will protect it from him. The leader of the strangers only smiled at Rakrak's words. He thought that he was talking nonsense that was not worthy of his attention. Just as boldly, he ordered Rakrak to get out of here as quickly as possible. If they left immediately, he would not attack them. To frighten the Rakrak clan and force them to surrender quickly, he kicked the monster he was sitting on, and it hissed with bared teeth. The monster's eyes flashed in anticipation of battle and tasty prey from the enemy soldiers. It was also a lizard of the Manhwa species, which had reached gigantic proportions. The leader of the aliens quickly glanced at the small group that had come down with Rakrak and their weapons. He declared that they could not win. He tapped his finger on his head to humiliate Rakrak and hinted at his math problems. They were far outnumbered. The leader of the Blue Lizard clan continued to mock. Rakrak swallowed his insult, though he was struggling to contain himself. He stretched his spear in the direction of the monster on which the leader was sitting, demonstrating his courage and readiness to defend his land. Rakrak stood confidently and proudly in front of the strangers. Looking directly into the eyes of the enemy, he hissed that he had no intention of engaging in a fight with them. The leader was irritated by Rakrak's behavior. He was used to solving issues by force, and he intended to use it again. Rakrak turned his head toward the clan of Blue Lizardmen, who were patiently waiting for their leader's order, and shouted loudly for everyone to hear. He said that he knew what it was like to lose one's home, and invited them to join his clan by accepting faith in their nameless god of beetles. Their deity always cares about his subjects. If they accept his faith, they will receive divine blessings, protection, and food. The leader of the Blue Lizardmen could not help but laugh out loud at Rakrak's suggestion. For several minutes, his laughter echoed across the desert. He called Rakrak a fool for not knowing how to count, and pointed to the size of his tribe. If there were other warriors behind the hill, he would not win. Rakrak smiled slyly and replied that he did not yet know the power of their deity. He could only defeat them with those who stood before him. If they want to stay on this land, they must recognize Rakrak as their leader and obey his will. He gave them a few minutes to make a decision. At this time, he stood bravely in front of the enemy, clutching a strong spear. The leader called Rakrak a crazy weakling, and his words complete nonsense. This insolence made him angry. He became overcome with rage, kicking the monster beneath him. The leader shouted a command to his clan to fight. It growled and rushed toward Rakrak. At that moment, when they moved and were rushing toward him, Rakrak mentally prayed to the nameless god of beetles. They were quickly approaching him. The leader ordered the Manhwa to finish off the daredevil and spurred him on. Rakrak continued to stand in his place holding the spear, and he kept asking God to give him courage and strength to resist the enemy. Manhwa approached and swung his clawed paw to strike, but Rakrak deflected it with his spear. There was a crunching sound. His spear shattered into pieces. Now Rakrak was looking into the eyes of a rabid beast, unarmed. He had only hope for the help of the nameless god of beetles. The leader looked at him with contempt. A satisfied grimace curved his face. With a sneer, he shouted at Rakrak that he was weak. The huge paw of the Manhwa was hovering over Rakrak. If he did not receive God's blessing, he would be finished. But he did not budge. In the Lost World, players could gain additional abilities if their divinity level increased, or they gained a new sphere of influence. Nebula had been paying attention to the clan for a long time and received a new reward. Now he could inhabit the body of a hero and give him additional strength and skills. There was a gleam of something bright in Rakrak's eyes. His faith was sincere, and he would get what he asked for. The nameless god of beetles heard him. Everything seemed to be frozen. Only a bright light was coming from the sky toward Rakrak. It looked like a star falling from the night sky. The energy passed through the Manhwa's paw and struck Rakrak's body like lightning. It enveloped him in its radiance and hid him for a moment. The attackers were stunned at what was happening. It was something incredible and unprecedented. The guilty certainly did not expect such a development. The leader decided that Rakrak had been struck by lightning and had gotten what he deserved. When the light dissipated, Rakrak stood before them again. The moment the Manuka's paw hovered over Rakrak, Nebula moved into his body. The feeling of Nebula's large lizard body was unusual. The leader was surprised that Rakrak had survived and promised him to correct this mistake. He gave the manual another command to attack. God was controlling Rakaraka's body. Nebula was looking through Rakaraka's eyes, and it seemed to him that the manual was running toward him very slowly. He decided to look at the character profiles to determine their strengths and weaknesses. Nebula studied the characteristics of each of the participants in the fight. It was difficult to defeat the Manhwa, which had much more power without destroying it. Nebula wanted to receive it as a trophy as the winner. Rakrak was even stronger than his opponent and could defeat him by himself. But you have to take into account the mana. He had no chance against two of them. Since Nebula had entered Rakrak's body, he could increase his strength. Now everything was simple, and he rushed to meet his opponent. A terrible big mouth opened right in front of Rakrak's eyes and revealed huge sharp teeth ready to bite into his opponent's throat. The skill Nebula chose to increase Rakrak's strength was called God's Avatar. It exceeded the power that existed in nature 600 times. The Nebula in Rakrak's body grabbed hold of the Manhwa's jaw and lifted it high, flipping it right in the air. The leader of the Blue Lizards, not expecting this, barely held onto the saddle he was sitting in on the back of his Manhwa. Manhwa was 5 meters long and a real monster of a giant, but in a moment he was already lying on the ground on his own back. All those present watched in awe. They had never seen such a great power before. Crushed by the massive long body of his own Manhwa, the leader could not move. He was moaning as if he was saying goodbye to his life. Manhwa landed with a loud thud and hit his head on a rock with such force that he never got up. He just lay there with his paws spread out. The warriors of the Rakraka clan shouted him out in admiration and showed their admiration for their leader. It was a miracle for them as well. Rakrak looked at Manhwa carefully to see if the blow had been too hard. Manhwa was alive but unconscious. This was good because he had a plan. The team of warriors with whom Rakrak came down the hill were all over the place, showing great joy at Rakrak's victory. Rakrak was about to move away from the Manhwa when he heard the voice of the leader of the Blue Lizardmen again. He could not immediately make out what he was muttering. None of the people present could believe that it was possible to survive such a fall because the Manhwa fell on him with all its weight. He roared loudly and squirmed in an attempt to get out from under the trapped body of the Manhwa and reach for his bronze sword. Finally, he reached for his weapon and used it to nip the tail of the manila and get out. His anger at Rakaraka became even greater. He was furious. He called Rakrak a fraud and yelled at him not to turn his back on him. He should not let his guard down. He would not give up so easily. When he saw that Rakrak did not react to his hysterical attempts to provoke him to fight again, he rushed after him with his sword. Rakrak only turned his head at his incoherent cries and smiled with contempt at his pathetic attempt to rectify the situation. The leader of the Blue Lizard tribe was about to stab Rakaraka in the back with his sword, but Rakaraka, endowed with divine powers, beat him to it. He grabbed the leader by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. He heard a crunch. The leader of the Blue Lizards was gone. His body fell in front of Rakrak. Rakrak looked at the clan of Blue Lizards. He asked who wanted to be next and follow their leader. The wind carried the sound of falling weapons into the desert. The warriors of the Blue Lizard clan did not want to repeat the fate of their leader. Row after row, they fell to their knees, bowing their heads, and swore allegiance to Rakrak and promised to obey his will. Rakrak himself could not believe that he had succeeded in realizing his plan. The nameless god of the bugs heard his prayers and gave him supernatural power. His consciousness was like a fog, and he was still standing in front of the defeated enemy and listening to the soldiers joyfully praising his name. Sitting on his throne, Nebula admired the result of his work and impeccably thought-out strategy. Rakrak had once again lived up to his expectations. The new members of the clan took turns climbing the hill to see their new home and were as excited about it as the Rakrakas had been all along. The newly arrived lizards got acquainted with the clan members at a joint dinner. Today, the main topic of conversation was the strength of their leader. Rakrak told us that they were actually one clan and had once been driven out for illness and old age, although they looked like a different species. He said that their skin had changed as a result of the blessing of their god. He gave them health, strength, and endurance. The Blue Lizards listened attentively to Rakrak's story about how they once wandered in the desert, and he saw the signs that led them here. Everything they saw here was the work of their nameless god of beetles. In gratitude for the lives they had saved, they began to worship him. Their god was somewhere in the sky beyond the stars. They could not see him, but he gave strength to those who truly believed and worshipped him. He pointed to the altar and continued to tell the story of their deity and the sacrifice they offered. Today, he showed the power he could bestow on the worthy. Seeing that Rakrak was left alone, Jaol approached him. She hinted that she knew that their god had entered his body. Rakrak confirmed that this was the case. He did not remember well how everything happened. God himself created his miracle using his body. But there was a question that bothered her even more. She looked around to see if anyone was listening to their conversation. It was the resources. The Blue Lizard clan was too large for such a small oasis. It had about 300 individuals that would need to be provided for. She lowered her head and sighed heavily. If they united, they would soon run out of resources. Their oasis would be devastated. Rakrak's answer shocked her. When the oasis runs out, they will leave. It would be the only way out of this situation. Jael noted that they would not be able to feed that many in the desert either. They should have come up with a plan. Rakrak looked toward the desert. Perhaps the answer to this question was hidden there. They had a little more time to think about it. But the answer was right under their noses. It was their newly formed tribe. Many of them had the skills and knowledge to develop further. The new day began with a stormy rustling of bushes and grass. It seemed like a hurricane was coming, and the wind was making them rustle, but it was not. This hurricane was a Manhwa that did not want to obey anyone. His master was gone, and he did not want a new one. His intention was to escape. Manhwa hissed and rushed at the lizardmen guarding him. The lizardmen easily got their spears with his paws and scattered them around. Anyone who tried to get even a step closer received a good thrashing from him. Manhwa bared his teeth to demonstrate his capabilities. While Manhwa was unconscious, they tied him to a tree trunk. But he was tugging with great force and had almost pulled it out. One of the Manhwa's guards noticed this and convinced the others to run away before it was too late. They could have been severely punished or even had their lives tragically ended. His bright yellow eyes were filled with burning rage. He was not going to give up and hissed endlessly. It seemed to have chosen its first victim. Rakrak came to this endless noise. He was holding a tasty meal that the Manhwa must have liked. He wanted to try to tame it. Manul recognized him. He remembered Rockrak's strength and how he had easily overcome him. He looked at him and hissed loudly again. Rockrak began to approach him, showing him the food. He told the Manhwa that he had come with good intentions and had brought him food. When he got very close, he stretched his hand forward to allow the Manhwa to take a closer look. This plant was one of the favorite foods of his species. Manhwa was very hungry indeed. They had not found food for a long time while wandering in the desert. He sniffed the fruit carefully. The plant smelled delicious, and Manhwa could not resist the temptation to eat it and carefully bit off piece by piece. The guards could not believe their eyes. The previously angry animal had been peacefully eating its vegetable. Rockrak surprised them again with his courage and ingenuity. After finishing his meal, Manhwa gently rubbed his nose into Rockrak's hand. He was grateful for the delicious snack and showed his appreciation with this gesture. Rockrak said that if the Manhwa listened to him and behaved well, he would get more. He felt that their nameless god of beetles had left him alive for a reason. There was a good reason for that, and he had to tame and care for him. Manhwa looked carefully into Rockrak's eyes as if trying to discern his intentions. Then he sat down and bowed his head in agreement. In response, the Manhwa winked at the guards. He jokingly called the monster baby and told them to call him whenever he was naughty. Stunned by what they saw, the guards just shook their heads in silence. A miracle had happened again before their eyes. The mad beast became tame. Rockrak and Jael met again. Rockrak told her that he thought he had found the answer to the question. God had brought them together to share their knowledge. He twirled a metal knife in his hands. There are those in the clan who can do this. They can teach us how to melt metal. This knife was given to him by one of the blue lizards. He had long ago begun experimenting with metals and was familiar with their properties. He told Jael that he had long wanted to make such knives for his tribesmen, but because of their leader's short-sightedness, he could not do so. To extract the metal and make something out of it, it was necessary to heat its components to high temperatures. It was quite difficult. To do this, they needed an equally valuable resource of wood. To reach the desired temperature, several trees had to be cut down. The knife-making master told them that there was a technology he had not yet been able to try because their leader had forbidden them to cut trees. It was necessary to burn a certain amount of wood to obtain an important component in order to significantly increase the temperature. This will help make the metal harder and much more resistant. Rockrak told the master that he would think about his proposal and inform him of his decision tomorrow. He said he would wait and left. It occurred to him that if they were planning to leave the hill, it would not be a problem to cut down a few trees if it would be of use. He noticed that an old one-armed lizard was walking toward him. He was just passing by and greeted the master whom Rockrak had just released. The lizardman politely introduced himself to Rockrak. At the same time, he said that he had heard from other lizards in the camp that the new leader was looking for an experienced guide. Rockrak looked at him closely and concluded that he was a traveler. The one-armed lizard replied that he was absolutely right. He was already old and missing one arm. He wandered the desert in search of a tribe that could take him in and memorize the places where there were resources for life. Jael and Rockrak asked him if he was sure he remembered the way to the places with resources where their clan could settle. He said that he saw lands with a large river on the banks of which water buffaloes and other small animals lived. There were many trees and bushes. The armless lizard grimaced and sighed. It had been a long time since he had been there. He could not guarantee that these oases still existed. Rockrak wondered if he had met any other exiles like them. Could they form tribes and live there? The one-armed lizard shrugged and said it was possible. He leaned over to Jael and whispered that it would be nice to join them, but she doubted they would want to. Then they would have to be conquered. The one-armed lizard heard their conversation. He dared to say that with such strength and faith he could succeed in his plan. Instead, Rockrak stood up and asked him how he could guarantee that he knew the way they would get there. The traveler was not afraid of him. He traveled for a long time in the desert and met many strong warriors on his way. He raised his one hand up and pointed upward to the sky. It would show the way to their goal. To the surprise of Rockrak and Jael, who saw nothing but blue sky, he smiled and confirmed his guess. The sky would guide them. They had to wait for the evening. After sunset, they met again. The sky was cloudless and bright stars twinkled in it. They would show them the way. While traveling, he watched the stars for a long time and learned to read their movements. He has his own system by which he determines the path. Rockrak listened attentively to his story. It turns out that the stars move along the same road. If you count carefully, you won't get lost. To make Rockrak believe him, he offered to test his knowledge. Choose a star and he would tell him where it would appear the next night. When the choice was made, they agreed to meet at the same time the next evening. Rockrak was impressed and interested in the idea of following them. You are the lizardman, who was guarding the Manila today, was passing by thinking about something. He looked worried. Rockrak interrupted his thoughts with a question about the manual. Was it the bad behavior of the monster he jokingly called the baby that had upset him so much? After Ur gave him some food, Manhwa began to treat him more respectfully and did not cause any problems. This made Rockrak happy. He looked up at the starry sky again. Jur hesitantly called out to him again. He had a thought and wanted to share it with Rockrak. Jur heard from his friend Jaol that they would have to leave the oasis. The food supplies were running low and they needed to find new ones. Rockrak confirmed what he had heard. After they took in the Blue Lizard clan, their numbers increased. Their oasis was too small. They would quickly exhaust their resources. He hesitantly reminded Rockrak of how he had fed the Manila today and made it obey. As he watched, he came up with an idea. Jur was not sure, but maybe it was worth trying to do this with other animals. Start feeding them so they would obey. This question made Rockrak think, what other animals does he mean? Maybe this would be useful to them somehow. Jur answered that he was not sure and had doubts about his assumptions, but if it worked with the manual, it might work with others. He led Rockrak to a slope with a clear view of the horizon. He looked carefully and pointed in the direction. He wanted to try with those below. Several water buffaloes were resting there. If you try to feed them, they will not run away, so they will be able to follow the food. Along with the decision made by the lizard men to try to tame buffaloes, a notification appeared on Nebula's screen about the new animal husbandry skill. The theory of human development says that development began in two directions. One was agriculture and the other was animal husbandry. Nebula knew about these directions from the game. Both directions were acceptable at the beginning and allowed us to provide heroes with resources. In fact, great civilizations were founded near large bodies of water. As you know, this provided them with the most important resource. But there was a nuance. He chose a species that was a predator to start the development of civilization. Therefore, animal husbandry was the most acceptable. Lizardmen were strong and physically enduring and could easily adapt to different environmental conditions. They changed their place of residence depending on the conditions and resource needs, and animals could be easily moved with them. Another available skill was the ability to work with metal. They got it thanks to the knowledge of a master from the Blue Lizard clan. Nebula confirmed it as well. Rockrak considered the master's offer and accepted it. They cut down several trees for his experiment. The work began, and everyone was watching closely. The first stage was melting. The master made a brazier with a lot of firewood and covered it with clay so that the fire would not come out of it. He left only a small hole. Then he made something round from the boards with a hole in it and stuck a small stick in it. I put it on the grill in front of the air hole. Inserting the stick into the hole, he quickly began rubbing it in his hands to make it spin. He kept speeding up his movements. As he moved the stick, air came out of the hole and fanned the heat in the grill. These were the first primitive blowers. The next step was the process of shaping, which required strength and precision. The craftsman worked diligently on the hot metal. His first product was spearheads because they were the main weapon for hunting and self-defense. Nebula watched them reach a new level. The products were still primitive, but they became part of the toolkit. The tips, made of iron, were much softer than the beautifully crafted bronze. But there was still more to come. But for the Rakraka tribe, who had been using stone tips until then, this was a great achievement. Nebula sat on his throne and watched the actions of his subjects. He was thinking about the next steps to achieve the goal. He was pleased with Rockrak's ability to grow, and then he remembered that he had discovered another unexpected skill. It was brought to him by a one-armed lizard traveler. He navigated the starry sky and was an astronomer without knowing it. As they had agreed the day before, they met again under the night sky. The traveler had to confirm his words in action. Nebula was listening to the traveler's theory of the movement of stars. It was primitive enough to be called astronomy, but he hoped they would use it correctly. The one-armed lizard man told and showed Rockrak everything he knew about the stars. The star he pointed out to the traveler turned out to be in the same place he had been talking about. The traveler confirmed the truth of his words, and Rockrak will take him as a leader in his clan. He will listen to his advice. He stayed on the hill alone to think and find a way out of the situation that awaited them. He must justify the trust placed in him. All the knowledge and skills he had were sent to him by God. Now it was up to him. He had to use them and do what he had planned. Rockrak stood alone on the top of the hill, looking down on the oasis. It was his home and the beginning of a new life. During his daily prayer, he asked the nameless god of beetles to help him with his decision and to support him. He gathered all of his tribesmen to tell them about his decision regarding the future of their clan. It had been a long time since the nameless god of beetles had brought them to this land. It has long sustained the life of their clan. God gave them the opportunity to meet their relatives again and brought the clan of blue lizards to them so that they could unite and give knowledge to each other. Rockrak's clan could have driven the blue lizards away as they had once done and continued to live in the oasis, but they didn't. God had led them to this oasis by his signs. For their number, there was enough food and water to last for many years. Many of those they would have driven away died in the desert from starvation, and possibly from the paws of larger predators. Their nameless beetle god is merciful and had a different plan. He gave Rockrak the power to defeat their previous leader and unite them. This union was beneficial for everyone. The Blue Lizard clan was saved. They achieved a lot and learned from each other. Jaol and the others listened attentively. They consulted many times and discussed further actions. She already knew Rakrak's plan. He said that they had to leave the place before dawn. Immediately there was a noise. Everyone knew it was possible, but not so fast. Rakrak's eyes found a one-armed traveler in the crowd. He gestured for him to come to him. He said that the traveler told him about the possibility of navigating by the movement of the stars, and he was convinced that it was true. Now he would become their guide. Rakrak asked him to tell everyone where he would take them and how he reads the stars and navigates by them. The majority of the tribesmen listened with interest. The traveler pointed to the big stars in the sky and told them how they moved. Then he said that with the early rays of the sun, they would go in the right direction from him and walk straight for 10 days. Then they will turn right again and walk along the rotten lake for another 15 days. It will lead them to an empty valley through which they will reach low mountains. This would take another 3 days. This way, they will reach their destination, the endless forest. There are many different animals and other races live there. Rakrak said that this was a very good place to start a new life. The one-armed lizard agreed with him. He thanked the traveler and told everyone that from now on they would obey him. The one-armed lizard nodded in approval and returned to the crowd. Rakrak walked up to the altar and placed his foot on the first row of the altar and continued his address to his tribesmen. Everyone was surprised by his action, but continued to listen to his story in silence. He climbed up on the altar with both feet and continued. We met God even before we built the altar. God is not tied to the altar. They will build it somewhere else. He asked a young lizard, Yuri, to come up to him, and he kept his eyes on him throughout the speech. Rakrak asked him about the buffaloes they had caught yesterday and why they were still alive. They had not eaten any of them. Jur was not expecting this question. He was still waiting for an answer that Yur could not formulate. He began to ask questions to lead him to conclusions. Jur replied that when he ordered them to catch the buffaloes and bring them alive to the oasis, they were not yet too hungry, so they did not touch them. Rakrak again directed Yur's thoughts. He asked him if he could guess why he had given them the order not to kill the buffaloes. Unsurely, Yur said that they were very tired and lost a lot of strength when they were hunting buffaloes. It was quite difficult to catch them alive, but they held on. They were able to control their hunger because they had recently satisfied it, and the thirst for food did not cloud their minds. Rarik explained to them that if they could resist temptation now, they would be able to take advantage of it when the time of need came. Jur finally understood Rakrak's words. They would need the buffaloes, and they would satisfy their hunger when they were really hungry. He looked at his tribesmen with pride. Jur turned out to be not only a brave warrior, but also quite intelligent. He praised him and told everyone to follow his example. We had to learn to think not only about today. Jur replied that there was no need to thank him. He was just following his leader's orders because he believed and trusted him. They all agreed to continue to restrain themselves and not touch the buffaloes until the hunger became unbearable. Rakrak decided to reward them for their restraint and loyalty. He called the craftsmen, and he brought out the new spears he had made. They no longer had heavy stone tips. He attached tips he had forged from iron. The ironworker demonstrated them to the soldiers. They stared at the new creation of the master with open mouths in awe. He passed one spear into Rakrak's hands. He examined it and nodded with satisfaction. It was lighter and sharper than a stone-tipped spear. Rakrak asked Yuri to come over. When he stood in front of him, he handed him a spear. It was his reward for his wit. Then he told all the warriors who had brought the buffaloes to the oasis with Yura to come forward. He called their endurance a worthy reward. He handed each soldier involved one spear. They twirled them in their hands to get a good look. They lined up in a row and stood proudly before the altar and their leader. Everyone was watching them and their new spears. Jael was aware of Rakrak's affairs. She knew that he and his master had made spearheads, and that it was his plan to give them to the warriors, but that was not all. Then, something happened that she did not expect. He picked up one of the water buffalo skulls from the altar. He stretched out the buffalo skull in front of him and told the soldiers to whom he handed the spears to approach it one by one. Rakrak continued to speak as they approached him. He called them worthy warriors of his clan. Then he put the skull of a water buffalo on his face. He said that they were leaving this place, but that God would be with them. As the soldiers approached him, he continued to speak. They had a hard road ahead of them to overcome the willpower they had demonstrated. The first to come to him was Yur the lizardman. Rakrak told him to bend his knee and put the skull of a water buffalo on it. He lifted him up and turned him to face the crowd and loudly declared that he would now be the bone warrior. From now on, he must use and wear this skull whenever he acts as a warrior. This was the will of their nameless beetle god. Yur seemed to be suffocating from the emotions that overwhelmed him. Tears shimmered in his eyes from these feelings. Rakrak nodded in understanding and let him go, advising him to tighten the skull with a lace to secure it. Thus, a new army of warriors was born, whom he called the Bone Warriors. Now they will act on behalf of the nameless god of beetles. They loved this oasis very much. It saved their lives, but they have to leave their home and look for a new one. Their god was not in the altar they made. He existed before that time, so they are not tied to that place. Their God will be with them. The one-armed traveler will lead them to a new place. There they will find their mooring and live as God wills." His voice broke into a shout. He wanted everyone to hear his words and to imprint the nameless god of beetles in their minds. He did not promise that this burden would be easy, but do not be afraid. Just as they had endured the temptation of the buffalo, they would be able to reach the goal. The warriors were overwhelmed with strong emotions and began to raise their spears to the mountain and wave them in praise of their leader and god. Rakrak stood on the remains of a bone altar and looked up at the sky, ignoring the shouts of the soldiers. He looked up at the sky and repeated that God was with them. A butterfly appeared above him, always showing them the way. Rakrak took this as a good sign and approval of his actions. He closed his eyes and mentally apologized to God for using his name and told everyone that it was his will. The butterfly gave him a sign that the nameless god of beetles was not angry with him. It landed on his finger, flapped its wings several times, and flew away. Nebula closely followed everything that was happening. He was pleased with the development of events. It was not in vain that he chose Rakrak as his priest and checked the achievements of his heroes. Ur the lizard man began to trust Rakrak more. He increased his trustworthiness points from 4 to 7 and grew to a level 3 warrior. Rakrak became a second-level priest. Leadership points increased from 7 to 14. Became a third-level warrior. As a leader, he did a good job and motivated his clan to develop. Nebula was pleased with this result. They had been walking in the desert for several days. The sun was merciless. They ate what they found along the way. Rakrak followed the one-armed guide and carried the manila. He heard its disgruntled hiss. He looked around to see what his baby was unhappy about again. So he called the little Manul gently and mockingly. Manul fell down on the hot sand and lay there without moving. Rakrak asked him what had happened again, and that he could not lie there. They had to go. The one-armed lizard sighed and hypothesized that Manul was very tired. He was carrying water jugs for almost the entire clan. Then Rakrak asked him if they could take a break so that the Manul could rest. The guide shrugged his shoulders. They had no choice. Rakrak turned toward the caravan and shouted loudly that they were not stopping for long to rest. The warriors who walked along the entire caravan loudly passed on the leader's orders to each other. Everyone take a short rest. He looked at the road ahead. Would they find what he had promised? Rakrak exhaled a long breath. He hadn't eaten for a long time either. The leader approached the guide to ask how many days they had been on the mountain road. According to his calculations, it was already 3. The conductor confirmed his calculations. Rakrak thought about it. They were very tired and had little food. He looked down at the one-armed lizard man. He said that the journey through the mountains was supposed to last only 3 days, and still nothing was visible. We were running out of supplies. Rakrak sighed again. They were in trouble again. There was only one thing left for him to do: believe in God and wait for a miracle. He heard one of the soldiers shouting. He was quickly approaching Rakrak. He walked ahead of the caravan to reconnoiter the situation. The guide and Rakrak were waiting for him to approach. He started shouting as he walked that he saw another tribe ahead. When he got to Rakrak, he told him to calmly tell what he had seen, but the latter emotionally exclaimed that there were freaks without scales. After catching his breath, he said that he saw green orcs moving in their direction between the gorge. They also noticed him. They almost caught up with him and stopped right in front of Rakrak. One of them shouted happily in anticipation of a fight and a kill. Their enthusiasm faded a bit when they saw a huge caravan in front of them. One of them said that they had nothing to do with this road and could just leave. He wanted to assure Rakrak that they were not their enemies. The real enemy for them all was hiding behind this place. Rakrak listened to them carefully, but he had no doubt that they were simply afraid of the number of them. Then he decided to play a little trick and asked permission to ask them something. The orcs could not understand what he wanted to achieve with his questions. One, who was obviously the leader, replied that he was waiting for a question. Rakrak wanted to cheer up his warriors to encourage them and tease the orcs a little. He asked them if they really did not have scales. And continuing to openly mock them, he also added that he could call them burnt meat carcasses. He was openly challenging them. His soldiers could hardly contain their laughter. They covered their mouths with their paws to keep from laughing and interrupting the leader's conversation. The orcs were almost boiling with anger when Rakrak continued. He asked them directly why they had come if they didn't want to fight and profit. The orc leader defiantly threw his hammer at his feet. He knew who would be the winner in this fight. He bent his knee before Rakrak and apologized. He repeated that he only wanted to leave the place as soon as possible. They did not want to steal their food. They had obviously misunderstood each other. Rakrak handed them a leaf with several roots. Rakrak demonstrated by his whole appearance that he did not trust him. They were chasing one of his soldiers, and he told them that they were in a hurry. The orc began his story. They had to leave their home and run as far as they could see. They were looking for some food for their tribe members. Rakrak was worried. He wondered why they had left their home. He asked the orcs about it. They left everything behind and fled to the desert. Obviously, something had happened that scared them very much. He went through his thoughts while waiting for an answer. One of them could not resist and began to eat what Rakrak had shared with them. The orc leader pointed to a hill nearby. They lived in a valley between the hills. It was not very large and rich in resources, but they managed to survive there. He bowed his head to hide his despair. He added that it was like that until the monster appeared. From the orc's words, it was clear that it was something terrible and obviously quite strong if they could not defeat it. Nebula watched Rakrak's actions and how the events were developing. He was very interested in the orc's story. He recalled that the plot of the game The Forgotten World is based on the fact that the gods have left the planet. But only the gods disappeared and the creatures that served them remained. So he decided to look in the monster's database and find something similar to the description given by the orcs to Rakrak. He found that monster in the form of an abomination. It fit the description exactly and turned out to be dangerous. The monster was an ancient crustacean. Its characteristics included strength of 120 points, intelligence of 12, and sociality of 4. The game's description stated that the abomination was created by the gods. Therefore, its powers were enhanced by the divine effect. The monster had a hard shell and crawled on the ground like an insect with many legs, and its length was more than 20 meters. Together with the orc leader, Rakrak went to the top of the hill to see what kind of monster was hiding behind it. They could not believe they were seeing it with their own eyes. The monster was really very big and scary looking. The lizardmen stood quietly on the top of the hill, not making a sound to attract attention, and tried to look at him. The orc whispered to Rakrak that it was an abomination. It was curled up in a ball with its paws outstretched to its sides, sleeping surrounded by skeletons and bones. He was endowed by the gods with special powers. His strong fangs contained deadly poison. Nebula studied the characteristics of the abomination and concluded that at this stage Rakrak would not be able to defeat it. Rakrak realized that the monster could have destroyed his entire clan and called for a guide. He asked him about another way they could get around it. They watched the abomination for a while longer. It was sleeping and making some strange sound like snoring. The soldiers looked at each other. It seemed to them that the ground trembled under their feet. This made them even more afraid. The orc leader explained that it was talking in its sleep. One of the warriors asked Rakrak with hope in his eyes if they could leave. Rakrak asked the guide how many days it would take them to go the other way. He began to count. They would have to go back to the desert and climb the mountains to go on horseback. In the end, it took 8 days. It was a long time. They had very little water and food left. Nebula saw that Rakrak was in doubt about what choice to make. This was understandable. A lot depended on his decision. He was not sure what to do in such a situation. Besides, his clan members were scared. This monster was too strong, and he was not sure that when they met in a fight, he would have enough strength to win. Nebula could not influence decisions and control everything. All he could do was wait for Rakrak's decision. Jael came up to Rakrak. She could see what was bothering him. As always, she tried to help him find a solution and support him. Joel was very smart and he took her opinion into account. The rock under which the monster slept was quite steep. Being quite attentive, she noticed a large stone on top of the cliff. It was quite close to the edge. Perhaps they could use it. She took a step back and saw that he was not alone. There were 3 of them. This gives a chance to successfully implement the idea. Then Jael told Rakrak what she had come up with. If they thought it through and calculated it, they wouldn't have to go back and waste time. If they work together, they will succeed. Nebula took an interest in Jael. She was a warrior and leader with high intelligence and intuition and was trusted by the clan. Jael said that we need to act now. For now, they have an advantage. The monster was sleeping and they should take advantage of it. Orc was surprised by Jael's words. He did not understand what advantages she was talking about. The monster could wake up. She reminded Rakrak of the method used by an ironmonger to quickly fan a fire. He remembered this object, but it took the master a long time to make it, and they didn't have it. These were bellows. With them, the master did not have to blow and make a lot of effort to make the fire burn faster. Rakrak thought about her words. She often gave wise advice, foresaw the development of events, and was right. He voiced the idea to make sure he understood it correctly. If they use the tool, they will be able to get more power with less effort. Jael noted that they don't need to invent any sophisticated tools for this. The ones they have will suffice. They had 3 huge heavy stones that they could throw from a great height. They would lift them with spears and sticks. They could crush the monster. The monster was sleeping in a gorge that could serve as a trap, and they will be quite high above him. On command, they began to push the stone a little bit to the edge of the cliff using several tree trunks they found at the foot. Jael commanded the soldiers, instructing them to push or stop and let the stones loose. When they took on a set rhythm, the stones began to shake and sway more and more. The lizard people were lucky to find fallen tree trunks. Their thickness helped them to press harder. The main thing was to keep the rhythm and catch the moment when the stone would rise. She commanded us to keep everyone's breathing on the same rhythm. They managed to slide the lever under another stone. Half the job was done. There was not much left to do. Jael told me to listen to her new command and follow it precisely. On the count of 1, lower the lever, and on the count of 2, raise it. If they calculated everything accurately, the stones will fall directly on the head of the sleeping monster. This will be the best option. They worked quite smoothly and were confidently moving towards the goal. There was only a little bit left. Nebula really liked Jael's idea. It was quite simple. He did not have to go to the monster himself. The big rocks would fall and crush the monster. This abomination was a high-level monster, very ancient and strong. To destroy such a beast, it was necessary for the stones to fall simultaneously. Nebula himself was not completely sure whether it was possible. It required mathematical precision to make it happen. Jael did not stop commanding. She ordered the soldiers to try to roll the stones as fast as possible to the edge. The stones were very large and required a lot of effort. They gathered themselves and pushed with all their remaining strength. One more attempt, and they managed to lift it. The stone bounced off the rock into the air and instantly flew away. They felt very happy about their mutual well-coordinated work and the results they achieved thanks to it. The stones were falling down at a frantic speed. They were gaining speed, so the force of the impact would be quite large. The roar of a rock falling down made Abomination wake up. She looked up to see what was happening. The stone was already too close and right above her head. She would not have time to avoid being hit by the boulder. The collision was instantaneous. The blow hit the head of the terrible monster. I heard a terrible scream. The stone block hit the monster's head and broke into several pieces. They flew back up. Jael and his soldiers watched from the top of the cliff. They could not understand whether it was the column of dust that caused the impact. Nebula closely watched them and the implementation of their plan, but they failed this time. The monster managed to regroup and deflect the blow. It threw away pieces of flying stones. The abomination raised its head again and hissed. The blow landed on the side of its head but did not break it, rather crushed its sturdy carapace. He saw his offenders on top of the cliff. He hissed again and began to climb in their direction. It was no use hoping that the steep slope would stop him. Thanks to the number of his legs, he would reach them quickly. Jael urged everyone to throw the remaining stones as quickly as possible. They tried their best to do so. Nebula was nervous. It was too late. They wouldn't have time to do it, and the monster would be able to avoid the collision. The surprise effect was over. In an instant, he decided to use Lokrak as his avatar again. He quickly found the right function and used it. Lokrak looked at what was happening and kept calling and asking for help from the nameless god of beetles. The soldiers saw the familiar light over their leader again. Could a miracle happen again? They needed one right now. They both knew the feeling before. Lokrak felt the power of God in his body again. Now God would be in control. He easily pushed the second stone. It flew away. They rushed to the third stone to push it down. Jael gave orders loudly and clearly. They had not a second to lose. Their lives depended on it. Lokrak quickly moved to the third stone. He began to push it by himself. The stone did not want to give in. He managed to move it and threw it as far as he could. Their leader Lokrak commanded them to keep throwing stones to distract the monster. This way, they would help him. He looked down to assess the situation. The monster was moving too fast. He had to buy time. Lokrak looked at the monster again. He had an idea that he would not like. He saw a weak spot where she had been wounded by a stone. Perhaps he should hit it. Then he accelerated and pushed off the rock with all his might. He ducked incredibly high and started flying down. In flight, he took aim as far as possible and threw his spear as hard as he could in the direction of the monster, which had already overcome half the way. His spear flew toward the target. Nebula and Lokrak's body followed him. He was not sure that he could defeat the monster alone. The monster's strength was greater. The spear had almost reached its target, but the monster also had superpowers and managed to turn his head away by putting his back. The impact caused the lumps of stones to fly like splashes of water into the air and fall back down with a thud. The weapon pierced the stone temple on the monster's back. The wound was small and could not kill the monster. Lokrak's blow slowed it down a bit. Everything happened instantly. Along with the spear, a second stone fell on him and hit him somewhere in the back. The monster roared. The soldiers led by Jael managed to move another stone. The blow fell again on the head and the stone flattened it. The terrible monster was finished. The lizardmen looked down with impatience. They could not be completely sure that it was over. Lokrak landed next to the monster in Nebula's body. He had to make sure that the monster would not rise again. The monster was lying among a pile of stones and did not move. He came closer. There were no signs of life. After making sure the mission was successful, Nebula left Rakarka's body and returned to his throne. The warriors went downstairs to look at the giant monster up close. They looked like insects against his background. They had a new achievement monster hunt. Their clan has destroyed the ancient Scolopendra abomination. All the warriors of the Rakraka clan could not contain their emotions. They joyfully raised their spears in the air and shouted that they had done it. Some of them even danced. Nebula watched with satisfaction as his achievement scores increased. His faith in him grew again, and as a bonus, he received a new gift for destroying the monster. He wanted to defeat this monster to get this item. It was called the Soul of Abomination. Each god had the resources according to his field. To create something non-existent without the use of faith, this ingredient was needed. If he had a soul, he could do creation. They spread faith by their very existence. The creatures could develop. If they are developed to a high level, they can receive the status of an apostle or avatar. He was also interested in the method of their creation. He looked at the gift in his hand. If the rules of creation are the same as in the game, he will think about what to do next. Lokrak sent a few warriors to the camp to tell them the good news. The The rest of them stayed by the monster's carcass. He cut a piece off the monster's paw. His clan needed food. Supplies were running out fast, and there was no telling what else was on their way. So Rakrak decided to try it. It did not smell very good. He took a bite and spit it out. The meat turned out to be edible and not as bad in taste as it seemed at first glance. He carefully took it out of the shell and began to look at it, but it seemed that it would be difficult to eat in this form. Since he thought that raw monster meat would not taste good, they could add some other ingredients to it. She suggested adding some edible herbs to it and roasting it over a fire. Then its taste would improve. It was worth a try. A few hours later, she brought Rakrak baked meat and asked him to taste it in this form. To his surprise, the meat was tender and much softer than raw. The herbs hid its odor and added flavor. Once again, Joel put her knowledge into practice. She gathered several types of fragrant herbs and baked it right in the shell on the fire. Rakrak noticed that she had coped with this problem as well. The smell made him want to abandon the idea. He continued to eat and praised Joel. Rakrak asked him to teach him the tricks of cooking. She turned the conversation in a different direction. She noticed that the orc leader had an heir. Rakrak confirmed that she was right. The meat was delicious and he couldn't stop eating. Joel told him that he too needed to find a mate soon. Rakrak did not expect such a statement. These words whirled through his mind. What was she up to again? A wife? She noted that he was getting older, and that it was worth taking care of this in advance for the stability of the clan. He knew it was important to find a mate, but the constant worries of the chief and the care of the clan did not allow him time to think about it, let alone look for one. Joel looked at him carefully and added that since he didn't have time to think about it, maybe she could be his date. He thought about it and asked his heart what to say to her, but he wasn't sure he was ready to answer that question right now. Rakrak could not find the right words to describe his thoughts and did not know what to say. He looked at her and saw a glint right behind her. She continued to look directly at him and still waited for an answer. Rakrak told her to come back. She did not understand what was happening. He said that he saw something shiny on the ruins of the temple that was on the back of the monster. They had to see what it was. It was a gold plate with an engraving. There were many different symbols and drawings on it. Other members of the clan came over to look at the discovery. Rakrak explained that it was inside the temple that was on Abomination's back. The lizard even dared to taste the strange object. The guide stopped him, explaining that it was not edible. It was a metal called gold. Jel confirmed that it was very similar to the metal she had seen in the Master's Forge. He showed her different types of metal and said that gold was a very valuable metal. She had heard that if it is cleaned well, it reflects light well and shines quite nicely. And its color doesn't change. It doesn't rust for a long time. Jur could not understand what was valuable in something that could not even be eaten. This amused the guide, who jokingly suggested that he look for a deer. He added that he had heard from orcs that they had seen its tracks nearby. It is an animal with large branched horns and their meat is soft and sweet. Rakrak looked carefully at the sign and the pictures on it. They seemed to depict a story. Yuri immediately wanted to catch a deer. He asked his leader if he would go hunting with them. Rakrak replied that they could go without him. He looked at the discovery and reflected that everything in the world was changing and disappearing, and this piece of metal was not even rusting. If it didn't deteriorate, then whoever created it was trying to preserve something on it. But he could not figure out what. Jaol interrupted his thoughts by telling him that all the members of the tribe were ready for bed. When Rakrak saw her, he noticed that he never tells her where he's going, but she always finds him. She told him that he was the only lizard in the territory that wore fur on his shoulders. But she had advised him to wear it. She nodded and said that she wanted to make him feel special when he became a leader. The fur was a symbol of his strength and status in the clan. He thought about her words again. Looking at the plaque, he thought that death is an integral part of life, and someday even this plaque will disappear. He looked away from her and noticed something strange. He saw fireflies above the deer's carcass, as if they were drawing something in the air. Rakrak looked at them closely. They were drawing something similar to the signs he had seen on the sign. He thought it was some kind of illusion. He repeated to himself that a symbol is something that does not collapse. It is not about a sign that will not rust. He picked up a branch and twisted it in his hands. In fact, the symbol was something that was eternal. He tried to draw the symbol on the ground with a stick. It was already the middle of the night, and he was still kneeling and looking at the symbol he had drawn on the ground. The camp was quiet. All the members of the clan slept in shelters made of leaves to hide from the chill of the night. Zhao slept peacefully in her hiding place. The morning light fell on her face. She heard a voice calling her name. She opened her eyes and listened to see if she was imagining things. Jael turned around and saw Rakrak in front of her. He had come to wake her up. Rakrak poked his head through the leaves and said that he had to show her something urgently. He brought her to the same place where he spent the whole night until dawn and showed her the drawing he had made on the ground. Then Rakrak took his wand and began to talk about symbols. He pointed to a sign and said what it symbolized. Jael repeated that the symbol was Rakrak, but he corrected her and explained that the symbol meant a man. Then he drew another symbol again. It was slightly different from the previous one. Rakrak said that this symbol was her. To make sure she understood him correctly, she asked him if it meant a woman. he confirmed. He told me to look closely now and drew another ode between them. She looked at the symbols with curiosity and tried to put the pieces together. Her thoughts were moving in the right direction. Joel looked at him with a bewildered look. She asked what he was trying to tell her. Rockrak turned his head in her direction and looked directly into her surprised eyes. She was eagerly waiting for an answer, and he said that the symbols he came up with meant being a partner or becoming a couple. The lizard man paused for a moment to let her know that she understood, and added that this was his response to the suggestion he had recently heard from her. She gently took the wand from Rockrak's hands and added the symbol to the drawing as well. Jael circled all the symbols and asked him if he could guess what her drawing meant. Rockrak looked away from the drawing and looked at Jael again. He told her that he knew its meaning. In the morning sunlight that gently enveloped the land, they stood holding hands and peering at the signs in the sand. That morning, Rockrak not only found a mate, but unbeknownst to him, thanks to a skillful sign from his deity, he discovered a new skill: writing. Nebula was pleased with the result and felt that he had not wasted his faith points on Rakraku's tip. It took more than one generation for civilization to reach its peak, and it's great that they started developing at such an early stage. Nebula decided to watch a kind of performance. Rockrak and Jael decided to get married, and it was a kind of lizard men wedding tradition. It was a kind of hunter's competition in which Rockrak had to prove his suitability for married life. The competition began. Rockrak chose his target from ambush and ran toward it. Today, he had to do his best. At first glance, it looked like a normal traditional hunt, but in fact, the goal was to get the biggest prey. I had to catch it to bring it to my partner as a gift to show my seriousness. It was a peculiar way of celebrating the wedding ceremony among the lizard men and recognizing their marriage. Rockrak hunted the biggest deer he had ever seen in a clearing in the forest and brought it back to the camp where he was greeted with joy. But something interrupted his joyful greetings and the praise of his tribesmen. Right in front of him, he saw a deer hanging from a tree branch in some kind of net. Jael was standing next to the same tree. She announced that they could now expect a stable job for both of them. Even Nebel did not expect such an act from Jael. She was an extremely brave and intelligent woman. The celebration was loud. The next day, they met with the orcs near the remains of the monster. Their leader was worried about how they were doing after yesterday's fight, to which Rockrak replied that the monster was one of the obstacles they had to face on their way, and they successfully overcame it. The orc leader was very touched when Rockrak told him that he could stay on his land. In gratitude, he bowed low several times and wished Rockrak good luck as they continued their journey. He came to the meeting with his son, whom he introduced to Rockrak as his successor and the leader of his tribe. The leader offered them the help of his son as a guide. It was their land and they knew the area well. So Rockrak said it was a good idea and agreed. They used to live in peace and tranquility in this mountainous forest until a monster began to attack them. Thanks to the efforts of the Rockrak clan, they got their land and home back, for which the orc leader was very grateful and will never forget their deed. Rockrak nodded politely in thanks to the leader. They talked for a few more minutes and parted ways. Thanks to the orc guide, they overcame the mountain range and reached a valley with a river and a small forest. On one of the trails, they found a large footprint. None of Rockrak's soldiers recognized who it might belong to. It occurred to him that the one-armed lizard might know him because he had traveled to these places before. The guide recognized the trail. It belonged to two-legged frogs. They are called frogmen. He said that they looked something like them. Rockrak had never heard of them before, and asked the guide to tell him everything he knew about them. He did not know much, only that there are good and bad among them. They talk and think like us. Rockrak carefully counted the footprints and concluded that there was more than one frogman here. He was worried that the frogman clan might be bigger than them. He assumed that they had come for reconnaissance. And if so, they knew how to fight. They should go back to the camp. When they returned to the camp, it was already dusk and the lizardmen lit torches among their temporary makeshift houses. He gave the command to expand the camp. He and Joel decided to add to their numbers at least visually because they suspected that the Frogmen clan was more numerous. They also decided that they should send more scouts, and Joel had to organize this and divide the responsibility. They did not know what they might face. It was definitely not going to be a quiet night. They should have been prepared. Rockrak shared with Jael that if he were in their shoes, he would definitely be watching them, and so he did. A few days later, they moved to another place. Fortunately, they did not meet the Frogmen on their way. Nebula was watching the events as usual and considered himself a successful player. During this time, the lizard men prepared many things to ensure the safety of the clan. They mastered the field of animal husbandry quite well and began to breed cattle on their own. Their lifestyle improved rapidly as they learned to adapt quickly to other conditions. But he was most impressed by how quickly they were able to master the principle of writing and began to apply it in practice. The signs were transmitted to the clan members by means of a primitive map containing traditional hunting signs and symbols. Rockrak began recording the amount of harvest the lizard collected each day, thereby increasing labor productivity. The development was going well enough in all areas in which Nebula worked, and it was satisfying. A large flock of locusts grew in the center of the continent, and insects flourished in their nests in the east. The insect realm had already reached the 4th level. Of course, he wouldn't have reached this level if it weren't for the remoteness of the continent and the fact that other players knew about his clan. He considered taking advantage of that. Nebula tested Rakrak's capabilities. At the moment, they are slightly above average, but this was only the beginning. What was to come next could be worse than anything that had come before. The day in the settlement began as usual. All members of the clan were engaged in their assigned tasks. One of the soldiers came running from the reconnaissance and called Rakrak. He came back and asked what happened. He replied, barely able to catch his breath, that they had a big problem. The frogmen are coming to them. They found the traces they left in the forest and then saw them not far from the camp. The frogmen were heading toward them in a small flock, not hiding their intentions to meet them. Rakrak, along with Jael and a few soldiers, went out to meet them on the same road. He immediately noticed that someone with gray skin was walking with them. He looked closely and saw that it was one of their species. He could not believe his eyes. The lizard man was walking with them. Many questions immediately arose in his mind. Why was he going with them? Perhaps they wanted to negotiate peace and so invited him. At first glance, the frogmen did not look threatening and did not have a lot of weapons to attack. Rakrak stopped a few steps ahead of them and stood a little ahead of his warriors. They looked at each other with an appraising glance. The frogman, who clearly stood out from the others with his necklace of large red feathers, stepped forward and introduced himself as Shunan, son of the great chief Alroy. At the same time, he said that they did not come here to provoke a fight. Rakrak thought that the frogman was being polite in his own way. He raised his hand in greeting. In the manner of Jabalud, Rakrak told them his name and status in the clan, and added that they also did not intend to use weapons against them. He also asked why they had come. The frogman, who called himself Shunan, looked strangely at the large warrior standing next to him. Only then did he continue to speak. He said that he came to inform them that they had encroached on their territory and settled here without the right to do so. Rakrak showed surprise and said that when they came here, they did not see any borders. He did not think that all this land belonged to the frogmen. He shrugged and said that they didn't realize anyone was there and didn't make an effort to find out. Rakrak nodded his head and apologized for his inattention. Shunan was dumbfounded by the unexpected apology and remained silent for several minutes, thinking about how to respond to this statement. The leader of the lizards continued his story by saying that they came from a long way away and stayed here temporarily. They have nowhere to go now. Then he politely asked permission to stay here for a while. The frogman hesitated. Rakrak saw this and continued his trick. He called him Shunan, the son of the great leader Alroy, and said that he was the only one here who could accept their request. He asked if he was of the same opinion. Frogman fell for Rakrak's provocation. He nodded in approval and said that it was possible with his powers as the successor to the tribal leader. By doing so, he fulfilled Rakrak's expectations and unwittingly confirmed his suspicions. They were sent here to learn more about them. Rakrak had a lot of questions and was especially interested in the presence of the lizard with them. He decided to carefully extract information from them. To lure them in, Rakrak politely invited them to come to their settlement, arguing that such matters were not resolved in the middle of the road. And in order not to alarm them, he quickly added that since the issue was almost resolved, we could celebrate their peace agreement. Shunan was about to agree, but the warrior who always stood behind him whispered something to him, and he said it was probably a bad idea. He thanked Rakrak, but such an invitation was not acceptable because there was no trust between them yet. But Rakrak insisted and said that he could not let go of those who had done them such a great favor and offered them a meal right here at this place. He gave the command and the soldiers quickly organized a fire and set the carcass to roast on it. Rakrak wanted to find answers to several questions that had been bothering him during lunch. He had to know the real reason for their visit. Their feigned friendliness did not inspire confidence. The second question was about the lizard man. Who was he and where did he come from? What was his relationship with the frogmen? He had to find out without them suspecting that he cared. If they found out, they could use it against him. Rakrak began the conversation with a seemingly ordinary question about the feathers on Shunan's neck. The feathers were quite large, and the chief's son wore them, so they belonged to some special bird. Shunan said that he realized that Rakrak did not know about it because he was asking him. These are the feathers of a large cockatrice bird. These terrible beasts live in these forests. They are very large and walk on two legs. Not only were these birds quite large, but they were also poisonous. They are very difficult to catch. They were very fast and agile despite their size. It has long claws. It is so strong that it can easily catch a deer. The frogman explained that the cockatrices were there because they were watching the area where the lizardmen had settled. Rakrak asked if they hunt them with spears if they are so strong. Shunan laughed. What do they need spears for? They have something else for that. And now he will demonstrate it. He called out to a certain Owen to give him a bow and arrows. So Rockrak learned about weapons in part. The lizard that had been bothering him so much turned out to be Owen. It was standing under a tree nearby. When the lizard gave him the bow and arrows, he asked him for a favor. He wanted Owen to hang a target and fix it on a tree. Rockrak watched the lizard perform the task. So far, he had only learned its name and that it followed their orders. When everything was ready, the frogman began to demonstrate his talents. The arrow quickly flew out of the bow and whistled away. The arrow hit the target with a bang. It took only a few seconds for it to reach the target. Rockrak praised Shunin for his accuracy. He boasted that he was one of the best archers in his tribe. They learned to shoot since childhood. Taking advantage of Frogman's moment of vanity, Rockrak asked if he could try. He did not object and handed him the bow. For the first time, it must be a difficult task to hit the target, Rockrak said jokingly, turning his attention away from looking at what it was made of. The branch and lace were quite strong. The wound from an arrow would be much smaller than from a spear, but you could carry several arrows. It was also lighter than a spear and had a high attack speed. Rockrak pulled the string and fired. As Rockrak was shooting for the first time, his arrow missed the target and got stuck near a tree. He became interested in this type of weapon. He asked if he could try again. After receiving approval, he fired several more times in a row. However, none of the arrows hit the target. They did not reach it, or, on the contrary, flew over it. Rockrak looked at the bow again carefully before handing it back. The frogman was pleased with this state of affairs and politely encouraged him, saying that everyone does this at first. He again told the lizard Owen in a commanding tone to collect the arrows scattered around and bring them. Rockrak remarked that since he had scattered them, he should have picked them up himself, but Shunin casually waved his hand and said to take it as help. This relationship seemed very strange to Rockrak. He had to find out what was going on. He wanted to find out the reason for the lizard man's obedience. He approached under the pretense of helping to collect arrows. Gathering arrows next to the NIV, he began the conversation by clarifying that he had heard his name was Owen. The lizard hesitated and cautiously confirmed that it was his name. Rockrak saw that he was panicked, but he continued to talk. He quietly asked him what he was doing among the frogmen. He looked around to see if anyone could hear them and quietly told him that they used to live in the same village. Rockrak was surprised by this. Why did two different races of lizardmen and frogmen live together? He wanted to know more. He smiled at Rockrak to his surprise. In fact, different races can not only compete, but also help each other. Rockrak's face was even more surprised. He slowly repeated the words that he had said that they could help each other, as if he was thinking. Owen's smile stretched even further on his face, and he added that they could continue to coexist in harmony. He could see from Rockrak's reaction that he didn't quite understand, and explained that in exchange for protecting the frogmen, they could help them in difficult situations. For example, they can share food with them. Frogs cannot live long without water, while lizards are more hardy and can climb trees to collect fruit. Rockrak whispered that they were capable of defending themselves and did not need protection, and in response I heard that they did not know this forest yet. The Frogman clan is the largest in this forest. Without their help, it would not have survived. He barked at him to forget everything they were talking about, and if anyone asked, Rockrak was interested in becoming a skilled archer. When the meat was ready, Joel invited everyone to taste it and celebrate their agreement properly. Shunin the frogman took a piece of meat and sniffed its flavor. Then he bit off a piece with his big mouth and began to chew with a snort. He enthusiastically said that he knew what venison tasted like, but that the spices made it even better. Rockrak said that he had probably never tasted water buffalo meat before. The frogman replied that he had eaten it, but it had been a long time since he had been able to hunt a buffalo. To interest Frogman, Rockrak said that they had recently caught a live water buffalo. Then he made him an offer to exchange the water buffalo for arrows. Shunin joyfully shouted that if the buffalo was alive, then of course, and looked around and abruptly fell silent. He met his eyes again with the same guard. He was looking at him with a menacing grimace. Shunin coughed and immediately changed his mind. To smooth over his refusal, Jobalud added that they would be able to return to this issue when their friendship became deeper. He continued by saying that they did not feel hostility towards the lizardmen and gestured towards the other warriors. Shunin noticed that his warriors are friendly not only to Owen, who came with them, but also to the lizardmen. They get along well together in their settlement. He called Owen over and asked him to tell him how well they had helped each other over the past few months. The lizardman replied that if it would help to establish friendly relations, he would be happy to tell him. As Rockrak had guessed, Owen began to tell a pre-planned story about how happy he was living with the frogmen. It was good that he had talked to him earlier. As they were saying goodbye, Rockrak asked if they could visit them next time so they wouldn't have to walk so far. Shunin replied that it would be better in the same place. The place was really comfortable and well visible, so Rockrak agreed and they said goodbye politely. The frogmen quickly started walking toward their home, pushing lizardman Owen in the back. He looked in Rockrak's direction with pain in his eyes. Shunin whispered something in his ear and nudged him in the shoulder as if he had done something wrong to them. Jael and Rockrak watched them leave. They both noticed Owen's gaze. He clearly did not leave of his own free will. These relations did not look like those between equal races. The frog people reached their settlement on the riverbank in the evening. In the middle of the river, they could see a small island with huts. Before parting ways, they stopped on the shore right in front of the islet to talk. They surrounded Owen from all sides, and suddenly, an angry Shunin slapped him hard. He fell to his knees in front of him. Shunin began to accuse the lizardman of guessing what they were talking about with the lizardman leader. He said he didn't tell him anything. The leader just asked him how to become a good archer, and he just answered him. Owen got hit again. They didn't want to believe this excuse because he couldn't even shoot an arrow properly. Overcoming the pain, he continued to answer that he was telling the truth. If he had said that he did not know how to shoot, it could have aroused suspicion. With a huff, Shunin replied that this was more like the truth and asked what he had said to him. Owen replied that he had pretended it was a secret and that he had to pay him to teach him. But he said he couldn't pay right now and left. The big frogman and Shunin looked at each other. They expected the resourceful Owen to come up with something to say in this situation. They looked down on poor Owen, who was kneeling before them. Shunin ordered them to listen to him carefully. He came closer to Owen and asked him if he remembered well what was on that island. He looked back at the island in the middle of the river. Two small shelters were guarded by frogmen guards. In a scathing voice, he told Owen that he was very lucky to have met the new lizardmen. He was about to sacrifice these babies. Little lizardmen cubs were shivering from cold and fear in their shelters. The frogmen held them hostage. He continued to press, waiting for an answer from him. Owen forced out that Shunin was right and he was lucky. But his look told me about his other feelings. He did consider himself very lucky, but for different reasons. Closing his eyes in despair, he promised Frogman that he would do everything in his power to deceive the Lizardman clan. It was already deep into the night. The full moon illuminated the islet. The Frogmen guards continued to keep their watch. Owen kept peering at the island's hideout. If he had only known that this would happen, he would not have made so much effort to come here. He blamed himself for not realizing why they were so welcomed here. At least when they brought them to their brotherhood ceremony and told them to stay on the island together forever. There were only 200 of them in the clan, and 1,500 of the frogmen. They could not resist them. In addition, they were not alone. Something so horrible happened to them that they could not even imagine. When they saw this, their hearts nearly broke with unspeakable horror. It was the last thing they saw. The frogmen have their own god whom they worship. It is a terrible and ruthless monster. Their so-called brotherhood ceremony was actually a sacrifice. But the victims were gullible lizardmen. Their deity is a monster with 2 heads. He is very bloodthirsty and quickly dealt with a crowd of defenseless creatures. He controls the frogmen as they control him. He looked at the sky and thought that nothing would change. They can't do the impossible. The leader of the lizard clan seems strong, but there are still only 600 of them. They are savages who don't even know about bows and arrows. But if the gray lizard men are sacrificed first, they will live a little longer. He has to save his son. He is a father and must do everything for the sake of his child's life. He will bring these lizards here and take him away. Soon, the Rakrak clan and the frogmen met again. As agreed, they met at the same place. Rakrak brought a water buffalo with him. Shunin clapped his hands when he saw the buffalo. He could not get enough of it and kept repeating that he was looking at a real live buffalo. Rakraku liked his reaction very much, so they could bargain. And he emphasized that he had fulfilled his promise to bring a live buffalo, and that should be enough for the exchange. The frogman thought about the exchange, but Owen interrupted the conversation and said that perhaps they needed to get to know each other better first, and only then trade weapons. It was obvious that Frogman did not expect Owen's support. He mumbled that he was right. Besides, they still didn't know anything about their clan. With a big smile, Owen began to invite the lizardmen to visit their village. There they would get to know each other better and receive a bow as a gift. Rakrak shot an arrow and it fell nearby. He practiced archery again. Jayol watched him practice. She noticed that their arrow reached only half the distance that the frogmen's arrows did, even without an aiming shot. He looked again at the bow he had made. It was pretty good for a copy, but he didn't know what materials they used. Their 5th meeting with the frogmen was about to take place. Jowl assumed that they were trying to learn more about them. Rakrak agreed and added that they were definitely hiding something. They are definitely up to no good and are trying to make it happen. So this time he had to find out everything. He asked Jayol if she had gathered all the herbs the herbalist had recommended. She replied that the herbalist had shown her the place and she had found what she needed. He nodded approvingly at her answer. He hoped Owen would be their key to answering their questions. Jayol offered to give Owen a chance, to which Rakrak only looked at her ironically. The Frogmen camp was also preparing to meet the Rakrak clan, but they had other methods. As usual, they threatened Owen and bullied him. A big gray frogman named Oboy choked him until he fainted. He also apologized and repeated that he was doing everything possible to lure them, but the leader of the gray lizards is very cautious. Oboy just laughed at these arguments. He noticed that the leader of the gray lizards was not as stupid as the lizards of Owen's clan. Looking at this abuse, Shunin finally ordered them to let him go. They still needed him for the case. Shunin said that his father had ordered a sacrifice ceremony, and he should hurry. He also ordered him to get the information out immediately and bring the lizardmen in as soon as possible without any questions. Frogman said anxiously that he could not wait any longer. His father and the other elders were sick, and the disease was getting worse. Owen asked if Shunin was referring to the scabies they were suffering from, and if it was really that dangerous. At the beginning, he warned that the Lizardmen clan must not find out about it, although it did not matter much. For the frog people, scabies is a terrible disease. They not only scratched but also became covered with mucus, which after a while blocked the air, and they quickly faded away. Owen said he had never heard of this disease being fatal. To this, Frogman said that yesterday they had already lost one of the elders. The Lizardmen saw how attentively Shunin was watching his reaction and guessed that he was testing him, and he showed no reaction to his words. The frog people did not want the lizards to know about it, because there would be someone who would start acting arrogant, but they couldn't hide it forever. After thinking for a minute, Owen said that if the information spreads, they might be able to scare the lizardmen by saying that the disease is spreading to them. Shunin agreed that it was a good idea, but in fact, this disease is not transmitted to lizardmen, only they get it. Owen the lizardman was knowledgeable in many areas and knew that there were plants that provoked itching, and another interesting plant produced white foam when rubbed. Since he most often communicates with frogmen, all he needs to do is say that he was infected by them. He praised Owen for his good idea, and added that a scoundrel like him would always think of a way out of a situation. Owen smiled at his words. With joy, he whispered in the lizardman's ear that he would cross his children off the list of victims if he brought the lizardman leader to their village this time. When he heard Shunin's promise, he became emotional and began to thank him with his head bowed. They left talking about how this time they would need even more victims and Owen would have to do everything he could to convince them. Hesitantly, the lizardman said he had one request. It's not a simple request, but it will help to tilt the situation in their favor. He asked me to take a few bows with me to the meeting with the lizardmen, then maybe it would be easier for them to negotiate. Shunin looked at Owen suspiciously and said nothing to him. Since this was the 5th meeting, the soldiers easily communicated with each other and exchanged food, but none of them said anything at all about them. When he heard that the frogmen had a scabies infestation, Lakrak ordered them to gather medicinal herbs and tried to trade at least one bow for them. They thought that if they gathered all the medicinal herbs in the area, the frogmen would have no choice but to accept their terms. Rakrak asked if this amount of dried herbs would be enough to pay for just one bow. After a moment of reflection, Shunin said that this amount was not enough for an exchange, but rather not enough trust between them, not herbs. Their constant conversations about trust were getting to him. Rakrak decided it was time to talk to Owen. He got up and stood in front of Shunin. With all the honors and titles to flatter him a little, he said that he had a request that would strengthen their trust. Shunin nodded and he asked for a chance to talk to Owen in private. As usual, the frogmen looked at each other and glanced at Owen. He immediately understood this look and nodded to them. Shunin allowed the conversation to continue. After making sure that they were not heard, Rakrak asked Owen to tell him how they could start living with the frogmen. He said that their clan had to go through a brotherly oath to live with the frogmen, which he could not tell us about because he did not know them well. Before they were invited to the Brotherhood Oath, they got to know each other better and began to trust each other. Owen asked Rakrak to tell him about their clan, and in return, he would tell him everything he could about the frogmen. He said it was time to put aside all doubts and start trusting each other. With that, Rakrak noticed a sign he was already familiar with. Above them, a blue butterfly hovered, which usually showed him the way and showed him the will of his god. A butterfly landed on Owen's head as he spoke about trust between the clans and that they should learn more about tribal life. He chased it away and was surprised because he had never seen this kind of butterfly before, and it was the wrong time of year for them. Rakrak just smiled at that. He decided that it was another sign, and he could tell about his clan. Owen continued to say that there were a lot of doubts and suspicions between them, and it was time to end it. Rakrak told him about their village of knowledge and the water buffaloes they had tamed and kept there. When Owen returned to the frogmen settlement, he told them everything he had learned about the lizards, and they praised him for his work. They rejoiced that their insidious plan had begun to work, and that the lizard men would come to their settlement of their own free will. When the lizard men invited them to their village, Oboy thought they were trying to trap them, but they were fools and showed them everything. Thanks to this, they learned about the position and size of all the buildings and even their knowledge of medicine. And most importantly, they learned about the number of soldiers. As it turned out, there were not as many as the scouts had told them. In fact, there were 300 individuals and 30 warriors. Shunin didn't think they would believe them so much and show them everything, but thanks to Owen's efforts, they managed to find out everything. Overjoyed, he offered to give Owen anything he asked for. But Owen only wanted the fulfillment of a promise he had made to him recently, to return his son to him and exclude him from the victims. Obi was surprised by this promise, but Shunin said he was being too harsh. He needs to be kinder to the lizards who serve him faithfully, and his father would realize that too. He went back to Wayne and told him he had nothing to worry about. He remembered his promise. As always, looking at the island, Owen dreamed of seeing his son again and living together. That would be enough for him. But something kept bothering him. He thought about the Rakrak clan and what was about to happen to them. He reassured himself that it was Rakrak's mistake as a clan leader and not his insidious lie. He told him everything, but he shouldn't have done that. He should have been more careful. Remembering their conversation, he drew the symbols in the sand that Rakrak had shown him. Rakrak entrusted him with even this knowledge. When they were talking alone, he drew these signs in the sand. He named the symbols and told us what they meant. He and his tribesmen had invented them. Owen asked Rakrak if it would be okay and correct to write two signs next to each other. He said yes. Then Owen drew a negation sign over the sign for lie. If you write them together, they mean not a lie, or in other words, the truth. Rakrak had an epiphany. Why hadn't he realized this before? He called Owen a genius, but Owen modestly denied it and said he was exaggerating. At that moment, he was thinking about why the leader had told him about the letters. He had never spoken about them in his meetings with the frogmen. Then he seemed to read his mind and answered a question he hadn't even heard. He said it was trust. He said that until now, they had only talked about trust between the lizardmen and frogmen tribes. But he was only interested in the trust between the two of them. Owen followed his thoughts closely. He interrupted him saying that it didn't matter. He was just an intermediary between them. He can be ignored. But Rakrak did not pay attention and continued talking. He said that he did not believe his stories about the frogmen and knew that something was behind those stories. He said he could see the suffering behind his smile. He and his clan were once outcasts and know that pain well enough, and he sees it in Owen's face. Without realizing it, Owen touched his face. After a moment, he pulled himself together and shook his head. He was not suffering. He asked Rakrak if he had anything else he wanted to ask him, or if he had anything else to say. But he refused, saying that he already knew everything he needed. He had already seen the signs of faith. Owen thought about Rakrak. He looked confident, but he could not defeat the frogs he hated and their evil spirits. They don't even know how to use a bow. The decision to tell him about their letters was stupid. He did not understand why the leader did it. Even if they had some kind of secret weapon, they wouldn't succeed. Owen jumped to his feet. He wondered in his mind why Rakrak believed in him. You can't trust someone like that. He's just a crook. There was a commotion in the frogman settlement. Everyone was running around and preparing for the arrival of guests. Someone shouted that the black lizards were coming, and it was true. They were right in front of their settlement. Rakrak and his soldiers stopped in front of the settlement. They saw Shunan coming to meet them, along with several guards. Shunan was in a good mood that day and started waving his hands in greeting from a distance. The lizard man leader thanked them for their hospitality and said that he hoped this visit would strengthen the friendship between their clans. Shonen smiled and nodded. Seeing Frogman look at their spears, Rakrak hastily added that they had taken the weapons because they were afraid of encountering a cockatrice on their way to them. Shunan stretched a smile across his face, and the thought flashed through his mind that the lizard leader was so stupid he wouldn't understand. He will shoot them with poison arrows when the festival begins. Rakrak looked for Owen, but didn't see him anywhere, so he asked Frogman about him. He replied that he was probably getting ready for a party and called out to him. Then, Shunan looked at the place where everything was going to happen and saw that Owen was drawing something in the sand, and told Rakrak that he was probably marking the place where they would sit. He suggested that they go up to Owen and say hello, while he checked to see if the food would be ready soon. They approached and Rakrak called his name. Owen turned and said hello. He said they should sit where he had written the text. Then he showed them a place and told them they could sit down and wait for the celebration to begin. Owen bowed to them and said that this merry festival meant friendship and peace between the two tribes. With these words, he tapped the sign with his stick that marked their places. It was a sign that meant a lie. Rakrak understood. He reached for the water buffalo skull and put it on his face. At the same time, he instructed Ur to begin. At the same second, Ur threw his axe right into the crowd of frogmen and immediately hit one of them in the head. Ur was a young, strong lizard, and his punch was strong enough to even knock out a spirit with his bare hands. Rakrak confidently gave the order to destroy all the frogmen. One by one, they fell to the ground without a spirit. A frightened Owen walked beside Rakrak to his warriors. They finished off those they could catch, but Shunan and many others escaped. They knew that arrows would soon fly in their direction, but they were ready for it. They had a plan, and they needed Owen to do it. He turned to Owen and told him that he had to do something to make their plan work. Shunan was furious. He was ready to tear Owen apart with his bare hands and couldn't understand how he had managed to warn them. When Oboy approached him, he asked him if he had accurately conveyed his orders. Oboy replied that he had done exactly as he was told. He gathered all the soldiers and gave them an order to attack the black lizardmen. He ordered the remaining lizardmen in the settlement to hold back the black warriors until the arrival of reinforcements. Shunan was overcome with anger. The lizard man, whom he considered a fool, had deceived him. He decided to attack. He ordered the archers to shoot all at once in unison and thus reduce the number of enemies until reinforcements arrived. The frogmen were very cunning and soaked their arrows in the saliva of poisonous frogs the day before. If the lizardmen start breaking through to them in a rain of poisonous arrows, they will die of pain. But the clever lizardmen also foresaw the possibility of such an attack. Jor came up with the idea of hiding from arrows thanks to his curiosity. He gave the command to everyone to group up and shield themselves from the arrows with a shield. As the arrows approached, they put it in front of them. The arrows hit the shield and just fell to the ground. They could not pierce it and bounced off. The frogmen were simply speechless. The weapon they had hoped for did not work. Shunin watched the arrows fall in front of the enemy and could not believe it. It was impossible for a single arrow to miss its target. Jor could not contain his joy. He told Rakrak that the shields were very strong. They could withstand a spear, so arrows were not a problem. Jabalud Shunin was shouting incessantly, giving orders. He demanded that they keep firing and not let the enemy get close to them. He kept running and screaming and suddenly stopped. He stared with his big, surprised eyes in the direction of the settlement. Then he saw thick black smoke rising from the buildings. He did not understand where it came from. The smoke began to cover the lizardmen like a curtain. The archers could not see the enemy well and did not know where to aim. The smoke screen was part of Rakrak's plan and Owen's task. Rakrak gave him one of the torches that the frogmen had prepared to light the feast and told him to set fire to the houses. Owen listened to him and went through the village setting fire to the houses. Their roofs were made of dried large leaves, and so the smoke spread quickly. On the way, he met the lizardmen who lived under the rule of the frogmen. They were frightened and asked him why he was burning the village. He turned to them and saw them walking with some strange sticks. He asked what they were and why they needed them. The answer was that it was an order from Shunin. One of the lizards asked Owen if he was also following Shunin's orders in burning the village, but he said they were wrong. He was asked to burn the village by a black lizard. The lizardmen hissed in displeasure, asking if they understood him correctly that he was following an alien's orders. Owen calmly replied that they were right, but they have nothing to fear. The black lizardmen will defeat the frogmen. They were panicking. How could the outsiders win? And how could they trust a crook like him? Owen calmly replied that it was precisely because he was a crook that they should believe him. He's risking everything now. The lizardmen knew that Owen was smart and cunning enough, so if he risked everything to do this, they should do the same. They took torches and left with Owen. In a short time, the settlement was engulfed in flames. Shunin, the frogman, watched the fire engulf the village and repeated to himself that it was all Owen's fault. He ordered us to prepare for a retreat. It was the best option at the moment. He suspected that the lizardmen from their village had betrayed them. One of the warriors said that they wanted to take revenge for those they had killed. Shunin yelled at them and said that if the successor of the tribal leader was endangered, the tribe would be finished. Many warriors decided to return and join the warrior, Oboy. They respected him and did not want to leave him. Shunin did not doubt Oboy's abilities. He was a great warrior, as he had had the opportunity to show more than once. But he thinks of a more reliable and effective way to get rid of the lizardmen. The Oboy warrior was confused. The settlement was burning, and there was no news from the soldiers he had sent there. He asked one of the soldiers if Shunin was fighting in a slave settlement and received a positive answer. Oboy peered into the smoke and began to count in his mind how many and to which places he had sent the soldiers. Several rows were supposed to be at the feast, and he had sent 5 to check. They were probably gone. There were supposed to be about 15 more with Shunin, and 4 or 5 on the island in the middle of the river. 10 more were with him. If they gathered together with those in the main settlement, they would make 45 warriors. But he thought they still had the advantage. He asked if they had all found poisonous frogs and taken them with them. They all nodded. Then he told the warriors to soak the arrows well with the poison of the frogs they kept in their bags, and they would wait for Shunin. When he came, they would attack. Suddenly, something rustled in the bushes. He shouted that something was approaching and for the soldiers to get ready. Oboy's heart was pounding. He had a pretty strong intuition and he felt in danger. This feeling reminded him of the day they had defeated the Catatris. He looked closely at the bushes and vaguely saw 2 red eyes shining through the foliage. Both gave the order to fire. The archers immediately shot arrows in the direction of the sound. They looked at the bushes with terrible fear. Out of them came something they did not expect, and despite the arrows, it was moving right at them. It was a Manun, tamed by Rakrak. It slowly climbed out of the bushes and moved toward the frogmen. Jaol and her assistant were riding on it. Jaol said with a smile that their Manunya had grown up well on these lands. She was interrupted by an assistant who said that he thought the Manunya had been hit by an arrow, but then he quickly added that he was wrong. Manun just ate it like everything else that came his way. She noticed that it was because he was very angry. He had a lot of plans for that day. In a sweet voice, she asked the Manul to look in front of him. There was a feast waiting for him. The soldiers panicked and shouted to Oboy that the arrows were not working. Alarmed, Oboy shouted that he could see it. Oboy's mind raced with options. Maybe he should shoot him in the eyes. But if he wanted to poison him, that was not the way to go. Hearing about Manun's feast, the Manun rushed forward. The lizardmen could barely keep up with him. Sparks flashed in his eyes at the thought of profit. With his mouth wide open, he flew straight for the frogmen. Being an experienced and agile warrior, Oboy quickly turned away from the Manun's teeth, and he grabbed Frogman, who was standing next to him. Manhwa quickly finished the first one and started looking toward Oboy after finishing the second. The thoughts in Oboy's head were running at the speed of light. This monster is fast and it is almost impossible to hit him in the eye. To poison him, he has to throw poison into his mouth. He quickly took the poisonous frog out of the bag and threw it with all his might at the Manhwa's head. Manhwa caught a frog on the fly and quickly swallowed it, then smacked it with a delicious smack. Oboji commanded the rest of the frogmen to get and throw frogs into the monster's mouth. He will swallow them, and the poison will work on it. The frogs flew at the Manhwa from all sides. He quickly turned his head and caught them all. Jeol and her assistant watched what was happening from behind Manhwa. She asked him what he thought was going on. He told her that they were feeding Manhwa poisonous frogs. She was surprised by the actions of the frogmen. Why do they throw these poisonous frogs to Manhwa? Manhwa received the 3 blessings of the beetle: God, hard skin, great strength, and resistance to poison. Jeol shouted with a big smile that they would not be able to poison Manhwa. She looked meaningfully at the frightened Oboy and added that their Manhwa was resistant to poison, and their plan would not work. Furious sparkles in their eyes and huge sharp teeth were the last things the frogmen saw in their lives. The entire settlement was already drowning in flames. Owen and the other enslaved lizardmen had done their job well. The frogmen were still hiding behind the trees and bushes with their bows, waiting for an opportunity to attack. One of them bided his time and fired. The arrow rushed toward Rakrek, but he noticed it in time and quickly deflected it with his long tail. Yer noticed where it came from and immediately ran there. He quickly got even with Frogman. He returned to Rakrek and said that he was the last warrior, so Shunan really did leave the settlement and run away. He also saw brown-skinned lizards start attacking the frogmen. Rakrek replied that it was natural, and they have no right to condemn them. Yer did not stop talking. He wondered why the great leader of the frogmen, Alroy, did not show up, because the situation was quite tense. And to this question, Yura knew Nebel's answer. This was his work, and no one had guessed about it. He found that the bacteria of the disease that affected the mucous membrane of amphibians was highly contagious and fatal to them, but it spread slowly. It was not easy to find such a pathogenic bacterium, since it was supposed to affect only frogmen. Nebula started looking for her the day Rakrek decided to leave the Holy Land. He found a frog that had died of the disease 100 kilometers away. He sent a swarm of beetles there to get the bacteria. The beetles rubbed and caught the infected frog tissue on their paws and carried it away. Not all of them made it to their destination because birds hunted them on the way. One beetle managed to carry its invaluable burden and made it to the frogmen's settlement unharmed. From that day on, the great and strong leader Alroy, who led the frogmen, disappeared from sight. No matter what shamanic rituals and medicinal herbs and ointments he used, nothing helped. Even sacrifices did not work. He took all the children of the enslaved lizardmen and planned to sacrifice them to his deity. Alroy's servant put a feather necklace on him. He was preparing for the sacrificial ceremony. He began to pray to his god to accept his sacrifice and to show the lizards all the greatness of his deity and to kill them. The silhouette of a monster with 2 heads began to appear through the water column to the screams and loud sound of drums. At this time, Shunan arrived and saw that his father had already begun the ritual. He was very happy, so the lizardmen would be finished. Rakrek heard someone shouting his name. He turned to see the lizard man, all sooty and smoky. It was Owen. He praised him for a job well done, and, seeing that he was barely breathing, asked what had happened. Owen shouted that they had to get to the island in the middle of the pond right now. He gasped for air in panic. Seeing this reaction, Rakrek asked what was so important on that island that they had to get there immediately. He bowed his head and said in one breath that they were holding young lizards hostage and wanted to sacrifice them to their god. Owen continued to ask Rakrek. He and his warriors are very strong and can stop it. Rakrek was angry with Owen and said that he should have told him about it earlier. The frogmen had already left in their boats and they would not be able to get to the island. Then Owen suggested that we get there by swimming. He said it was too dangerous. When they got to the island, they would not be able to defend themselves against the archers. Tears poured from his eyes like a waterfall. Through his sobs, he managed to squeeze out that his son was there and would be sacrificed. Rakrek was furious and slapped Owen across the face. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He scolded Owen for his stupidity in a frantic scream. He should have trusted him and told him about it earlier. Then he shouted at him that he did not believe in the god of the frogmen. He believes that they will win on their own, and if he shows up, he'll finish him off. Rakrek clenched his fists. His voice trailed off and he said that he should have spoken earlier to save his son. With a sigh, Jowl descended from the Manhwa. She had just arrived when Rakrek was yelling at Owen and heard the conversation between them. She turned her head toward the island and said with regret in her voice that this changes everything. If only she had known about Shunan's plans earlier. The silhouette of a monster was already visible in the water. The water became restless and bubbled, as if it were about to boil. Looking at what was happening to the water, Alroy and Shunan could not contain their joy. and prayed and asked for the appearance of their god. A two-headed snake began to emerge from the water. It raised its heads several meters above the water and looked toward the island. The frogman continued to address him. He pointed to the little lizardman and said that this sacrifice was for him. He raised his hands up and prayed to the serpent to get even with the black lizards who dared to defile God's lake. The snake was approaching and hissing furiously at the island. Alroy kept asking for punishment for the lizards. Poor Owen looked at the island and kept repeating that he was just too late. Jael and Rakrak stood behind the grieving Owen and watched what was happening on the island. The serpent almost reached the lake, and its two huge heads with yellow eyes and a terrible grin rose above it. Rakrak hesitated. Perhaps he should try to defeat the snake. They had no advantage now and couldn't use any tricky tricks. As always, at the right moment, Rakrak spotted a blue-winged butterfly. His nameless god of beetles will come to his aid again. Owen, who was kneeling on his knees sobbing incessantly, heard Rakrak speak to him. He asked him if he believed in miracles. He mumbled something unintelligible through his sobs, but Rakrak interrupted him and told him to raise his head and look. Owen listened to him. In the light of the full moon, he saw a giant mantis standing in front of them. Rakrak turned his head toward Owen and asked him again if he believed in miracles now. Alroy ordered all the frogmen to worship their two-headed god, who shook his head at them. He again pointed to the small cubs that were shaking with fear and repeated the request to accept their sacrifice and get even with the black lizards. The two-headed monster began to approach the victims and suddenly quickly raised its head up and looked somewhere. Shunan hesitantly raised his head to see why nothing was happening. Normally, the monster would have been happy to accept their sacrifice. He turned his head in the direction of the two-headed serpent and saw a large shadow rising above the trees. Shunan instinctively froze. A huge mantis was looking down at them, as if waiting for something. The mantis moved, and the trees crunched under its feet. At this sound, the frogmen, who had been bowing low before the serpent, jumped up and turned toward the sound. The cowardly Shunan began to tremble even more. Where did this big insect come from? The two-headed monster looked at the mantis and hissed. He had appeared on his territory and he needed to defend it. The mantis stood on the other side of the island and seemed to be even bigger than the two-headed serpent. Some of the frogmen shouted that it was another god. It was as big as the snake. The skeleton of the mantis shone, reflecting the light of the moon and torches burning on the island. In this light, it really looked like a god. Nebula created him from the prize he received for defeating the abomination. His progress in the game has reached the level that allowed him to do so. There was a possibility that other players had also reached the same level and created their own creations. The two-headed serpent hissed and opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs for attack. It stretched its neck toward the mantis. The mantis quickly stretched out its paw and squeezed the head of one of the necks that tried to attack it. One of the frogmen shouted again that God would take care of everything, and the second head began to attack the mantis. The mantis, with a strong blow of its paw with a sharp claw, nailed the other head of the monster to the ground. He bent down to the snake's head and told it that he was a water snake that thought he was a god, and it has to realize how insignificant it is. He will present it to his creator as a gift and help him pay for his guilt with his own life. In one motion, he pulled on both heads and tore it apart. The lizardmen praised their nameless god of beetles and rejoiced in their victory, but the brown-skinned lizards were the most happy, and like Owen, they fell to their knees and wept with joy. Nebula was proud of his creation. The superpower skill that the mantis had gained was quite strong. He did not even use all of it against the two-headed serpent. From the victory over the two-headed serpent, Nebula received another reward. This is the soul of an evil spirit. At the same time, a notification appeared on the screen that he had received an additional unknown sphere, and Nebula wanted to see what it was. A smile stretched across his face. He read that the result was a small sphere of seawater. He realized why the two-headed snake could not use all its strength. It lived in fresh water. It would have been nice to choose a river, but Nebula thought it was not relevant at the moment and decided to make a choice later. The frogmen left the island with sighs. They could not understand how this could happen. The deity they had so much faith in was gone. Shunan, looking at his father's fright, thought that it was not the disease that made him weak, but the power of the two-headed beast. He was fascinated by its power. When he showed up, Alroy asked him to do everything he really had to do himself. All confrontations and wars were hidden behind their god, and Shunan became a coward who was afraid to step forward. Nebula quietly descended to his creation. He was not visible to anyone but him. They communicated with the power of thought. The creature said that he had fulfilled the will of his creator, and Nebula replied that he had done a good job. He could call upon creation whenever he needed to, so he thanked him and said that he could be free until the next time. The creation bowed to him and replied that when the time came, it would fulfill his will again. After these words, it disappeared. Nebula watched the events on the island for a few more minutes. Now it will be quiet there, and Rakrak is the kind of person who sees things through. Rakrak watched as the frogmen ran away from the island to their main settlement. He thought that now that there was no one on the island, they could swim across the river. He turned to the lizard men and announced loudly for everyone to hear that they had won today and asked if there were anyone willing to show them the way to the frogmen's settlement. Owen said he had to go. He wants to see his son while he still has the strength to get to the island. One of the brown-skinned lizard men called Rakrak a leader and asked him to accept their help. He looked at their exhausted bodies and said that they would not be able to do it in such a state, and they were not warriors. But the lizard men replied that he was, but he didn't need to be a warrior to destroy the frogmen. He continued to speak for everyone and said that they had not come here to destroy the frogmen as warriors, but looking at them, their hearts were set on fire. They had not felt this way since the day they became slaves. Rakrak replied that he understood their despair. They had given up hope for a free life. Yes, it was despair. Mad hysteria from the loss of their wives, children, and grandchildren. Now they want to get even. After listening to them, he said that they had the right to be angry and loudly commanded all those who wanted to get even to follow him. That evening, Rakrak remembered something. On a beautiful sunny day, an arrow had hit the center of a target attached to a tree for practice. Shunin encouraged Rakrak that if he tried hard, he would one day be able to shoot like his soldiers. He was surprised and asked why Shunin thought he was anywhere near their level, since he had hit the center. When he commented, he replied that he was not using the bow fully. He has power and accuracy, but he takes too long to release the arrow. Then he asked if the bow was meant to inflict light wounds, not fatal ones. To this, Frogman gave a sly huff and added that in real life, targets move. With the same sly glint in his eye, he began to teach Rakrak. He said that first you need to slow down the target and only then deliver the decisive blow. Rakrak thought about these words and agreed with him. He replied that he should remember this rule well. Shunin promised that if they established friendly relations between their clans, he would teach him how to make a bow. Rakrak rolled his eyes and shook his head ironically. But he did not stop talking and began to tell us that the components were very simple and that the lizard men could easily find them. On the night their god helped them defeat the two-headed serpent, Rakrak realized what kind of discomfort he had felt when he listened to Shunin. He, his warriors, and several dozen lizard men who wanted revenge set sail for the island where the cubs were. Without feeling tired, full of hope to see his son alive, Owen ran to the shore. Owen Strimgoloff rushed to a bunch of tied-up, frightened children and hugged his son tightly. Everyone watched as the parents were reunited with their children. They cried with happiness and did not let go of each other's arms. When Rakrak found Yuri, he ordered him to send the children and those who were exhausted to the boat and sail with them. When they get there, he has to take them to the back of the settlement to confuse the frogmen. Yuri asked if the plan was to attack the frogmen from two sides. Rakrak interrupted his question and continued to tell him that after he distracted them, they would cross the river and attack. After listening to the instructions, Yuri asked Rakrak if they would succeed. Rakrak reassured him that they had received another blessing and that the number of frogmen had decreased. He winked and added quietly that the trick to the plan was that they had black skin. They would be hard to spot in the water under the moonlight. With a cold look, he looked in the direction of the settlement and told Yuri that today these frogmen would come to an end. At that time, chaos was happening in the settlement. The frogmen were running away in a panic. In fact, they had long forgotten how to be warriors. Shunin hid in the hut with his father and a few other frogmen. Alroy kept muttering that the lizardmen had come out of nowhere. He used to be a great warrior, but now he was a coward. His eyes reflected only fear. The bone warriors with spears caught up with the frogmen and quickly dealt with them. No one could escape their vengeance. The lizardmen quickly found Alroy's hideout, and in a few seconds his guards were finished. Alroy, weakened by the disease, looked on in horror at everything that was happening, but he could do nothing. Rakrak stood in front of him and swung his spear. He looked into Alroy's eyes but saw nothing but madness. Alroy was still muttering, praying to his two-headed god to save him for the sacrifices he had made to him. When Rakrak heard his prayers, he swung his spear with all his might and hit him with it. This was his revenge for the innocent victims. The necklace around his neck broke, and feathers fell from it, hiding a red puddle. Rakrak confidently said that his god was no longer here. Shunin was still hiding in one of the huts. He heard voices calling his name. They were looking for him everywhere. He could not understand how it happened that they lost. There were so many of them and they had arrows soaked in poison. But the black lizard men were resistant to the poison, and the arrows did not work. He looked at his quiver. It was empty. He looked out of his hiding place to see what was happening. When he did not see Rakrak in front of him, he wondered where he could have gone. Imagine his surprise when he heard a voice behind him. The voice was familiar to him. He turned and sank to the ground. His legs refused to hold him up out of fright. Rakrak was standing in front of him. He was looking at him. It was clear from his gaze that he despised him. In a steady voice, he addressed Shunin and asked him if he was not a warrior. Rakrak said that he wanted to give him the opportunity to die as a warrior and ordered him to raise his weapon. But Shunin did not want to fight and begged for mercy. He looked up at Rakrak and asked, what about their friendship? Could they remain without resentment? Shunin began to tell Rakrak that the two-headed monster had forced them to do this. He was so caught up in his excuses that he didn't notice the other lizard man next to Rockrak. Then he pointed to his bow and said that in exchange for pardon he would tell the secret of their weapon. He continued to say that he would tell them what to use and how to make a bow. They tentatively tried to guess the components. In a confident tone, Rockrak told him to name all the ingredients. Shunan realized from his tone and look that there was no bargaining and began to tell him. The secret is that these are dorsal tendons. Rockrak looked at Frogman with surprise and horror at the same time. He raised and clutched the bow in his hand. Shunan saw that he was interested. Rockrak held the bow out in front of him and asked what kind of tendon it was and what animal it belonged to. At that moment, fear returned to Shunan, and he began to stammer out the name of the animal. It was the lizardman. With these words, he felt that it was over. With this truth, he sentenced himself to death and lowered his head and prepared for execution. Rockrak's eyes filled with sadness. He slowly ran his hand over the bow and said, meaningfully, what he could see now. He turned to the exit and lifted the curtain. It was beginning to dawn outside. He stared silently for several minutes at the sun's rays enveloping the trees. Without even looking at Shunan, he said that there were no hard feelings between them and that he had already won. He accepted his deal. After these words, he looked at him carefully and nodded in the direction of the exit, saying that he could go. Shunan could not believe what he was hearing. He looked at Rockrak with an uncertain look and saw that he was indeed pointing him to the exit. Without looking back, he ran away. He was afraid that Rockrak might change his mind. He was so afraid of him that he did not even notice that Rockrak was not alone. Owen stood next to Rockrak and watched Shunan run away, asking if he would really let this scoundrel escape. Rockrak calmly, without any haste, put the arrow to the bow and told him that everything would be fine. He raised his bow in front of him and looked into the trail of the frogman. The arrow was aimed directly at his back. He pulled the bowstring tight and took aim, telling Owen that he needed a moving target. The arrow whistled out and headed for its target. It spun and cut through the air in front of it like a drill. She hit the target exactly. For several days now, the body of Jabalyut has been serving as a target for shooting practice. Owen happily praised Rockrak, saying that he was getting better with the bow and his arrows were flying just right. Rockrak noted that they had made the bowstring from a new material, but if it is stretched a little more, the bow will not hold and will break. They need to come up with a way to strengthen it. But Owen replied that they couldn't find a stronger material than that here. Then Rockrak said he knew that. As expected, they had to leave this forest. He loaded another arrow and continued the conversation. Winter was approaching. It's like the water buffalo's journey. They moved to warmer places to find food. When he returned to Owen, he asked him if he had gone hunting today. Owen replied that he had. In addition, they took care of the frogmen who were hanging around nearby, and in the near future they will not have any problems with material for making bows. Without even making much of an effort, he fired an arrow again which hit the target. The frog people could not do without water for a long time, so from time to time they returned to the pond, but nothing good awaited them there. Now it was not they but the lizardmen who hunted them. Many of them still wanted retribution for years of abuse and loss. It was their turn to serve as material for weapons. The reckoning was no less terrible than their crimes. Owen continued to watch Rockrak practice his skills. He couldn't help but ask if Alroy was his target. Rockrak objected. Alroy's body was severely mutilated, just like Shunan's. His skull had to be on someone's head, just like Shunan's skull was on Owen's. While Owen was talking about his thoughts, Rockrak noticed that Jaol had found a small lizardman hiding behind a tree and watching them. The child was clinging to the tree trunk, trying to hide behind it. She quietly approached him. When she asked him what he was doing, the cub hissed and started screaming. She asked him again if he had anything to say to the chief. Jaol looked at the baby in surprise and could not understand what he wanted from his crying. He continued to cry. Sobbing, he began to point to the grass. Jaol saw that something had fallen there and asked if he wanted it. She picked up the object and saw that it was a carved wooden statue of a mantis that had saved them from a two-headed serpent. Rockrak, who had already approached them with great surprise on his face, said that he was their protector. The figure was carved neatly and with precise details. Rockrak liked it very much and said it was beautiful. The boy took the figurine from Jaol's hands and held it out to Rockrak with a smile. He looked at the leader with delight and waited for him to take it. When Rockrak picked up the figurine, the boy quickly said that he had brought it to give it to him. Then Rockrak asked him if he was sure. Owen interrupted the conversation and said that everything was fine. In recent days, it has become popular in the settlement to make items and then exchange them, especially among the children. Jaol asked the boy if it was true that the children in the settlement had many such figures. He shook his head. The child broke out in a happy smile and enthusiastically told us that they call him a protector. He is one of those who saved them on the island from the two-headed serpent because he is a great and kind creature. Jaol and Rockrak looked at each other and nodded as if they understood each other from a glance. Rakrak told Owen that he would like to have more of these figures, and Owen said that he would ask around the settlement. He also warned Owen that the price of the books didn't matter. He would pay whatever they asked for them. And then Rakrak remembered that they were interrupted when Owen tried to tell him something. He stopped him and asked him about it. Owen remembered and continued. He said that he had found something strange in the cave where the frogmen were hiding. Rakrak and Jael looked at Owen with interest. Rakrak asked him what the strange thing was that they had seen. Owen said he would show them the place. They took a few warriors with them and set off. He led them to the place where they had found the frogmen. He pointed to the entrance to the cave they had used as a hiding place. Rakrak looked around and said that they should go in, so they all went to the entrance. On the way, Owen told him that everyone who was hiding inside had said goodbye to their lives. But Rakrak was already distracted by a familiar blue butterfly. When they arrived, they could not believe what they were seeing. It seemed very strange indeed. Seeing the reaction of his leader, Owen said that this was really very suspicious and strange. In front of them was something that looked like a shaped disc carved in stone. It looked fabulous. They wondered how it was possible to carve such details in such a hard stone. Jael saw something familiar in the piece. She started to tell Rakrak that she was sure, but he cut her off mid-sentence, confirming her guess. It looks like what was on the back of the monster. Nebula saw this on his monitor screen and immediately realized that they had found ancient ruins. He opened the information about them and started reading. There are many types of ruins. You can gain knowledge or recognize a miracle inside them. Among them are items with significant functions and ruins where you can get demonic items. But at this level of civilization, even if they receive ancient knowledge, it will not matter much. Ruins can create or change special resources or great secret blessings. They are located in a specific place. They are of lesser value to Rakrak since he is a nomad. The likelihood of a unique relic was too low. She hoped that it was not the ruins of a demonic castle. They made a lot of effort, but they failed to move the stone. To prevent it from rolling back, they put another small stone under it. There was something like a tunnel, illuminated by a strange blue light that became brighter towards the center. A voice came from there and said that a stranger had come here, but they saw nothing but light. Stones were flying around as if in weightlessness, and an unfamiliar invisible voice said again that it welcomed them to the demonic world. A bridge of these flying stones appeared in front of them. They had no choice but to walk across it. Rakrak turned to Jael. It was quite deep here, but they must continue forward across this bridge and the steps. Instead, Jael asked him if he was going to pray to God, and he said he was not going to bother him with such nonsense. As they were going down, they saw many yellow eyes coming out of the darkness. They shone with a bright light, and it scared them. When the light got a little brighter, they saw whose eyes were glowing in the dark. Someone asked if they were giant rats. They were squeaking loudly, and Rakrak asked why these rats were screaming so loudly. Jael corrected him by calling the animals nutria, and he even had the opportunity to taste them a few times. Rakrak said he remembered them, but these were much bigger than the ones they had killed. He also added that they usually do not live in such large groups, and, as he remembers, they are not so aggressive. Owen, who was standing next to Rakrak, said that he had never seen anything like it before. Then Rakrak shared his guess that they were some kind of monster rats. And he thinks that they are defending this place and everyone should prepare for an attack. The wild giant creatures squealed nastily and rushed to attack the lizardmen. The lizardmen began to repel the attack of these rats with spears. They scattered them in all directions. Rakraku thought it was strange that these creatures were so aggressive. He ordered them to be killed as soon as possible. When it was over, they looked at the big carcasses of the animals and decided they could eat them. They gutted them and took them with them. Jael looked at the animal with interest. She shared with Rakrak the idea that they might be able to breed them. He asked if she meant to breed them as water buffaloes. Owen interrupted the conversation, saying that if they wanted to breed something, they should stick to fish. Rakrak expressed his surprise. He believed that fish did not appear and disappear of their own accord. He said that fish also reproduce by laying eggs. The Jabo people knew about this. It was forbidden for them to fish during the mating season. He thought about it and repeated the idea of breeding fish out loud. Owen said it was not difficult. To start with, he would build a dam and catch some young fish. He would think about what to do when they returned. One of the soldiers yelled in pain. Then he shouted that the rat was still alive. Rakrak rushed to him. He was worried that the warrior had been bitten, but he said that nothing was wrong and he was not bitten. He picked up the carcass to gut it and heard a crunch followed by a piercing pain. Rakrak looked closely at the rat's fur and thought he could guess what had happened. The fur was highly electrified. He had seen something similar on his fur when he wore it in the winter. Then he decided to touch the beast himself. A bright spark ran through him. Rakrak squeezed his fingers for a moment. Seeing this, Jael screamed with excitement. Rakrak calmed her down, saying that everything was fine. A notification appeared on Nebula's screen. This nutria animal was possessed by the devil and could attack anyone who touched it with electricity. As Nebula thought earlier, it was the ruins of a demonic castle. The electrical properties were good for demons. But if Rakrak can pass through these ancient ruins to the very end, there is a high probability that he will receive demonic powers. Nebula thought about it. The magic powers he received would not make him a magician right away, but they would get stronger with each generation. He would be able to get mages in future generations. But there was a problem here too. In the Lost World, divinity and magic are not compatible. The main idea is that magic comes not from the gods but from ancient evil. High-level mages create their own armies without faith in God. If many such individuals appear, you will receive a penalty in faith. I didn't know that there were workarounds to overcome everything, but if you get the power in the initial stages, there will be a lot of variables. Gradually, the demonic ruins will open their records and begin to tempt. Rakrak, who was still looking at the rat carcass, heard a voice calling to him, but only his warriors were around. He followed the spark that bounced off the rat and looked up. He saw a translucent substance in the form of a stingray above him. It called Rakrak as a guest, and told him that he could communicate with it by the power of thought. Rakrak continued to look at him. The stingray asked him if he wanted to receive such power. If so, he would give it to him. Jael seemed to wake him up from his trance and suggested that if he didn't feel well, they could come back later. He replied that he was fine. Rakrak commanded his soldiers to get ready to repel the attack of the monster rats. Check the spears, bows, and armor. He looked around and realized that he was the only one who could see the substance. He mentally asked the stingray who he was. The stingray replied that he was protecting this place and could be seen only by those with great power. He continued to ask him what he meant when he talked about power. Rakrak noticed that he could communicate with thoughts, but his true intentions were not being conveyed. Nebula was watching the scene and was worried about Rakrak. It was a demonic spirit, and he wondered if he should give Rakrak a helping hand. The spirit spoke of some great power, and Nebula decided to test Rakrak's abilities. All of Rakrak's characteristics grew steadily. He listed strength, charisma, leadership, intelligence, willpower, and cunning. Nebula was surprised. Where did the cunning come from? It hadn't been in his characterization before. He had a hunch. Most likely he had acquired this skill when he fought Shunan's deception. Then he decided it would be worth seeing what would happen next. The stingray answered Rakrak's question that its power is electricity. It can burn the living with fiery heat. It is the power to shine like the sun. He again offered to give this power to Rakrak if he wished to do so. Rakrak replied that he would be grateful if he gave him this power, but the stingray replied that he would give him the power when he reached certain conditions. With a slight reproach, Rakrak asked if he hadn't promised to give it to him whenever he wanted it. Where did the conditions come from? The stingray replied that these were not such difficult conditions and that it would be strong enough. Rakrak sharply replied that if he wanted to make a deal, he should have started with this. His first impression of him was now spoiled. He frowned and continued that if he wanted something from him, he had to show him respect. The stingray apologized. Rakrak waited a minute and told him to name his terms. He had to tell him exactly what he wanted from him and what would be required of him. He also has to tell him what he can give him and what his clan will need. If he hides even one detail, their conversation is over. Jael came over to tell Rakrak that the preparations were over. He replied that he would think about it some more and join them soon. Scat began his story. He was imprisoned in these ruins. He can fly here, but he cannot go outside. He wants Rakrak to go and destroy the guardian of these ruins who keeps him imprisoned. Rakrak listened carefully to his story so as not to miss even the smallest detail. The stingray continued that if he freed him, he would be able to give him the power. He asked him if the strength he was referring to was the one that these rats had. The stingray replied that this was not quite true and began to explain. As he said, its power is called electricity. Now it is at a low level of COD, but the more often you use it, the more it will grow. It will enable you to call down thunder and lightning. This power makes it possible to compete with divinity. This power is very great and can be invested in him. Not only he, but also someone else from his clan can master this power. If he wants to monopolize it, he will need to perform a ritual. Rakrak said that this was certainly impressive, but why did he find himself imprisoned here with such great force? The stingray replied that it was here because its power was so great. Creatures keep dangerous things away from them. They close them because they cannot use them or avoid them. He then told Rakrak that he had told him everything. Now it was his turn to answer. Mentally, Rakrak told him that he had just admitted to him that he was a very dangerous creature. He looked at the stingray with a cold look and told him that he was hiding something, and most likely the problems that this power will bring greatly outweigh the advantages of possessing it. Then he threatened him that he could come back and block the entrance to this cave and make sure that no one else would ever come here. With that, Rakrak turned around and was about to leave, but the stingray stopped him, promising to tell him everything. The stingray confessed to him that he was one of the creatures that used to rule this world. He is a descendant of a forgotten ancient evil. It's not that the gods, even he doesn't know the story of his origin. He has been imprisoned here since a very long time ago, from an unknown era. Power of unknown origin is infectious. Since its origin is unknown, It is mistaken for one's own. Rakrak remembered that he had already seen those infected by the power and what happened to them. The leader of the blue lizardmen and the frogman Alroy were under its influence. So this demonic power can tempt lizardmen as well. He thought about it. The stingray heard his thoughts and said he was right. In addition, his power has no boundaries. Those who possess it are simply chosen by chance. He tensed and concentrated to prevent his thoughts from being read. He realized something. The power of the gods is granted and regulated by them. This power, on the contrary, can be given to anyone. Rakrak looked at the stingray with a bit of contempt, and he continued his thought that even the unworthy can gain this power and become stronger over time. In the end, even those who have turned away from God can return. But undoubtedly, this power is very strong and tempting, and could definitely come in handy in battle. Isn't there some way to use it? He stopped thinking and turned back to the stingray. He said he agreed but had a few conditions. The stingray asked again, as if he hadn't heard what conditions he was talking about. Rakrak began by asking whether he understood correctly that power applies to everyone without exception, but that it can be monopolized through a right. Scat confirmed. Then he continued with the conclusion that this power can be transferred to the chosen ones. Scat replied that it was possible, but was it worth it then? But Rakrak explained to him the way he was thinking. If it seems that power is given only to the chosen ones, it will look as if it was given by the gods. So it would not allow anyone to challenge the gods. He noted that this was the first condition. Now it was time for the second condition. He told the stingray that he must believe in his god. Puzzled by this, the stingray indignantly replied that he was an evil spirit and had appeared long before his god. He confidently continued to look at the stingray and said that it didn't matter. What matters is what he plans to do in the future. The stingray objected and said he was talking nonsense. God would not favor an evil spirit. Rakrak interrupted him, saying that he should not judge his god by his own standards. Rakrak told him that their god of beetles was very lenient with useful creatures, and he would be quite useful. Nebula, who was watching the conversation, noticed Rakrak's trick. Scat thought about what he had said. No one had ever made such an offer before. He asked Rakrak if he was sure that his god would accept it, and he said that if his conditions were accepted, it would be possible. The stingray could not stand it, and confessed to Rakrak that he was not actually a prisoner here. He controls these ruins, these innards, and the guardian, of which his subordinates need to defeat. After this confession, he asked if Rakrak was angry with him. He said yes, but he could understand him. In his defense, the stingray said that living in a place like this and watching only nutria can make you lose your mind. The lizard man smiled at the stingray and said that he needed to go out and see many beautiful things. The stingray asked him his name, and he replied that his name was Rakrak. Then the stingray said that everything was fine and the test was over, and if God accepts him, this power belongs to him now. A new notification appeared on Nebula's screen that one of the evil spirits wanted to serve him. If he accepted, he would receive its power. It was the only way to get the evil power without consequences for his faith. He agreed and praised Rakrak for his excellent work. Perhaps their chance meeting was a lucky ticket for both of them. And so, for his faithful service, the blue god of beetles gave Rakraku the power of lightning and thunder. This is the story of how the chosen one from the tribe of black lizards came to be. 9 years have passed since that moment. A lizard man in a long cassock with a hood that hid his face adjusted the tombstone at the altar. A man asked him what the connection was between the god of blue beetles and thunder and lightning. Then the lizard man asked what color lightning was and heard that it was blue. Then he asked another question aimed at answering the name of their god. The answer was that he was the god of the blue beetles. So everything is clear. The man remarked that they hadn't even met while telling such a long story. He gave his name as Hui. I asked him his name, but he just huffed mysteriously and looked in the direction behind him. The lizard man apologized for interrupting their conversation, but uninvited guests were heading their way. He pointed in the direction, and the man saw several silhouettes approaching them. They were standing on a hill, and the road was clearly visible. When they got a little closer, they saw who they were, and that they were armed. The man said that they were gnolls. The lizard man asked permission to ask the man a question. The lizard man calmly pulled his bow out from under his expensive silk robe and continued. He asked if they looked like Salkeith's pawns. The man huffed and began to carefully examine those walking at the foot of the hill on which they stood. He said they seemed defenseless and lacked caution. Even their weapons were useless. They seemed to be just wandering gnolls. A smile became visible from under the hood, and the lizard man replied that he had described them quite well. Then he added that he thought so too and took off his hood. Owen the lizardman stood before the man with a wide smile. He put an arrow to the bow. A blue lightning flashed around it. Owen asked then if they should block the way. The gnolls looked like hyenas. They had a violent temperament, so they were always involved in some kind of fight. One of them noticed that someone was on the hill. He looked closely and saw two silhouettes. A moment later, an arrow hit the ground right in front of his foot, but did not wound him. He thought he had missed. He started shouting to his accomplices that they were under enemy attack. A moment later, another arrow entered the ground between them, but not an ordinary arrow. It was a lightning arrow. The frightened gnolls began to scream in terror. A chill ran down their backs and made their fur stand up. One of them dared to raise his head and, seeing Lizardman there, shouted at him to go to hell. He watched with a sweet smile as the gnolls, terrified of him, fussed. Someone gave the command to flee from this place. Watching the gnolls turn away, Owen turned to the man and introduced himself. The man even turned white with surprise. He was excited and said that he did not even realize that such an important person was with him. Owen exhaled and said that it had been a long time since he had used his powers. He suggested that the man rest and talk. With these words, he sat down on the ground and took a pipe out of his pocket and smoked it. The man watched carefully. He had heard that the tobacco pipe was a ritualistic item that selected black lizardmen used after using their powers. Owen noticed the man's interested look and said that everything was fine, and if he wanted to ask him something, he shouldn't be shy. The man asked him why he was following someone with such great power. He quickly added that he was not talking about betrayal. Howie continued that he could not understand why he was living such a difficult life in the desert all alone. Owen raised his head and blew a cloud of smoke into the sky. He said that everything happens for a reason. He looked at him with a strange look. Then Owen said again that he had many sins. He went on to tell me quite calmly that he had once betrayed his own tribe of lizardmen, but he was given a second chance and an opportunity to atone for his guilt. He pointed the man toward the altar. Through stories and writing, he carried out his mission. He spread the name of the blue god of beetles and his leader Rockrak. He chose this path of redemption for himself. Howie noted that even if he hadn't done this, there was no one who hadn't heard of the Black Lizardmen tribe. The man thought that there was no need to mention Rockrak's reputation as a priest and leader. At this time, Owen was diligently wiping the dust off the tombstone. As if in response to his thoughts, Owen said that if any travelers came, he would just scare them away. And looking at him, he noticed that the man was also a traveler. The man sighed sadly and scratched his beard, agreeing with Owen's conclusion. He was a traveler too. He began his story by saying that he came from the ancient city of Automaton, and he was no ordinary traveler. Owen interrupted him and asked if he had heard the name of the city correctly and repeated it. He is a messenger from Lord Automaton and has a message to deliver. So he goes to the tribe of Black Lizardmen. Owen exclaimed that he didn't know he was their guest, and if so, they would leave together. The man was surprised to hear that they would leave. He put his fingers to his mouth and whistled with all his might, then added that he was a guest, and they were generous with their guests. A 2-meter-long bird jumped out from behind the hill and quickly started running in their direction. The man looked frightened at the approaching bird. He asked Owen if it was a cockatrice. When he asked, Owen said he was mistaken. It was not a cockatrice. He caught the bird by the bridle. He noticed that there was some truth in that. In fact, he is only half cockatrice. It's a cockatiel. She is the result of a cross between a cockatrice and a chicken. Owen adjusted the saddle on the mare's back. Then he invited the man to climb on it. He quickly jumped into the saddle himself and offered his hand to Hui. With that, he said that he had not seen Rockrak for a long time and wanted to visit them. He would give him a ride on their way. Then he took the man's hand and threw him onto the bird's back in one motion. And then he mockingly said that in return, he would have to listen to his story to the end. That was the end of the deal. Howie asked what Owen would tell him about the blue god of beetles or the saga of Rockrak. Owen smiled again and replied that he would tell him a little bit of one and a little bit of the other. At this time, Quirk had already picked up speed. Against the evening sky, the wind blew the blue flags on the banners. On top of them was a water buffalo skull. The Rockrak clan was moving through the desert in a long caravan. Ahead of the caravan was a warrior riding a Quirk. Rockrak, as the leader of the clan, rode ahead of everyone else. He was looking at the stars that began to appear in the sky in the evening. The messenger quickly caught up with Rockrak and addressed him by name. He had an urgent message for him. The one-armed leader, who has now become an elder, asked me to inform him that his strength was coming to an end. The envoy continued that the elder believes he will not be able to talk to the leader again, if not now. Rockrak abruptly turned back the Quirk and ordered him to stop the caravan and stay here for the day. The warrior who was instructed to stop the march began shouting commands to the others to stop the caravan. Rockrak quickly ran toward them and heard his command to stop the march. There he found Jael walking in the middle of the caravan. She asked him what happened and if they had any problems. He told her that she should tell the one-armed guide that he would arrive as soon as he could. She also told him to stay alive until they met. Jael sighed heavily. Rockrak added that the one-armed guide had always been good at predicting the future, so they should prepare for the burial. She sadly agreed and said that she would do everything right. Having already walked a few steps away, Rockrak told himself that a sad night awaited him. In front of the tent, many grateful lizardmen prayed and were taught by the one-armed lizardman. He taught many of them how to navigate by the stars and shared other knowledge with the youngsters. The old and exhausted lizardman lay almost motionless on his bed. He was living out his last hours. Rockrak looked into the tent and asked the herbalist who was sitting by the elder's bed what his condition was. She replied that she had done everything in her power. But he had very little time left. The elder heard Rockrak's voice and spoke. He said that he was very tired. He had been through a lot. He began to tell me that he had visited many places and learned a lot, that he lost his arm and was ostracized, but he met a leader who believed in him. He taught many lizardmen to read the sky by the stars. If you are a lizardman, one day you will feel unrealistically tired and exhausted, and there is only one way to overcome this feeling. Rockrak looked at Travnitsa as she sadly left the tent. It was painful for Rockrak to hear the last words of the one-armed lizardman. They had traveled a long way together and had become true friends. He sat by his bed and could not help it. The elder continued his thought by saying that the only way is to sleep forever. After these words, he paused and looked at Rockrak with one eye. And then he quickly added that he decided to be a little extravagant on his last trip and steal some time from the busiest person in their tribe. They both laughed. Rockrak asked him if time was not precious. He was surely not calling him to laugh. The elder replied that he was right. He wanted to ask him a question that no one else could answer, but he thought Rockrak would be able to answer it. Rockrak looked at his friend carefully. He said he was listening to his question. It was a beautiful starry night that day, just the way the guide liked it. He looked at them through a window in the roof of the tent, through which smoke rose high into the sky. He said he was addressing Rockrak as the first chosen one and a priest close to God, and he asked him a rather difficult question. What happens when they die? Rockrak was silent. He did not know himself. During this time, they had many battles and losses. He prayed for all the soldiers at the graves that they would go to a good place, but he did not know what was really happening. The guide said that many people say that when you die, you fall asleep forever. He asked what Rockrak thought about this and whether they would have endless nightmares. He told the conductor that he did not know and asked him why he thought he knew the answer to this question. Instead, the guide said that he believed the god of the blue beetles had saved them when they were lost and would guide them even after their death. He asked Rockrak again if his opinion was different from God's. He had already answered this question. Rockrak told him he was right. The god of the blue beetles had guided them all their lives and would surely guide them after it was over. The guide asked him with a smile what he thought the place he would go to would be like and whether they would sit next to God and talk about different things. Rockrak tried to imagine it and said that in his opinion, it would not be so boring in that place. He dreams that in that place there will be a huge field where you can run as much as you want. It will be a space where every time you take a step, you will feel the crunch of the grass tickling the tip of your tail. There should also be a large stone where you can lie down and rest when you are tired. At first, he wanted the weather to be sunny, but then he decided it was boring and said he wanted rain or fog occasionally, and there should be a nice river there. The guide listened to Rockrak's dream and said that he wished he had a home there where he could rest. This will not be a tent that looks like it will soon be back on the road, but a real solid home where he can settle down. Because he didn't really like tents, he was tired of moving from place to place. All his life he had been a wanderer and had no permanent home. He looked sadly out the window at the starry sky and asked if the stars would be there too. Rockrak said that there would be nomads there, so God had to make them so that they could follow them and find their way home easily. A blue butterfly began to descend to his hands. For them, it was always a good sign. He asked the guide if he could see it. He brought the butterfly to him, but he said that he could only see darkness before his eyes. At this point, Rockrak remembered that the guide never accepted his gifts and returned them, so Rockrak hid them. But the guide still returned them when he found them. He decided to joke with him and said that he had brought him a gift again. The conductor smiled and asked him if he had decided to joke with him again. Then Rockrak asked the conductor with mock offense whether he would refuse his gift this time. He began to answer that this time he would find him quickly. After these words, he became quiet. When the last breath of the guide reached the wings of the butterfly, it flapped its wings and flew away from Rockrak's hands. Somehow Rockrak recognized that this was his friend's last breath. He gently shook him, calling his name, and he was sure that he was no longer breathing. A blue butterfly flew out of the tent and continued to fly in the sky above the settlement of black lizardmen. After traveling quite a long way, the blue butterfly landed on my hand again, but this time, it was Nebula's hand. He knew the answer to the question of what happens if you die in the lost world. The conditions for the creation of the afterlife were met, and he confirmed the request for its creation. His resource levels of faith and dignified death were reached. The conditions of a dignified death were not yet clear, but the afterlife was a very important element in the lost world. Simply by incorporating a well-thought-out worldview of the afterlife, you can increase your chances of winning. Just like in the real world, everyone will get what they deserve. The righteous will go to heaven, and sinners will receive a just punishment for their actions and go to hell. This can serve to maintain morality and ethics. Or it could be something like Valhalla and be used to train warriors. After that, trained souls in the afterlife can be sent back to Earth. As a conclusion, this can be useful in the game later, but you shouldn't rush things from the start. Most things are just beginning. This was the first afterlife that Nebula created. It could be expanded endlessly. He released his blue butterflies in this world. Those were not just butterflies. They were the souls of the dead lizardmen. He collected them and turned them into these incredibly beautiful butterflies. The world in which they would now live was an endless field with fresh, fragrant grass and fragrant flowers that exposed their stems to the gentle rays of the sun. He was glad that he had succeeded in creating something similar to Rockrak's dream. By lizardmen nature, this was one of the best environments to live in. When the butterflies touched the soft grass with their feet, they stopped being butterflies. They remembered who they were in their previous life and returned to their previous form. When they opened their eyes, they saw incredible natural beauty. They were basking in the sunshine. Some of them thought it was a dream and laid down to avoid waking up, while others looked around and ran around happily. The guide also found himself among this beauty. Through his dream, he felt the aromas that filled the flowers around him. The peculiarity of this world was that everyone who woke up here was no longer exhausted and did not suffer from serious illnesses. The wind swayed the grass and it gently stroked the conductor's face. He touched his hand to his face to remove the grass that tickled him. The bright light from the sun that warmed his body hit his eyes and seemed to blind him a little. He reached out to cover his eyes. Suddenly, he realized that he was stretching out the hand he hadn't had for a long time. In life, he was a one-armed lizard man. Tears of joy shone in his eyes. Now he had 2 arms again and was no longer a frail old man. He sat down and looked around. The wind was blowing the green grass and it rustled pleasantly. The weather was just perfect. He thought that he might be dreaming, but when he touched the grass and felt it, he realized that he was awake. This place was similar to what Rockrak had told him. He mentally turned to Rockrak and told him that he was right. The field he had dreamed of was waiting for them. It did not have the house that the guide had dreamed of, but it would be strange to hope that you would get everything. At this time, Rockrak was conducting a funeral ceremony. As was customary among the lizardmen, the body of the leader was given to the fire. In their prayers, they asked their blue god of beetles not to leave him in oblivion and to protect him wherever he was. The guide, happy that they were right, thought that maybe he didn't need a house or anything else. He thought that being in such a beautiful place was already a very good gift. There were other lizard men who had died before him. They were basking in the sunshine and sleeping peacefully. The conductor thought it would be wrong to wake them up, so he just watched. Among them, he noticed a young girl named Yasharolyud and recognized her. His heart sank. He taught her arithmetic himself, and she was one of the young warriors. But in one of the battles, she was killed. It happened the day the goblins attacked them. It was a surprise attack. The goblin tribes united. They attacked a settlement with mostly old people and children. She did not know if they would survive until help arrived. He felt old and helpless and he had 1 arm. Then he thought he was going to die. There were quite a few goblins and all of them were well armed. And they were already close. And there was no help yet. She bravely took up her spear and said she would hold them off as long as she could so that he could lead the rest of them further until help arrived. She looked at the rapidly approaching goblins and moved decisively in their direction. After a few steps, she came back and said that if you sacrifice 1 life, you can save 2. He taught her this arithmetic. She thanked him and went into battle. He wanted to stop her, but sometimes the warriors did not even listen to the orders of the tribal leader when they thought it was necessary. This is what she did. By sacrificing her life, she saved the lives of others. It was a heroic sacrifice that no one expected. At the funeral, Rockrak was furious and accused him of being his school of arithmetic, of sacrificing 1 to save 2. The soldiers disobeyed his orders and went to their deaths. The conductor argued with him and asked if he thought what they did was wrong. He replied that he was angry because they were right, but all he could do now was be angry. Her deed was worthy of a hero and became an example of self-sacrifice for other lizardmen soldiers. Many of the soldiers began to come to him secretly to learn how to count. She became the one who inspired them. Now they met again in this beautiful place. He was overwhelmed with joy. He wondered if anyone else had woken up and got up to look around. He wondered if it was possible that God was here. Looking closely, he saw a forest a little further away and decided to go over. Suddenly, he saw that someone had run through and hid. The conductor asked who it was, and he crouched down to get a good look at who was hiding. There was another lizard man there, but when he saw him, for some reason he began to run away. He asked him to stop and tried to catch up with him to talk, but he did not pay attention. He ran deeper into the forest. The guide ran after him for a while until he saw something in the forest and stopped. The lizard man saw a building made of rectangular cylindrical stones and a transparent dome-shaped roof, and thought that perhaps God was here. He wanted to ask him something. He stopped at the threshold and thought about how to dare to ask the god why he had chosen them. Was it because God was good, or were the lizardmen a better race than the others? Or was it because their sight was useful to him? Many more thoughts were running through his head. Before he knew it, the guide was already walking inside the tunnel. They had no answers to these questions. Rockrak said that it was all just the singing of the fall, or maybe he had no choice. And maybe this is just the result of what he did in the circumstances. But in the end, it meant that they were the better choice. And he thinks that's not a bad thing. When he entered the hall, he saw something that struck him to the core. It took his breath away. He saw a real night starry sky. It was just like he had seen it in his life. And in the center of the room, there was a strange device that resembled those that could be found in ancient ruins. Looking at it, He said again that Rakrak was right. Here were the stone buildings and stars he loved so much. The conductor approached the device and began to examine it. There was a long brass cylinder and glass ovals at both ends of the cylinder. Then he decided to see what was inside this cylinder and looked into it. There, Lizardman saw large round balls shining around some gray haze. It reminded him of something. He looked up at the starry sky, then back into the cylinder, and so on several times in a row. He realized that he was seeing stars and they actually looked like balls. He thought he should count the motion of the stars to be sure. Then the conductor looked into the cylinder again and expressed his opinion that his knowledge was only the tip of the iceberg out loud. If only he could pass this knowledge on to the living. God, whom the leader wanted to meet so badly, was standing right behind him and watching him. Even in this world, the guide was worried about his living tribesmen, and Nebula mentally thanked him for this. The afterlife is not only a place where the dead went. The afterlife could influence the idea of life after death and the values of those who believed in God. If warriors went to the afterlife, they would dream of Valhalla. And if divine beings with special powers went to the afterlife, they would dream of a beautiful, peaceful place. But what if a scientist enters the afterlife? Nebula looked again at the guide, who was looking at the starry sky with interest. He told himself that it would serve as a basis for technological development. Then he turned around and left the first observatory he made. The afterlife must also function according to the rules. As he left, he thought that a new threat was approaching. The Broken Ear tribe was on its way. With iron technology superior to that of the Lizardmen, they were even able to tame a saber-toothed tiger. The technological development and skills of this tribe were extraordinary. The player was probably also behind them. However, he had already prepared himself well for the fight with the other players. Now he also had the afterlife, so it was time to start preparing for the meeting. He was determined. Everything depended on these fights, and his goals were quite ambitious. So he decided to carefully check the situation in every corner of his sphere of influence. 100 followers chose a different faith. 3,766 are following. 422 have accepted the faith. 1,118 are still considering. Only every 70th person has fully accepted the faith, and only every 4th brings a gift. Players are constantly expanding their territories. To keep up with them, he invested a lot in small bugs. It controls 3 large swarms of beetles. Among them is a swarm of locusts. With the help of a swarm of locusts, he slowed down the progress of players who were fixated on farming. But he did it in such a way that it was not noticeable that they were controlled by the player, and it was all an accident. He also used beetles as virus carriers on other players, as he did with the Frogmen tribe. He also has a nest where he raises all kinds of beetles. They organize feasts on small farmlands. All the tribes of lizardmen defeated by the Rakrak clan have joined him. Everything seems to be going well. It was now only a matter of time before control of the southern island was established. The main question now was how to deal with the players who were behaving so provocatively. That night, Owen arrived at Rakrak's camp. He saw the funeral procession and asked one of the lizardmen who had left them. He was answered and sighed. With great regret in his voice, he repeated that the guide had left them. When Hui heard the name of the deceased, he said that it would probably be a bad moment. But Owen stopped him with a gesture and said that everything was fine. He said that they do not consider it bad that a stranger comes to a funeral. On the contrary, it is a good sign for them, and it will be good to share their grief with someone else. As Hui came closer, he saw the body of the dead lizard man on the platform. Before him stood a lizard man of strong build with buffalo horns on his head. He was not wearing any special attributes, but by the way others treated him, he realized that he was a person of special status. After watching for a few more minutes, he realized that it was the leader of the black tribe of Rakrak. He could not understand and did not think it was normal that the leader of the Kallen was crying in front of the body of the deceased. So he asked Owen about it, and he answered by asking if people don't cry when they are sad. Hui replied that people cry, but not leaders. Leaders don't do it in public and don't show emotion because they have a reputation. Owen said the word reputation slowly. He said he knew the meaning of the word. If a leader shows his weakness, the soldiers under his command will think he is weak. Hui nodded. He went on to warn Hui not to even try to explain it to the other lizardmen. They would not understand. Hui asked why he was saying that. Owen then said that there was something much more important to them than reputation. Hui continued to ask what it was, but he didn't answer. At this time, they had already approached Rakrak, and Owen greeted the chief without answering, and Rakrak was glad to see him. Owen apologized to Rakrak for not being able to arrive in time to say goodbye to their friend, but he said it was no problem. He asked to introduce the man who had come with him. Owen replied that this man was here on behalf of Lord Automaton. The man bowed in respect and said his name. He seemed friendly and non-threatening. Rakrak beckoned Owen to come closer. Rakrak and Owen whispered for a few minutes. Owen was telling him something emotionally. Then Rakrak said that everything was clear, but he had a strange feeling. He looked at the man. Hui tried to hear what they were talking about and listened, but he could not hear anything. In order not to waste time, Rockrak invited Hui to come with them to his tent. In the tent, he began the conversation by saying that the man was probably tired from the journey, but according to their burial tradition, they would not go to bed today. He asked if he would support their tradition and be understanding. Hui replied that everything was fine and he understood. The man reached under his cloak and said that he hoped Rockrak would accept the gift. He pulled out a white bag and put it in front of Rockrak and said that it was a gift to the chief from Lord Automaton. Rockrak untied the bag and pulled out a white stone. It was not very large and fit into the palm of his hand. As soon as he took it in his hand, he realized what it was. It was a piece of rock salt. Salt was very valuable back then. The man nodded and said that the leader was right. Rock salt is something they are proud of. He went on to say that this was the first rock salt that Lord Automatic gave him for nothing, and he emphasized that it was the first rock salt. With a sly smile, Rockrak continued his thought that if this is the first, then there is a second and a third. The man said there would be more later. Under the hood, I could not see his expression well, but I could see a fake smile. He asked me not to refuse and to accept the gift. Rockrak smiled and said that he would accept the salt as a gift from Lord Automaton. After these words, he squeezed the salt very hard in his hand, and it crumbled into small particles. Then he opened his fist and salt spilled between his fingers onto the ground right under Rockrak's feet. Rockrak then told Hui to tell Lord Automaton that he accepted his gift. Hui barely dared to ask why Rockrak had done this to the salt. Rockrak replied that Hui did not know this because he had no god. It was one of their rituals. It was that if you sprinkle a little salt on the ground, it will make God happy. Then he quickly added that that was all he needed to know. Hui nodded, but thought it was a very stupid lie. Hui pointed out that it was a gift from Lord Automaton. Rockrak replied that it was just a small piece of salt, and he used it as he pleased. He didn't see any problem with it. The man said with a reproach that it was not just a gift. There will be a second and a third, and they will be bigger. Rockrak made a thoughtful face and said he had heard that Lord Automaton was very rich, but he sent someone with such a small piece of salt. It looked quite extravagant. He also hoped that next time he would bring more things to exchange. Hui looked at him with gritted teeth. He thought Rockrak was quite experienced. He looked at Rockrak and realized that they could not communicate, not because they belonged to different races. The lizard man was a little rude, but not too much. He was able to express his refusal in a diplomatic way. Rockrak hinted that it was probably time for him to go home. When he got to the exit, he said that it was difficult for him to put hidden meaning into words. He behaved like a human being, but he usually solves this with a story. Hui replied that he did not have such talents. So if he doesn't like diplomatic conversations, they can be frank. Rockrak must have understood the point of this offer, and Hui asked why he refused. Rockrak raised his index finger to the mountain and said that first of all, he does not like to accept offers that have already been rejected by someone else and does not like to pick up scraps. If you've already been rejected, doesn't that mean the offer is terrible? Hearing these words, Hui tried to argue and said that Lord Automaton's offer was made only to him. Rockrak asked him if he really thought that he had met Owen by chance, and that it was a happy coincidence that he had brought him here. When we met, Owen told us something. According to him, Hui came from the north, not the west, and Automaton is to the west of this place. And in the northern part of the desert, there is the Broken Ear tribe of Salkite. This means that you offered the same thing to the Salkite and were refused. He turned to the man and reminded him that he wanted to be honest, so why was he not being honest with him now? And also emphasized that he was a man from Automaton. Automaton is an ancient city that hid secrets behind its walls. Saturn is an ancient relic that cannot be found anywhere else. It is a real stone fortress with 5-meter-high walls that were skillfully and intricately carved. Another real miracle in the Lost World was the mud warriors who repaired the Saturn when necessary. Many people from different tribes lived in this unknown fortress. Automaton was a defended city. In addition to its 5-meter walls, it was surrounded by a moat with water, which of course made it difficult to attack. It also had a very favorable geographical location. This interested Nebula. The valley in which it was located was the only normal way to the continent. So, to get to the continent, you have to pass by Automaton. That's why it was so well protected. There was a salt mine in Automaton. Salt is an indispensable product in animal husbandry and farming. The salt was sold and earned a fairly good income. Rockrak continued to look at the man as if he could penetrate his thoughts and see through him. He addressed the man and called him Lord Automaton, and he said that he did not believe in free gifts, especially if it was a gift from a person who hides his true identity. Hui lowered his head and said he didn't mean to offend him, and asked how Rockrak knew he was the Lord of the Automaton. Rockrak said that at first he did not even deny it, but he would explain to him how he came to this conclusion. Then he began to tell us that he said his name was Hui. He wanted to know what the lizardmen thought about the Automaton, so he revealed his name to see their reaction. Adding some more wood to the fire, Rockrak continued that even within the walls of the fortress, only a few people know the Lord's true name and appearance. It is said that only a few of the 4 families know this. All those who share blood with Lord Hui have a part of Hui in their names. He also heard that the Lord has 4 sons and 3 daughters. Rakrak continued his argument. He noticed that Hui was clearly not a woman, and if you look at the wrinkles on his hands, he was definitely not young by human standards. He looked at him and said that this is how he identified who was in front of him, and called him by his full name, Lord Automaton So Hui. The man raised his hand and began to remove the hood from his head. At this time, he praised Rakrak, saying that he was not a mistake. Opening his face, he asked Rakrak how he knew all this. There was no lizard man with whom he had close contact. He straightened up in front of Rakrak and, confirming his rightness, reintroduced himself with his real name, Lord Automaton So Hui. Then he sat down opposite Rakrak again and said that it did not change anything. He wanted to give him the salt for free. Rakrak objected and said that this gift clearly had a price. Even if the stingy Salkate refused you because of his insight. With a sly smile, Rakrak said that if he took the salt, he would have to defend it. He asked if he was right again, but without waiting for an answer, he continued. When Automaton is attacked by an enemy from the outside, they will have to worry about protecting the salt mine, even if the conflict is their fault. He frowned and looked sternly at the Lord. He asked again if he had made his intentions clear. To this, the Lord replied that such actions are called diplomacy, or in other words, we can call it an agreement. The Lord asked Rakrak why he refused him, knowing the benefits of the deal. But Rakrak continued to throw wood on the fire, and without even looking at him said that he was sure that he had already heard the answer to this question from someone else. Didn't Salkate respond to this proposal by asking him why they didn't just take over the automaton? With these words, he looked at the Lord with derision, and continued to answer that if the people were expelled, the salt mine and the fortress would belong to them. I asked him again if he was right. The Lord silently swallowed his anger. But when he had collected himself, he asked Rakrak if he wanted to threaten him with an attack. Rakrak stirred the wood with a stick to make the fire burn stronger. He calmly replied that he was just telling them what was best for them. This diplomacy will not bring them anything useful, so seizing the automaton would be the best solution. The Lord squinted and squeaked through his teeth so they wouldn't underestimate the automaton. Rakrak did not react to this, but only replied that, according to his calculations, even if they suffered losses, they would still take the automaton. His tribe are followers of the blue god of beetles. If their god helps them, high walls and earthly soldiers will turn to dust. Hui could not think of anything to say to that. He had heard of a giant mantis that helped them in their battles. His thoughts were interrupted by Rakrak asking him if he was afraid to be alone here. He added that he could make his life easier. Hui laughed at these words and said that Rakrak would not kill him. Rakrak looked at him sideways. His pupils constricted and his eyes seemed to glisten. Hui continued that if he dies now, they will have to negotiate with the next heir to the automaton throne. But that might not be easy. He asked Rakrak if he knew about a game called Go. It is often played by the people of Automaton. The essence of the game is to place white and black stones in places where the lines intersect. The winner in this game is the one who takes all the stones of the competitor. But now the main thing is not the game itself, but its rules. If a black stone is surrounded by white stones, the competitor will take the black stone and its territory and vice versa. After that, he announced that he himself was now in the place of one of the stones on the game board. Rakrak said that he did not understand his explanations and why he needed to know about the game. Hui replied that he knew the game had already started and began to explain. This is a game where 2 gods play with the help of 2 tribes as stones. And on this board, the Lizardmen and the Gnolls started their game. And this game is called Automaton. He asked Rakrak if they were also interested in who would be the successor to Automaton. Lord Hui said with irritation that his children suddenly started talking about the teeth of wrath, and the rest of them talked about the blue butterfly. His children began to believe in gods. Rakrak's silence was quite telling. His eyes were burning, and the shadow that fell on his face made him look eerie. With a sly glint in his eye, he said that there was nothing he could do about it, and with a smile, he added that it was less harmful to them than the attack on Automaton. 3 months ago, Nebula used signs to lead Rakrak north to the edge of the wilderness. The scouts of the 2 tribes met each other, leading to a clash of civilizations. The other tribe had its own faith and therefore its own god. Nebula received a message about a video call and confirmed it. Hegemony spoke to him from the screen. He said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In response to this greeting, Nebula asked when they had become friends. Hegemony huffed and asked if he remembered their last game in the Lost World. Nebula said that it was not worth mentioning banal stories and asked him to tell why he wanted to talk to him. Hegemony got angry and asked why their game was trivial. After that, Hegemony explained that he was taking care of the Holy Orc's strategy in advancing to the goal, but Nebula sarcastically interrupted him by asking if losing in a fight was boring. Then, Hegemony told Nebula that this time he would be the winner and would simply grind him into dust. Nebula said that he was talking nonsense as usual and asked what they were arguing about. And then I also reminded him that there is no next time. This will be the last round. Hegemony said that he knew about it, but just got a little carried away. He took hold of his helmet and lowered his head. Most likely in real life he was a pretty good person, unlike the one in his avatar. Nebula thought that in any case he already knows hegemony. He's already familiar with his style of play. At first glance, he seemed simple, but he has animal instincts in times of conflict, and he also handled many tasks with ease at the same time. Nebula knew many cases when he won many battles in the beginning, but you shouldn't adapt to what someone else is good at. After some thought, Hegemony asked Nebula if he wanted to determine the winner in some other way, and he told him that this was exactly what he wanted. Pointing to the automaton fortress, Hegemony said that it seems they are aiming at the same target. Since they understood each other, Nebula said that the issue was resolved, and the competition between them would begin again. So the prize for winning the competition will be the automaton fortress and the people who live there. They agreed to take part in a competition called the Contradictory Prophecy. It remains to be seen what it will be. Prophecy is a skill that can be used if the divinity reaches level 6 or higher. It is something like a quest that players create for themselves. If the prophecy comes true, you get extra points for the experience. But if it does not come true, the punishment will also be significant. This is a reduction in experience points due to the use of religion points spent on prophecy. And if you are unlucky, you can get a fine or some negative event will happen. A contradictory prophecy is when two players make a prophecy that contradicts each other. The hegemony believed that such a solution would be ideal. One side would be rewarded and the other would be punished. He asked Nebula what kind of prophecy they should choose. Nebula asked him if he knew that the Lord was considering who to choose as the next automaton and Hegemony's successor, and Hegemony replied that he was aware of it. He said that automaton often changes its rulers, and each ruler does not know how long he will be in power. Nebula confirmed his story. So they will make a prophecy about who will become the next ruler of Automaton. Hegemony asked Nebula if he meant any of the children of the current Lord Automaton. He replied that if they chose different people and predicted that they would become successors to the Automaton throne, then their predictions would contradict each other. Sharing the link, Hegemony said that he had a list of applicants and he could tell about them. Nebula replied that it would be appropriate and he would be happy to listen. Then, Hegemony began his story with the oldest child. He opened a photo of a man in his 30s and said his name was Dan. Dan was physically strong and enjoyed Seo Hui's trust. He was the most likely candidate. He was supported by 2 of the 4 families that were subordinate to the lord of the castle. June was next. He was almost 30. He was Dan's half-brother and was considered weak. He did not show his true self to anyone, and they said that he was not interested in taking the throne. He was supported by his maternal relatives. The third was Jean. She was also almost 30 years old and Dan's own sister. She tries to hide her identity and leads a somewhat frivolous life. She gets along well with rough people like hunters and is supported by one of her families. The 4th child was Kyung. She was barely in her 20s. She was connected to the previous children only through her father. She had a different mother. And according to Hegemony, her mother had long since died. There was something strange about her appearance, something like a curse. This impression was created because not only Lord but all the other family members ignored her. The 5th and final candidate for the throne was Ming. She is still a teenage girl. People say that she is very smart and talented in various fields, and it seemed that her father loved her very much because she was the youngest. All the candidates were open to them. They had to make a choice in favor of one of them. Hegemony asked Nebula if he thought they should choose one of them right now, or maybe he needs some time to think about the information. Nebula replied that he had already thought about it, and that it would be best to resolve the issue right now. He suggested that Hegemony write down the names of their elected officials and then check to see if they were the same. He agreed, and they started. A notification appeared on their screens that a controversial prophecy had been created, warning them of the consequences of losing. They need to accept or reject it. They both agreed to the terms and began to create their own prophecy. The Hegemony chose Junhui's 2nd child, Seo Hui, to succeed him as automaton. Nebula's prophecy about the heir to the throne was fulfilled by Kyung Hui, the 4th child of Seo Hui. Nebula wanted to see Hegemony's reaction, but the avatar did not allow him to do so. However, it was noticeable that he froze for a few seconds. From this, he realized that Hegemony was surprised by his choice. He did not expect that the choice would fall on a forgotten child. Their chosen ones were different. This meant that they only had to confirm their prophecy. Hegemony regained his confidence and happily pressed the confirmation key. With that, he exclaimed that the game was on. They were informed that a contradictory prophecy had been recorded between the players Hegemony and Nebula. The wood in the fire crackled pleasantly, and the fire filled Rockrak's tent with light and warmth. Seo Hui decided to reveal the real reason for his visit. He said he was looking for the source of a rumor that had been circulating for 3 weeks. The 2 clans had been marching toward Automaton since the rumors started. He looked at Rockrak carefully and continued that both tribes are large and it is difficult for him to understand them. And in his opinion, this is due to rumors. Rockrak's reaction to his words was a crooked, sly smile that he didn't even try to hide. The Lord lowered his head and began to say that the fact that he was still alive after meeting with the leaders of these clans gave him an idea. He pointed to the game he had drawn and continued. This means that he is only one stone on the game board and this makes him feel hopeless. When he said this, Rockrak said that he could stop considering his diplomacy and pride and choose one of them. Rockrak listed that it could be him or Salkate, i.e. Lizardman or Knowles. The Lord can choose the god of blue beetles or the god of evil teeth. Seo Hui said that it is not an easy choice to make. He thinks about what would cause him less pain if a Kakato or a saber-toothed tiger appeared, and he stuck his head in the mouth of one of them. With a sarcastic huff, Rockrak said that he was sorry, but it would probably be better to stick his head in the mouth of a cockatoo. In response, he heard Salkate say that it would be better to put his head in the mouth of a tiger. Howie had his own opinion on this. If he allowed a Kokat and a saber-toothed tiger to compete with each other, the winner would most likely be exhausted. Rockrak said that it sounded like he was going to back down. He asked Hui if he didn't want to make a choice now. He listened carefully to Seo Hui's answer. He said that he would accept his role as a pebble on the playing field. To him, it sounded like this. The Lord got up and put on his hood. He said that he had had enough talking for today, and he had one last question. He looked into Rockrak's eyes and said that in the end, he too would be one of the stones on the board. He asked him if he was not angry and afraid of this. Rockrak nodded, and a sly smile appeared on his face again. He said he would give Hua an answer when it was over. Lord Seo Hui nodded in approval and said that he was leaving and there was no need to see him off. He calmly walked through the camp and met the lizardman, but no one stopped him or asked him anything. It seemed that everyone already knew what he was doing here. He didn't have to walk alone for long. Not far behind one of the hills, his men were already waiting for him. They brought the Lord his clothes and water. He changed his clothes and shaved off his beard, which was hiding his face. Now dressed in silk clothes and with a clean-shaven face, he looked like the Lord of the Automaton. He ordered me to bring his horse. He quickly jumped into the saddle and sped off. His retinue rode behind him. Seo Hui tried to keep his pace so that he would not be overtaken. Heavy thoughts and a feeling of powerlessness to change anything brought tears to his eyes, which he tried to hide. He was riding just a few meters ahead. His subjects were quickly catching up. A drop of water fell on the face of his faithful assistant, but there was not a single cloud in the sky. He guessed what it was. The aide knew the importance of reputation in their circle and told the others to slow down a bit to give the Lord time to think. This hid his weakness. 3 weeks ago, when the prophecies began to spread, one incident occurred. A young girl tried to climb to the top of the hill and clung to the stones with her bare hands. She was swearing at some people. She turned her attention to the wheelbarrow that was lying there without one wheel. She kept repeating that she could not believe it had happened and was glad that she was carrying only silk cloth. The girl found a ledge under her feet and stood on it. She felt a lot of pain. Her foot was swollen, but she ignored the pain. There was something more important than that. She had to get to the top of the cliff, but she couldn't move. This girl was Kyung Hui. Since she was a child, she was called the child who killed her mother and was said to be cursed. Since childhood, she has had various accidents. When she was 13, she fell down the stairs of a store. At the age of 14, she was accused of stealing salt and was imprisoned for 4 days. When she was 15, she fell through the floor of the restroom into the feces, and once a jug of water fell on her head. One night, dogs chased her until almost morning. With these thoughts in mind, she clung to the stones with her hands. She made another effort and pulled herself up. So many things had happened to her that this incident seemed like a small problem. A cry escaped her chest. She was angry with herself for choosing to drive the wheelbarrow on such a narrow road, and now she had lost her silk fabrics. Now she was hanging high on the rocks and could not find a ledge to lean on. Her injured leg was hurting quite badly, but she reassured herself by saying that she was the best at enduring pain. It occurred to her that if she started to lean on both legs at the same time, she would succeed. Suddenly, she heard a voice telling her to grab hold. She hadn't noticed before that someone was there. When she looked up, she saw that the lizard man was holding out his hand to her. He was dressed in a beautiful robe of silk fabric. He looked directly into her eyes and said that his hand would soon dry up if she continued to hesitate. The girl asked him who he was, but she was still holding onto the stones and looking at him. Without answering, he said that she was not in a position to talk now. She told him that she had nothing to give him and that she was homeless. Then he bent even lower and grabbed her shoulder and told her not to worry about it. With these words, he quickly lifted her up and put her on the ground in one motion. Then he finished the sentence by telling her not to worry because he would not take anything from her for her help. The lizard man looked at the road. It was wide enough for a person to walk on it. There was a cliff on one side and a landslide on the other. Looking at this, he asked her how she could think of driving a car on such a road. She told him that if the car hadn't broken down, everything would have been fine. She looked down at the things that were scattered and repeated her question about the name of the lizard man. He replied that his name was Siren Mule. The girl told him that all she could do to repay him for his help was to say thank you. After thanking him, she wanted to go her way, but the lizardman stretched out his hand and blocked her path. Along with this gesture, he said that they hadn't finished talking yet and, after a short pause, called her by her first name, Hui Kyung. When she heard her name, She reached for the hidden knife. She knew she could not reveal her identity. That was their father's order. They had to hide their identity. She was already holding the handle of the knife but decided to wait. She knew the lizard men were strong, but she hoped she could distract him and then try. So she asked him how he knew her name. Saren Mule raised his hands to let her know that he was not threatening her in any way. Then he said that Rakrak had told him about it. He knows nothing but her name. He was instructed by Rakrak to find her. She remembers hearing that name before. The girl looked at Siren and asked if he was the same Rakrak who was the leader of the Black Lizardmen tribe. Does he mean the hunter Rakrak, the same thunderous lizardman who was the first chosen one? She had heard many stories about him and his power. It scared her a little. In response to all of this, Saren said that they just call him the chief. Hui Kyung started to get nervous and shouted out the question that was running through her head. Why is a man like him looking for her? Saren said he did not know the exact reason. He was not told about it, but most likely it was the rumors that were circulating in the neighborhood. She said she didn't know what she was talking about. She had traveled quite a distance to buy fabrics and was just returning from shopping. Yasharolud said he would tell her about them. He began to tell me that the first rumor was that Lord Automaton's second child would take the throne, and the second rumor was that the Lord's fourth child would take the throne. The girl laughed and said that it was just a ridiculous rumor. You shouldn't pay attention to such things. Siren Mule told her that he knew she was Lord Automaton's fourth child. She replied that she could not do anything about the rumors, and if he didn't know that, she was an outcast in her family. Most likely this rumor was spread by one of her relatives to benefit from it. Their leader needs to take a closer look at one of her brothers or sisters because he won't be able to get anything out of her. Now she was sure that the lizard man knew who she was. Lord Automaton's children had to hide their identity. It was an iron rule of the fortress. She held on to the knife again. The lizard man seemed strong, but maybe she could defeat him. Seeing that she was about to pull out a knife, Saran said that she must have misunderstood him. He is not going to harm her. The second task he received from the leader was to protect her. Hui Kyung did not expect this. No one had ever offered her help before, and she was used to relying on herself. She couldn't help but yell at him that he was talking nonsense. Saren told her that she thought it was just a rumor, but that her relatives might take it differently. They might threaten her to reduce the number of pretenders to the throne. But she shouted that she would defend herself. The lizard man insisted that he would still protect her. This was the task from his leader. His stubbornness irritated her. The girl realized that she could not convince him with logic and decided that maybe she could scare him. She walked closer to him and lifted her hair to cover her forehead. She didn't want to show much, but it seemed like she had no choice. She asked him if he could see the horns, or rather where they should be. This is her curse. Those who know her well try to avoid even meeting her, let alone having any other kind of relationship. Hui Kyung was born by tearing her mother's stomach open with these horns. Then she killed one of her brothers with them. In addition, misfortunes are constantly happening around her. This is the real reason for her loneliness. Saren looked at her without showing any emotion and said that he was very sorry and offered his condolences. He doesn't care whether she is cursed or not. He is here to fulfill the will of the tribe on the orders of the chief. She asked what would happen if she refused to do so. She was not satisfied with the answer and became irritated. He said that even against her will, he would find a way to fulfill the order and guard her. She ran through the options in her head. If intimidation didn't work, there was only one way to give him a chance to try it on himself. From now on, she would go with this strong lizard man. Maybe it's not so bad. He has to protect her life, and that means he will rush to save her even if she puts herself in danger. A plan came to her mind. Then she pointed to her broken wheelbarrow and said that first she needed to get her silk back, so she had to go down to get it. Saren objected. He said that she should know that with such an injured leg it was impossible, and if she decided to manipulate him, there was a better way. He looked her in the eye and told her that she could just ask him for help. She immediately blushed with shame that Saren had read her mind so easily and figured out her plan. Burning with shame, she stepped away from the edge of the cliff and still asked him for help. He replied that he would be happy to help her get her silk. He quickly gathered up all the cloths and loaded them on himself and climbed up the mountain road. Now they were walking together in the direction of the automaton. Hui Kyung thought she had to find out more. She asked him how he knew he would find her here. He said he had asked around the neighborhood about Zimeng. He looked at her and asked if she could think of a better fake name than Zimeng. She smiled. And he continued that when he came to Automaton, he asked the traders about Zimeng. He gave them a sack of salt and they told him that she had decided to start a business and had gone to get silk. They also decided that she had abandoned them because she had borrowed their car and never returned it. A few days had passed since she left the Automaton through the back door. Yasharolod asked her if she didn't think she had lost too much trust in her partners, not to mention other things. She didn't answer anything. She was just burning with shame. While they were talking, the automaton appeared on the horizon. She saw it too. She said that they would take a road that only a few traders from Automaton knew. They were quickly approaching the back entrance to the castle. Kyung Hui said that as soon as they arrived, she would meet with the Hugh family to talk about selling the silk. During this conversation, Siren heard a rustling sound and saw a dagger approaching Kyung Hui. He caught it on the fly. She saw blood splatter when he unclenched his hand and said it was all because of her curse. Saren said that the curse had nothing to do with it, and Rockrak was right. Someone is trying to get rid of her. So the battle for the throne had already begun. An ambush was waiting for them around the corner. They went out to meet them, but Cyrus quickly dealt with the attackers. Kyung-hui was in awe of the lizardman's skill. Hui Kyung praised him and said that he was very good at fighting, but she had heard that the most famous warrior among the lizardmen was Ur. She wondered if they knew each other. He tore off a piece of cloth and started wrapping the goblin's injured arm to fix it. At this time, he said that Jur was the best warrior of his tribe. She watched Siran's actions carefully. He told her that he had studied with Ur. The girl asked him if he had learned medicine from him. She noticed that he was very good at it and knew about medicinal plants. He replied that he learned the craft of medicine when he served Jeol. He watched her carefully as she treated the sick and wounded. Hui Kyung put all his talents together and thought about who this Cyrus was. He learned to fight from the best warrior. She knew that Jeol was Rockrak's wife and was responsible for the internal affairs of the tribe. He was a servant under Jeol's direct protection. Then she decided that Saren must have held some high position in their tribe, and she was quite lucky to have such a person sent to protect her. When the goblins saw his nobility, they said they would tell him who hired them and that he would offer them something for it. He took one bundle of silk and handed it to the goblins. She wanted to scold him and take her silk back, but he convinced her that it would help them a lot. The goblins told him what they knew. Hui Kyung and Saren approached the entrance to the castle, but saw that many people were standing in front of the gate. They came closer and found that the castle gates were locked, and no one was allowed in. Armed soldiers stood at the entrance and protected the entrance. No one could enter the castle, and they did not see anyone leaving. The girl decided to ask someone from the crowd who was stomping around in front of the entrance why the entrance to the automaton was closed. She was told that the entrance to the vending machine was closed for an indefinite period of time, and that traders like her would not be able to enter it. And even if she managed to enter the fortress, she would definitely not be able to leave. Many questions flew through her mind. First of all, she must find out what happened there. Her knowledge of the secret entrance was quite useful in this case, and she decided to use it. The first house on her way was the house of the Gaio family. It was large and beautifully decorated. It was immediately clear that someone of high status lived here. A sad man sat at the table with a cup of tea. His expression showed that something was weighing him down. Hui Kyung asked him offended why he was sitting in front of her with such an expression. She should be the one who should be angry right now. She angrily said that the car she had borrowed from him had fallen apart, and she had almost died because of it. The man removed her hair from her face and said that she probably hadn't heard what had happened yet. He asked her if anything strange had happened to her recently. Kyung-hui replied that she had recently been almost killed. But she was lucky that the black tribe of lizardmen sent a warrior to protect her. And then she quickly added that she should thank him for it. The lizard man nodded politely and introduced himself as Saren Mule from a black tribe. The man nodded in response and said he was glad to meet you. He introduced himself as the leader of the Gaio family, one of the 4 families of automaton. Saren told him that he had talked to the goblins who attacked Hui Kyung, and he believes that the Gaio family had nothing to do with it. As he poured himself another cup of tea, the man said that it was a common thing that their family was not involved in this attack. They don't do mean things, unlike others. Hui Kyung asked what had happened in the castle to lock the entrance. It was definitely not because the cursed 4th child was attacked. The man replied that the attack had happened here, behind the walls of the fortress. It was an attempt on his life. She asked anxiously who the assassination attempt was against. She was afraid that someone had decided to kill her father. The man replied that he was fine and was not here now. He had gone on business outside the fortress. But the potential successor to the automaton throne, her brother Hui Dan, has disappeared. They can't find him. Then, Hui Kyung said she would like to visit her brother's room. Maybe she'd notice some trinket that would tell her where to find him. And they were led away. She looked around and told Saren that she had not been in this room for a long time. She and her brother used to be close, but then they stopped talking. Lizard men had a good enough sense of smell and sight to enable them to track prey in deserts. Cyrus bent down and looked at the table legs. He asked her to come to the other side of the table and said that he thought he had found something. He smells blood on this side of the table. She crouched down to look. There were indeed traces of blood, and they showed that there was quite a lot of blood. At this time, the door opened and the leader of the Gaio family entered the room. He voiced out loud Kyung-hui's guess that with so much blood, he most likely did not survive. Then the man said that they also saw these footprints. But the problem was that they did not find his body. As soon as they found the trail, they ordered the castle gates to be closed and no one to be let out so that the culprit could not escape. They blocked the city streets and stopped trade. Now it takes time to find the culprit and punish him. Hui Kyung wondered how the criminal could dare to do this given the great risks involved. But she pushed the thought away, deciding that she shouldn't focus on it. There was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, she heard a voice in her head that would reach her from time to time. It told her that it could tell her. He paused to allow her to answer and asked her again if she would still pretend that it did not concern her. She unconsciously told him to shut up. Saren saw something strange happening to her and came over. She was trembling. He asked if she was okay. Her eyes were like glass, and she seemed to be in some kind of trance. She said the perpetrator could have hidden the body in salt and thrown it away. She went on to say that the perpetrator had made a barrel to put the body in. She asked who would remain beyond suspicion in this case. The man hesitantly asked about the barrel. Hui Kyung confirmed that it had to be a barrel. She said that they should look for someone who makes or stores meat. In Siren's mind, it could have been a hunter or a butcher. He wondered why she had mentioned the barrel and salt, and in a moment, it dawned on him. She was right. A barrel of salt prevents meat from spoiling and rotting. She confirmed his guess, saying that the perpetrator had put the body in a barrel and covered it with salt to preserve it and throw it away later. This was done by a man who can easily bring a hunter with him to the castle and keeps a lot of jerky in barrels at home. The man continued to think that this is a person who can easily enter and leave the room. Hui Kyung has picked up on the fact that this is a hunter who is also a contender for the automaton throne. This is her older sister Hui Jin. Together with her assistant, Hui Jin fled the castle to hide the body. She didn't expect a simple girl like Hui Kyung to figure it out so quickly because she had thought this plan through to the last detail. The girl was angry and expressed her thoughts out loud. Suddenly, she heard someone say that she simply underestimated everyone around her. She recognized the voice and turned around. Hui Min was standing at one of the performances. She called her name in surprise to make sure. Then Hui Jin asked her how she ended up here. But all she got in response was a sly smile. 2 more archers came out of the shadows and were ordered to shoot. With the first shot, they got rid of the assistant who was carrying things next to Jin Hui. She was to be the next to go. Hui Jin was angry and told her sister that she was a bad girl and had allowed herself too much. Hui Min just laughed and asked what exactly made her so angry. Wasn't she the one who killed her brother? And she has no right to be outraged if she does the same to her. Hui Min said that only the strongest of them was worthy to rule. Wasn't it the throne that caused their brother's death? Therefore, they were willing to sever their family ties. Hui Jin screamed her sister's name in rage, and that was the last thing she said. The archers hit her and she fell to the ground. To make sure that the matter was completed, Hui Min sent archers to check. They confirmed that it was over. She let them go, saying that she had to think about it. In fact, she was sorry for what had happened. She walked slowly towards the castle with her head down. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as a sharp, piercing pain shot through her body. She fell to her knees. A sharp dagger pierced through her. Along with the pain, she heard her brother's voice saying that she was right. The strongest will take the throne, and he will be the second child of Lord Automaton Jun Hui. Now there is only one obstacle left on the way to the throne, but she won't have to wait long. He will soon deal with Kyung Hui's sister as well. At dawn, Automaton was shaken by the news of the death of the Lord's children. They were found all together outside the castle. Hui Kyung couldn't believe that Hui Jin and Hui Min were found with her missing brother, Hui Dan. This meant that the assassin did not even try to hide his identity. It wasn't hard to guess that Hui Jun was behind it. She voiced the events in their sequence out loud. Hui Jin made the first step. Then Hui Min, anticipating this, waited for her. And knowing the sisters' thoughts perfectly well, he waited for them to meet and got rid of them both at once. If the goblin's attack on her was the work of Hui Jun, then everything fits. If Cyrus was late, it could be attributed to a robbery on the road. The man said that the real battle for the throne was beginning. Hui Kyung replied that it was already clear. The leader of the family, Mr. Gayo, said that the family had just held a meeting to discuss the issue. Then Hui Kyung looked at him. She realized that they were deciding who they would support in this fight. She decided not to pretend that she was very embarrassed by this. She took the cup and continued to drink her tea, as if he hadn't said anything special. The girl smiled and calmly asked the leader what decision the Gyo family had made. He rubbed his chin with his hand as if thinking about something serious. He said he didn't even know how to say it. It was obvious that Hui Jun was now winning their fight. Then he paused. She waited impatiently for an answer. Those seconds of silence seemed very long. She asked again what they had decided. He smiled and said that, given all this, they decided to bet on her. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to the leader of the Gayo family with words of gratitude for their faith in her. He said that it was only not even accurate calculations and excitement, not blind faith, that pushed them to make this choice. So all she had to do was survive. She nodded that she understood. As she approached the exit, she turned and said that she would do her best to justify their support. The leader of the Gayo family did not say anything in response. He just continued to drink his tea. In the courtyard, she looked at Siren decisively and said that she had decided to fight for the throne of Automaton. Despite her cursed body, it seemed that for the first time in her life someone believed in her. She touched her horns with her hand. They grew back and irritated her very much. The man loudly voiced that it was unacceptable to avoid the attempted murder. They have to catch Hui Jun. Another man said that the San and Tu families were on Hui Jun's side, so it was not an easy task to find him. Perhaps we should get the Su family to their side. She listened to the men argue about supporting Su's family. One said they needed her. The other said it didn't matter. Her hands reached for the horns. She involuntarily said that it was all strange. Saren saw that she was touching her horns again and told her not to even think about cutting them off. She snorted and said she had already accepted it. The girl did not want to bring up the topic of her horns again. She just meant that she hadn't gotten used to them yet. He told her to think of them as a reward for what she had been through these days. A lot has changed in recent weeks. She sat in a room with family representatives and discussed the action plan. In addition to family representatives, the goblins and several merchants who were on the girl's side were invited to the meeting. In the midst of the discussion, the door opened and a servant entered the room. He said he had news from the territories outside the castle. He announced that the Holy Lord of the Automaton would soon arrive. This news confused Hui Kyung. Someone said that Lord Hui Seo probably doesn't know the news from the castle yet, so what will happen when he arrives is unknown. He will have to choose who will take the throne. Hui Kyung thought that he would most likely choose her brother. She asked the servant when the Lord was expected to arrive. He said that the Lord was not traveling very fast, so he would not arrive at the castle until tomorrow morning. The servant turned to Kyung Hee and said that he had a message from the scouts that he had to tell only to her. She nodded for him to come over. She asked him what was wrong. He leaned in close enough to her as if to tell her. Suddenly she felt something warm and wet on her face. It was blood. She looked over and saw that Saren had finished him off. The knife fell to the floor. Then Saren said he saw the man pulling him out. Someone said that the servant belonged to the Gayo family. A family member confirmed this and said he must have been bribed. Saren said that they shouldn't trust the members of the Gayo family now. Hearing some sounds outside the door, the goblins decided to check it out. They came back quickly and said they had to leave quickly. They were being prepared for an attack. The leader of the family, Gayo, showed them a secret exit from the room. He said she had to escape to save herself, and he would try to detain the attackers. As it turned out, Hui Jun had been preparing for the attack for a long time and wanted to do it before the Lord arrived. It seemed that everyone wanted to finish everything here and now. They had no chance of escaping unnoticed by running down the street, so they had to take extreme measures. As she was removing the boards, she said she hoped she would never use this path. Saren replied that this time they could not find a safer way than this. Even if she didn't like it, there was no turning back. The only escape route they had was the sewer. There was a lot of sewage there and the smell was appropriate. Hui Kyung said that since they had no choice, she would go down there first. She quickly jumped into the hatch. Saren hadn't expected her to do it so decisively. A moment later, a hand appeared from the hatch and gestured to him to come down. He heard Kyung Hui asking him why he was frozen there and not coming down. She hurried him down. He quickly went down to her, and he noticed that her stomach was much stronger than he thought. The stench was unbearable, and there were a lot of flies. She said she was used to bugs. The girl told him that when she was young, she fell through the floor in the toilet. Saren asked her why she was talking about it, as if it was a common thing and nothing dangerous. She told him that in this case he was right. Then, she barely survived. It happened because the floor was rotten and broke. Then she got stuck in a big pile of feces. But she managed to get to the sewer and was not hurt. She could not see a single ray of light and thought she was going to die. Then she saw blue balloons flying and followed them, and they showed her the way to the exit of the sewer. She decided to catch one of these balls, and it turned out that it was just a beetle with light coming out of its tail. I think they were fireflies. Saren said that this was strange because fireflies are not found in such places. She was surprised and said that there were actually a lot of them. She had even caught one. The lizard man thought it was very unusual that they were in a place where they were not found. But maybe it was some other species. Fortunately, they didn't have to walk through the sewage for long and saw the door they were going to exit through in front of them. He pointed to the door and said he found it when he was re-examining the area. The passage leads to the basement of the Su family's hunting lodge. Then he told Hui Kyung to walk behind him. This time, he would go ahead to make sure the path was safe, and she would wait for him here. As he walked up the stairs, he said that if he did not return in a while, she should run in the opposite direction. She did not argue, but listened to him. She was alive only because of Siren's caution. A lot has happened in the last 3 weeks. They fought several times and won because of him. She should listen to him and wait. I heard a noise outside the door. It was like the sound of metal hitting metal. She thought it was the sound of a battle. He alarmed her and she quickly started to climb the stairs. She came to her senses only on the top step. She remembered what Saren had told her about what she should do if he didn't come back soon and hissed in anger. The girl thought she didn't want to wait and pulled out a dagger from her inside pocket. Hui Kyung mentally told herself that she would no longer stand by and watch others die. Then she threw open the door with a bang. The sound of swords became even louder, and she realized that she was right in her guess. She saw a crowd fighting with swords. She looked closely to see who was in the crowd. She looked closely and saw Siren among them. He noticed that the door had opened and was approaching. The lizard man turned to her and asked why she disobeyed and left. She did not answer. She heard a familiar voice in the crowd. He said that it was late, and that lizardmen would soon be finished. It was Hui-jun. Siren turned sharply in his direction and ordered him to be quiet. Then Kyung-hui saw that Siren had a spear stuck in his back. Hui-jun gave him an angry look and said that it was a wonder he still had the energy to talk. To cover Hui-kyung-kyung, Siren stood in front of her. Hui-jun ordered the soldiers to ignore the lizardmen and destroy Kyung-hui. Gathering all his strength, Siren rushed to scatter the soldiers who were running at them like a bunch of ants. Repelling numerous attacks by the soldiers, Siren asked her why she did not run away as they had agreed. He said that running away was the only right thing to do. With that, he began to twist his long tail around the spear. The lizardmen gripped it tightly and broke off the long spear stick with one sharp movement. He threw the broken spear to the ground. Siren looked at Kyung-hui and asked her again why she had disobeyed him and done such a stupid thing. She said she didn't know. But sometimes people consciously make wrong decisions knowing that it is a big mistake, even when their own lives are at stake. He looked back and their eyes met. She said that maybe it was only human, but Siren shook his head and said that they could generalize that statement. Continuing to scatter the soldiers, he said that the leader had ordered him to protect her, but he did not order him to risk his life. So they were standing here side by side for the same reason. During this time that they were together, they became dear to each other. A man came up to Hui-jun and whispered something in his ear. Then he shouted to the soldiers to kill them. He said that whoever defeated the lizard man and Hui-kyung would be rewarded with a whole wagon load of silk fabrics. Watching Siren repel the attacks, he shouted to the soldiers that they should not be afraid of this lizard man. He is already wounded, and they must put their honor on the line and finish him off. One of the warriors shouted that he had too much power for an ordinary warrior, and he had heard rumors that this lizardman was one of the chosen ones. Hui shouted that they were fools. If he was really chosen, he would not hide his power and would not allow himself to be wounded. Then he shouted to Cyrus to demonstrate his strength and strike them with lightning or thunder. But Cyrus could not do so because Hui-kyung herself had spread the rumors about him. After that, the soldiers began to approach them again. They were sure that even if he was not chosen, he was still a very strong warrior and clearly of a high class. At this time, Siren looked around for something to protect himself, and something occurred to him. They were standing near a wall. He noticed that there was a high concentration of salt in it. This indicated that there was a salt mine nearby. Siren told Kyung-hui to trust him, and when he said so, they would run to the right to that wall. He noted that he may not have been chosen, as her brother said, but that does not mean he is a weak warrior. The lizardmen confessed to her that he was the second strongest warrior among the lizardmen. Only Yor was stronger than him, but nobody remembers the second ones. Only the first ones are remembered. Hui-jun's soldiers were approaching quickly, and he told her to run to the right side at his sign. She said incredulously that there was only one wall. Siren put his right hand on his left shoulder and leaned forward as if to attack. With his eyes, he chose the point where the blow should fall and said that he would fix it now. He gave the command to run and rushed forward in a pose of delight. Hui-kyung trusted him and ran after him. Accelerating, he punched a hole in the wall with his body and disappeared into it, kicking up a puff of smoke and dust. Hui-kyung was the first to realize what had happened and quickly ran through the dust cloud to the hole where Siren had disappeared. No one expected such a turn, and they stared in amazement at the smoky dust in which Siren and Hui-kyung had disappeared. A few seconds later, the dust cleared and they saw a hole in the wall. Hui-jun shouted to the soldiers to catch up with them. He told them to run into the hole. After seeing what they saw, they were frightened by the power of the lizardmen, but having no choice, they moved towards him. They walked along a corridor that led to the depths of the salt mine. Soon their eyes began to get used to the darkness. Then she saw that Siren was leaving a trail of blood behind him. She quietly asked him how he was feeling. He was limping and his steps were slowing down. She took his hands so that he could lean on her and told him that he had to be patient a little longer. Thus, supporting him on their backs, they walked through a tunnel that seemed to have no end. But the end did come, although they hadn't expected it. Kyung-hui sighed hopelessly. There was a wall in front of them again. They were trapped again. There was nowhere to go, except to go back. Perhaps they had missed an exit somewhere. She looked at Siren. His wound was bleeding, and Kyung-hui asked him if he wanted to rest for a while and offered to help him pull the blade out. He said they could not do that. If they pulled the blade out of the wound, the blood would bleed non-stop. The lizard man looked at her more closely and saw that she was crying. He asked her what was wrong and she said not to pay attention. Then he bent down to her and said that he just wanted to understand why she was crying. Was she crying because of him? She said yes. She can't understand what the point of all this is if he dies. Through her tears, she said that the same thing always happens. Something bad always happens to people who were close to her. Siren tried to calm her down and then asked if she thought it was all about her curse. He told Hui-kyung to remember how much they had been through in these last 3 weeks. They had gone through it all and were still alive. Besides, all the dangers were created by her brother. Then he reminded them of situations that helped them overcome all difficulties and seemed random. However, good things that happened as if by coincidence are called luck. She remembered the many situations she had gotten out of in her life, and she repeated out loud that she was lucky, not cursed. Siren asked her if she remembered the first time they met. He had come down from the cliff to pick up her silk cloths. He said that he noticed something strange about the car she was using to transport her fabrics. There were clearly signs of deliberate damage to the part that served as the axle mount, and she borrowed this car before the battle for the throne began. The same things had happened to her before, and the fact that the floor gave way so easily under her in the toilet seemed strange too. The whole thing with her siblings started quite recently, so he thinks that someone tried to kill her long before that. Hui Kyung heard the voice in her head again, telling her that she already knew. She knows who wants to end her life. They heard the sound of footsteps and voices approaching them, so they would soon be found. The light from the torches illuminated them, and one of the soldiers shouted that Kyung Hui and the lizardmen were hiding here. Judging by the number of marks, we can tell that he lost a lot of blood, and he's probably exhausted. Hui Jun said that they are now in a salt mine, so they won't be able to break through the wall again and escape. He ordered his soldiers to finish them off immediately. Now they have a much better chance of finishing the job. Junhui's words that the lizard man was exhausted raised the warriors' spirits a bit, and they began to attack. Hui Kyung got up and stood next to Cyrus. She didn't believe in luck, but in recent days, she had learned to fight beside him without disturbing him. She thought that it would be so. At least she would not die blaming her curse. If she dies, it will be her own fault, the result of her choice, just as Siren said, that he stayed by her side despite the danger. Unexpectedly, Siren said he wanted to see what would happen next. Hui Kyung asked what he meant. He replied that he meant her luck, that this time, it would help save her life. The soldiers were already quite close. There was only a distance of a few dozen meters between them. At that moment, a bright light blinded the soldiers who were coming toward them. Blinded, they had to stop. A blue light that looked like a sphere appeared between the group of soldiers and Siren. For a moment, everyone stared in awe at the bright light that shimmered and flickered in the salt mine. Hui Jun was shocked to see the light begin to form into something that looked like an incomprehensibly shaped creature. And he was even more frightened when the creature began to speak. The electric stingray introduced itself and said its name was Pajiji. Hui Kyung, who was already used to surprises, instinctively repeated that his name was Pajiji. The stingray did not react to this. He had heard this surprise many times before. He had been trained not to react to it. He turned toward them and addressed the lizard man. He gave his full name, Siren Mule, and announced that he was the chosen one. When the soldiers heard this, they began to whisper. He was the chosen one. They retreated a few steps in fright. Hui Jun was seething with anger and irritation. They were so close to their goal. When he saw the warriors retreating, he shouted and asked if they were going to regret not joining the gnolls. If they are so afraid to approach them, let them take a bow and arrow and shoot them. At that time, the stingray was talking to Siren. He said that he had many obstacles ahead of him, but Cyrus interrupted him. He said that he knew that only 5 of their tribe were elected. Does that mean he is the 6th chosen one? Or is one of them dead? The stingray confirmed his guess and said that one of them had left them. It was their guide, the one who read the stars. Siren closed his eyes for a moment and mentally expressed his condolences on this occasion. He then asked the stingray why he was chosen to be the next chosen one. He told him that he was the 2nd bravest lizard man of his tribe, and that was enough to become the chosen one. With the words that Siren would act in the name of God and that he would receive his power whenever necessary, Pajiji flashed a bright light. Light enveloped Cyrus. The stingray said that from now on he was chosen and had power. The blue light faded as quickly as it had appeared, and with the light, Pajiji disappeared. Hui Kyung whispered to Siren and asked if he had just become the chosen one. He replied that he had. He feels the power within him. Hui Jun was shouting at the soldiers not to stand still, but to attack. The monster was gone, and they could not be afraid. Siren grabbed the spear sticking out of his arm with one hand and pulled it out. Kyung Hui asked him what he was doing. It could hurt, but he said it was okay. He put his hands to the wounds, and a spark passed through him. It burned the edges of the wound. The smell of something burning began to be heard in the air. Siren had already stopped the bleeding, and despite the pain, he felt a surge of energy. The soldiers continued to approach them. He looked at Hui Kyung and said that he didn't think these soldiers understood what was going on. She smiled sarcastically, stretching his hand out in front of him. Siren said that if they did not understand, he would have to explain it to them. The lizard man told her to cover her ears in case it got loud. A spark ran across his palm. A bolt of lightning escaped from Siren's hand and struck a corner of the salt mine. On its way, it burned many soldiers. Hui Jun, who was standing behind everyone else, managed to jump away from the lightning and avoid being struck. Those in front did not even realize what had happened. The last thing they saw was a bright flash, and those who did see it decided that they should run away very quickly. The lizard man was indeed the chosen one. Jun Hui was among them. Siren did not chase after those who ran away. He exhaled heavily and looked at his hand. Watching the soldiers drop their weapons in fright and run away, Kyung Hui said that this was incredible power and asked Siren if he was okay. He replied that he was. Hui Kyung asked him why, with such great power, the Black Lizardman tribe would not fight the Severed Ear tribe. He replied that he could guess the reason. He cannot use this power indefinitely. He feels that it takes away his life force. That's why Owen always smoked a pipe after using the power. After hearing this, she asked him again if he was really okay. He assured her that he was. He was just a little tired. As soon as he stopped the bleeding, he felt better and felt that he had the strength to fight again. Now they have to get out of here. At one of the corners, another warrior jumped out and shouted and threw a spear at them, but he missed. When he saw this, he ran away, but Saren's lightning quickly caught up with him. They had several more skirmishes on the way out. Junhui managed to send more soldiers to meet them. The hegemony watched the one it had bet on retreat and decided to intervene. It could not let it go. He gritted his teeth at Nebula's name and said he didn't want to do it, but there was a lot at stake. At the exit of the mine, Kyunghui and Saren were already in for a surprise. They saw something blocking the light. The shadow was moving, and they could tell that something big was approaching. At first, they saw the paw of the beast, and then all of it. There was a huge saber-toothed tiger coming at them. It roared to show its intentions. Saren asked Kyunghui where a saber-toothed tiger could have come from, but she just clung to his hand in fear. The tiger immediately rushed at Saren, but he quickly regrouped and struck him with lightning. After that, the tiger fell down. Looking at him, Saren asked how he could have climbed over the castle wall and gotten into the salt mine. He could not understand where he had come from. Hui Kyung said that there have been a lot of unexplained events lately, and this was probably one of them. Saren said that after everything they had seen, he was beginning to worry about what was waiting for them behind the door. Wiz stepped forward and ordered her to stay behind him and do what he told her. As Saren had guessed, they were already in for an ambush. Soldiers were waiting for them to leave, hiding above the entrance to the mine. They saw Hui Jun shaking with anger. He shouted at them that they had forced him to do this. His accusations angered her. She asked him who he thought started it all. Hui Jun angrily squeaked that it was she who had brought that evil lizard man to the castle. A battle for the throne should be reserved for family members. He was beside himself with rage and shouted that she thought the automaton would remain untouched if she succeeded him with the power of this foreigner. The lizard men will displace humans or eat them. Did she scream back that he thought she was to blame for everything? But she's not a coward like him and won't hide behind the walls of Automatica. There is life outside of it too, and she is not afraid to develop. Then, Hui Jun called her words absurd and ordered them to be destroyed. The soldiers hiding above the exit rushed to attack. Hui Kyung wasn't prepared for an attack from behind, but Saren quickly noticed movement behind them. He reacted with lightning speed and hit them with great force with his long and strong tail, and he dealt with the attackers in just one movement. Looking at this, Junhui clenched his fists. He couldn't understand how lizardmen had such stamina. After fighting like that, he should have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Stepping forward, Kyung-hee called her brother by name and said that he was an idiot who did not understand the true meaning. An automaton is a castle that lives off of trade. The unwillingness to interact with the outside world means complete isolation from society. Hasn't he seen that they have already been controlled for a long time? If he's so smart, he should have figured out how to use them himself. She is not a coward like him and their father and is ready to take automaton to the next level. He laughed hysterically at her arguments. He said that she not only looked like a beast, but also thought like a monster. In any case, he never considered her a sister and never even thought about it once. Looking at him, she noticed that he was fanning himself for some reason. She realized that it was a sign for someone. If it was a hidden assassin, he had to be hiding somewhere in front of them. The distance was big enough to throw a knife, so it had to be an arrow. And it had already started moving in her direction. It had an iron tip and 3 feathers attached to it. The arrow was heading straight for her heart. That voice in her head spoke to her again. He asked if she would again order him to shut up even when she was on the verge of death. If she continues to ignore him, they will die together. Or does she think she can stop the arrow? She is very slow and will not be in time, and Saren may not have time to react and then it will be too late. The voice should have warned her when it realized an assassin was hiding there. But her horns hadn't grown enough yet and that wasn't possible. Now she had to figure out a way to evade it. Hui Kyung thought that if the wind blew strongly now, it might change the trajectory of the arrow. The shadow slowly said the word wind. Then she said that the wind was on her side, but the uncertainty was growing. The wind quickly picked up the arrow and whirled it away from Hui Kyung somewhere upwards. Hui Jun just screamed in surprise. There was no logical explanation for this. But he was not alone. Siren followed the arrow's trajectory and was as surprised by its maneuver as the others. Hui Kyung was more scared than surprised. She wondered what had saved her. Was it luck or a curse? The voice in her head replied that it was much more complicated. He said he could see many paths to the future and choose the most profitable one. The arrow fell and stuck in the ground right in front of Hui Kyung's feet without hitting her in any way. Then the voice sounded again in her head and said that she could control probabilities. A notification appeared on the screen that Kyung-hee, who was shrouded in demonic energy, had realized her demonic nature. The hidden demonic energy has now been revealed. Demonic energy probability. Hegemony just froze in amazement in front of the screen. He said uncertainly that it turned out she was not cursed. He expressed his surprise to Nebula. He replied that he didn't seem crazy to choose a cursed child for their deal. Hegemony grabbed his head, realizing that he had been deceived. He shouted that the characterization says in black and white that she is cursed. Why did a demonic spirit appear here? How could he influence it? Nebula gently pointed out the Hegemony's inattention, calmly saying that according to Hui Kyung's description of the story, this happened before they appeared in this world. So Hegemony asked how he knew she was a demon, and Nebula answered that at first he was not sure about it himself. At first, he thought that the curse was related to bad luck. It turned out that the numerous incidents that Kyung-hui thought were bad luck were clearly aimed at her destruction. He realized this when the floor of the toilet caved in. This was due to a hired servant who had damaged the structure before Hui Kyung entered. No matter how close she was to death, she always came out of these situations unscathed. Since then, he began to understand what kind of power was hidden in her by watching her. It was not a curse or bad luck as everyone thought. On the contrary, it turned out to be a great success. This poor frightened child had something that could be called the magic of probability. The presence of an entity possessed by a demonic spirit is already a big enough advantage. At the end of the story, he added that it was over. Hegemony said he looked too petty when he summoned a single saber-toothed tiger, but still, he won. Nebula replied that it sounded pathetic, and asked why he thought he had won. To this, Hegemony replied that he hadn't had time to finish off Hui Jun. He asked what he would do now. At that time, Lord Automaton had already arrived at the castle. He found his children in the middle of a fight. He ordered them to stop quarreling, and they had to obey his will. That was the law of the castle. Hegemony repeated that everything is over. Because of the Lord's arrival in the castle, all families in Automaton are obliged to stop any battles. And Lord Hui So will want to end it quickly and simply announce his successor. Perhaps it will happen right now. Hui So recognizes his son Hui Jun as the next Lord of the Automaton, because father and son have similar political views. If that's what happens, Hui Kyung won't stand a chance. Destroying Hui So would be foolish, because not one of the families will recognize her after that. Nebula noted that this is only one option for what could happen, but it may not happen. He asked Hegemony why he was so sure that Hui So would choose Hui Jun over Hui Kyung. Hui So walked between Hui Jun and Hui Kyung. He looked at the two children with the cold face of a lord. He said that they no longer need to fight for the throne. He will announce his successor right here and now. Hui Kyung asks her father to tell her something before he does. Then he turned to her and noticed that she had decided to keep her horns. She quickly replied that he had shaved off his beard. The lord nodded and said she could tell him what she wanted. She gathered her thoughts to make up her mind. She thought it would be difficult, but the words came out of her mouth. She asked him why he tried to kill her. All the time since childhood, he has been trying to get rid of her, and now she wants to know what the reason is. Hui Jun looked at her as if he didn't understand what was happening, but Hui Seo didn't say anything about it. He kept his eyes on her. Finally, he asked her how long ago she found out about it. She answered that it was a long time ago, but she was deceiving herself and trying to run away from this thought. She didn't want to believe it. Hui Kyung clenched her fist tightly and continued that she was constantly asking herself why her father was trying to kill her. The fact that her mother died giving birth to her and the trace of the curse that followed her all her life was a lie that her father invented. He lowered his head and said that her mother wanted to give life to her child despite her weak body. Because of this, Ree died of Rocky Mountain spotted fever after giving birth to her. She was very dear to him. Her loss was more painful than he could have imagined. At that moment, the word curse flashed through his mind. Then he decided that Ree was dead because of her and her cursed horns. His days as Lord Automaton became unbearable. He had only one option left. She had taken the most valuable thing in his life and he could not let her live. Hui Kyung said that was all she wanted to know. Now he can do what he wants. Hui Jun rushed to him, screaming. He shouted that Automaton's fate depended on his father's choice, and he shouldn't make his choice under the influence of guilt. But he said that he shouldn't worry. Even though he was old and tired of it all, he would make the decision as the Lord of Automation, not as their father. Hui So thought he was just a stone on the god's game board, and this is his last independent decision. He was right. When he began to say who he would announce as his successor, they watched. Hegemony folded his arms and prayed to all the gods he knew that the Lord would choose Hui Jun. Nebula just laughed at this and said that his prayer would not work. They are the gods themselves. Nebula noticed that something was going on with Kyung Hui. It seemed like something was about to happen. You have to be careful. Hui Kyung listened to the voice in her head again. It told her that the Lord's lips were stretched to say her name. She would be the next Lord of the Automaton. The voice asked her why she was not happy and still seemed worried. She mentally replied that her father was trying to escape. She doesn't know it, but she realizes that he will try to alleviate the guilt inside her. Rumors will spread through the castle that the Lord tried to kill his child and decided to pass the throne to her out of guilt. And Hui Jun's maid will definitely spread these rumors. Then her competence will be called into question, as it will be considered mere luck. After this, the four families and the people of Automaton will not follow her, and the title of lord she will receive will be questioned. She does not want to be appointed as her father's successor. She will achieve this on her own. Hui Kyung turned to her father again and interrupted him. She said she had changed her mind. Hui So paused and looked at her with a tired look and asked what was wrong. She said that she had thought about it and realized that she had to become the next lord of the automaton regardless of his will. The girl straightened up and announced loudly for everyone to hear that she would become the next lord of the automaton. Hui Jun rushed to his father, telling him to pay attention to the fact that this animal was also threatening him. Hui So waved him off and said that everything was settled then. She could try. He pointed to the soldiers behind him and asked her how she planned to stand up to all these soldiers. Would she have the courage to stand up to him? She pointed to Siren and said that this lizardman was not an ordinary warrior from the Black Lizardman tribe. He is the chosen one. Realizing Hui Kyung-sarang's intentions, he stretched his hand forward and demonstrated the lightning bolts. Hui So did not react to this statement, but some soldiers were clearly frightened and began whispering. She continued that she didn't know if he could kill all the warriors or not, but there was one thing he could do. At least he has a good chance of killing the lord and escaping with her. Hui Jun shouted that it was impossible. Lizardman is already wounded and exhausted. He couldn't do it. Hui So recalled the first time he saw the internal structure of the Black Tribe. He remembered the power of the Chosen One well from the example of the leader Rakrak. He looked threatening, most likely chosen here to force him to make the final decision. This is probably one of God's ways of controlling people. Hui So seemed to be impressed by her words. He asked her if he died without naming a successor, what she thought would happen to the automaton. Without waiting for an answer, he continued that automaton is unique in its kind. If he dies without naming a successor, the people of automaton will choose one themselves. And who will they choose? She said that she did not want to allow such a situation to happen, but if something did, she would have to turn to the Black Tribe for help. Using the power of their warriors, she will completely cleanse the castle and she will probably remain the only person in automaton. Hui Jun started shouting again that this filthy animal would never be able to hide its true nature. She had revealed her true intentions. Lord Hui Seo was deep in thought. Hui Jun continued to scold his sister. A few minutes later, he said that he seemed to have no choice but to name a successor. He walked over and stood in front of her. He announced that he was Lord Automaton Hui So, and I hereby declare the next Lord Automaton Hui Kyung. And from that moment on, she will act as Lord Automaton and her will must be obeyed. Hui Jun fell to the ground in surprise. He could not even describe the strange state he was in. He thought it was all a dream. A few days have passed since the appointment of the new Lord Automaton. People were lively discussing the events. Someone said that the city had become so alive for the first time in a long time. He was told that everything was possible because this terrible battle for the throne was over. He was told again that it was not only that. The atmosphere in the city seemed to have changed. Compared to previous figures, trade with other races has increased significantly, and the number of traders from far away has also increased. Even the 4 largest families are very quiet. It seems that they have come to terms with the changes caused by the new lord of the castle. Hui Jun, who was listening to the conversation, huffed and turned away. He couldn't accept what had happened. He said to himself that what was happening was some incredibly ridiculous nonsense. This animal that conspired with the lizardmen is now recognized as the lord of the castle. He decided to leave Automaton. There were rumors that there was a small settlement of people somewhere in the middle of the region. Hui Jun thought that he could stay there for a while. After preparing everything he needed, he went to the stable where his horse was kept. Saddling him up, he thought that he would leave this terrible place and, having gained strength, return here to take what was rightfully his. He heard some rustling. He looked closely at the shadow that flashed between the stalls. Hui Jun thought it might be the stable boy, so he asked who was there to make sure. Saren answered his question. He came out of the shadows and stood in front of him. Looking at the bags Hui Jun had packed, he asked where he was going. Glaring at him angrily, he continued to load his luggage onto his horse. He hissed through his teeth that Saren was none of his business. When he was done, he sat on his horse and said that Saren would not be able to stop him. Saren calmly replied that he didn't care about him and didn't even think about stopping him. He wouldn't be able to do anything anyway, whether he stayed here or not. Hui Jun was going to say some more nasty things, but he decided that it would be better not to provoke the lizard man. He turned his horse around and just left. Looking at Hui Jun, Siren looked up at the sky and muttered under his breath that no one would let him return. Siren walked over to the fire and continued to think out loud that Hui Jun was just another source of trouble who would not be allowed to get close to Hui Kyung. And he's not the only one who thinks this way. The lizardman took the torch and set it on fire. With the torch in his hands, Cyrus climbed the castle wall. He raised it above his head and waved it to give a sign. One by one, the signs were passed around the castle. When they reached the main liaison officer, he ran up and knocked on the door of a house on the outskirts of the castle. The goblin leader was waiting for the message. The messenger explained to him with gestures that he had received a signal that Hui Jun was on his way. The leader covered his face with a black hood, stood on the rampart and drew his sword. He waited for his target to leave the gate. When he did, The goblin immediately dove down from the rampart. He landed on the back of a horse and with a single sword stroke dealt with Hui Jun. The goblin leader has long wanted to thank Saren and Hui Kyung for their understanding and kindness. But killing Hui Jun right away would have set Hui Kyung up for failure, so he had to wait until he escaped. That was his plan. And Hui Jun didn't keep us waiting long. After calming the horse down, he took the body away from here so that it would not be found. Hegemony and Nebula got in touch again via video chat. Hegemony calmly admitted that he had lost. Nebula was not expecting such a quiet reaction and asked him why he was suddenly talking so calmly about his loss. Hegemony quoted that those who cannot accept defeat cannot develop. He said that this time he would not shout to argue and demand revenge. He was sorry, but Nebula won. Nebula did not hide the fact that he was happy to win. He said he was the best player again and proved it in practice. But Nebula was troubled by the fact that he so easily admitted defeat and even said goodbye and left in a very good mood. Hegemony decided to lead the Gnolls across the continent and said that they would go west. Experiencing negative consequences in connection with a self-fulfilling prophecy is only part of the process, but it seemed that they did not bother him at all. When he said goodbye, he said that they would not cross paths for a while, and he turned off the video chat. Nebula watched the Gnolls leave the territories and thought that they were developing by stealing technology from the inhabitants of the continent, and the Hegemony's confidence in battles is impressive. If the Hegemony leaves the territory, leaving a void behind, it will be possible to expand its influence through the already cleared path. Then it will be able to get the territories from the northern to the southern part of the peninsula's coast. Since this is all a coastal zone, sooner or later it will come in handy. Having defeated the two-headed snake, he has already received a small sphere of seawater. There the snake lived in fresh water and could not use all its strength. He wondered what he could do in seawater, but he decided to put it off for later. Now he wanted to welcome the new lord. Hui Kyung had to study a lot of documents these days. That night, she just fell asleep at her desk from exhaustion. Most of the time, she had nightmares about her past or that someone was chasing her. But this time, she had something different. She opened her eyes and saw a firefly beetle on her hand, glowing in a blue glow that had saved her once before. The girl quickly sat up, but the beetle did not run away and continued to sit on her hand. She looked at it for a few minutes and suddenly it took off. She followed it with her eyes. He flew up to a man in a hood that hid his face. Hui Kyung asked him who he was, but he didn't answer. The man simply held out his index finger and a blue firefly landed on it. She guessed, but hesitantly, that he was the blue god of beetles. Hui Kyung bowed in the most polite way she knew how. She said she had received a lot of help from his followers. She knows she has to repay the favor, but she has nothing. She tries to develop different businesses but does not know if they will help God in any way. She felt like he was ignoring her. He said absolutely nothing in her defense. It was as if he was not listening to them. He stretched his hand forward and opened his fist. A firefly circled his palm. Suddenly, it turned into something rectangular. She could not understand what it was. Maybe he didn't believe her. She said again that she had neither the strength nor the ability to thank him. She looked at the object in her husband's palm. Then he said it resembled a metal plate they used to use in trade deals, but she did not understand what he meant. The girl started to say that if he wanted to give her money, he would. But she stopped talking when she felt someone's hand on her shoulder. Hui Kyung turned and saw Siren Mule in front of her. She asked him what he was doing here, and she began to tell me that she was talking to the god of blue beetles. She wanted to point to him, but he was nowhere to be found. She looked again at Cyrus, whose silhouette began to blur before her eyes. She thought it couldn't be a dream. I heard a crash in the room as if something had fallen. It was followed by a loud yelp of pain. It was Hui Kyung. She fell off her chair and woke up. She looked up at the ceiling and said that it was just a dream after all. She thought she should take a walk to see how things were going and get the latest news. But the strange dream never left her mind. What if this dream was a revelation? She had no idea how to help the god of the blue beetles. And how could it be connected to iron? She had to earn the favor of the god of the blue beetles. She couldn't understand what it all meant, and it was driving her crazy. While walking through the market, she witnessed a scene. The conversation started with a customer who liked the silk. He said he had never seen silk of such good quality before. The seller said it couldn't be. He always sells it at this place. But the buyer replied that it was the first time he had come to Automaton. He came from the west. The buyer turned out to be a huge troll. He explained that the west is the side where the sun sets. Previously, he could not come here because the Gnoll tribe blocked the way. The seller confirmed that he had never seen someone like him before. He asked if he would still buy silk. The troll replied that he would buy all the silk he had, and he started looking for something in a bag with a bunch of metal plates. He took out a metal plate and showed it to me. The seller asked if it was iron, and he confirmed it was. Then the seller said he was ready to negotiate. The troll remarked that silk of such fine quality must be expensive. He showed me a bag full of iron plates. He said that he hoped there would be enough for an exchange. The seller was happy and said that there was more than enough. He agreed to make a deal. At this point, Hui Kyung interrupted the conversation and asked him to wait. She turned to the troll and told him to take his money. They both looked at her in surprise. Hui Kyung told the troll that she was sorry, but she had arranged to buy the silk in the first place. She turned to the seller and smiled broadly. The troll, looking very upset, asked the seller if it was true, but he didn't know what was going on. He saw Hui Kyung's grimace and realized he had to play along. So, he said it was true. He sniffed and said that since this is the case, nothing could be done, but he would not be upset. Then he said goodbye and left. The seller did not understand what was happening. He recognized her, so he played along, but he thought it was very strange. When the troll was no longer visible, the seller said that it was too much even for Lord Automaton, but she interrupted him and said that if he continued to do business like this, he would get into trouble. She pointed to the silk and said that it made no sense to sell it for such a low price. She asked him if he thought he had priced it right. He replied that he had brought this silk accompanying the leader Rakrak and carried it in a cart, so it was easy for him to bring it. The first time he sold it for more money, but this time it was more profitable to sell it for less. The Lord asked why he had decided so. Doesn't he know what a unique product he has? And this applies to all the products of the Black Tribe. If he thinks so, he won't be able to run a profitable business. She continued in an imperious tone that even if the cost of the product has decreased, he should not change the price to a lower one, especially when he sells luxury products like silk. Then she picked up an iron plate and showed it to the seller and said that she would show him something else. He looked at the plate with surprise and asked if it was the plate the troll was showing her. She nodded. The girl took out a scale and showed it to Lizardman. She told him to watch carefully. She put the plate that the troll had forgotten on one bowl. Then she pulled out a plate from her pocket, which is used for trading in the vending machine, and put it on another bowl. Hui Kyung said she would compare their weights and lifted the scales. She explained that the lighter one would go up. Lizardman watched Hui Kyung's actions carefully. When she lifted the scales, they began to move. One bowl dropped, and the other rose. Everything was just as she had explained. She pointed to the bowl that had risen and noticed that the plate the troll had brought was lighter than the one they were using. Lizardman said he understood. Then she angrily told him that the next time he received iron, he should first check its weight. Hui Kyung left the scales to the Lizardman and left. As she walked away, she could hear him behind her, looking at the scales and saying that they were very useful. Before she could take a few steps, she met two more Lizardmen. One of them was Saren, and the other one handed her a plate and asked her with a smile if she could level this plate as well. She guessed who he was and, taking the plate from his hands, said that she would be happy to do it for Chief Rakrak. She added that the automaton scales were very accurate. Then Lord looked at the plate and saw that it was very different from other iron plates. Rakrak said that their iron was mined from ancient ruins. It was of impeccable quality, but the smelting proved too difficult and their smith gave up. He thought that maybe automaton could help them with the smelting process. Rakrak asked Hui Kyung if they could melt down their pieces of metal into weapons. At that moment, Hui Kyung remembered her dream and thought that perhaps this was the task that the god of the Blue Beetles had given her to fulfill. The last evening rays were falling on the castle of Automaton. Everyone in the city began to prepare for the night except for one person. Hui Kyung remembered how confidently she had told Rakrak that she would fulfill his request. She's been beating herself up for promising to do this too confidently. And now that she says she's not sure they'll succeed, how will that affect her reputation as Lord Automaton? She did not understand why she had acted so confidently in front of Rakrak. She went back to the blacksmith who brought her the spearhead and the bad news. Hui Kyung looked at him and reproached him for telling her that he could do it just by looking at the metal. So she agreed to Rakrak's request. He said, of course, if she told him to, he would do it. But there is one problem with that metal. For example, it takes them 10 strokes to do their usual work, and here they can barely do anything after 30 or even 40 strokes. He barely managed to get one spearhead out after half a day of labor. Because of this, he cannot continue working now. Then she asked him why he didn't just rest. He shook his head and said it wouldn't help. If the workpiece cools down, it will have to be reheated and a lot of coal will be needed. Hui Kyung suggested that a few more people should be involved. Koval replied that it would take him several years to train them to a satisfactory level. She lowered her head in hopelessness and said that he had worked hard and could go to rest. As the blacksmith was leaving Hui Kyung's office with a sigh, Siren came in. Hearing the blacksmith's sigh, he realized what was wrong. He looked at her and asked if she was still dealing with this problematic hardware. The girl was happy to see him and shared her opinion that maybe she should be honest with Rakrak. She was so sure she could help him. With hope in her voice, she asked him if he might decide that they were useless allies. He replied that there was nothing they could do about it. The Rakrak he knows is very lenient. He thinks that when they tell him, Rakrak will smile and say that it's no big deal. He hadn't hoped for anything from the beginning. They didn't succeed either. Hui Kyung covered her eyes with her hands and told Cyrus not to joke like that. It hurt her pride even more. She exhaled and said that since nothing could be done, Saren should follow her. But Saren, who had brought another scroll, asked if she had already finished reviewing the appeal. She replied that she would do it later. Now she wants to check something. She and Siren went down to the castle's vault. Siren stood and stared at the huge door, mesmerized. Hui Kyung said that only the lords know about this place. When the door opened, he saw a huge clay monster that looked more like a piece of mud. Hui Kyung told him that these were automaton's clay soldiers. They are here in the most hidden part of the castle. For now, they help protect the automaton, but they can't control them as much as they want. She told him to follow her further because she had not brought him here to show him. There is something here that she wants to show him. This is the greatest secret of this castle. She went to the wall and put her hands on it. The girl pushed on it with all her strength and the wall moved forward. In fact, it was a hidden entrance. There was an amazing structure in front of them. A large spring was coming from the mountain and the water was falling down at high speed. The water fell on the wheel and thus made it spin. The structure was quite large and had many details. They were watching an incredible sight. Saren said that he had never seen anything like this in his life and he was delighted with it. Hui Kyung said that this is the main source of the automaton. Since it's inside the castle, you don't have to worry about being attacked by enemies. She exhaled again and said that this was not all she wanted to entrust him with. The falling water and the wheel actually generate a lot of energy both day and night. Siren said it was like an eternal blacksmith. She nodded and said she didn't know exactly how the energy was distributed through the automaton, but it is not going to use this power just to forge iron. She looked at the waterfall and said that with this power she wanted to try to change the automaton. Then the girl looked at him carefully and said that she wanted to ask him to help her with this. Saren, who has recently become not only her advocate but also her friend and assistant, said that he would support her. The first rays of the morning sun illuminated automaton. The time was quite early, and the city was still asleep. Hui Kyung thought about how to bring her idea to life. She opened the drawings and spread them out on the table. She began to explain the drawings. The new water gateway will be built on a slightly higher spot than the current one. The idea is to install additional wheels under the main one without weakening the water flow. She looked at Jaol and asked her what she thought about it. Jaol replied that given the amount of water in the spring and the structure of the wheel, the structure itself seems realistic to create. But this will require a lot of people to be involved, and the costs will be appropriate. You will also need a hardwood tree that does not grow in our area, and quite a lot of it. Hui Kyung said that money would not be a problem. They have enough of it. But Jaol said that the problem is not whether they can afford it. The main question is whether it is wise to invest such large sums in something that may not meet its expectations. And you have to take into account her still precarious position in the castle. If she wastes so much of the automaton's resources, she could be criticized and condemned. After the meeting, Hui Kyung thought about it. Jaol was right. She had to calculate the risks. It occurred to her that she could turn to the voice in her head. She asked it if it didn't know the future. The voice replied that he was not the spirit of prophecy and that all he knew and could do was change an event that was about to happen. Hui Kyung said she knew that. She tilted her head back. Her horns had grown enough to overwhelm her head. She said that since this is the case, she would tell us how she sees the future. The axle of the first wheel will remain empty. She will leave it for the next Lord Automaton to figure out how to use it. The second water wheel will be connected to an air pump. They will create an unquenchable furnace if they have enough coal. A hammer will be connected to the third water wheel. This way, iron that cannot be handled by a human can be flattened. The fourth and last wheel will turn the stone used to grind the grain. This way they will be able to grind a huge amount of it. The voice replied that he understood. Hui Kyung couldn't help but ask if that was all he could say. Then the voice replied that he just said what came to mind, because this is a future he cannot see. She huffed and got up from her chair. She said out loud that at least she thought it was a good idea. Hui Kyung shouted out that they would do it. They will build water wheels. Construction progressed quite quickly, but we encountered a number of problems and even an accident that resulted in injuries. The first wheel was so large and heavy that the ropes that helped to hold it up broke, and it fell and rolled, sweeping away everything in its path. They even managed to deceive them with the delivery of wood. Instead of hardwood, they received a single cartload of dry branches. But the lizardmen found the scammers and forced them to return the money. But the biggest disappointment was the fourth wheel. It was impossible to install it. The craftsman said that there must have been a mistake in the calculations and that it would not fit. They suggested leaving 3 wheels, but if she wanted to put all 4 wheels back on, she'd have to start all over again. She clenched her fist to keep the anger from escaping. Then, the craftsman said that the design does not allow changing the size of one part without changing the other. So they only had these 2 options. Hui Kyung said that if that was the case, she would choose the second option and they would start all over again. But the craftsman tried to convince her that it would take twice as long and that they had problems with hired workers. She said she didn't see a problem with it. They had been given this task by the god of the blue beetles and had to fulfill it. The Lord motivated them by saying that this was the best option for saving the automaton. If they disobey, they may incur the wrath of the god of blue beetles. Hui Kyung told them to tell everyone that as long as she was breathing, she would do everything to fulfill her promise to God. She will show them how to build all 4 water wheels. Nebula, who was watching their progress, was even surprised by her perseverance. He thought he didn't remember asking for 4 wheels, but he was impressed by her determination. He thought that people always behave like that. They are extremely goal-oriented creatures. unlike the honest lizardmen. Although people extended the construction period using God as a reason, other influential families are unlikely to oppose it. As the construction progresses, they will receive various benefits while earning a living from the trade. When the construction workers stayed, they continued to buy goods and spend their money in the vending machine. Eventually, a large amount of the money spent returned to the castle walls. The shopping district was expanding. And finally, after so many attempts, they succeeded. They opened the valve that held back the water and everything worked. The most modern design in the world, the 4 water wheels were born in the castle of Automaton. She asked Rockrock Jowl and Saren to come with her. She wanted to show them something. They came to the place where the hammer was installed. Saren was excited to see that the thing was really moving. The hammer fell with great force, and an equally loud sound on the hot piece of metal that Rockrock had brought. Then the hammer started to rise again and they saw a perfectly flat piece of metal. It was incredible power, and the other wheels worked well too. Rockrock said that he had been to many places but had never seen anything more beautiful than Automaton, and the iron plates used in the castle are the most trusted and widespread currency in different places. Hui Kyung was happy that she was able to fulfill the request of the Blue Beetle god. She turned to him in her mind and apologized for using his name so thoughtlessly, but she believes that he will understand her. It is thanks to this that she succeeded and completed the task. A notification appears on Nebula's screen that the iron-making skill has reached level 2. His civilization now has the technological base to produce more iron. Civilization can melt metal to create harder and more durable metal products. And the first token currency appeared on the 3rd continent. The latest news was that the first written language, Chonmun, appeared on the 3rd continent. Nebula was most pleased with the message that his skill development was faster than the average speed of other players. Looking at the successes, he said that it was wonderful, and that's why he chose humans as his second race. Trade in the Automaton developed well. Their invention was talked about everywhere, and many people came to see it with their own eyes. Traders of different races and distant cities came here. 2 elves were talking on the market square. They heard a sound and realized that it was the famous wheels of the Automaton. One of them said he had heard that they grind grain with a giant wheel in the middle of the castle. The other asked how big it had to be heard all the way here. One of the traders interrupted their conversation and said that they grind not only grain. The weapons of the Black Lizardman tribe are also made using these wheels. Seizing the moment, he gently offered to take a look at the silk that is sold only in Automaton. They looked at the cloth and were delighted with it. They really liked the quality of the silk. The elves asked if they could buy it in exchange for iron. They held out the iron to demonstrate it and said that it was the best iron they could find in their region. The merchant lizardmen remembered Hui Kyung's science and decided to weigh the iron plate. The bowl with their iron has risen up. This means that the plate is lighter than the required weight. He handed the plate back to the elves and told them it was 4th rate, and he does not accept iron of such low quality. To their indignation, he added that they would not be able to buy anything with it for their iron, but they could try to exchange it for a token at the Automaton currency exchange. One of them said that the trader had made a mistake. He had a great opportunity to make a deal with them. The other interrupted him and told him to ignore it and not to try to bargain for ordinary scraps of fabric. The seller was outraged by this statement and started shouting at them that they could not even imagine how much it cost to make and sell this silk. He shouted at them to get out of here. Hui Kyung witnessed this event. She always walked around the market to see how things were going. She was pleased to see that the trader began to appreciate his work and that her business lessons were not in vain. She thought it was unusual to see elves here. The Automaton was visited by many races, but she hadn't noticed any elves. It was probably their first time here. She decided to follow them and see how they were bidding. The elves seemed to be wandering around the market and looking at everything. They approached almost all the traders. After observing them and their behavior on the market for a while, she realized that these elves were fraudsters. They targeted naive people, and somehow they gave them what they wanted. These fraudsters negotiated with newcomers to the market, and they paid them much less than their goods were worth. The elves were wandering around the market hoping to catch someone. It was more like a fool's hunt than a trade relationship. She had never seen such brazen crooks before. This could not be allowed to go on. Hui Kyung was responsible for the stability of the market. If these elves get away with it, others may follow suit, and then fair trade would come to an end. And with it, the Automaton market. Nebula was watching his charges as usual. He received a new notification. A new player had appeared on his continent. He thought that perhaps the new player was connected with the appearance of the elves. If so, the elves have their own faith in God. The message from the new player flashed on the screen. He wondered if there was a need to communicate with the new player. The issue with hegemony needed to be resolved without a battle, so he went for negotiations. Now the troops of these elves are on the distant northern coast, but he did not have much information about this area with its wildlife. And if this conversation will help you learn more, it's worth responding. He opened the message and the new player said that he was glad to meet. At the same time, he emphasized that he was not a human being. He introduced himself as Eldar and said that he was the god of the elves. Then he asked if Nebula was the god of this small castle and people. The avatar looked pretty cute. but it was impossible to tell if it was a man or not. Most likely, the player belonged to the role-playing community. They didn't just play with the avatar, they got used to its role. Simply put, these players were theater fanatics. Playing their roles, they enjoyed the process, not the result. Eldar seemed to be completely immersed in his role. Nebula was not inclined to get used to the role of his avatar. Therefore, he simply and without any pathos replied that he was also glad to meet him. Eldar sang in his own way how beautiful it was, and added that Nebula already seemed to him better than Hegemony. Nebula was surprised and asked if he knew Hegemony. Eldar's answer made Nebula even more interested. He called them a group of barbarians and said that he had personally driven them from the coast, so he had saved the Hegemony from that place. He wondered if it was possible that Hegemony had clashed with him because he had been pushed out by this player. Could this strange theater player really be so strong? Nebula felt that behind this cute avatar was someone quite insidious. Therefore, he cautiously asked how he could be useful, and his suspicions were confirmed. The seemingly nice Eldar said he wanted him to pay him tribute, then he would spare his influence and leave him alone. And as if nothing had happened, he asked what he thought of his proposal. Nebula did not reply to him. He simply turned off the video chat and blacklisted Eldar. The impudence of this elf made him angry. He even coughed at the word tribute. On the north coast where this guy was, it will be difficult to conduct reconnaissance with the help of insects because of the cold, and it's also dangerous to go alone. Then he would not know what was happening here. Thinking, he tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair. But it worked both ways. He didn't know much about him, just as Eldar didn't know much about him. Since it was impossible to scout a small area, the elves were probably sent directly on this mission. It is also likely that there will be no birds or bugs in the small sphere. It looks like Eldar was even less lucky than he was in the draw, but he said that he drove out the Hegemony. There must be a corner where there is faith. Don't underestimate them. In that case, they should prepare for battle. He thought he should see what other players were doing besides Hegemony. The next day, dressed as required by her position as Lord, Hui Kyung went to the market to meet the elves. Fortunately, the elves were smart, and she didn't have to explain her position in the castle. They immediately recognized her identity. She was approached by an elf dressed in the most fashionable trends, and told that his name was Leonard, and he was the leader of a group of elves. He asked her if he had understood her correctly, that she was Lord Hui Kyung of the automaton. She said he was right. Then the elf said that he understood the reason she had come to them. She did not like the deal one of his elves had made yesterday. She nodded. Leonard said that he knew she would come, and that he had prepared a gift for her. He handed her a small box. Hui Kyung took it. The box was wooden and beautifully carved. As soon as she opened it, Hui Kyung was overwhelmed with surprise. Leonard told us that it was a gemstone they found in ancient ruins. If light hits it, it splits into many rays that shimmer along its edges. The beauty of this stone will be a match for Lord Automaton. She can accept it as payment for turning a blind eye to their way of trading. The Lord closed the box and said that the stone was really incredible and probably quite expensive. The elf saw that she hesitated a bit and added that this stone was one of a kind and very expensive indeed. He waited for her to agree. She said once again that the thing was really nice, but she had enough money, and with that she threw the box away. With a serious look on her face, she asked if they really thought they could bribe her with it. The evil smile left Leonard's face, and he quickly and carefully lifted the box off the ground. After opening it and making sure that the stone was intact, the elf breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that maybe she had decided that it was not enough, and asked her how much she wanted. It occurred to her that the elves had never come from the north coast before. Why would they suddenly want to bargain? Had something changed? She told them that if they wanted a good relationship, they should not think about bribes, but follow the established rules of trade, and not to complicate the situation. Leonard was upset that his attempt was not successful. He lowered his head and said he understood. Hui Kyung told him that if he wanted to improve the relationship, he could do her a small favor. With these words, she opened a bag with statuettes of their blue god of beetles and said that they could buy them at a bargain price. They do not need these elf statuettes. They already believe in the god of the dancing shadows. She objected and said that they could believe in two gods. Maybe it would give a double blessing. A lot of time has passed since Hui Kyung's meeting with the elves. They left Automaton and did not make themselves known for some time. But one day that changed. Cyrus came into Hui Kyung's office and told her that the elven leader Hassadian had sent one of his own to apologize to her. She was surprised to hear about the apology. The messenger said that during their last meeting, Lord Automaton tried to undermine the faith of his people and insulted the elves. When Hui Jun heard this, she was furious. She said they were talking nonsense. Those who can't see past their noses are always hypocrites. Siren said that maybe we shouldn't have met with them then, but she said she didn't think so. She decided to take the appropriate step and draw their attention to the fact that they were trying to bribe Lord Automaton with a bribe. Hui Kyung ordered Cyrus to pass this message verbatim to the elves' messenger. He nodded his understanding. After exchanging insults, Hui Kyung received a new letter sometime later. She showed it to Siren. After reading it, he said that it was clear that the elves would come here again in the rainy season. She replied that it was true, but this time they will not be so friendly to them. He jokingly said that then he would prepare some more offensive words and teach her, so that she could express her opinion about them more clearly. But Hui Kyung did not even smile. She said in a serious tone that, along with the words, they had to prepare for battle. After the end of the rainy season, the desert was covered with thick grass for a short period of time. The rains were over, so the automaton was ready for guests. Hui Kyung felt that the battle was inevitable. A detachment of watchmen was stationed along the entire wall, so they noticed them and quickly sent a messenger to tell the Lord. An army of elves was approaching Automaton. It was not very large, but there were rumors that each warrior was an ace in his field. In front of the column, the leader of the elves, Hasadian, rode a large white deer with wide horns. One of his soldiers pointed to a castle that began to appear on the horizon and said that this was Automaton. Looking at him, he huffed and asked if this was the same castle of ignorant and shameless people. He said that when the god of the dancing shadows gave the order to punish them, he was even a little worried. But now he sees that it will not be difficult. Hasadin raised his hand to the mountain, which meant to listen to his command, and gave the order to prepare for the attack. The elven army rushed forward with joyful battle cries. They were expecting an easy victory. The army consisted of only 300 soldiers, but for that time it was a rather significant number. In addition, they already had experience. Eldar, watching the execution of his will from above, thought that they were more than enough to take such a small castle. Although the castle walls were quite high, it did not seem to be a problem. After all, they were made of clay, and inside the castle there would most likely be only up to 150 soldiers. He thought that the human bows would be weak, unlike theirs. They could shoot at a distance of more than 80 paces. Hasadian was confident that he would bring Lord Automaton to his knees. He was already mentally savoring the victory. Nebula knew that this confrontation would soon take place. The first signs of its inevitable beginning were when a messenger arrived at Automaton and demanded an apology. He started scouting with his bugs before the elves even set foot on his territory. He said that the time had come to surprise him. Hui Kyung was constantly giving orders to the soldiers to defend the castle. She was not afraid of an attack. They also had a plan of their own. A scout ran up to Hasadian and said that Automaton's soldiers had set up camp in a gorge through which the road to the castle runs. The bewildered leader of the elves did not expect such a turn. In their place, he would have defended himself through the castle walls. If they were going to fight outside the castle, it means they have support. The scout said that they counted about 70 people in the camp and added that they probably knew about their arrival. It seemed strange to Hasadian that they sent such a small number of soldiers. For some reason, he began to feel nervous even though he knew they were outnumbered. And his strange premonitions came true. Another of the soldiers ran up to him and shouted that a group of soldiers was approaching them. The enemy troops blocked the way they came here, and thus blocked the way of retreat. Because of the dust from the sand that the cockatrices raised, it was impossible to see who was approaching them from a distance. When they got a little closer, it became clear that it was a group of lizardmen warriors. Hasadian was definitely not expecting this, so he shouted out that this simply could not be true. Why do lizardmen help people? But he was not the only one who was surprised. A notification appeared on Eldar's screen that a clash of civilizations had occurred. The enemy tribe has faith. He immediately began to call Nebula on the phone. He muttered that there was supposed to be only one enemy. He did not understand why there were two different races. When Nebula answered, he broke into a scream and asked if the lizardmen race belonged to any of his friends, and whether there is another god here. Nebula hissed irritably that he should have looked at the list of players before asking stupid questions. Eldar replied that he had opened the list, but that he was the only one on it. He again asked Nebula if he was not the god of people and where the group of lizardmen came from. Nebula replied that he was the god of both races. He is the god of humans and also the god of the lizardmen. Eldar was overwhelmed with emotion and sprinkled with angry words. He could not understand how Nebula had already gained two races in such a short time. While Eldar was venting his indignation, the frightened elves did not know which way to run. Hasadian shouted to his warriors not to be afraid, but to prepare for battle. They are outnumbered and have long-range weapons. He gave the command to split up and let some prepare for defense and others focus on the lizardmen attack. A warrior rode up to him again and turned to him and pointed toward the tops of the hills. They were already waiting for them there. Hui Kyung sent the automaton archers there. They hid and waited for the elves to approach. When they came to a favorable position, they started shooting at the attackers from the mountain. The elves were rained with arrows. In their attempts to hide from it, they broke formation and began to scatter in search of shelter. On his deer, Hasadian was dodging arrows and giving commands to the soldiers. He shouted to the soldiers to dodge the arrows and, if possible, to shoot back. Because of this chaos, most elves lost sight of the rapidly approaching lizardmen cavalry. Hasadian shouted that the lizardmen were advancing. He gave the command to hold the line and prepare the spears for defense. Hearing the leader's command, The soldiers prepared and raised their spears, but it was clear from their appearance that they were barely standing in their positions out of fear. At the head of the lizardmen cavalry was Rockrak. He rode in front on his cockatrice. With the skull of a water buffalo on his head, he struck fear into the elves with his mere appearance. Rockrak raised his hand up and pointed to the sky. The scattered elves did not understand what this meant. They just raised their heads and looked where he was pointing. Bright circles appeared in the sky. Then he lowered his finger and pointed in the direction where the frightened elves with spears stood. First, they saw a bright flash. After that, the whole sky was filled with bright light, and a moment later, lightning struck. All those who were hit fell to the ground, thrown by the shockwave. They were stunned and blinded by the force of the thunderous discharge. Rockrak and the rest of the lizardmen, riding on cockatrices, broke into the ranks of the survivors. The first wave of them broke through the elven spearmen, skewering them like skewers, several at a time. Then they threw away their spears and drew their swords. Hasidians shouted at them not to show their backs while running away, but to fight the enemy. They had to do the will of the god of the dancing shadows. But the warriors, deafened by the thunder and terrified, would not listen. Rockrak stopped to watch Hasidin's helpless attempts to gather his soldiers. He was told that the enemies had already lost hope and that he should finish them off quickly. Pajiji, who was hovering behind Rockrak, told his soldiers to inform him that he was ready to strike again. He flew higher above the battlefield to choose a place to strike with lightning. Then he slowly floated over the battlefield so that the rest of the lizardmen warriors could understand his intentions. Noticing him, they began to retreat. The elves breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them retreating, but this joy was short-lived. Rockrak, who was standing in front of his soldiers, looked angrily at the enemy and ordered Pajij to kill them all. As a result, Eldar could only watch as he himself slaughtered his elves. In despair, he admitted that he had lost. Nebula mockingly asked him why he had given up so easily and whether he intended to intervene to help his subjects. Eldar howled that it was pointless because the forces were clearly not equal. To save himself, Eldar asked what Nebula wanted from him. He named 3 things: information, technology, and resources. Eldar howled again that this was tantamount to taking everything away. Nebula denied that this is not all. Moreover, if he does not go over to his side, it will be difficult for him to survive. While Eldar was thinking about what to do, Nebula had his own plans. He did not need Eldar. The main thing he was interested in was information on the northern coast. After giving Nebula a few minutes to think about it, he asked Eldar if he accepted his offer. Biting his fingers, Eldar thought that perhaps agreeing to these terms would not be a bad choice in the current circumstances. The number of fallen soldiers reached 300, and the survivors were hardly enough to defend themselves. He looked at Nebula's avatar. This mysterious guy already had 2 races. If he went against him, he would be finished. Nebula coughed defiantly to remind Eldar that he was still waiting for an answer. Returning back to the role, he sang that he was the elf god Eldar, impressed by the kindness of Nebula, the god of men and lizardmen. As he asked, he will give him information, technology, and resources. He will also provide him with everything he needs in the future. He also apologizes for the arrogance and pride he showed him in the past. Now he asks for permission to share with him what he knows about the North Coast. He was able to learn a lot from Eldar about the territory he was interested in. The northern coast meant the entire coastline of the northern continent, so the territory was quite large. There were 2 other players in that territory besides Eldar, but they were not fighting each other. He told Nebulae their names, Solongos and Lim Chuk Shik, and he said that they formed a free alliance without any system. The player under the nickname Solongos controls the extremely rare centaur race and controls a fairly large territory with the help of this tribe. Nebula was interested in this player, or rather, his centaurs. It was really hard to find them. Perhaps he managed to pull them out during the draw. Although the advantage of that race was that they were all cavalrymen, it was quite difficult to increase their numbers and they required a lot of resources. He didn't really want to get this race, but he was annoyed that someone else had it, and he didn't. We also need to take into account the Korean Lim Chukshik. He managed to compensate for the shortcomings of the ogre race. Ogres are incredibly strong but have a very low level of intelligence. Nebula asked Eldar about the ogre's IQ. As far as he remembered, it did not exceed 10. Eldar confirmed it. It must have been raised with the help of the advantages of a small territory. The advantages of a small territory are not limited to physical capabilities. The human race was under Nebula's control, and he gave them different variants of blessings. With the right blessings, even the ogre civilization can be developed in a small area. It's certainly risky, but it's a good bet. Most likely, Lim Chuk Shik is outnumbered by Solongos. Nebula asked if Hegemony had fought Lim Chung Shik. Eldar objected. He said that Hegemony bordered on him and Solongos. Lim Chuk Shik's territory was behind them. Nebula realized that Hegemony was facing a 3-on-1 problem. Most likely, he went south to settle there. And it was then that he faced him. Then Eldar said that when they drove the Hegemony away, Lim Chuk Shik demanded too much tribute, perhaps because he no longer needed him. With tears, Eldar said that the conditions he set were difficult to fulfill. Nebula understood the reason why he had demanded payment at their first meeting. He noticed that Liamchuk Shik was more friendly to Salongos than to Eldar. Perhaps it is because the centaurs are nomads. Eldar did not understand what this had to do with anything. Nebula explained to him that ogres and elves are tied to their territory. The inhabitants believe that the size of the territory means their strength. Therefore, the fact of deterioration of their relations was inevitable. This is land that will be captured one day, so there is no point in being friendly to it. It doesn't matter when, but it will be the first to be betrayed. Eldar was simply stunned by Nebula's arguments. Most importantly, he realized that he was right, and Nebula got the reaction he expected. But he did not stop there and added that on the other hand, the nomads are still calm, but it is not known what will happen in the future. If a powerful rival appeared in the north, he might have problems. He told Eldar that they could help each other if he wanted to. For Eldar, Nebula's proposal was quite unexpected. He had given up hope that he could get out of the situation. He told Nebula that he would be of no use to him now that he had lost his main army and his priests. But Nebula noticed that he still had the blessing of small territories. Eldar reminded him that Eldar had introduced himself to him as the god of dancing shadows. He nodded. Nebula then concluded that Eldar had received the subdomain of art early on. At this, Eldar gasped. He had forgotten about it. Nebula said he had something in mind, and it could help them both, assuming of course that he accepts his offer. There was nowhere else to go, so Eldar agreed. Nebula shared his plan with him. The elf god was shocked by his intentions. He asked Nebula if he was sure about it. On the northern coast, a small group stood on the edge of the frozen ground, where cold winds blew and the plants themselves barely survived the biting frost. A large centaur stood on the edge of a cliff with his arms crossed. There, he waited for the appearance of the elf he had been searching for. His assistants found him and brought him to him. The centaur asked him if he was the same prophet who walked through his lands and spoke nonsense, thus bothering him. The old elf stood before him with his head bowed. The centaur ordered him to tell him personally the story he preaches in these lands. The elf said that this is not just a story. This is a true prophecy that will soon be fulfilled. He began to tell me. The prophecy says that in the near future a true king will come to these lands. And when it appears, a new world order will be established. Those who rule now will lose their positions, and those who move freely around the world will be lost. The centaur asked the elf who the king was that was to come. The prophet answered that he was the one before whom everyone bowed. With a sly smile, the centaur asked if even the leaders of the strongest tribes like him would bow their heads before him. When he said king, perhaps the prophet meant God. The elf shook his head and said no. There are no gods on earth, but there will be a king, and there will be a god over it all. The centaur shouted joyfully that he understood. He will be the one above whom only God stands. Then he would be the king. He patted his chest in emotion. But the old prophet objected. The centaur's face immediately lost its joy. He asked, if not him, then who? Is he referring to the leader of the Black Lizardmen tribe, about whom there are so many rumors now? The elf agreed that the lizardmen were strong and scary, but they could not get to the northern coast because a very strong entity was standing in their way. The prophet pointed to the north where the lands of the ogres were, and he said that whoever became king in these lands would be a giant. The prophecy says that it is a giant with a large body. He will stand steadily on two legs and sit on a throne of large stones. He is stronger than a centaur and smarter than an elf. The centaur interrupted him, asking if he meant the priest of Ogre Kijin. Is he the one who will have to serve as king? The prophet confirmed that this is true. He is talking about him. The ogre will become the king of the earth. The centaur gritted his teeth in anger and glared at the prophet. This could not be true. He shouted to the old elf who was bowing down before him that he was crazy and wrong. The centaur was beside himself with rage. He grabbed an axe and with one swing of his hand he cut off the old prophet's head. Then he shouted that he was Tamarid, and he does not bow his head to anyone but God. Eldar told Nebula about the incident and said that he had done as he said. He asked him if everything was going according to plan. Nebula told him that although Tamarid seemed angry now, he most likely did not believe in the prophecy. With a sly smile hidden by his mask, he said that they should make the prophecy come true. They should wait a little bit, and then it will be seen. Even after the destruction of the old elf, the prophecy did not leave Tamarida. Like a man possessed, he kept coming to the rocks behind the ogre territory and asking the same question. Why? No matter how many times he tried to climb to the top of this rock, he could not do it. Why is this northern mountain so high? Huge boulders and lumps of stones rolled down the mountain at him. They knocked him down and carried him to the ground. Falling down the cliff again to its foot, he shouted why he could not become king. Tamaridu woke up again from this terrible dream that repeated every night. He could not understand why this nightmare would not leave him and what it meant. It was like an obsession. Does he need to become a king to get rid of her? But who in the wilderness knows the name Tamarid? Does this mean he has to see Org Kajin become king in the end? There was a knock on his door. It was one of the messengers. He said that he had a guest. He was not expecting anyone, so he was a little surprised by the visit. He ordered me to invite him. And fate, as if hearing his thoughts, sent him 2 guests. He did not attach much importance to the first guest. They had long been on friendly terms with the elves. The elf was one of the green-eyed tribe, just like the prophet, but he was different from the others. He said that he had heard about a prophecy that Kajin, the leader of the ogres, would become king. He also added that in order to prevent the prophecy from coming true, Tamarid himself needed to become king. The second guest came from Automaton itself. He said that he had heard a rumor that the leader of the centaurs would become king, and he came to give the king a gift from the owner of the automaton as a sign of building friendly relations. Tamarid's mind was racing with thoughts that everyone was just talking about the king, but for some reason, he was so disturbed by the words he had not heard personally from God. His thoughts were interrupted by a messenger who said that another guest had arrived. Tamaridu was surprised. He had been getting a lot of visitors. He told them to call him. Right at the entrance, Tamaridu said that the lizard man was the last to come to him. He immediately noticed that he was from the black tribe. The lizard man took off his silk hood and introduced himself as Owen, and said that he was very pleased to meet you. Tamaridu immediately told him that all the guests today had told him about the king, and he asked if he had come to ask him about it too. Owen sat down and smiled. He said, in his usual casual way, that he didn't know much about the future, but if he wanted to become a ruler, he was here to talk him out of it. The centaur was outraged and asked why he was saying that. Was he not worthy to become one? Or should he be recognized by the leaders of other tribes? Owen smiled again and asked if the other tribes had already recognized him as king. Tamaridu replied that today he was visited by men and elves. They said that in their opinion he should become king. He asked what the lizard men thought about it. Owen replied that he did not know. He added that most likely their leader would also support this idea. Tamaridu did not expect such a response, so he did not hide the surprise on his face. Looking at his reaction, Owen whispered quietly that Rakrak had said he would personally show him what real power was. And if he wanted to dream, let him dream for now. And as always, he smiled. Tamaridu asked what he was muttering. Owen replied that it was nothing special. In his opinion, it would be better for Tamaridu not to become king. Hearing this, the centaur began to get angry. He barely restrained himself from attacking the lizard man. Judging by his reaction, Owen quickly added that it was not about abilities or level of training. It's about whether God supports him. These words calmed the centaur's leader's temper a bit. He thought that his God, who always goes forward without hesitation, for some reason did not want him to become king. He wondered why. Owen said that he had a hypothesis that since there is a hierarchy in their world, perhaps there is one among the gods as well. A god who rushes forward without hesitation at your centaurs is probably higher in the hierarchy. Perhaps their god, who fearlessly rushes into battle, is lower in level than the god who endlessly contemplates you. The leader of the centaurs was furious when he heard these words. He grabbed an axe and swung at Owen. He shouted and asked how dare he speak of his god in such a way. Owen replied that he was just talking about hierarchy among the gods, and he asked why he was angry with him. He easily deflected Tamarid's blow, and his axe got stuck in the floor. He told him that he should not be angry with him, but with the god who had conquered the god of the centaurs. Shock showed on the face of the centaur. The centaur clutched the axe tightly in his hands. He thought about what might be true. The dream he had every night could have been an unpleasant omen. His heart was open to God, and he had not sent him a prophecy about becoming king. Perhaps he was showing him all the obstacles so that he would realize that he did not need to become one. He asked Owen if this was true, what he should do about it. Standing up from his chair, Owen said that they are black lizard men, and if they think it is necessary, sometimes they disobey orders from their commander. And putting his silk hood back on, he added that perhaps he should do the same to his god. On the way out, Owen said that if he wanted to become king, he might have to do something that his god did not want him to do. Stunned by the conversation with the lizard man, Tamaridu remained standing in the middle of the room. The goal of becoming king was no longer his personal desire. It became a personal debt of the centaur leader and his offering to his god. He simply had to become king. For the sake of his god, he would go the way he did not want him to go. Now this was a sacred mission he had to fulfill. Nebula and Eldar watched the fruits of their labor, and as a result, their efforts brought them joy. Eldar said that he did not even realize that he could use his small field of art in such a way. Nebula replied that what he would write was up to him. Everything created by human consciousness can be called art. It can be frescoes, sculptures, and even prophecies. Even if it's a race controlled by another player, you can force them to act differently than the controller would like. Solongos will be a little worried after that. Eldar asked if that was all Owen had said. Nebula replied that of course it is possible to create a division between the races, but he does not believe that this can be done with the gods. And then he added with a sly laugh that maybe it was possible. It's worth thinking about. Solongos must also realize the limits of nomadic development. At some point, it will become difficult to resist civilized people. Eldar asked if Nebula was saying that when that moment came, Solongos would be absorbed by Lin Chun-shik. He replied that this is exactly what will happen. Solongos already realizes this himself, so there is a high probability that he will not desperately interfere with them. In the north, in a city hidden from the public eye, a conversation began that ordinary people were not meant to hear. Solongos appealed to the god ogre. He said that he was sorry, but Tamaridu would not listen to him. Lin Chun-shik replied that everything was fine, and Solongos should not apologize to him. He said it was his fault for ignoring the elf, who was crazy about his idea. The elf even brought in a second player. Who would have thought of that? Solongos lowered his head and said that he hadn't thought about it either, but the elf was still too greedy. Lin Chun-shik said that he should not blame himself. He was forced to face the hegemony, and it is he who should apologize. In the near future, Tamaridu and Kijin will fight for the place of the so-called king, and if Tamaridu dies in this battle, he will lose an important priest. Solongos scratched his head and said that he was apologizing not because of the situation, but because of something else. His expression immediately changed. Solongos said in a threatening tone that his Tamarita would be killed by Kajina. Lin Chun-shik laughed at this statement. He replied that he did not think so. His centaur could not defeat his ogre. Solongos also laughed and said that they would meet again on the battlefield. Tamaridu was confident that his plan was perfect, so he gathered his soldiers and they set off in the direction of the ogre settlement. The centaur's troops consisted mainly of cavalry alone. Most likely they will quickly reach the settlement of Kijin. Tamarid's strength reached 58 units, and this strength was enough to compensate for the rather low intelligence of 17 units. On their way, they met the goblins who were enslaved by the ogres. The leader of the ogres, Kijin, predicted Tamarin's actions and placed goblin troops on his path. The leader of the centaurs gave the command to fight. He assured his warriors that it was just the goblins. They will go through the stinking slaves of the ogres with their hooves. Driven by a thirst for blood, Tamarind and his warriors broke into the goblin army. They had no decent weapons, so almost no one was able to fight off the centaurs. Once he got the taste of Tamarind, he believed he could defeat Kijin. He didn't even realize that he had fallen into the trap of the ogre leader. To Tamarind's great surprise, ogres began to come out of the bushes near the hill. He heard a voice saying that they would go this way. He mockingly asked if Tamaridu had not thought that they would foresee this move. Each of the ogres was over 3 meters tall and weighed a ton. They were giants with short necks and large round bellies. The centaurs were ordered to retreat, but it was difficult for them. Their legs were tangled in the bodies of the goblins and did not allow them to move quickly. The centaurs were stronger than the ogres when their bodies were unrestrained, but in their current state they were much weaker. With their giant hammers, the ogres crushed them. Tamaridu shouted to the approaching ogre that it was a cheap trick to set a trap that would prevent them from moving in any direction because of the scattered bodies of the goblins. The leader of the centaurs moved his hooves and went to meet him. He thought that nothing would stop him on his way to the goal. After these words, he swung his axe and cut off Ogru's head. Then he fought another and defeated him as well. He made eye contact with one of the biggest. They had never met before, but he knew for sure that this was the leader of the ogres, Kijin. With the words that he would destroy him for the sake of his god and become king, he moved towards him. Kijin was the largest of all the ogres. He stood like a mountain and watched the leader of the centaurs approach him. When he approached, Kijin asked Tamarida how he dared to betray them, and then he added that he would regret it in the afterlife. After these words, they attacked each other. Tamaridu threw an axe at Ogre, but he knocked it down with a hammer. When their weapons fell, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Tamarid's strength never failed him. But Kijin managed to dodge Tamarid's blow and grabbed him by the neck with his huge hand. In a moment, he flipped it in the air. Now Ogre was behind him. He quickly threw his leg over him and pinned him to the ground. In this position, the centaur had no strength to break free. The leader of the ogres grabbed his neck with both hands and leaned toward him. The latter hissed at the ogre with his last strength that he was a stupid bastard. After these words, the ogre grabbed hold tighter, and at the same moment he made a sharp movement with his hands, and a crunch was heard. He lifted the centaur and threw his body to the ground. Then he defiantly shook his hands and said that he had warned him that he would regret it. The two deities stood in the desert in front of their screens and watched the events unfold. Eldar huffed and said that he thought the centaurs would do more damage to the ogres, and that he did not expect this. The task turned out to be more difficult than he thought. After all, ogres are the strongest race, and they are also highly intelligent. He had already started to say that centaurs were a very rare species and good fighters, but Nebula interrupted him saying that he didn't need them. Eldar said that his main strength was the lizard men, and they don't tolerate cold. Will they be able to withstand the ogres? Without looking up from the screen, Nebula said that he understood what he had been saying all along, but the lizard men will not fight the ogres. Eldar shouted in surprise. He asked Nebula what this meant and why they would not fight the ogres. Nebula told him not to pay attention and continued to talk. He asked Eldar to remind him of his rank. Clearing his throat, Eldar sang that he hated to talk about it, but he was somewhere in the 3,400th place. With a huff, Nebula said that it was not so bad, but that there was nothing to be happy about. In his mind, Nebula said to himself that he thought that the players were chosen based on their ranks. But on the other hand, if we assume that everyone was chosen according to this criterion, then everyone should have high ranks. So it was not so. Then how were those chosen to play the role of gods on this planet actually chosen? He was very interested in this question. He turned to Eldar and asked him what if he would continue to cooperate with him. Eldar was surprised by this question. Nebula thanked him without explanation and returned to the screen. Eldar was almost thrown into hysterics by the lack of understanding of what was happening. He asked Nebula what he was talking about. Lin Chun-shik was also sitting in front of his screen. He was not a bad player and knew that before entering the battle, it was worth studying information about his opponent. He was studying Nebula. I knew his nickname well because he was on the first place in the ranking. There were rumors about him that he was a crazy player who never even streamed, but constantly played in 8. He thought that the chances of meeting such a strong player at the beginning of the game were quite small. Although if we compare small territories of influence, he was much more lucky. The insect's small territory of influence and his race of lizardmen both can't stand the cold. When winter comes, he will have no choice but to fight a quick battle. He signaled to Kijin to gather supplies and prepare for the battle with the lizardmen. All preparations were completed. At his best, he was among the top 20. On top of that, he considered himself lucky, so he thought he had a good chance of winning even against the best player. It was already late, cold fall on the northern coast. It was even starting to snow. Lin Chuk-shik watched over the territories of his possessions and the nearest lands. Winter was approaching, and with it the frosts that the lizardmen cannot stand. But for some reason, they hadn't attacked them yet. He found it strange. He was closely following the events and could not miss their approach. But suddenly he saw a strange thing on one of the screens. Between the rocks he noticed a fire. He approached the area to take a closer look. It turned out to be familiar to him. It was an elven settlement and it was on fire. He wondered aloud why it was burning. He peered at the screen to see what was happening, but nothing was visible except smoke and fire. Lin Chuk-shik was furious and growled through his teeth his suspicions about Nebula's actions. Finding the right tab, he quickly opened a map of the elves' settlements and saw that all their settlements were engulfed in fire. Then he decided that perhaps the lizardmen's attack on the elves was a distraction to throw him off. Nebula used the tactic of grab and sleep, or in other words, the scorched earth tactic. He explained to Eldar that the essence of this tactic is that if you destroy all the zones that the enemy can occupy, you block the supply routes, and Eldar should have already used it once. Eldar was biting his nails in despair and wailing in a trembling voice that his settlement was burning. Normally, scorched earth tactics are not used this early. Nebula said that he had taken the elves out of the settlement in advance, and they were fine. And he was right about the tactics, but now they were lucky. Since the enemy is on the northern coast, it will be very difficult for them to protect the supply of goods. All transactions in Automaton are controlled by the Black Tribe, and as soon as the battle started, they would plan to rob the elves or trade with them to get goods. But the elves' settlement is completely destroyed. The ogres will have no one to take goods from. The Eldar listened to Nebula's arguments about strategy with resentment. The weakness of ogres is that they eat a lot. Most likely, they will not have enough supplies to prepare for the winter. And in fact, they have not yet realized who is really weak in the face of cold. Nebula turned to Eldar and said that he was part of his luck. Eldar was surprised and asked why he was saying that. He explained that usually such strategies require burning one's own land. But he was very lucky that they were on the land of the elves. Eldar did not hide that he was not happy about it, but Nebula said they had to wait a little longer. The ogres will not be able to survive the next winter without food. The ogres survived the winter thanks to their reserves, but by the summer they were completely out of food. The hungry ogres attacked the goblin settlements. Unable to satisfy their fierce hunger, the ogres began to catch them on the streets and eat them alive. The ogres raided the settlements of their unfortunate slaves almost every day, and eventually they all fled. The leader of the ogres, Kijin, was informed that now there is no food left in the goblin settlements. Every day there are escapes due to hunger. Kijin said they had to hold on to survive. The enemies are just waiting for them to break and go in search of food. Knowing the temper of his leader, Org fell to his knees and hesitantly asked if there was any news from their ever-watching god. He clutched the arm of the chair but restrained his anger. He replied that God had commanded them to wait, so they had to obey his will. When he left, Kijin turned to his god again. He asked him how much longer they had to wait. Their territory was already deserted and there was no food to be found. Those who went to the south to look for food died, and the rest were dying of hunger here. How much longer do they have to endure? Lin Chun-shik had a choice to continue to wait or to lead his ogres south while they were still not completely weakened. The god of ogres decided to invite the god of centaurs to talk to him. They had not spoken since the battle of Kijin and Tamarin. Solongos answered the phone and asked what Lin Chun-shik needed from him. In response, he asked him how many soldiers he had now, and he said that he wanted to ask him for help. But Solongos replied that thanks to him, He had no one else. Lin Chun-shik was surprised and said that a year had passed. He had to regain his lost strength. Solongos said that while Tamaridu was competing with Kijin, his lands were invaded by a tribe of black lizard men. Most of the centaurs were killed and the rest fled. And since they fled, they lost their faith. They both laughed ironically. Two strong players had slipped to such a lowly level. To Lin Chuk-shihan's surprise, Solongos said that he wanted to contact him himself to tell him about something. Eldar got in touch with him. He offered him to submit to Nebula like he did, and if he helps block Lin Chuk-shik, they will let him live. Lin Chuk-shik was impressed by Eldar's brazen proposal. He asked Solongos what he had to say about it. The latter immediately assured him that he had categorically refused, hiding the fact that he had actually been thinking about it for some time. Lin Chuk-shik replied that, given Eldar's current situation, it made no sense. Lin Chuk-shik reminded Solongos that even if they had disagreements, they had spent a lot of time together recently. Solongos said he would try to find him a dozen soldiers. He has enough faith for at least one more battle. They lost a lot of troops thanks to Nebula's tricks, but if they fight in the open, it will be a battle between the gods only. If they come down to them, they can destroy the main force. While choosing a place for the battle, Lin Chuk-shik continued to tell his plans. Since Eldar had lost, he must have lost a lot of divinity and would not be able to ascend. Then Nebula would be alone against the two of them. In his anger, he growled that it was not too late, and they will restore everything again, and then they will destroy Nebula. After receiving instructions from his god, Sijin took the remaining warriors with him and set off to the south. The centaurs, which Solongos was able to gather, went with them. The centaurs were either too young or too old to fight, but they all understood that they were following the will of their gods. Kijin was walking in front of his army. He ordered everyone to stop. He thought he saw something. A few minutes later, he was sure he was right. In front of them was a dusting of sand and silhouettes could be seen through it. He told everyone that the lizard men were here. As usual, the lizard men squad traveled on large cockatrices. But one of them stood out as particularly unique. It was ridden by the leader Rakrak. Lin Chuk-shik was glad that they had met them exactly where he wanted them. It seemed to him that they had met the main forces of the tribe. Without even waiting for the enemy to approach, he entered the body of Kijin. He was sure he could win. Solongos wasted no time in following Lin Chuk-shik's example and entering one of his soldiers. When giving orders to the ogres to attack, Lin Chuk-shik ordered Solongos to go forward as well. He obeyed the order like a soldier. They believed that the battle would be won if they killed Rakrak. Believing in their victory, they roared forward. Looking at their desperate attempt to win with the help of divine control, Nebula simply smiled. In a moment, he was already in Rakrak's body as well. Now the power would be equal, or maybe not. His eyes shone slyly. Bright lightning struck right in front of Ogre's feet. He realized that Nebula was also here. He thought that this was a good opportunity to get even with him. But very quickly, they had to switch from offense to defense. The lizardmen were stronger than they thought. The lizardmen were quite fast and flexible, unlike them. They were very quick to dodge blows and strike back. Dodging a blow from Kijin, Rakrak jumped over him. For a moment, he hovered over him, and they saw his gaze. His eyes glowed with blue light. While still in flight, he stretched out his hand, from which blue lightning began to sparkle. This was the last thing they saw. A look of fear was etched on their faces. Nebula returned to his heavenly domain. He wiped his hands defiantly and said that they really thought they could defeat him just by descending from heaven. Of course, he foresaw this move. They had to wonder why he didn't run away in a 2-on-1 battle. It would have been obvious that he was confident of his victory. 2 new notifications have appeared on the screen indicating that players Solongos and Lin Chuk-shik are packed. If they die during their ascent, they will lose an incredible amount of experience points. And if their level of divinity falls below the first level, they will be packed. If the god is packed, it is enough to destroy his statuette to make him really die. Of course, if you go through a special process, you can remove the seal and unpack the god. There was no point in destroying them, and Nebula defiantly and contemptuously threw them somewhere out of sight in a drawer. The battle was relatively easy, and since he had defeated 2 gods, his level had increased. He was now as charged as he could be at the moment. Now he has enough points to raise the level of his mentees. He opened Rakrak's profile. The window with the defeated gods on the battlefield was still open on the screen, and he remembered that by destroying them, he could get 1 small enemy territory. He opened a notification about the receipt of small territories and confirmed their receipt. Nebula only cared that the regions were chosen at random. He was faced with cards face down. He had to make a choice. He chose one for each god. He was curious and excited at the same time. He slowly turned them over. There was a swamp and birds. The marsh was not the best you could get, but the birds were just beautiful. He had been looking at them for a long time. Perhaps he would now replace the blessing of the insects that he had given to the humans and the lizards. After some thought, he decided that he would start using it on the next generation. Even if it is not so significant, it will allow him to move forward. After looking at the profiles of the opponents he had already dealt with and waving his hand at Eldar, He rose from his throne. Since he has dealt with all the opponents he has met, he should understand the situation. Nebula made a projection of the lost world and started walking around the planet looking at the territories. He started in the western part of the continent. He sent swarms of locusts there to scout. They became a constant source of information. According to the information he received from them, the 5 players were divided into 3 factions, and they are repelling his attacks. He decided to leave them alone as long as they don't cross the borders and move on. On the east side was the ocean, but now it is more important to dominate the land. He will think about what is beyond the mountains later. He needs to conquer the northern and southern parts before the NPA forces are fully entrenched there. Then Nebula began to think about further plans. Rockrak cannot be in 2 places at the same time, so we'll have to use the elves in the north. He does not see the need to make his tribe suffer by cultivating infertile land. He should entrust this task to Eldar. Winter was raging in the northern part of the continent. In a small, cozy corner among the mountains, the elves' settlement hid. A conversation was heard from one of the tents. Someone said that they thought they had finally arrived in a new settlement, but it turned out that they had just left where they had been living and moved north. Another of the elves said that the winters here are too long. They should work the land again, but the goblins and ogres will attack them. Someone added that he did not understand why they had to suffer so much, and he asked if the god of the dancing shadows hadn't told him anything. After the defeat, Laner became the leader of the elves. Eldar chose him as his priest and guided him in the right direction. Leonard told them that he had actually seen the prophecy last night. The audience became excited at the word prophecy. He said that the one who would help the green-eyed elves would come from the south. Their conversation was interrupted. A messenger entered the tent. He said that the scouts had given him a message. He said that a group of people was approaching them. Someone remarked that such a prophecy was coming true at the right time. With a voice full of hope, Leonard said that he hoped that these were the ones about whom he had been prophesied, and he ordered us to prepare for their arrival. In the evening, the preparations were completed. Torches were lit in the camp, and the wind blew them mercilessly. Snow began to fall. After being informed that the guests were already at the entrance, Leonard and his entourage came out to meet them. A person of obviously high status was riding a white horse in exquisite clothes in front of the group. When the person got down from the horse and lifted the cloak that covered her face, Leonard almost fainted. He asked in disappointment if it was her. In front of him stood the Lord of the Automaton, Hui Kyung, who was already well known to him. When she saw Leonard, she gasped and said that she had forgotten his name. The elf reminded her that his name was Leonard. She smiled and said she remembered him, but he had lost quite a bit of weight since their last meeting. When he started to invite them into the tent, she stopped him with a gesture. She said that she had to do something before she came in. She called out to her old friend Siren. Dressed in a long, insulated cloak of cockatrice fur, Lizardman came down. He took off his hood and said he was sorry, but first he had to check the tent for hired killers. Leonard assured him that they hadn't even thought about it, but if he thought it was necessary, they wouldn't mind. After checking the tent, Siren led Lord Automaton inside. Leonard looked at her sadly. Would he have to ask for help from the one who had once ruined their lives? To warm up and relax from the road, Hui Kyung was offered some fragrant herbal tea prepared by the elves. She did not refuse. Over a cup of hot tea, the former enemies began to talk. Leonard asked what exactly brought them here. The Lord replied that he had to know for sure if he believed in God. She had also received the prophecy. Puzzled, Leonard asked slowly and hesitantly if he had heard the prophecy correctly. She smiled sweetly and said that their god of blue beetles wanted them to help the weak and disadvantaged. With that, she rolled her eyes innocently. Hui Kyung said that they brought them weapons and tools for farming, and something else interesting. Leonard asked what she meant. Then, she pulled out a bag to demonstrate and said that she had also brought seeds of grain that grows well in cold regions. When Leonard was happy and began to thank her for her kindness, she said that she would sell them to him quite cheaply. Leonard felt as if he had been scalded. He could not believe what he had just heard. He apologized and said that he had misunderstood her. She explained that her god really asked her to help, but still, it was not rational to do it without any benefit. Leonard replied that they had nothing. They don't even have anything to offer her in return. They spent too many resources to get here. The Lord put the bag in her pocket and said that in that case they could not help them. They would have to go back to the castle. She is sure that time is money. Watching Hui Kyung play on their misfortune, Leonard got angry and without restraining his emotions jumped up and hit the table with his palm. He said that he knew they would not have traveled that far for nothing, so they have what they need. Her eyes sparkled with sly sparks. She replied with no disguise that he had said himself that they had nothing, so what would they want here? After these words, he stood up decisively and went to get something. He returned with a bundle that he quickly unfolded on the table. It was a map of the area. He said that even if they had nothing now, he knew that there was a mine with iron deposits. The trees here are also tall and the land is good, so there will be a grain harvest. Looking away from the map and at Hui Kyung, he said that they could make a deal with the automaton for this product at a low price. Hui Kyung laughed and asked if he wanted to sell her some vague future for the thing he needed at the moment. Leonard replied emphatically that she was right. He would personally guarantee the fulfillment of the terms of the agreement. He would put his name and reputation on the line. She thought about it. They had really come a long way, and it would not be profitable to get nothing in return. And the blue god of beetles had told her to help them. After thinking about it, she came back to Leonard and said that she agreed to make a deal. But there are a few issues that need to be resolved. Hui Kyung said that she could not make such an agreement just on words. And pulling out a piece of parchment on the table, she said that they should leave at least some evidence of their promise. He looked at it and thought that no matter what, the price of iron and wood would rise in the future. He is now trading the fate of his descendants. They plunged their hands into the paint. At this time, Leonard continued to think that he still had no choice. If there is no deal, there may be no future. And God had sent him a message about it, and he would never leave them to perish. They put their handprints on the parchment. So the deal is done. Wiping his hands from the paint, Leonard once again assured us that the deal would be fulfilled. He swears to God that he will do it. Lord Hui Kyung said she liked that phrase. She probably agreed with him, and she repeated that the agreement will be fulfilled. She swears by God. At the same time, Nebula received a notification that the first loan agreement had been concluded on the North Coast. He happily commented that this was great and his world was growing. Until then, the world for the lost civilizations revolved only around their tribes. Other races were only a potential threat. And how could we even conduct normal trade with those who could move to who knows where? But now, when residents settle down and nomads move along a certain route, they conclude their agreements in writing. Soon, buying and selling intangibles and valuing the future will become commonplace. Nebula said that they are going beyond simple business deals and starting to practice economic management. He looked at all his wards and asked himself how he was going to manage this big and strange world. Rakrak breathed a sigh of relief as he twirled the spear in his hand. It was clear from the look on his face that it had been a hard night, but at least it was over. He took off his water buffalo war mask and hung it on his spear. He walked down the smoky street with the thought that all the dwarves had fled. He had to clear the neighborhood. His steps were heavy. The dwarves fought to the very end. They were very persistent, but it was all in vain. My feet sank into the wet but warm sand. This sensation seemed pleasant. He slowly approached the water. He looked at the blue of the ocean that merged with the same sky. It seemed that there were no borders and it was not known where one began and the other ended. Rakrak thought that this was the end of the earth, washed by endless expanses of water that sparkled with all the shades of the sun's rays. He looked at the burning settlement and thought that they had captured the southern lands as the god of the blue beetles had wanted. Now all the lands on this peninsula belonged to his tribe and their god. Unlike before, when he had to lead only his tribe, now he had to lead all the races on this earth. He did not know how to cope with this. After reading his thoughts, Nebel thought it was worth thinking about the form of government. This is a serious issue because each system has its pros and cons. One of the options is a feudal monarchy, a type of government in which the king selects feudal lords and grants them land. Feudal lords defend their lands themselves and thus reduce the pressure on the ruler. But it is impossible to control the relations between feudal lords, which leads to frequent civil unrest. But such conflicts often lead to the development of technologies. This process is quite difficult to manage and often leads to chaos. The second type of government is an absolute monarchy, a state system in which there is a single ruler, and his appointed officials are distributed to different entities for management. To be honest, this option is closer to him, but there is a catch. A unified management system increases the productivity of administrative work. A strong, centralized government makes it easier to mobilize the armed forces. There is too much to prepare. Roads and ports. We need to elect a worthy king and develop a system for selecting officials. And that's not even all. After all this thinking, he decided to ask Eldar, who was always walking behind him, what he thought about it. Eldar, in the manner of his avatar, exhaled defiantly and asked Nebula if he hadn't made a decision yet. Nebula had indeed already made up his mind that very night to send a message for Rakrak. By dawn, the job was done. In the morning, Rakrak gathered his closest warriors in jail. He told them that he had had a dream that night. He was immediately asked what the next task was that they had received from their god of the blue beetles. But Rakrak said that the dream was quite interesting and different from the others. Jael asked him what he had seen in his dream. Rakrak picked up a stick and bent down to answer that he was flying. He began to draw something on the sand with a stick. At the same time, he continued to say that he left his body and flew at high speed. He flew over the wilderness up to the northern coast, observing everything below. Countless lands stretched beneath it, and among them were the settlements that they tried so hard to destroy. The lizardmen listened to his story as if mesmerized. It was not the first time Rakrak had told them dreams, but they had never heard of flying. Rakrak drew a picture on the ground and said that this is how their land looks from above. It was a map of the peninsula. Curving his long tail, Rakrak pointed to the spot in the picture. He said that this was the place where they were now. He asked the name of the place where they were, and one of the warriors raised his hand to indicate that he knew the answer. and said that the dwarves called it Maganon, which means the end of the earth. Then Rakrak took his wand and wrote the word Meganon in the place where he had pointed, and he said that this is the name of this land. He pointed to another part of the drawing and asked what the name of the place was where they had destroyed the red-skinned orcs. Jur answered this question by saying that he heard the orcs calling him Salmon, but the name seemed very familiar to Rakrak. He remembered that they had already met this name several times on their way, so he decided to call it South Salmon. For a while they circled the map and remembered the names of the places they had been. They reached the last corner where they had not yet written the name. Rakrak asked if anyone knew the name of this place. The lizardmen looked at him in confusion and expected him to know the answer. Even Ur, who was always accompanying Rakrak, did not know what to say. One of his soldiers said that there is no name for it. No race lives there. Everyone tries to avoid this place, not only because of the mountains but also because the Kukatris live there. Jal, who was constantly recording and reflecting what Rakrak said, summarized that none of them knew the name of the land. Rakrak said he knew the land. Although this area is surrounded by mountains, it is not difficult to clear the path. You just have to take care of the vines and small trees. Deep in the mountains, there is a valley through which a river flows. If you go down to the bottom, you will find yourself on a large plain where the river flows into the ocean. Jaol, who had been listening to Rakrak's every word, asked him in surprise if it was God who had shown him this land in a dream. He nodded and said that it was he who took him up into the sky and showed him all the lands of this peninsula. He drew everything he saw from above in a drawing. He came down from heaven and said that the name of this land was Orizon. This name is translated as the land where our God lives. Looking at all those present, Rakrak loudly declared that according to the will of our God of the Blue Beetles, he would become the king of Orizon. The reaction to his words was different. Some people squealed with joy, others rounded their eyes in surprise. But his loyal friend and best warrior, Ur, looked at his leader with pride. After giving a few seconds for everyone to come to their senses, Rakrak shouted again that they would go to Orizon. Everyone reacted joyfully to his statement and raised their hands in the air, shouting their readiness. Nebula descended from his heavenly throne to look at the territory from up close and hovered over the mountains. He was looking at the mountain range that would become Orizon in the future. He said out loud that the first job was done. Most beings living on this continent recognize Rakrak's authority, but there will always be those who disagree. Therefore, we will have to work hard to unite everyone. There are still many people to learn about Orizon, the future capital, and also about Rakrak becoming its king. Each of the peninsula's lands should have a road leading to Orizon, so new roads with profitable routes will need to be built. Since this is a monarchical system of government, it is necessary to appoint leaders to whom he will assign territories for control. Rakrak plans to call them warlords. First of all, it is necessary to create laws that will have to be enforced throughout the country. However, with Automaton and the Elves' settlement, it may take some time. The feudal system is already in place there. It seems that Rakrak is going to send representatives of the tribe to inform and supervise. Hui Kyung has been given the title of Automaton Margrave. Just like Hui Kyung, the elven leader Leonor received the title of Supreme Leader of the Elves. Of course, it all looked primitive and untidy, but for now, they don't have many problems to solve. Nebula smiled when he received the notification that his race had entered the early monarchy stage. Eldar was impressed by Nebula's decision to apply two options for the state system. Nebula argued that it would be pointless to compare the pros and cons in this situation. Alarmed, Eldar asked Nebula why he had decided to make his race part of his kingdom. The elves are actually his subjects. He was unpleasantly surprised by this question. He answered Eldar that the lands where his elves live also belong to him. The latter only nodded meekly at Nebula's words. It was one of those beautiful summer sunny days. White fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky, driven by a light warm breeze. They kept their eyes on the fishing rods they had thrown into the water. Today, they decided to go fishing. They sighed that it was very boring. At these sighs, the young lizardman jokingly asked whether the Tatar warlord still had energy left. He lifted his hat and looked at the scorching sun, saying that he could not get used to this peaceful way of life. Taking off his hat, Tatar continued that it was all because he had lived only in battles. The lizard man asked him if he was one of the best warriors, and that's why he was appointed as a military leader. With a heavy sigh, he asked the younger lizardman if he thought the first-class soldier was declared in charge to hide in a secluded place and let him die of old age, because he lost his eye and because he became an unnecessary burden. The lizard man was confused by Tatar's question. He apologized and said he did not mean it. Old Tatar nodded that he understood, and pointing to the settlement and its surroundings, he said that someone had to protect this place. The lands of Maganon make him sad, but it is still Rakrak's domain. Tartarus was ahead of his interlocutor and immediately answered the question of what he was protecting him from. Pointing upward with his fishing rod, he told Hawkran that only their land was higher, and then, looking at the sea, he added slowly and hesitantly, unless they come from across the sea. His previously cheerful expression changed to one of surprise. He saw some silhouettes on the horizon. When he looked closer, he realized that boats with people on board were approaching them. A group of creatures they had never seen before was approaching the shore. A huge crustacean was on the boat ahead of them. Tatar, when asked by Hawkran who it was, hesitantly replied that it must be lobsters. They hid behind the hills and watched them approach. Hawkran whispered and asked if they were monsters. Tartarus also whispered that they were probably not. If they came in boats, they must be intelligent. After these words, he stood up and told Hawkran to wait for him here. He would approach them first and find out the reason for their coming here. Standing on the hill in front of the beach, Tatar loudly greeted the newcomers and asked them whether they came here as guests or invaders. The lobsters raised their heads at the unexpected address. He stood upright and introduced himself, saying that the commander of this land of the Tatars was standing before them, and he ordered them to answer who they were and for what reason they were here. One of them replied that they were the turquoise astacids, which had accidentally docked on their shores. He said they were lost in a shipwreck. He then asked where they were now. While Tatar was explaining that this was King Rakrak's land and he was a warrior from the Black Lizardman tribe, Hokan thought that he should stay on guard. He could give a battle order at any time. He knew that Tatar was not the type to show mercy to his enemies. Since they were unknown enemies, he would surely capture them and extract as much information as possible, and maybe even kill them. Tatar looked at them suspiciously and asked if he understood correctly that they had come from across the sea. The turquoise astacid shook his head and repeated that it was all due to a terrible shipwreck, and they were saved by several boats, and then the waves brought them to this shore. Throwing a spear over his shoulder, Tatar ordered to prepare temporary housing for them. He said that the guests were probably hungry, so they would feed them what they had left. The astacids were pleasantly surprised by this hospitality, but Kokin was very surprised by this order. He looked at Tatar and said that everything would be done. The next day, the turquoise astacids expressed their gratitude to the warlord Tatar and said that they would never forget his generosity. Then they got into their boats and sailed away. Waving to them, Tatar answered questions from Hokan, who asked why he had helped these strangers. He also added that if he were in his place, he would have chased them all away and reported to Rakrak that they had gotten rid of the intruders. He is surprised that Tatar missed the opportunity to improve his reputation. Watching the boats approach the horizon, Tatar replied that perhaps he was mistaken, and they were indeed enemies. He paused and then asked if Hokan knew how he lost his left eye. He said that he had heard a story that Tatar fought 10 trolls who were trying to rob some travelers, and that's how he got injured. Tatar confirmed that this was the case. He added that those travelers did not even belong to their race. He thinks they were half-grown, but he's not sure. After Jaol treated his wounds, Rakrak called him to his room and had a conversation with him. He said that fighting 10 trolls and losing only one eye was a proud feat. From now on, everyone will be his left eye. Rakrak then told him that he had lost it, however, by helping a group of half-breeds, not their tribe. And then he asked him if he regretted doing so. Tatar continued his story without stopping to look at the horizon. He said that he did not even hesitate to give him an answer. He told him then that he had heard a story that when they were wandering in the desert, wounded and hungry, they received help from the blue god of beetles. Then God showed them the way to salvation, and they found a place that became their first home. God did this and asked for nothing in return. Rakrak listened to his explanation in silence then, but his expression showed that the answer disturbed him. He asked Tatar if he wanted to tell him that he dared to act like their god, and he replied that at that moment he felt that he had to do so. Then Rakrak breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at him. He said that what he had done was right, and I told him to continue to do as he sees fit. And if anyone tells him that he is wrong, tell him about our conversation. After these words, he smiled broadly and added that he could also tell that the leader Rakrak fully supported him. One evening, Tatar was doing his usual managerial work and writing down the day's results. There was a knock on his door and Hokan ran into the house. He came to warn him that the langousts were back. Together, they went to meet the turquoise astacids that were meekly waiting for them on the coast. They reacted joyfully to Tatar's appearance. Without showing his concern, he addressed Astacid by the name of Rubo and asked if there had been another shipwreck and that is why they were here again. Rubo laughed and shook his head. He said that this time they had come here on their own. They are here to buy the silk and metal he told them about last time. He began to explain that they were struggling on the island, so foreign technology and resources would be very helpful. He took a chest from his assistant and opened it in front of Tatar and asked if they could pay with it. Turning one of the stones in his hands, Tatar thought that perhaps the Lord of the Automaton knew about these shiny stones, but how could he know their value? If he showed his lack of independence, they would start to stare too much. The Tatar replied with a huff that this was certainly not a bad thing. He pointed in the direction of their boats and said, "How about teaching them how to make boats?" Astacid Rubo became silent. He began to tell me that making boats is a very complicated and long process. Then, Tatar firmly stated that there were no difficult tasks for him. If they are not satisfied with his terms, there will be no deal. Rubo fell to his knees before him and begged him not to refuse them. He promised that next time they would bring some empty boats with them and leave them. They agreed that they would exchange silk and iron for boats. Having reached an agreement, they shook hands. This conversation had one more witness that no one realized. A small white seagull was sitting inconspicuously on a tree branch. It was not just a seagull. Having received a small sphere of influence of birds, Nebula successfully used it. As always, from his heavenly throne, he watched the events, trying not to miss a single detail so as not to make even a small mistake. He has already started studying information about astacids. This is a species of crustacean that lives in the southern archipelago. They were at the Bronze Age level and hardly related to any of the players. For a tribe that lives on the islands, they have a fairly advanced boat-making technology, and if you also trade pearls across the continent, you can make good money. But the most important thing of all is the technology of building ships. Tatar is smart and has a lot of experience, which allowed him to see the great potential in this. Rakrak will definitely appreciate the benefits of the boat, so he will definitely want to do something similar. It's only a matter of time before they start traveling on the Hokran rivers using boats. This will be a brilliant opportunity to establish waterway trade. It seems that Tatar has a talent for diplomacy, so he can leave the Astacids to him. Given their level of civilization, in the future they may be classified as a people that is part of Cochrane. Once this happens, they will be able to utilize the mines on their island. This will allow them to create a currency out of silver. To summarize his thoughts, he said that there was still a use for this small area of the sea, and he enjoyed the fact that everything was going so well. His peace was disturbed by a voice addressing him. The voice asked him several times if the creator could hear him. Nebula quickly responded to the message. He was surprised to see that Hongo was talking to him and told him to tell him what happened. He entrusted Hongo with the management and rearing of the locust swarm. He informed him that he did not need to report regularly. He only needed to report in case of an emergency. Hongo was a creation of Nebula. He bowed his head and said that he had made a mistake. And because of this mistake, the information about the locust swarm's affiliation was disclosed to other gods. Nebula opened a window with information about swarms. Their number had decreased significantly. Looking at the indicators, Nebula thought, he instructed Hongo to command a swarm of locusts to eat the grain and thus hinder the development of the other players. He told him to move as quietly as possible. It was necessary to prevent players from exposing it, but if it was a settlement of an advanced civilization, it was inevitable. Someone will realize that this is the work of a player with a small insect sphere. He told Hongo not to worry. He had been waiting for something like this to happen for a long time. Hongo said that this answer brought him great relief. Nebula said that the swarm of locusts did not bother him as much as Hongo himself. He asked if he was doing well. He answered that it seemed so, although they had lost a lot of locusts because of the miracle of the other gods, but it seems that they have not noticed it yet. Then Nebula said that if he was discovered, it would be a great loss, and he told him to use the rest of the locust swarms to cause confusion and hide. After all, the main goal is to survive. After finishing the conversation, Nebula thought that it was rather embarrassing for him to talk to his creations. Unlike NPCs from the days when the Lost World was a game, they communicate as if they had a soul, but he created each of them himself. He assembled them piece by piece like a construction set and then brought them to life, and they completely obeyed his will. But if nothing else, swarms of locusts have infested 5 nations in the west, and if they find out about it, they will definitely attack. The 2 neighboring nations of Danyum of the Satyr race and Jugqua of the Lenar race that are most likely to go along with this are both ready to move their troops. The other 3 seem to be just watching. But it's not nice that they will have to face each other 5-on-1, but nothing can be done. It's not that it's beyond his expectations, but it's definitely not pleasant. The Satyr nation lived on the territory called Danyum. The capital of Danyum was a large settlement called Damarit. In one of the rooms of the castle, a rather interesting conversation took place. King Hedi of the Lenar asked if they could trust the 3 races behind them. To be honest, they don't taste good. The king of the satyrs, Fav, replied that, whatever the case, they could not simply let go of the culprit of the locust swarm that the gods had told them about and let these lizard men do whatever they wanted. They pray to their evil god to starve them to death while they live in complete prosperity. To make matters worse, after taking over the automaton, they began to produce high-quality plates. In addition, because they are close to the border with Hokran, nothing can be done even if they suffer some losses. They will not be satisfied with the idea that 3 other nations will pass through their territory to attack Hokran. Fav continued to speak and suggested that we believe in the prophecy of the 5 gods, which says that the satyrs and Lenars will unite to level the capital of Hokran, Orison. Hedi asked what the route of their attack would be. To this question, Fav answered that Hokran could only be reached through automaton. The road through the southern coast is cut off by their insects, so they won't be able to get through there. They should use the opportunity to attack the automaton's castle and free them from Rakrak's power. Then Fav replied that the satyrs would go directly to the automaton. Looking at the map, Hetty hummed. He said that even if it takes a little time, they will lead the troops through the northern deserts. Fav said that was great. They need to develop a detailed plan and start gathering their troops to attack in a month. And that was that. A month later, as agreed with the satyrs, the Lenar troops set off in the direction of the northern deserts leading to Cochrane. The gods of both races were watching. It seemed that they were well prepared. Krampus, known as the life-sacrificing god who ruled the satyr race, asked what she had decided about the supply. To this question, she answered that they would use their supplies that they had prepared for the hike until they reached the desert. She opened a marching plan to demonstrate and continued that after they had circled the northern shore, they would sack all the settlements along the way. The god of the Leaners was the supreme fertility goddess Runda. She told Krampus that she had not been able to contact Nebula. More than a month had passed and he had not unlocked her. He said he understood. If they could get in touch with him, they could simply negotiate compensation for the damage. But he has blocked all 5 of them and does not give them a single chance to even start a conversation. Looking at her screen, she added that in addition, he had clearly increased his military training and the number of scouts. But it is too late for negotiations. An army of 1,100 Leaners and 800 satyrs is on its way. This is the largest army on the 3rd continent. She cheerfully said that it was only a matter of time before Nebula lost. Krampus just purred back at her. Krampus looked at her and thought that since she had a mole on her face, which didn't have to be there, her avatar most likely looked like what she looked like in real life. But something abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He saw a notification appear on Runda's screen. He quickly asked her what it was. She replied that it was a request for a conversation. Krampus asked if the request was from Nebula, but she said it was not from him. The request came from the elven god Elder. He reminded me that there would be an elves settlement on the Lenar path, so you can talk to him. Maybe he wants to offer some kind of deal, but maybe he has something else in mind. Krampus noticed that Eldar and Nebula are in a free union. This means that they can betray each other at any time. He suggested that she answer and talk to him, but to pretend that she was alone. Let's listen to him. We may find the conditions he offers useful. Eldar, in his usual manner, began the conversation with a greeting. He said that he was glad to welcome Runda, the goddess of the Lenars, and introduced himself as Elder, the god of the elves. The greeting left her speechless. She could barely squeeze out the word hello. Despite her reaction, he sang again that he was Eldar and asked her goddess Runda for help. They realized that they were dealing with a theater player. She asked him directly what exactly he needed help with. He began his song by saying that he, Eldar, had to submit to Nebula against his will, and that those were truly terrible times. But he had no other choice. He defeated the gods Linchuk Shik and Solongos. He is strong not only in terms of his level, but also in terms of his extremely amazing strategies. Runda asked Eldar in surprise, didn't he help him defeat them? She added that it was really incredible. She would not have thought that he fought them alone. Eldar was surprised that she had not heard of Nebula's reputation. He told her that Nebula had fought many gods in many worlds, and he achieved the highest position. She asked him if he meant first place in the ranking. He sadly told her that she could call it whatever she wanted. Runda and Krampus looked at each other. Krampus said that Nebula was indeed on top of the rankings. He lost to Hegemony, who was in 2nd place. But something seemed strange. Nebula and Hegemony were on the same continent again? This was a setback. Eldar said that he humbly asked for clemency, and that is why he was able to survive until now. It was a choice he made to survive, and now he wants to help her. The appearance of Eldar just as they were launching an offensive was alarming. But if true, such an ally would not be superfluous. She said that in order to believe him, she needed proof. He has to give her information. Eldar said he agreed to her terms. He will provide all the information he has to gain her trust. He showed her a video of all the terrible moments he had experienced. There was a video of their battle with the lizard men and the burning of their village, the expulsion of the elves to the north and the unfair deal they had made. They watched the videos Eldar had provided access to with horror on their faces. She said it was a life in limbo. Then Eldar told Runda that this was why he wanted to help her, so that he could escape from Nebula. And to dispel her hesitation, he said that he did not have an army to help her. But he knows what Nebula has planned for this battle. After these words, he turned off the connection with Runda. He was not happy with what he was doing. It even annoyed him a little. Pulling himself together, he turned away from the screen and asked if what he had said was enough. Nebula replied that this was quite enough and praised him for his excellent performance. He thinks she believed his story. He asked if he acted so well because he was always in character. Eldar just shrugged his shoulders. But in his mind, he said that it was simply because the information provided was true. Eldar swallowed his tears. Unfortunately, all the events he showed in the video had actually happened, and he didn't have to invent anything to convince the goddess. As Nebula had asked, he said that Nebula was preparing a preemptive strike. He's going to attack the satyr's capital, Demurit. Eldar asked Nebula if this was not enough to change the situation. The latter asked why he thought so. Eldar said that Nebula wanted to attack the Leaner army first. He asked if he was right about his plans. Without waiting for an answer, he continued to express his opinion. He said that the Lenars could retreat to Damarith, and the Satyrs could attack and capture Automaton. Wouldn't the Lizardmen army be caught between the two armies? To his judgment, Nebula replied that Eldar was wrong. He will attack the Lenars 2 days earlier and win the battle. Then, Nebula told Eldar that he would help him with this. He began to say that he would do anything but give them the supplies to show that he had surrendered. And then he realized that this was also part of the plan. Nebula smiled with satisfaction. This was also part of the plan. But he wasn't going to share the details with Eldar. The Lenar army moving through the desert was forced to slow down. The reason was the sudden deterioration of the soldiers' health. Hetty was desperately shouting at his subordinate, who reported that the soldiers had been poisoned by the food. He asked how this could happen. Lenar said with his head down that their food had gone bad. Hetty asked him if it was his job to keep track of the supplies. Taking out his sword, Hetty brought him up the mountain and asked him if he was ready to be punished and answer with his life for not fulfilling the task. At that time, another Lenar came running. He approached the leader and asked him to wait and not rush to punish him. He turned to Yubei and angrily asked what was wrong. Yubei replied that the food was fine the previous day, and the person responsible for that is not to blame. But what they ate in the morning was the food they received from the elves. Surprised by the news, Hattie replied that he had seen for himself that there was good food and nothing rotten. Yubei agreed that everything looked fresh, but perhaps there was poison inside. Their god knows about dirty insects. He probably sent them to spoil the food. He wants to stop them from making plans. In that case, they would have to question all the information the elves had given them. Hetty was furious. But even the high fertility goddess had sent them a prophecy with the same information. Yubei said that maybe their goddess had made a mistake. Hetty got angry and yelled at him. But Yubei continued that the elves had been on the side of the lizardmen from the very beginning, and this situation is proof that they are deceiving them. They continued to argue until Lenar from the scouting team ran up to them screaming. He reported that they had spotted lizardmen troops several hours away. After catching his breath, he said that there were a lot of them. They counted about 1,500 soldiers. Yubei immediately estimated that due to food poisoning, they had only about 900 soldiers who could fight. Even if they had an advantage in numbers, we would still be at a disadvantage because of our size. And now that they are also inferior in numbers, they will definitely lose. Together with Hetty, they decided that it would be better to retreat, and he gave the command to the soldiers. He told the messenger to tell the king of the satyrs that they were retreating because they had met the main enemy forces. They quickly packed up and set off. Yubei said that if they traveled all day, they would have time to enter the territory of the mountain forests from which they could conduct underground struggle. If they met them there, they would have a chance. Hetty gave the order to retreat as fast as possible and they immediately set off. On the way, Hetty was thinking that because of their size, they must fight underground. This way, they will get at least some advantage and buy some time. If the satyrs manage to capture the castle, the lizardmen will retreat. But the path to the mountain forest was not long. The road to it was blocked by something bigger than the lizardmen. An incredibly large mantis stood before them. The Lenars, who were already small in stature, felt very tiny. The mantis spoke to them and said that they had thoughtlessly invaded the territory of those who are sincere, and he, the god of blue beetles, would make them pay for their sin with their lives. He struck the top of the hill on which he was standing, and huge piles of stones flew to the bottom of the gorge through which the Lenars were retreating. The leader of the Lenars, Hetty, ordered the warriors to abandon their wagons and flee, but Yubei objected and shouted that they had to finish the monster. Hetty shouted to Yubei that this was no ordinary monster. It may look like a mantis, but it's not just a big insect. He is the protector of the cursed lizardmen. If their god has sent a protector, then the supreme goddess of fertility will not leave them without protection. At the same moment, the creation of Runda was already rushing toward the mantis. It was the guardian of the Lenaras, whom they called Neji. Neji flew at the mantis and clawed at its body. A struggle began between them. Runda watched the battle between the creations. She found the creation of Nebula to be repulsively terrible. She thought that everything that was happening now seemed absurd. She decided to look up information about the creation of Nebula. The information stated that the creation's name was Stardust. He has strength and speed and is endowed with intelligence. His trait is terror. In her opinion, everything is going just fine, but Negi can't handle Stratus alone. Will their only option be to run away? If they manage to retreat, then the next time they encounter the monster after destroying Neji, absolutely everything will be in vain. You have to kill it, and you have to do it now. Stratus has a fairly high level, but his divinity score is only 4. Runda had an idea. She revealed information about herself. Her divinity index was 9. She then checked Neji's divinity score. He had a divinity score of only 3, but if you put them together, it would be 12. She decided that this would give them a chance. She decided to go down to enter Yubei's body and destroy Stratus. It will take her 30 minutes to do this. Yubei's body was enveloped in green light. Runda fulfilled her intentions and entered him. When Hedi saw this, he called her divine name. He hoped that she would fix the situation. Runda heard his appeal and told him that she would fight this monster. In the meantime, he should withdraw his troops. Being in Yubei's body with clear intentions of defeating him, she set off in the direction of Stratus. She quickly got to the creations and hovered in front of Stratus right above Neji. Neji turned to her and started to say that it was not necessary, but she ordered him to be silent. She can't lose him. She hissed that she had time until the Lizardmen's troops got here, and there is no one alive here in whom his god can inhabit, and she asked him if he wasn't afraid of losing his life right now. Stratus replied that it did not matter. He would fulfill the assignment given to him to the best of his ability. In Yubei's body, she bent a mantis to his feet. While Neji is on top of him, she will try to knock him down. Runda ducked down and grabbed hold of one of his legs. It turned out that his legs were covered with a strong carapace, and it would take a lot of effort to realize his plan. She made several strong, sharp movements and managed to break off one of its many legs. But he did not react to this. He struck Neji with a powerful blow. Neji groaned in pain, but he gritted his teeth and hissed at the mantis that it was a cursed insect. The mantis told Hedi that the fact that she had wounded him with this minor pain for the sake of his god should be seen as a blessing. But she said he was crazy, and it would take her 10 minutes to finish him off. When she started to say that Stratus could use the remaining time for prayer, something distracted her. Runda noticed that the lizard man was approaching them extremely fast. She realized that Nebula had possessed him. She couldn't understand how the lizard man could get here so quickly so that Nebula could enter his body. Nebula replied that her calculations were wrong from the beginning. She was only right about the fact that it would take 3 hours for the main troops to reach the place. But she should have thought about how long it would take him to get here once he took possession of Rakrak's body. They watched Nebula in the body of Rakaraka push off the ground and rise high above the earth. He was holding his favorite weapon. V swung the huge spear and threw an angry look at Runda. Saying that he had caught her, he launched the spear with all his might in her direction. The spear went at breakneck speed toward the target. Lena's body was fast and flexible. She managed to dodge the spear, but the tip still grazed her arm. She screamed in pain. But this injury did not frighten her. It made her even angrier. Runda's creation. Neji screamed at Nebula in Rakrak's body. He said that he had no right to do this to his goddess and rushed at him. But the huge long paw of the mantis grabbed him in flight. It squeezed him so tightly that he could not even move. Stratus swung around and threw Neji with all his might. He hit the rock with a loud thud. He turned to Pajiji, who was hovering behind him, and said that he should share his power with him. He needs the power of lightning to destroy her creation and protect her. He must do this before he can reach Runda. The giant white rat, Neji, tried to get up after being hit. He saw that he was being targeted and growled threateningly. Nebula commanded Pajiji to fry the creation. He replied that he would do as his god wished and began to form a large ball of lightning. Pajiji launched it at Neji. A strong energy charge pierced his body. Neji withstood the blow, although it wounded him quite badly. Trying to get up, he hissed that he could call himself whatever he wanted, but he would not be able to finish him off with that alone. He managed to get up on his paws, but when he raised his head to the mountain to aim at the enemy, he froze. A bright blue light was the last thing he saw. A powerful discharge passed through Neji. Runda screamed his name when he was gone. In a moment, lightning was flying at her. She quickly jumped away and the lightning hit the ground. Running away from the blows, Runda decided that it was time to leave Yubei's body to be able to escape. But there were still 10 seconds left before the end of the transformation. If she died on the ground, she would receive an additional penalty. She had to hold out a little longer. She ducked into the bushes and crouched there. She had already lost one level because of Neji's death, and she couldn't let her and Yubei be destroyed. She saw a small fruit in the bushes. It made her very happy. She whispered that it was very appropriate. By eating it, she will restore her stamina with the help of her small fruit territory and will be able to hold out a little longer. There were still 5 seconds left before the transformation was complete when a large swarm of locusts of various flies and beetles attacked her. When she started to brush them off, she realized that they were not attacking her, but simply circling her in a dense cloud and blocking her view. She looked up and saw that Stratus was already hovering over her. Runda thought that she had only a little time to wait. She had to dodge the attacks. The mantis hit her with one of its long legs with sharp claws, but she managed to jump away. As soon as she thought she had succeeded, she felt someone's hand tightly wrapped around her neck. She heard Rakrak's voice in the body of Nebula. He held her tightly and said that he had caught her. There was only 1 second left in the transformation. She sighed with regret that it was over. Runda leaned over the screen to look at her losses. Due to the destruction of Neji, her transformation could not be cancelled. After her death, her divinity level dropped to 5th. She lost most of her forces. Only 215 people remained in her army out of 1,100 soldiers. Runda could barely stop herself from crying. If only she could have cancelled the transformation in time, she would have remained at least at the 7th level. Then she heard someone talking to her. She looked around and saw that it was Krampus. She answered his call. He asked her what level she was at now. She told him that her level hadn't dropped as much as she thought and that she was now at the 7th level. Krampus cursed and said it was very bad. She replied that she also knew that, but that she thought it would be okay. He said that at this level she would not have enough faith to manage internal affairs properly. She seemed to laugh lightheartedly and said that she was doing a great job. When she assured Krampus that everything was fine, she was thinking about something else entirely. If the orchards maintained by the miracle are empty, she will lose her income, and naturally, Vera will also become weaker. And given that her high priest was also dead, she had very few chances to quickly fix everything. She changed the conversation to avoid details and asked how the satyrs were doing. Were they preparing for an attack? He replied that they were. When they found out that Eldar had deceived them, they started to move quickly. So if his cavalry moves, they will arrive there in 2.5 days. Automaton's castle should be empty now, so it shouldn't be hard for them to capture it. Runda cheerfully said that then she only needed to delay the Lizardmen's main force for the time being. She thought that Nebula would most likely use Vera in their battle. He would try to defend the castle by all means. That would make it hard for him to focus on her. Perhaps she would be able to survive these days with the others. Runda thought that maybe she should admit to Krampus that her level had dropped to 5th, but she decided that it was not worth it. She couldn't just be deceived. The next day, she received another call from Krampus. He was angry and she asked him what had happened. He shouted that he had heard that Lizardmen troops were heading their way. He asked her if she hadn't promised him to stop them. She was very surprised. Was her Lenar cavalry not enough to hold them off? She quickly opened the map. No, the problem was in Eldar's information. According to their first plan, they were supposed to fight on the lands of Kokrin. But since the battle started a few days earlier, they had to fight where there was no place to hide. Krampus said it would not work. They do not have suitable fortifications. He would have to turn his troops around and camp in the capital. After he answered, she wondered if he really thought he could control the situation if he went on the defensive. There are only 800 satyrs and 1,700 lizardmen, and that's not even taking into account the fact that Stratus is a living siege weapon. Her alliance with Krampus is not bad, but it will not help. Wisdom doesn't seem like such a bad option for her future alliance. He's a bit hot-tempered, but he's reasonable. While she was thinking about the next steps, Krampus asked her if she would help him. When they start the siege, it would be wise to attack their troops from both sides. But she put forward a counter-proposal. She asked if it would be better if her troops attacked Automaton's castle. He said he didn't think it would work. She agreed that he was right, but she was worried that Krampus would soon realize it. But Krampus said that the idea was not a bad one. The castle is empty now. Then maybe her cavalry will go to Automaton and the infantry will help him. He said she could divide the troops. She can send 300 infantrymen to him. Her Lenars and his 800 satyrs will equalize the score in a defensive battle, and that means they can win. Runda just bit her lips in silence and smiled. Krampus continued that since she had defeated Nebula Stratus's creation, the castle walls would be safe. A cold chill went through Runda's body. She realized that she had lost her way. She thought that when her lies were revealed, she would no longer be in an alliance with Krampus. So let it be. He interrupted the dialogue and hummed. He seemed confused, and Runda asked him what was wrong. Slowly, as if he could not believe what he was saying, he said that he had received a request to talk to Nebula. She told him not to answer it. But Krampus did not listen to her and accepted the challenge. She was afraid that Nebula would expose her lie. Nebula asked if they had already decided to surrender to him while they still had the opportunity. Krampus was outraged and objected to this statement. He told Nebula that he did not understand what he was talking about. He told Nebula that he had become overconfident just because he had won once. But in general, the situation was more favorable for them. Nebula just huffed at that. Nebula was thinking. He didn't seem to have missed anything. But why was Krampus so sure he had a chance? He looked at Krampus and Runda. While the former confidently threatened him, she stood there as if she had swallowed her tongue. It was clear from her appearance that she was scared. Realizing what was going on, Nebula smiled. He said out loud that this is how it all turned out. So now Runda is deceiving his own ally. Well, that's even more fun for him. He went back to talking to Krampus, who was attacking him quite brazenly. He reproached him for being blocked so far and asked if that was all Nebula had to say to him. In response to these accusations, Krampus Nebula apologized primly, saying that he did not mean to offend him. Krampus replied that it didn't matter anymore. If he formally asks him to surrender, he refuses. Shrugging his shoulders, Nebula said he could do as he pleased, but he would give them time to think about it and come back later. After Nebula passed out, Krampus told Rundi that he didn't understand what the guy was thinking. At this, Runda gave an innocent laugh and said that this was why she told him not to answer his call. She didn't tell Krampus, but she thought it was strange that Nebula hadn't told him. She was afraid that he had realized. To end the conversation as quickly as possible, she made up a story that she urgently needed to see her troops. Krampus replied that he would also go prepare for the siege. After quickly ending the conversation with him, she decided to call Nebula, although it made her both angry and scared. After the conversation, Nebula checked the situation on the ground and made plans for further action. Given the new circumstances, he may want to change something. Nebula heard the call and looked at the screen. There was a call from Runda. He thought it was not worth his attention. He continued to work and issue commands to his subjects. The request came again, but he ignored it again. Then the request started coming every second and he could only hear a ding. When his patience ran out, he finally answered the phone. Runda scolded him like crazy and yelled at him to tell her what he wanted from her. In a calm tone, Nebula replied that in his opinion she had no reason to be angry with him. After all, he was attacked by them from two sides at once. Shouldn't he be the one who should be angry? She screamed that the attack had not even happened. Nebula interrupted, saying that the fact that it could have happened dated him. And in any case, if she just wants to quarrel, he ends the conversation. He's too busy and she's bothering him. With that, he switched off. Runda could not believe that he had so brazenly ended the conversation without even waiting for an answer. She felt even more angry. With the idea that such behavior was unacceptable, she sent him requests for a conversation over and over again. Nebula finally answered and asked what else she wanted. She yelled at him and told him that she was not his friend, and he could not talk to her like that. Despite her remarks, he repeated the same question again, namely, what she wanted from him. Then he added that maybe she would talk to him calmly and not whine. Runda was already hysterical. She almost tore her hair out of anger and despair. She barely pulled herself together. With her head bowed and fists clenched, she finally asked him why he had ended the conversation so easily when Krampus did not want to surrender. Nebula replied that in the beginning, he only wanted their surrender. He wanted all 5 players to agree to stop attacking him. But now, even if it's annoying, he thinks it would be better to ruin and occupy their 2 countries. What she heard sent Runda into a frenzy. She remarked that at this stage of his civilization's development, he did not have enough people to defend his borders. To this remark, he replied that she did not have enough soldiers to defend the front. And then he said that he could simply seize the Satyrs' lands and leave the Lenners' territory to those 3 players. He believes that they will be happy to get it without doing anything for it. She asked him what he would do if she and Krampus staged a rebellion, and one of the other players attacked during this chaos. Nebula frowned. Cold sparks appeared in his eyes. He told Runda that he didn't think she understood him. He asked her when he had said that he would let her and Krampus live. The way he looked and the tone of his voice scared Runda. She didn't think he would be so cruel. Runda asked him if this was a threat against her. He replied that it was not. He voiced only one of the options for the development of events. She seemed to be interested in what he had said and asked him if he was saying that he was considering other versions. Nebula answered ambiguously that who knows. Then Runda said they would return to her first question. She asked him again what he wanted from her. He replied that he needed information about Lenners and Satyrs, and then he added that he also wanted information about the trolls. She asked him if he wanted to know about Wisdom, who controls the trolls, and then she noticed that he was confused and that she had an alliance with Krampus, not Wisdom. Nebula replied that her remarks were wrong. He ordered her to enter into an alliance with Wisdom and extract information from it. He also added that he did not care how she did it. Nebula's words made her go crazy and she started screaming again. Had she lost it? Or was he now suggesting that she become a double agent, to get close to both of them and find out information from them? Runda was no longer in control of herself with anger. She shouted at him to stop wagging and tell him straight out that he wanted her to submit to him completely. In her anger, she asked him if he wanted to fight to the very end. Then Nebula replied that it did not matter to him. The strength of their troops would be shaken after this attack, and she had already lied to Krampus. He threatened her, saying that if he told Krampus about the plan and revealed her secret of how she had lured him, she would be kicked out of the alliance with the other 4 players immediately, and then she would be left completely alone on the 5th level of divinity, in the very whirlwind of all events. These words, though true, also made her angry. She screamed at him again to do what he wanted. She was not going to help him, and without even listening to what he was trying to say, she turned off the connection. Having opened all the information about her assets, she began to study them to find a way out of the situation. She had to save herself somehow, but what she saw did not make her happy. Runda just kept telling herself that there must be a way out. You just have to think hard. She looked at the capital of the Lenners with sadness. She thought about how beautiful and peaceful the lives of her wards had been before these unfortunate events. Those who stayed there were so cheerful and calm. Some were having fun despite the late hour, while others were lying down to rest. Runda noticed that near one of the chapels in her honor, the humble Lenner was bending down in prayer. She was listening to his prayer. He offered the fruit to the supreme goddess of fertility, who is always looking after them. He asked her to protect him from injury so that he could complete all his work today in peace. As he prayed, her level of faith grew a little bit. Listening to the words about her and those who cared about them, Runda thought she was worthy of their trust. Their goddess could not protect those who believe in her from a bad fate. She decided that she had to do everything for them. She dialed Nebula again. He immediately answered the phone and asked if she had thought it over. She sarcastically replied that she had. A satisfied smile spread across Nebula's face, and he said that she could start with the information she already knew about Lenners and Satyrs. With the rest, The battle with the Alliance ended after a while, but as always, not everyone was happy with the result. It was not easy for Krampus to accept Nebula's offer, but Runda was able to convince him, and everything ended in a truce. Meanwhile, in Automaton's castle, representatives of different races were trying to negotiate an alliance of traders. Hui Kyung put forward this proposal for discussion when she brought everyone together. She argued that they needed the help of experienced merchants to create the four wheels. She made them think about the benefits they received through transactions in the process. And it will be good for everyone if these relationships continue. They will be able to exchange information with each other and buy resources in advance that will become more expensive later. And they can also collect taxes from the alliance members. Each of those present put forward a proposal. Among them was to sell things that were confiscated without anyone knowing. Also, to buy up goods and control the price of them or resell them when the price rises. The troll pointed out that everyone here is from different races and lands. How are they going to trust each other in the long run? Hui Kyung also had an idea for this. She said that it is a belief in one god, and this is the basis of their well-being. Then the troll said that it sounded reasonable, but then someone would have to give up their faith and others would be able to keep it. How would they resolve this issue? A voice in Hui Kyung's head suggested one way. It's a lottery. They will believe in the god whose follower rolls the highest number on the die. Thus, under the leadership of Hui Kyung, the Fifth Wheel Trade Alliance was created. The main god was the god of blue beetles. It was a secret alliance created to make a profit without taxes, a kind of black market and price manipulation. Nebula thought that although it was not the right time and they called themselves a secret organization, the creation of a trade alliance was quite expected. Since the battle is over, they will have to take care of their states for some time and deal with the events that have taken place. This means that no significant changes to the borders are expected yet, which will lead to a lull. But we do not know whether it will be long. We will need to carefully prepare for confrontation with other nations. Nebula noted important moments on the map where Arakrak was expelled from the tribe of the blue-skinned lizardmen after being elected leader of a new tribe. B. Defeating the ancient abomination Scolopendra and obtaining the abomination's essence to create Stratus. C. Defeating the Frogmen tribe and the two-headed snake and obtaining Pajiji. D. Secret operations and the Battle of Automaton. E. Defeating the elves and conquering Eldar. A victory over Salongos and Lin Chukshik through the return of the elves to the northern peninsula. B. The capture of a dwarf settlement on the edge of the southern lands. C. The founding of Cochrane and its capital, Orazon. After a while, everything stabilized and everything moved in its own direction. Cities grew, resources increased, and technology developed. One warm, sunny day, an event took place that changed a lot of their daily lives. He was looking at a sheet of strange light material under the sunlight coming through the window at the top of his tent. Rakrak twirled it in his hand several times and asked what it was. Jaol replied that it was a cloth called paper. One of the surviving leaners told them that he knew how to make paper, and under his tutelage, they learned how to make it. It is lighter and cheaper than silk. Then he asked if the process of making the paper was complicated, and Jaol said yes. But they have wheels, and this paper was made in Orazon with their help. She told Rakrak that once the manufacturing process is established, they will be able to write letters more often and make more recordings. He thought that now their treatises and writings would not be lost to the ages. He liked this invention. Rakrak turned and walked toward the table. As he walked, he told Jowl that he also had something to show her and began to unroll the scroll on the table. As he unfolded the map of their peninsula, he noticed that paper is good, but if someone ruins it, they will not be able to restore the manuscript. Looking at Jael, Rakrak said that he had brave warriors and wise companions like her on his side, and as long as their god is with them, he believes they can protect everyone. But what if their enemies do not attack them one by one, but form an alliance like last time? Their territory is quite large, and neither they nor even God can be in several places at once. So this is what he came up with and wanted to show. He took a brush in his hand and began to paint on the map. He drew a line on the map where the states border and said that they should create a barrier. Jaol looked at it and said that it would take a long time to build such a wall. It would have to be more massive than the walls of Automaton to be a good defense. They have to build it out of stone. Although they don't have defense dolls like Automaton, they also have poor development of stone quarries. Even if they used all the human and material resources, it would take about 100 years. After these arguments, she looked at Rakrak. He huffed and jokingly said that he thought it was about 200. She replied that it would be difficult to maintain the work for about 200 years, and they have to keep it to 100. After exchanging jokes, she asked him seriously how he planned to pull it off. He replied that he realized that there was a problem with his idea, so he needed to refine it. They both leaned over the map and began discussing the implementation of his idea and the problems that might arise in the process. On reflection, they excluded swamps and rivers and estimated that it would take about 70 or 80 years. Jaol asked Rakrak how they would cope if it took their whole lives. Rakrak agreed with Jal that it was still quite a long time, and he said he had another suggestion. He began to explain that the idea of the wall was to deter enemy troops, but it is possible to look at the issue from the other side. What if they don't hold back the enemy but simply activate the army faster? The Jael followed Rakrak's thoughts and actions closely. He continued that they had something faster than the cockatrices and that everyone knew how to use. She asked what he meant. He showed her the picture and said it was fire and smoke. He began to explain his idea. There should always be a fire in one of the 5 lighthouses. This will mean that everything is peaceful and calm. If 2 are lit, it means that a potential enemy has been detected. If 3 are lit, a preemptive strike is being warned. 4 lighted beacons will already signal an invasion of their territory. And as a result, 5 lighted ones will announce the beginning of a full-scale invasion. Jael listened to Rakrak's story with interest. He summarized that it would protect the deserts without connecting all the walls. Deserts are not the best way to fight a war. And mountains are also natural defensive barricades. If they build fortresses in the valleys of the mountain peaks, we will be able to significantly simplify the defense of our territories. While he was telling Joel his new idea, he drew marks on the map where he thought lighthouses should be placed. When he was finished, he asked Jael how long she thought such a construction would take. She looked at the number of buildings and their locations and started counting. After a few minutes, she told Rakrak that it would take about 5 years. 3 years have passed since then. The capital city of Orizon has grown and prospered. It was distinguished by its structure. There were green parks and squares like islands in the middle of the city. Rakrak's house was truly worthy of a king. Several floors with terraces where guards kept watch. It was especially beautiful at night when the lamps around the perimeter were lit. Rakrak was sitting in one of the rooms on a comfortable bench with soft pillows, his head down, lost in thought. And Rakrak had a lot to think about. Creating a country turned out to be an easier task than ruling it. He needed to watch his people as closely as he watched his enemies. But the other races fear the lizardmen, not including humans. Although fear simplifies the work of the executive branch, it will be difficult to rule the country by intimidation alone. Harmony cannot be achieved using only the stick. People will either humbly submit to the authorities or fight them, and they cannot force people to believe in the blue god of beetles. Is there a way to unite them all into one? He may be a good warrior, but he's clearly not fit to be king. Isn't it enough just to live on the same land and coexist with each other? These thoughts haunted him. He heard someone knocking on the door. He ordered to enter. The door opened and the lizard man came in, saying that although they lived on the same land, they did not live in the same time. Blue butterflies fluttered around him. He looked familiar to Rakrak. He looked closely and saw that he was missing one arm. And then he recognized him. Rakrak jumped up on the spot and shouted that his friend the guide was in front of him. He quickly ran up to him and asked how it was possible that he was here now. He was sure that the guide was dead. The guide raised his finger to the mountain and signaled for silence. Then he asked if he remembered their conversation on the last night before he left. He said that even if they died, the god of the blue beetles would guide them. Waiting for Rakrak to recall, he said that his words were true, but since life after death is a mystery, he should not ask him about it. Even if he does ask, he will not get an answer. Rakrak asked the conductor what he meant when he said that they were not living in the same time. The conductor did not answer him, but turned around and pointed in the direction of the door he had entered. Looking toward the exit, he asked Rakrak if he remembered the story the guide had told him. He pointed to the starry sky and asked him again if the stars he saw in Orison and the sky he saw in Maganon were the same. Looking closely at the sky and the stars that seemed to scatter across it, Rakrak replied that they were different, though only slightly. They went outside and kept their eyes on the twinkling stars. The guide again asked his friend what he would say about the lands of the Lenars and the Satyrs. Rakrak again answered that they are different and perhaps even very different. The guide told him that it was true, and then he added that, like the sky, each land lives in its own time, and just managing these lands will not be enough. We need to look for approaches to different things. Then he emphasized to Rakrak that he was a king. He had to learn to live in every time of the nations. Everyone lives in their own rhythm. Even if they are on the same land, their hearts are not united. As a king, he must realize this. Rakrak asked if the guide meant that just as they had learned from him to determine the time by the sky, others would determine it in their own way. When he saw that the conductor nodded, he said that if he thought about it, he and the dwarfs did not understand each other because they counted days differently. He exhaled and said it was not easy. Teaching someone will be quite difficult, especially when they are hostile. After these words, Rakrak sighed heavily. The leader smiled and replied that this was why he was here. He immediately pointed Rakrak in the direction he should look and asked if he could see that bright star. Seeing Rakrak looking for her, he pointed at her and said that the brightest star was him. And if you look closely, you can see a bunch of bright stars next to it. And if you start connecting them, you can see who is depicted in the sky. He explained that clusters of stars that form a pattern are called constellations. And that bright star is the Alpha constellation Rakrak on the cockatrix. It appears at the beginning of spring and disappears when winter approaches. After that, he showed another star and several less bright ones near it and gestured to connect them. He said it was a traveler's star, and he suggested that we name the constellation in which it is located in honor of Owen. When the time comes, he will look at Rakrak as he walks by to listen to the news stories he has collected. Rakrak liked this interpretation very much. He told his friend that it was very interesting to look for constellations. He asked if there were any other constellations. The conductor replied that of course he had them, and their number depends on what he has experienced. He again pointed to the constellation and said that these were the Frogmen, Shunan, and Alroy. And on the other side of the night sky, Lord Automaton Hui Kyung and Siren hid. And right in front of him, the stars depicted the leaders Tamarita and Kijin, whom he was able to defeat. Rakrak said it was a glorious time. He asked the conductor where to find him, and he answered that there was no need to look. He was standing right next to him, and they laughed together. The night sky was quite beautiful that night, and they recalled their happy moments from the past and admired its beauty. But soon, the guide said he had to leave. He was very late and had stolen a lot of Rakrak's time. He had to go because their god was calling him. Rakrak did not want to let his friend go and asked if he would just leave. Wasn't he interested in learning about his children? But he replied that this was the destiny of the living. But Rakrak did not stop. Then he asked, what about life after death? Could he tell me anything about it? But the guide said that this was the fate of the dead. With great hope in his voice, he asked if he would never know anything about it. He added with regret that death scares him a lot. The guide looked at him and nodded his head. He told Rakrak that everyone who lives is afraid of the end, and the victims cannot influence anything. They can only watch them. Even if their god gives them freedom, that's all they can do. He smiled at Rakrak and added that only the living can change reality with hard work and told him not to forget this. Rakrak looked into his friend's wake. He did not know if he would ever see him again. The guide was climbing into the sky to the stars he had loved all his life. But the stars he was heading for began to move and form a kind of image. It was the silhouette of a man with buffalo horns on his head. He stretched out his hand and the guide stepped on it. The stars turned blue and flashed with a bright glow. Blue butterflies, familiar to Rakrak, fluttered in front of him, and in a moment everything disappeared again. Realizing who he saw, Rakrak humbly bent his knee and lowered his head. He saw their blue god of beetles. He heard a voice calling his name. He heard it again and again. The voice sounded as if it was approaching him. Hearing himself called Lord Rakrak, he opened his eyes. He had been sitting on his couch propping his head up since last night. His secretary approached him and said it was time for a meeting. All his vassals were gathered and waiting for him. Rakrak quickly stood up and looked at the door. He looked quite confused and did not even immediately notice the vassals standing in front of him. Without saying anything about the meeting, he ordered me to bring a large piece of paper and a coal. The secretary apologized and asked how big the paper should be. Rakrak replied that it should be big enough to paint the sky on. Nebula was once again excited about a new achievement. He read the announcement of the creation of the first calendar to show the passage of time with an accuracy of 99.8%. The calendar was used in 3 nations and was rated perfect. He hoped that the calendar would be created with the help of the guide he sent them. But he was worried that as soon as he started to say something, the level of faith would quickly decrease. Rhonda contacted him again. It was clear from her appearance that she was angry. Nebula immediately said that passing on knowledge through the dead was not cheap, but it was a necessary investment. And he is very happy that Lenara is using it as well. She just nodded defiantly at his story. Despite this, Nebula continued that the solar calendar was created with leap years in mind, not just lunar phases. He asked if she was a little happier for it. Runda again defiantly said that she was very happy and asked Nebula if her joy was enough for him. Without waiting for an answer, she continued to speak. She said that she was still somehow coping with the deception of Krampus and Wisdom. Although she already owes Nebula too many resources, she is not yet weak enough to show off to him. He huffed and asked why she had contacted him then. Runda replied that a new force seemed to have emerged in the center of the continent. Nebula was alarmed. He repeated out loud what she had said. And then he asked again if the power was in the center of the continent. She confirmed and said that, in her opinion, it was a new player. Nebula asked her menacingly what she thought it meant. She replied just as unhappily that it meant that. At the same time, there was a report that the enemy tribe had its own faith. Nebula told Runda that this meant that there was a player behind it, and he asked if she realized that it didn't make sense. It's not possible for a player to just appear out of nowhere in the center of the continent. 22 years have passed since the game started, but he hasn't done anything all this time and suddenly appeared. After the arguments, he asked her what were the chances that it was the god of abomination. She replied that she could send him messages and they appeared in the game interface, so no, he also blocked her. Nebula asked her again where she got this information from and whether she wanted to deceive him in this way. Runda was outraged at his accusations. She told him that she had evidence. She's going to send him the information she has about this player. A few minutes later, she dialed him again and asked if he had received the information she had just shared. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. This information was shared by a player from the GoldenEye nation of Heman, who runs the Nyx. She plays under the nickname ARI-026. Normally, she would have sent the information only to her ally Janwan, but she also sent it to her Wisdom and Krampus. She also asked them what they thought about it. Nebula said again that it didn't make sense. He asked what they called them. She replied that they created an abbreviation and they came up with Sarabik. He repeated the name a few more times and thought he would leave out the fact that she had a strange nickname for now. He decided to take a closer look at the information he had received. So the Nixie race means vampire. They infect others as zombies and turn them into their own race. The transformation takes several days. When infected, a person's skills deteriorate with further developmental progress. Runda asked him if he had ever seen such a race before. Nebula replied that he had never met a vampire before. She said that Krampus told her that they couldn't know because it might be a very rare event. Nebula sniffed and said that it was probably not. He shared a hunch with Runda that it might be DLC, and she asked if it was like an expansion of the game's content. Nebula said something that might turn out to be true. This is no longer the Lost World they were playing in. They no longer have a settings window and an exit. And since the known things have disappeared, perhaps unknown things have appeared. Listening to his arguments, she thought, now everything was real. She said she understood what he was talking about. Then Nebula said that maybe they should learn more about them. They seem quite dangerous. She replied that, in her opinion, it would do them no good. She has already seen zombie apocalypse events in the game, and this one has a much lower infection rate than the others, and Krampus and Wisdom decided to watch for now. But Nebula added that if you compare them to zombies, vampires have a mind. Don't they sometimes underestimate them? Runda said that convincing them was a difficult task. If you look at it from the outside, there is her alliance with Krampus, the alliance of Zhangwang and Wisdom, which is itself. These three forces are in a state of struggle, so if AR is weakened, it will be to their benefit. Nebula agreed and said it was true, and he offered to see me soon. They said goodbye. When it turned off, he rediscovered information about these vampires. He intended to learn more. After reviewing all the information he could find about vampires, Nebula huffed thoughtfully. As he had said earlier, he didn't think it was normal. Meanwhile, in a secret location in the vent of an old, dormant volcano, a meeting was taking place that no one was supposed to know about. These 5 players came together to discuss an issue that was of great concern to each of them. The Jiangwang god of the invisible stream of the kobold race addressed the audience and asked if they really needed the help of that boy. And AR player 1026, the invisible root goddess of the Nixie race, said that it doesn't look like the hegemony would want to help them. Then Krampus, the life-sacrificing god of the satyr race, replied that in his opinion they were both the same. He turned to Runda and asked her opinion. When he asked Runda, the high fertility goddess of the Lanari race, she said that she agreed with him, but she noted that it would be easier to find a common language with him than with the hegemony. He said that if they think so, Zhangwang said that then he supports the decision of the majority of participants in this meeting. Then, the wisdom of the tangled and intertwined god of the troll race said that they should get in touch with him. A moment later, the call was answered by another of the players they had been discussing a few minutes earlier. Someone commented on his appearance, saying that he was on time as usual. The former god of the Blue Beetles immediately said that he did not know he was so popular, since they were all looking for him. Without wasting time on chatter, Wisdom turned to Nebula and asked him if he knew why he had been invited here. He replied that he had a guess, but not a completely accurate one. Runda, who has always boiled over at the mere mention of Nebula, thought that he was shamelessly deceiving even though he had already received information from her. She was not reassured even by the fact that she had received a lot of resources for this. Wisdom began the story by saying that he thinks that Nebula is aware of what is happening in the center of the continent. A player they nicknamed Sarubik appeared with a new race of vampires. Nebula replied that he had recently been aware of this. Everyone was expecting him to say something else, but he remained silent. So, Wisdom continued that the vampires appeared in a small area of AR, but now they have spread to their territory. They have become a great force. Without waiting to hear what Wisdom would say next, Nebula blurted out that he knew it too. Wisdom said that he seemed to know everything. Then, Wisdom said he was getting to the point and asked Nebula if he could help them. But Nebula, not playing the humble guy, immediately asked what he could gain from it. His answer did not surprise them much. Everyone present was well aware of his reputation and that he would not miss a chance to benefit. Mentally cursing, Runda thought that he was at it again and, as usual, ruined everyone's mood. Being ready for such a turn, Wisdom decided to remind us that not so long ago, they had lost a large percentage of their crops and, consequently, food in general due to locusts. They all know perfectly well whose hands this case is in. That is, he has caused them damage and now he wants to demand something. Nebula replied that this is why Krampus and Runda attacked him and he repelled their attack, and he thought it was a settled issue. Jiangwang shouted that it was not even a real battle, and he asked Nebula if he didn't think that if they united they would crush him. Nebula replied that all he could say was that if he had any questions for him, he should come and they would sort it out. Jiangwang called him crazy. Watching Jiang Wang boil, Wisdom told him that he was provoking him on purpose and that he should not give in to these provocations. If Nebula does not help them by confronting him, the situation will only get worse. After calming down a bit, Jiang Wang asked if he was doing it on purpose, and Wisdom told him that he was. But if they're lucky, they can handle the vampires themselves. But if not, they will spread across the continent very quickly. Vampires will become a huge force, and then they will have to literally beg Nebula for help. With a sly smile, Nebula remarked that Wisdom has excellent judgment, and if he stood aside, he would just watch them get it. And then he ironically asked why he should help them. Wisdom also had an answer to this. He said that their collapse would add to his problems. Nebula asked why he thought so. He replied that it is harder to fight 5 races than 1 Nyx. If they fight one by one, the chances of victory are significantly reduced. If they absorb them, they will continue to spread further. Nebula thought that Wisdom was a good judge of judgment. He said they should attack a small area themselves rather than wait for them to spread the virus. He recalled seeing Wisdom among the players in the top 10, and if he was right, he was one of the strongest players among them. But this is not a reason to follow their lead. Nebula replied to Wisdom's arguments that he could handle them himself if necessary. Runda, who had remained silent, asked Nebula if he meant that he did not need their help and would not help them. He said that was not the case. And he explained that if he helped them defeat the vampires and protect their people, he wanted to receive a decent reward for it. All those present looked at each other, and Wisdom got straight to the point and asked what Nebula needed from them. This type of conversation impressed Nebula, and he answered directly that he needed candlemakers, glassblowers, and brickmakers. He wants 3 masters from each field, and on top of that, he wants 12 wagons of gold. The reaction of the audience was violent. Krampus did not hold back his anger and said that Nebula knew this would happen. He accused him of collusion with Sarubik. Nebula began to say that if he was not satisfied with something, he would say so. But Wisdom interrupted him before he could finish and said that it was enough to argue. He took the initiative and said they needed to think about his proposal. They would call him again when they came to a common decision and let him know the result. Wisdom turned off the connection, and Nebula looked at the blank screen and said that he was probably the only sane person here. He thought that these discussions were a waste of time. He already knew the outcome of these discussions and it would be in his favor. Knowing that the negotiations would not be long, Nebula just looked at the screen and was right again. I received a notification about a video call request. When he responded to the request, Wisdom told him that they had decided to accept his terms. They will send all the artisans to him today and send him the gold when they collect it. Now it's his turn to share how he plans to defeat the Sarubik and the vampires. Wisdom said that he should have already come up with a plan since he was demanding a reward. Nebula huffed. He had to think about it. An evil spark appeared in Nebula's eyes. He looked at Wisdom and said that he had made a mistake. He didn't just come up with a plan to neutralize Sarubik, he started implementing it. It was a very long and terrible night for the city and its inhabitants. It was drowning in flames and screams of its inhabitants. She managed to get out of it and hide in the woods. She was almost exhausted, but she forced her legs to take steps. Due to an unexpected attack by the Gnolls, the leader of the human tribe, who was her mother, died. She fought to the death and lost this difficult battle. The goddess of the invisible roots chose a new leader. The leader was from a new family because her family was weakened. Now the new leader was trying to do away with all the members of her family, wanting to destroy all the heirs. She was desperate and angry at the same time. She thought this was the result of her devotion to her god. Why had he abandoned them? She knelt down and asked the goddess why she could not guarantee at least one small miracle to the one who had given everything for her. Or are they all disposable for her? She stood up and looked up to the sky and prayed to the goddess of the invisible roots to answer her. But she heard nothing in response to her prayers. Lowering her head, she looked forward. A large, eerie silhouette of a man appeared in front of her. In a frightened voice, she asked who he was. She thought he was probably here to kill her. She thought it didn't matter who he was. Even if she died, nothing would change. She clenched her fists tightly and asked if she could have a sip of water. A wineskin fell in front of her, but instead of water, it was full of blood. A piece of old, moldy, stinking bread followed. The sight shocked her, but in a few seconds her eyes swam. Her mind became blurry, and she saw something else. There was fresh bread on the ground, as if it had just been baked. She began to smell its aroma, and pure spring water was flowing from the barrel. Thinking that he was helping her even when her own god turned away from her, she thanked him and said that she would do anything for him. All he had to do was order her. She greedily took a bite of bread and swallowed it and drank some water. The man took a sword from his belt and began to pull it out of its leather sheath. He held it out to her. She asked him if this was what he wanted from her. She did not want to take the sword, but her hands did not listen to her. They reached for the sword and she said in a trembling voice that she did not want to die. Remembering everything she had been through, the only thought in her mind was that she wanted to live. Her hands had already pointed the sword at her heart. Looking at her husband for the last time, she said she understood. Now this is her god, a god who chose her. And now she will serve her new god. She will do whatever he wants. The god of blood and rot has chosen a new leader, and so the first vampire was born. Nebula watched the events in the vampire camp. Their number grew to 6,000 in 6 months. The vampires were rapidly increasing their numbers and created an army of 4,000 combat units. With this large army, they attacked the capital of Guman and captured it. Nebula saw the captured town burn in flames. All that remained was an old mill. AR died during the ascent while in the body of her priest. Her level most likely dropped to 4th. If someone had helped her when the vampire's powers were small and managed to cleanse them, this would not have happened. And now, this reluctance has resulted in the creation of a vampire state. Nebula sighed heavily. They called her Bika, which means white call, and the leader of the vampires calls himself their king. The so-called king made his generals into gods of the creatures that had left them, and their main mission was to take revenge on them. He said that they were the ones responsible for what happened. They did nothing when it started. Everyone was silent. Waving his hand, Nebula said that despite this, he would still tell us how to defeat the vampires. They have 3 weaknesses. Krampus was surprised to hear why there were 3 and not 2. Then Nebula offered to name the 2 weaknesses of vampires that they knew, and he would see if they were right. Holding up his fingers, Krampus listed the colors as light and silver. He added that everyone knows this. The third one is probably that the younger the generation, the weaker it is. To this theory, Krampus Nebula replied that this is not only a weakness, but also an advantage. He explained that the first generation of vampires have incredible physical abilities, but they are weak in the face of sunlight and silver. Along with the ever-weakening abilities, the factors of silver and the sun are also becoming irrelevant. Wisdom asked Nebula what he had done. Based on the reports of his scouts, Cochrane had not started any activity. Turning to him, Nebula said that he was not the main actor in this play. Becca is the prima donna. He continued by saying that being a vampire is a weakness. You realize this as soon as you learn their third weakness. When they asked him what the third weakness was, he went to the screen where he had shown everything before and opened the map and told them to pay attention to the status of Beck's troops, who had been on the road for several days. They have a strong army of 4,000 soldiers. They wanted to expand their possessions and split into groups of 1,000 soldiers. They set off from the center of the continent in all 4 directions. He said that he had been following them for 4 days and it seemed like they would be easy to defeat. But with thousands of soldiers concentrated on each border area, things are a bit more complicated. But Runda pointed out that all 4 of his reports were the same. Nebula replied that they were made in 4 days. From this, we can conclude that they can no longer advance. She wondered if this was their weakness. Maybe they stopped to reorganize. He denied it and said that they would not have turned back all the offensive directions for that. There must be another reason, unknown to them. And in his opinion, it has something to do with the third weakness of vampires. Wisdom asked when they would hear about the third weakness of these monsters. Nebula said that they all treated vampires as zombies, but there was a big difference between them. He put his finger to his head to demonstrate and added that they have minds. He began to explain that zombies are creatures that are enslaved to the virus, so their behavior is similar. But vampires behave differently. They created their own hierarchy, and most of them became vampires not by their own will. It seems that the lowest class vampires are subordinate to the middle class vampires, and they in turn are subordinate to the higher vampires. But they lose their power of influence as soon as they turn to the lowest. Wisdom shook his head and asked what he meant. But before he could finish, Zhang Wang interrupted the conversation with a question about what they were talking about. Wisdom continued his guess that the lower vampires had no reason to obey them. The key to vampire cohesion is hereditary subordination. In the beginning, they had to turn others to force them to serve or just to survive. They were prey and had to stick together. But as soon as the country of Beck's vampires was founded, they found themselves in conditions in which it is possible to live without destroying others. Wisdom concluded that they have no reason to fight anymore, and all that is left is a vague submission. It seems that some generals don't want to take any losses. Nebula nodded his head in approval and said that Wisdom had said everything correctly. They are full, so now they are busy with other things. Now it's a mind game, and we need to see which of the generals will make the first move. The big troll was sitting in the hall in front of a map and looking at the countries on the continent. He thought they should attack other countries while they still had a chance to win. Why aren't other generals doing anything? When he heard someone knocking on the door, he asked who it was. The answer was that it was the treasurer. The door began to open slowly and sunlight began to penetrate through the crack. The troll hissed and recoiled from him. The rays burned his arm and he howled in pain. His eyes turned bright red and he immediately pulled out a knife and threw it with all his might toward the door. The knife hit him directly in the head and he fell on the spot. A small shiny object fell out of his hands. The troll came over to see who this intruder was who was trying to attack him. A broken mirror lay on the ground next to the body. He thought that someone must have found out that sunlight was his weakness. A man in a long white cloak with a hood covering his entire face approached him and bowed his head to apologize to General Zurn. He explained, pointing to the body, that it seemed that their food had gotten loose and disturbed his peace. He replied that she came before he went to bed. The man asked him if he could not sleep. They went inside to avoid standing in the sun. Zorn said he was worried about the intentions of the other generals. He asked the man if he had any idea why they were delaying. The man replied that there are rumors that not all of them follow the will of the god of blood and rot. The general replied that it was obvious. Satyrs follow their god, the sacrificing life. The man bowed his head guiltily and said that there were such people among the vampires. The general was angry and said how the earth could still bear them, and then he shouted that they could not hate the gods who had abandoned them. Only the god of blood and rot cares for them, and there are still those who do not follow their god? Without raising his head, the man said that it was because there were those who became vampires, not of their own free will. Of course, the king carefully selected those who would become vampires. However, there are those who became a vampire on a whim, without thinking about who they are blessing. Perhaps even among the generals there are those who think the same way and for this reason stop their march. His red eyes flashed horribly and he growled at the man who was bowing before him that he should know that they had no choice but to love the owner of the teeth that had bitten them. The man said that loving them does not mean that they have to do everything they are told. After the Beck was founded, there was a threat of generals fighting each other for strategically important and fertile lands. To have an advantage in this, you need to preserve your troops. That is why they do not want to start first and suffer losses. Zorn said he understood after listening to him, and he ordered all the soldiers to be ready when the sun went down. His face changed again and was terrifying. He said that they would start marching and show the Vampire King that not all generals are the same. Nebula told the audience that one of the armies would soon be moving. It seems that one of the generals is quite loyal and obedient. When Krampus heard about the possibility of an offensive, he asked if the vampires would leave again, and if their weakness would persist. Wisdom answered this question by saying that it is enough that they know what is behind their actions. If they can predict their movement, they will correct it with the help of miracles. In this way, they buy time. If they delay their supplies, they will weaken the army, and they still have options. Nebula thanked him for his explanation and called Wisdom the Star Head. Wisdom scrolled the figure that served as his head to demonstrate and noticed that it was not a star. Nebula did not understand what kind of figure it was and asked Wisdom if it was not a star, what was it? Slowly scrolling through the figure, he said that it was called the star dodecahedron of the Kepler-Poisson polyhedron. After nodding to indicate that he understood, Nebula apologized and said he would remember for the future. He mentally ordered himself not to mock his head in the future. Wisdom voiced a hunch that Nebula was going to stir up unrest in the land of the vampires so that they would destroy themselves as he had assumed. But Nebula said that this method would take a very long time and that a divided army would be difficult to finally defeat. So instead, he wants to unite their armies. Zhang Wang asked how Nebula was going to unite them. He replied that the vampires believe that they can stand up to any of them, so they treat them arrogantly. Clenching his fists, Nebula said that he was going to hit them hard enough to make them focus on him. He woke up to his name being called. His assistant tried to wake him up and shouted his name several times, but it was still daytime. He told me to come in and asked what was wrong. The man replied that enemy troops were heading their way. The troll asked with surprise if these were enemy troops of the satyrs, and the man replied that they were not. The man said that, according to the scouts, the Cochrane lizardmen were rushing towards them on cockatrices. The lizardmen army was already quite close when they were spotted, so they quickly reached the settlement. Before the battle, General Ur asked his soldiers if they had heard of the glorious warrior Tatar. Everyone said they had. Someone in the crowd shouted that Tatar was an incredible warrior who had single-handedly defeated 10 trolls, and he heard that he now works in a high position on the islands of the southern archipelago. Ur said that he has always worked hard, but there are many warriors stronger than him, and he doesn't get the chance to prove himself very often. As they can see, today they have a chance to get even. It's time to try and steal Tatar's glory. One of the young lizard men approached Ur, telling him that he was already a general and an elite warrior, and then asked if he wanted to make room for others. With a huff, Ur waved his spear and asked if he knew what it took to become an elite warrior. With these words, his eyes sparkled and a sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that to do this, you need to be stingy. After these words, he gave a battle cry and moved forward. In one movement, he took off the heads of the enemies. He had already finished off many people when General Zorn ran out on him. He was already a strong troll, and his vampire blood made him stronger. The troll ran at Rockrak and shouted that this battle was in honor of his god of blood and rot. The brave Ur shouted back that he liked his spirit, and they were also fighting for the god of the blue beetles. The two warriors fought in a fierce battle, but Jur quickly defeated him, and while holding his head in his hands, he heard one of his warriors address him. It was the same young warrior, Lizardman, with whom he had talked before the battle. He turned to him and told him that Jur was down to his last 9. To this, Jur told himself that it had become more difficult after his speech today. Jur showed his head and said it was a general, and it could be counted as 2, but he replied that he had 1 head, while they could count it as 2. Then Jur waved his hand and said that in any case they were not trolls but vampires, so there was no need to calculate. We need to finish. The whole city was already on fire, so he gave the order to check their equipment and to break camp. They had to move on. A few days later, Becca's castle became uneasy. A messenger arrived there to report the news of the attack. The queen frowned at what she heard and, as if not believing what she had heard, said to repeat it again. He bowed his head and repeated that during the battle, General Zuern was killed, and they lost 400 soldiers. There were approximately 300 enemy units, and they were all from Kokatu Hokrun's cavalry. Shaven jumped up and shouted at him. She asked him if he wanted to tell her now that their army of 1,000 soldiers had lost to only 300 soldiers. Without raising his head, he began to explain that they were from Kokatu's cavalry and attacked unexpectedly when everyone was still in place. She ordered him to shut up. She was deep in thought. They are indeed incredibly strong troops, but in order to attack so rapidly, they would have to sacrifice supplies. They would have to rely on supplies from the outer region. But the fact that they calmly passed through the lands of another state suggests that Hokrun and Danyam are allies. Could all the other neighboring countries be in an alliance? She didn't want to believe it. She opened a map of the continent and began to consider how the lizardmen could have arrived so quickly. Cochrun's army receives supplies from the satyrs and seizes Beck's territory, even though they will not get these lands. Most of the troops are in different directions. Only a few vampires can defend the settlement. They won't be able to block their advance. Not to mention that the generals don't want to start moving. If so, she has two options. Either the remaining 600 Zuern soldiers will stop the 300 lizardmen, or the entire army will regroup and march on Hokrun's lands. The first option is not so bad. The god of blood and rot will help them on their territory. But the enemy uses cavalry. They can avoid open combat and move deeper into the territory. It was too dangerous to send troops abroad without finishing all state affairs. She could not decide, going over the options in her head. Shaven turned her head to the window and looked up at the huge full moon, searching for an answer to her question of what to do. Suddenly, her gaze changed. She saw the answer she was looking for through her window. The room where she was sitting began to flood with red light. She kept her eyes on the window. She said she was listening to her lord, the god of blood and rot. The voice said she should gather all the generals and troops to attack. The queen rose and called for a messenger. She ordered him to tell him that they were going east. Looking at the bloody sky around the moon, she shouted that all the soldiers should attack Hokrun. Wisdom, considering the situation on the continent, said that Nebula had done his job of uniting the vampire troops. He asked if their next step would be to bring their army into the cauldron. Nebula replied that it would be nice, but the question is whether they can do it. The AR Nixes were literally destroyed when their capital was consumed by fire, and the Lenari Rundas are not in combat condition. The rest are in slightly better condition, but it may not be enough. Zhang Wang said that his troops had not fought for a long time, so they could help. Nebula replied that his army was too far away and he would not be able to make it. Krampus and Wisdom's help could be real. Nebula asked how many soldiers they could send. Wisdom replied that he could send 300, and Krampus said he would give 500. Nebula replied that this should be enough. If the vampires want to go to Kokrun, they will have to go through the desert or capture the mountain fortress in front of the automaton. He is inclined to the second option, and most likely the vampires will choose it. As everyone knows, the sun is hot in deserts. And according to the vampires, it is too difficult to avoid the sun in the desert. And on the mountain slopes, it is the other way around. There are shadows on the roads, and they can attack settlements on the way to get blood. Nebula began to talk about a plan in which his cavalry, together with the forces of Krampus and Wisdom, would pursue them. We'll have to keep enough distance to avoid getting caught. Wisdom replied that they didn't mind if they followed them further than Beka's rear guard. He asked Nebula whether the mountain fortress of Hokrun could withstand a 3,000-strong attack by vampire combat units. Nebula gave him a sly smile and asked if he was worried that she wouldn't make it. To this, Wisdom replied that if Nebula was so sure of this, it was wonderful. Then the rest were given the task of concentrating on squeezing the vampires to the best of their abilities. Zhang Wang to use his forces to retake the AR territories. Nebula said that they could lower their faith simply by destroying the vampires behind the front. He thought that his only concern was that Sarabik rarely used his resources of faith. He only used them during the ascent to capture the capital. At the moment, Baka has the largest territory of any country. It has a large number of civilian vampires, not counting warriors. This is overlooked because of the prejudice that the vampire race is OP, but they are led by a very talented player. Sarubik's current level of faith should be quite high. If he takes this into account, he can calculate the approximate level of his faith. Then he should be at the 17th level. If this is the case, the divine skill that is gained at level 16 can add to the problems. But in any case, there is always a possibility. The vampire king and his assistant stopped on the road. They were not excited about what was ahead. She noticed that things were much worse than she had suspected. The trees all around the fortress had been cut down. The climb to the top is also very steep with sharp drops and sharp peaks. Her assistant said that he did not see a single place to hide from the sun up to the walls of the fortress. The king asked if they had anything that would help them get to the walls of the fortress. He replied that there was nothing else but the weasels they had ridden here, but that they would not be enough. After giving him the order to send the leaners and trolls to storm the gate, she turned the other way. As she was leaving, she told him to provide them with battering rams so that they could break through the gate. He said that they would then suffer heavy losses. She replied dryly that the bodies of the soldiers would level the slope. If they want to make a living staircase, why should it necessarily be vampires? He took the hint and said that she wanted to use slaves as a bargaining chip. In that case, they would just reduce their number. She looked at her assistant and told him that there was a rumor among the slaves that, although all the gods had abandoned them, there was only one god who was merciful to everyone. In the vampire camp, they were already beginning to fulfill the king's order. They began to round up all the servants. The miserable creatures walked with their heads down. The vampires were screaming at them and threatening them, saying that if they tried to escape, they would say goodbye to their lives. In one of the tents, a handful of slaves were sitting quietly. They heard what was happening in the yard. Most of them just cried and waited for their turn. One boy stood out among them. A slave sitting next to him said that the second batch had already left and they would be next. The boy told him dryly that he knew, with the rest of them, they're just food for the vampires. The gods they believed in no longer needed them. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned them for no reason. The vampires forced them to storm the castle walls, thereby sending them to their deaths. They ran to meet the rain of arrows flying from outside the fortress walls. The god of blood and rot did not accept the prayers of those who were brought here as food. But there is a rumor among them that the lizard men are fighting fiercely in the vampire territory, and this rumor gives the slaves hope. The god of the blue beetles they believe in is an unknown god, but he is their last faith, and now the turn came to their tent. The vampires shouted that they were next and began to kick them out of the tent. When the others meekly left or cried, some even shouted it was the end. The boy thought he did not want the end. He wanted to survive. He walked with his head bowed low and thought that he knew everything was already decided, but he kept believing. When they approached and the horror of what was happening around him made it impossible to expect anything better, he still thought that the god of the blue beetles was his last hope. The vampire commanded the poor creatures to get to the gates of the fortress by any means necessary. With hypocritical mockery, the vampires said that if the lizard men wanted to save them, they would open the gate, and they sarcastically added that they believed in them so much. They began to give instructions and told us that a serpentine path of 3 loops led to the gate. Until then, no one had been able to pass even the second one. The vampires said that they would count to 5, and on the count of 5, the slaves had to run as fast as they could to the castle. As soon as the time came, he quickly rushed to the front. Those who did not run were immediately killed on the spot. He ran without looking back, trying to dodge the arrows. But in his mind, he continued to call on God. He prayed that he could just survive it. The guy ran as hard as he could and was ahead of the rest. The vampire rabbit and her assistant were watching the situation. She said that if the slaves have any hope, they must destroy it. This way, they will strengthen the morale of their troops and minimize losses by killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He asked what they would do if they actually opened the gates and let the slaves in. She asked him back if he was asking her that, looking at the mountain of corpses. She added that there is no chance that the gate will be opened unless their commander is crazy. Even if they open the gate and pretend to be saviors, they will have the advantage after that and will finally strike. The gods have abandoned them. Even those who still believe in them remain dust on the chessboard for the gods. Only the god of blood and rot remains their savior. Anyone who does not believe in it remains a swamp that must rot and be cleansed. She will show this to everyone who is here and watching them. The boy saw that there was not a single body here, which means that he had come the farthest. One of the vampires who was watching exclaimed why the guy wasn't running and the lizard men stopped shooting too. He walked with his head down and thought that it was impossible for the gate to open. He heard people shouting at him to run. The gate was still closed. Opening them would be like standing in place of a target on a shooting range. The vampires kept telling him to run. They shouted that if he did not run, they would shoot him themselves. The guy thought that it didn't matter whether he ran or not. He was finished anyway. Rivers of tears flowed from his eyes. He thought they had all been abandoned by their gods. They had no reason to fight. He asked himself why, if none of the gods wanted to save them, they were born into this world at all. The boy reached the castle gate and stared at it. He prayed that at least someone would answer him. He looked up and saw a blue butterfly. The butterfly was flying right in front of the gate, and then something happened that no one expected. The boy's eyes rounded with surprise. The butterfly touched the gate, and they began to open. A bright light began to shine through the gap, blinding my eyes. At that time, preparations for defense were underway outside the castle walls. Everyone had long since taken their positions and was waiting for orders. The vampires' attempts to break through were closely watched. They had participated in battles many times, but this was astonishing. One of the sentries said that they were sending more and more unarmed people to them. He asked another sentry what they were trying to achieve by doing so. He replied that he did not know it himself. It seems that they used their slaves to reduce the angle of the slope. He turned his head and turned to the lizard man behind him and asked if it was really profitable. They're trying to get it over with as quickly as possible by getting rid of their surplus stock. Rockrak hummed thoughtfully. Then he said that there might be another reason for this. He began to tell us that their great General Jur had fought countless battles in almost all vampire lands. So he is sure that the news that the lizard men are destroying the vampires will spread quickly. Then the warrior said that they were probably trying to turn the society against them in this way. Rockrak nodded. The vampires know that they will not open the castle gates and thus let them know that there is no hope. The warrior noted that this made it much easier to subdue the slaves. He added that it seems their commander is wiser than they thought. When he said this, Rockrak told him not to jump to conclusions and ordered them to open the gate when he gave them a sign. Then the warrior asked Rockrak if he really wanted to save these people. They might not be slaves, but the weapons they were hiding. That is why they have to shoot them twice. This is a necessary precaution. Even if they open the gates, they will save only a few dozen. It's an unjustified risk. But Rockrak did not listen to these arguments. He turned his head and smiled and told Kezel that it looked like he had decided to resist him to the end. He added that he knew he was a great commander, and then he asked if he knew why he always lost to him. Rockrak stood in front of the gate and told Kezel to open his eyes. He realizes that he has an incredible mind, and his thoughts are always logical, but he lacks the imagination to look into the future. When he argued, Kezel said he didn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, he also noticed blue butterflies flying around. Rockrak shouted to his soldiers that their god had given them permission. They were to open the gate immediately. He ordered to let in all those who were unarmed, and as soon as the last one came in, to lock them up again. The boy quickly ran into the gate, even though he had no hope that this could happen. Kezel ordered to test everyone who came in with silver. If they were hurt, they might be vampires, and he told everyone to be careful. If there is no reaction, then they are either weak vampires or simple slaves who risked everything to survive. Rockrak stood at the gate and shouted to his archers to try not to hit those without weapons. He was informed from above that as soon as they opened the gate, the vampire cavalry began to advance. And they moved quickly, hiding in the crowd. Rockrak went outside the gate and told them to close it as soon as he returned. Everyone started to talk him out of it, but he didn't listen to anyone. He went to meet those who were running, and when one of them was almost exhausted, he grabbed her shoulder. With a swing, he threw it with all his might in the direction of the gate, right into Kezel's hands. At that moment, a vampire riding a weasel was rapidly approaching him. The vampire pulled out his sword and directed his weasel to attack Rockrak. She hissed loudly and ducked in his direction. Rockrak quickly turned and pointed his hand in their direction. Lightning quickly flew out of his hand. The vampires watching from their camp saw a huge flash and then heard the sound of thunder. The vampire queen just snorted at this and said that it was a bit of an unpleasant situation. The assistant behind her turned to her and said that they did not expect the lizard men to do such a thing. Because of this, they were left without the opportunity to invade. As she watched Rockrak enter and the gate close behind him, she said that everything was fine. She hadn't counted on it. She said she believed they had no choice, and she gave the order to go ahead with the plan and start the attack. He bowed his head and said it would be done. The Vampire Queen. Shaven thought that one of the main advantages of the vampire army is that it consists of representatives of different races. Lenners are fast and skillful with many types of weapons, and kobolds are small and pivotal, which makes them easy to dodge arrows. Trolls are strong enough to withstand a series of attacks, and Nyx and Satyrs are good at everything, making them the backbone of the vampire army. The ability to use all their features is their plan for victory. They also have the power of a vampire. The third generation, represented by the Nyx commander, is able to match the strength of some trolls. She estimated that such a castle could hold 2,000 soldiers. She had won battles with the same number of soldiers, but this time there were 3,400 soldiers. She had no doubts that they would win, and it was impossible for it to be otherwise. Nebula kept his watch by the screen as usual. He watched her attempts to break through. Judging by her actions, it seemed to him that Shaven had no idea how to capture the castle on the mountain. Just as he thought, there was not a single general with enough experience in such a situation. In their minds, it was as simple as attacking an ordinary castle. Only Rockrak and Jael, who designed it and trained in its imitation, can know how to get in. A castle and a castle on a mountain are completely different objects. Unfortunately, the vampires did not know this. Even if they have excellent archers, none of them can match the lizard men of Nebula. In addition, they shoot from high ground and have an excellent view of the territory. The vampires who managed to get to the castle walls began to climb them. They encouraged themselves that they could climb, and even if they tried to climb the walls, they would be waiting for them. The lizard men had their own answer to this. They knocked them down with large stones that they threw from above. But they did not stop trying. Most likely they are stronger than the second and third generation vampires, that even if their stats are maximized, they still have nothing to look forward to except the lightning that Rockrak will give them. The vampires did not take into account, or perhaps did not know, that the electric lizard man was on their side. Nebula watched with a smile as Rockrak smoked his pipe after delivering an energy strike. Looking at the mountains of bodies from the vampires, Rakrek said that attacking the castle on the mountain so riskily was not their best decision. Queen Shaven was again approached by her assistant and told that they had already lost 600 soldiers. She took out her anger on him and said that she knew it herself, and she ordered him to prepare for the attack again. Her rage was growing. She told herself she had to conquer this castle, and she would. She turned to her god and asked him to help her. Rakrak and Kiesel watched them prepare for a new attempt, despite the mountains of corpses lying in front of the castle. The next attack was not long in coming, and arrows began to rain down from the castle walls again. The vampire general gave the command not to surrender. He shouted that they had to take the castle at any cost. Nebula thought it was a normal thing. After all this, they can't back down? They barely managed to reach the castle walls and are now storming them. The losses incurred are too great to turn back. Now the piled-up bodies make a small slope and make it easier to climb. But if you withdraw the troops, all the advantages will be wasted. He thought that if Shaven had been a really good commander, she would have recognized that the assault was impossible and retreated. Has fanaticism blinded her so much? So far, her god, whom they nicknamed Zarubik, has not helped her in battle. I didn't know why, but I thought that maybe Zarubik would prefer to watch to the very end. If so, we can assume that he hasn't yet realized what's going on. Shaven circled the table with the map and wondered what she should do next. If they continued to attack, she would simply lose soldiers. One of the generals ran to her tent and said he had urgent news. She asked what was wrong. He said that the troll satyrs and lizardmen warriors had united behind them at a distance of half a day to a day's journey and were pursuing them. She realized it was the enemy's plan to lure them here. She thought about retreating, but they had already lost a lot of soldiers. And if they retreated between the troops, it would be difficult for them to get out of the trap. The best option of all seemed to her to quickly capture the castle on the mountain and go in and hide behind its walls. She noticed a few drops of blood falling on the card. It was her own blood that had started to run down her nose. Shaven thought that she hadn't had anything like this since she became a vampire. Could this be a sign? And a very bad one at that. Her assistant ran into her tent screaming that they were in trouble. She asked what was it. He said that those slaves whom they had left with food began to rebel. They grabbed torches and defended themselves with fire. A few hours before, in the vampire camp, a conversation started in one of the tents where the slaves were sitting, which led to the riot. Someone said that the battle had begun. Someone asked what happened to those who were taken out of here, and someone said that most likely they were all killed. The young man said that the vampires took them out and lined them up in a row and ordered them to run in the direction of Hokrin Castle. They had no choice but to die, but someone denied it. And he pointed to the guy who was sitting further away and said that he was dragged off forth, but he came back. Everyone started whispering and asking me to tell them. The guy hid his face in his knees and cried. Sobbing, he began to tell what he had seen. He said he saw blue butterflies. They circled the castle and its gates opened. The lizardmen opened the entrance and some slaves entered their territory. Then someone said that this could not be true, and he did not believe it. Why would lizardmen do such a thing? He said he didn't know. He said he was not sure and got up. He was told that he could be killed if a guard saw him and ordered to sit down. He said he would fight. The story about the lizardmen fighting the vampires is true, and the fact that their god is watching is also true. He's tired of being helpless. At this rate, they're all headed for the next world. Even if it turns out to be a lie and they are not going to live anyway, he does not want to die in this way. Everyone supported what the boy said. They would no longer put up with their bitter fate. They put out the fire and it became dark in the tent. A vampire guard heard the noise and looked into the tent and started shouting what was going on. They attacked him all at once and knocked him down. Fighting back, he shouted for them to be surrounded and killed. Shaven left with her assistant, covering her face with a handkerchief. On the way, she asked him how many slaves were causing the disturbance. He replied that it was not just a disturbance, but they were all united. She looked sideways at her assistant and asked if all 1,200 slaves had rebelled. He replied that they had. They have killed all the soldiers guarding them, and the uprising is growing rapidly. They are trying to hold them back as best they can, but they don't have enough men. She asked in surprise how they could not do anything about the helpless slaves. He said that they outnumbered the guards and were also hostile. They are not afraid to die and are trying to steal weapons. What could have changed so dramatically? The slaves told all their friends that the lizardmen had opened the gates to receive them. They urged them to fight like the lizardmen. Instead of dying as unwilling garbage, they would rather accept death as warriors. Then she turned toward the castle and thought it was Rakrak. When he opened the castle gate, he had thought of everything. She clearly did not appreciate him. She thought that his command experience consisted of clashes with weak tribes on the peninsula. Her assistant ran to her again to ask for help. He asked that Shaven order the soldiers to help her subdue the slaves. And at that moment he saw that she was bleeding. Shaven thought it couldn't be a sign that her god was blaming her. It couldn't be that the one who had chosen her had done this to her. Turning away so that he could not see her face, she said that they must capture the castle no later than tomorrow morning. She would transfer all the soldiers to the attack on the mountain. He was surprised to hear that she was allowing the slaves to escape. He said that even if they take over the Amok, they will need slaves. They are their food. and they will need these unfortunate individuals as laborers when their enemies try to attack them again. She shouted at him that she was telling him something else. He apologized but wanted to say something again. Shaven jerked toward him and sank her fangs into his neck. The vampires in the tent with them were terrified of her. When Shaven finished with him, she said that now she could think because she hadn't had enough blood before. She asked the audience if they had a commander who could suppress the uprising without additional forces. One of them replied that he would do his best with the troops already deployed. She replied that it was better, and then pointed to the other one and appointed him her deputy. Shaven ordered him to bring her armor and told him that she would go and open the damn gate. After a while, everything in the vampire camp began to burn. It was the work of the rebellious slaves. The slaves were able to get weapons and defended themselves against the vampires as best they could, and they managed to defend themselves. Kessel and Rakrak watched. Rakrak noticed that the camp was a mess. Kessel replied that it looked like a battle had started. He asked if the reinforcements were already here. Rakrak replied that it was too early for them to arrive. They couldn't have gotten here that fast. And since vampires don't need so much light, maybe the slaves made all this noise. In a surprised tone, Kessel repeated the slaves and asked why they had started the resistance now. Rakrak smiled and said that it would be a good idea to organize a group of Kakatu fighters. Kessel shared his opinion that they would just stop attacking them to quell the rebellion. But to Kessel's great surprise, Rakrak replied that he did not think that the vampires would do that. He explained his opinion by saying that if they don't use all their powers to suppress, what will they do then? With a huff, Kessel said that it might sound absurd, but they would probably try to end the battle instantly. They will have no choice but to rely on their god. Rakrak told Kessel to look downstairs. He added that the vampire king Shaven had decided to come out herself. She stood at the foot of the mountain and shouted a challenge to Rakraku that if he was not a coward, he should come and fight with her. Kessel saw that Rakrak had returned and was coming and asked him if he would fight. He replied that if he did not, she would use her god to destroy the walls of the castle. He took his spear and told Keziel without even turning around that Shaven was so desperate that she had even come out to fight. He jerked his head in Kiesel's direction and said that soon slaves would appear behind the enemy soldiers. As soon as they see them, they will use Kakatu's unit. They will attack and kill them all. Shaven stood in front of the gate with her sword and thought as soon as Rakrak opened the gate to leave, they would send the big weasels right to the gate, and the vampire soldiers will bite everyone without fail. If they manage to open a path and secure a positional advantage, they will be able to target the mountain castle. A large shadow fell on her, and she looked up to see what it was. On the roof above the gate was a cockatrice, and Rakrak was sitting on top of it. She asked what the hell it was and how he got up there. Rakrak jokingly told her that those born crawling cannot fly and stroked the cockatrice. Cockatrice screamed loudly and rushed down from the roof. Rakrak drew his spear. She realized that if she didn't dodge now, the cockatrice would land right on her. She succeeded and swung her sword at Rakrak. He quickly blocked the blow with his long spear. When she felt that she couldn't move the sword, she thought, what kind of power does he have? It was very strong, even considering that she was the first vampire to be created. Rakrak struck back and she was able to hold him back. She thought, how is this possible? She could barely hold the punch. He turned the cockatribe sharply and bounced off it. He twirled the spear in his hands and prepared for the next blow. Shaven wondered why she couldn't get close to him. Something was happening that she could not understand. But Nebula knew the answer to this question. Nebula seemed to read her thoughts and said that Rakrak should not be compared to an ordinary cavalry soldier. He is a hero of the 21st level, and his cockatrice Anax is extremely strong. Even a dozen soldiers cannot catch him. And the situation with the slaves played into Rakrak's hands. And in the end, the slaves defeated the vampire general. Nebula felt that victory was near. As soon as Hawkran's warriors start working together with the slaves, his thoughts were interrupted. I received another request for a video call. It was sent by Zarubik. Nebula wondered why he wanted to talk to him at such a time. The existence of such a player is suspicious in itself. His nickname and time of appearance, and even races that didn't exist before, look quite strange. In a normal situation, he would not have taken the call. He accepted the call request. A rather unpleasant image of Zarubik appeared on the screen. The impression was not pleasant. Nebula noticed that he was wearing a mask made of human skin. He thought that Zarubik had some strange interests. Nebula asked him what he should call him. He said that until now he had been calling him Zarubik, but he said nothing. Then Nebula said that he had sent him a request, and now he was silent. He wanted to turn off, but the guy started talking. He asked Nebula if he already thought he would defeat them. Nebula replied that he did. Instead, he was told that he was wrong. He would lose. Then, Nebula told him not to be under any illusions. He would still win even if it was a battle for a mountain castle. Zarubik replied that he was not referring to the stupid and pathetic, nor to those with 2 legs. Nebula said that if he was referring to the battle between Rakrak and Shaven, he was not concerned about it. If he comes down, Nebula will do the same. He told Nebula that this was not the case either. He told him that he could not change anything in this world. Nebula thought that if he were a player from Earth, he would say that he would win the game. But the fact that he can't win in this world, He thought he wanted to tease him some more. Then, he said that he would definitely win. He will develop civilizations and connect all continents. And he will build temples in every city. Zarubik shouted at Nebula to shut up. He said that this power was not Nebula's and belonged to them from the very beginning. Then Nebula asked him who he was talking about. Nebula thought that this meant there were others like him. He asked Zarubik again who they were. He didn't answer again, but said that they would collect the old debt today and hung up. Nebula made a disgruntled face and wondered what he meant by all this. He just told him what he wanted and left. They have such bad manners. Then he turned his attention back to the battle and thought that it was time to intervene in the course of the fight anyway. As Nebula began to descend, he noticed something strange. Everything around him turned red. In an instant, Rakrak cut off Shaven's hand with a spear. Holding the wound with her hand, she gritted her teeth in pain and anger. She looked up and stared straight at Rakrak. Rakrak aimed his spear and told her that it was time to end the fight with her. Suddenly, Rakrak's cockatrice braked sharply and stood still. Something very large flew in front of their noses and landed with a loud crash in front of them. It was something of incredible size. Rakrak and even the cockatrice looked up to see what it was. Before them was the same god whom others called Sarubik. He was a giant of incredible size. Rakrak, who had seen many strange things before, froze. He thought that this was the god in whom the vampires believed. A human skin mask was pulled over his head and was long enough to cover his shoulders. It was obviously sewn together from different pieces. A necklace of skulls and hand bones hung around his neck and belt. Nebula thought that he had already reached the level at which incarnation was available, but he hoped that he didn't know about this skill. Incarnation is a skill gained at the 16th level of divinity. Unlike Ascension, which allows gods to appear on Earth in an avatar, a god can choose his own appearance during incarnation, and it depends on the territory he owns. Looking at his incredible size, Nebula thought that even if he called Stratus, he would barely be waist-high. It was good that Rakrak decided to save his soldiers and ordered them to retreat. So everything is fine, and so far his subjects are all alive. The incarnation consumes much more of the resources of faith than the ascent. To maintain the incarnation at the same level, it will need sacrifices. And since he cannot conduct a large-scale ritual, he has no choice but to look for victims right now on the battlefield. Watching the giant catch everyone and devour them, Nebula realized that his assumptions were correct. Shaven watched the actions of this giant and thought, what kind of god did she choose? He does not care whether it is a friend or an enemy. He is hungry for blood and flesh. He is no different from her. With these thoughts, she started to get hysterical. Meanwhile, Nebula was planning how to save his own. He knew he might lose a few lizardmen, but if they could go to the flank where the siege was weaker, the damage would not be much. After he regains his faith, the mountain castle will be empty. The remnants of Shaven's army will occupy the castle, but by then he will have dealt a heavy blow to her army and drained Sarubik's resources. They will not be able to use the castle. There won't be many soldiers left to go across the continent to rebuild their forces. And as soon as the power of the vampires is weakened, he will quickly deal with them and get even. Of course, other players will suffer, but he believes that this is not his problem. Rakrak hurried his soldiers and told them to speed up, because they did not know when the angry god would attack. Kezel ran up to him and told him that Rakrak could leave the lock on him and come down the mountain with the others. Then Rakrak looked at him angrily and shouted, "What kind of a leader would abandon his soldiers and run away first to save his own skin?" In response, Kezel shouted that he was not just a leader but a king. They had to protect him. Then Rakrak asked who the king was in his opinion. Does he think he is allowed to be a coward? Kezel objected and said that he was a priority and a role model. He leads them. After these words, Rakrak asked if his life was more important than Kezel's. At that moment, the giant slammed his hammer on the ground and a bright flash followed. It was an incredible force that they could not overcome. Kezel continued his opinion that the death of the king would lead to unrest in their country. His 3 heirs were too young. That is why he must remain alive. Rakrak said he was not fit to be king. The creature hadn't even filled his stomach to half full yet, and they hadn't even evacuated 50% of the population. Frightened lizard men ran up to him and asked what to do. He said that he had seen something like this before, and that it would not last long. Then Rakrak said that if they left them alone, then the vampire queen would survive and the battle would continue for several more years or more. Kezel replied that they would eventually win this battle, and it would be a victory worthy of a feast. After listening to Kezel, Rakrak said that he should improve his math skills. Kezel asked what that meant. Without even realizing how it happened, Kezel felt Rakrak's hand tighten around his neck. Then Rakrak took a swing and threw Kezel as hard as he could. He was strong enough to throw him over the castle wall, and then he quickly jumped on the back of his cockatrice and took off on it, leaving him behind. Kezel shouted at him to stop, but it was no use. The giant god noticed that someone was approaching him from the castle and turned to meet him. Even Nebula did not expect Rakrak's action and shouted in a panic that he was an idiot and was doing something stupid. Nebula decided to go down immediately and stop Rakrak. He quickly began to activate the descent function, but something even stranger happened. A message appeared on the screen that the High Priest had refused to allow her to ascend. Nebula was shocked by this. He also had the option of doing it by force, but he thought that at that moment Rakrak would freeze for a moment and most likely die at that moment. As he approached the giant, Rakrak tried to examine it for weaknesses. He thought that this must be the true form of their god. He was just like them. He was gluttonous for blood, and he looked overly strong. Zarubik swung at Rakrak with a hammer, but he managed to dodge it and avoided it. Nebula could not sit still watching them. He shouted for Rakrak to leave. Rakrak saw a red butterfly appear before his eyes. This confused him. He turned his head and saw a whole wall of red butterflies. He thought he had never seen them before. His god seemed to be protesting against his actions and ordered him to stop. For a moment, he thought that he had never gone against the will of God before, but this time he would do just that. Then he flew through the wall of butterflies and prepared to shoot his bow as soon as he had the target. At that time, Nebula cursed obscenely and gritted his teeth. He kept repeating what the hell he was doing. The arrow hit the giant's eye, but he easily took it out and threw it away. The giant began to pull out his sword and said that he knew they would win even if they did nothing. He waved it in front of Rakrak and ordered him to return to the castle and enjoy nice conversations with his soldiers. Rakrak dodged the sword again. The giant continued that he should enjoy his time with Jael and watch their children grow up. That would be enough. Not wanting to listen to the giant, Rakrak decided to use his electric power and try to fry him. He shot him in the arm, but the giant kept talking anyway. He said that no one would claim his throne for at least a few more decades. Nebula was angry, but decided that he had to help Rakrak survive at all costs and used his resources of faith to do so. Therefore, the subsequent electric discharge was powerful enough to strike the giant and at least briefly weaken it. Nebula made another attempt to climb Rakrak and gnashed his teeth. He again refused to let him. Nebula thought that this was the end. He remembered that some of the warriors from the Rakraka tribe would go against the will of the leader if necessary. So he had done the same and gone against the will of the god. And now he was in Sarubik's sights. Rakrak quickly dodged the arrow this time, and while he was pulling out the arrow again, he turned the cockatrice to attack. Looking at his attempts, Nebel mentally asked him if dying himself for the sake of 1,000 other lives was his math. Or maybe Rakrak thinks that his battle with this giant god will reduce the time of his incarnation on Earth. And will he tell him that victory is not the most important thing? While he was charging his bow, Rakrak had already flown up to his head and aimed for his eye with his long spear. When he was close, Rakrak shouted for Pajivi to help him out and put his hand forward to deliver an electric shock. Pajiji, who appeared behind him, replied that he had heard and understood him. He read Rakrak's thoughts, in which he told him that he wanted to put all the charge in his spear. In a second, the spear was already rushing toward the vampire god with a bang. Rakrak hoped he wouldn't miss. And he was right. The spear had hit him somewhere in the head, but the flash made it hard to see where. The giant roared. When the smoke from the flash cleared, it became clear that under the mask of burnt leather there was a black haze with 2 red lights that were his eyes. The creature swung and threw the hammer with all its might toward the cockatrice on which Rakrak was sitting. Rakrak pulled the cockatrices back and they began to fall to avoid the hammer. But unfortunately, they did not have time to maneuver this time, and the hammer hit its target. Nebula watched as his great hunter and thundering lizard man, the first chosen and leader of the Black Tribe King, founder of Hokran, and the great king of Thunder Dragons fell. The standard of the lizard man, and the one who showed everyone the way, the one who looked like a king like no other, the one who was well-versed in all aspects, and his high priest Rakrak died. He received a message that he had lost his experience, but in fact Nebula had lost much more. Nebula watched in horror as the enraged Sarubik swung and struck again at the spot where Rakrak had fallen. After that, he picked up a hammer that was bleeding and brought it to his mouth to taste it. To calm himself, Nebula clenched his fist. He assured himself that the loss of the high priest could still be survived. For this case, he prepared Huikyung from the human race. He lost a lot of experience, but his level only dropped by 1. He looked at the screen and all his thoughts were about Rakrak. If there is an afterlife, then as soon as his soul appears, he will just leave it there. When he will improve the conditions of the afterlife, he did not say. A new notification appeared on the screen that a great sacrifice had been made. Rakrak, who was respected by all, is dead. Many beings are saddened by his death. It was followed by another one that said that the being Rakrak was recognized as an apostle. The apostle Rakrak received the divine level. Nebula did not believe what he read. Could it be possible that Rakrak really became an apostle? Apostles are those who help God. When God's creation grows, or a special creature like a dragon comes to faith, they can become apostles. Sometimes ordinary entities can grow and become apostles, and this is called ascension. They can gain divinity levels on their own and spread the faith by acting as a leader rather than just following orders from a god. But still it seemed impossible to Nebula. He did not yet have enough conditions for ascension. He began to read the conditions for the ascension of the apostles. The creature must have the rank of hero and be above 21st level. His story must be known to many. The creature must have an inner belief in God. It must have at least 1 million points of faith. The first was fulfilled. The next two did not depend on him. And the last one was not possible at all. His level of divinity was now at the 11th level, and in order to receive 1 million points of faith, he must be at least 21. He decided to check his faith score and again could not believe his eyes. A new message flashed to him that he had surpassed the limit of his faith score. He thought it was impossible, but as soon as he lost his faith, it would quickly regain. Meanwhile, Sarubik smashed everything in sight and killed everyone indiscriminately. Nebula heard the prayers of many beings who believed in him. They knelt down and begged him to save them. The slaves who believed and rebelled prayed in front of the castle walls. And outside the castle walls, the lizard men bent down in prayer, asking for his help. Opposite the lizard men, the slaves they had rescued earlier were kneeling and praying. In prayer, the vampires turned to him, dropping their weapons and falling on their knees, thinking of mercy. But Nebula thought it was impossible that so many people were enough for the number of points he saw. He shouted out several times asking how this was possible in this game. And then a notification appeared on his entire screen saying that this was not a game. Lost World was a game, but this Lost World is real. And everything that happens in it is also real. The system simply forces you to present this world in a game form, and above all, a sense of faith and conviction. This is not something that can be measured by simple numbers. Or does this mean that this moment belongs to the category of errors that outweigh the stipulated indicators? So it turns out that he sees a miracle that breaks the system. Nebula read a new message. His apostle Rakrak asks for a manifestation that requires his permission, but he has just died and already wants to fight as an apostle. He can't let him show up right now. He doesn't have enough stats. He opened his readings and smiled. Becoming an apostle means going down in history. His fame and titles received during his lifetime reflect on his abilities, and he has enough power. In this case, he had no objection and smilingly pressed the allow button. At the same time, he said that Rakrak should try his best. While Nebula was deciding, Kezel tried to get the others to a safer place. One of those walking down the slope uncertainly exclaimed that he saw Lord Rakrak, their king. Kezel heard Rakrak's name being shouted and turned to see what was going on. Thanks to the sacrifice of Rakrak, who detained the giant, everyone managed to hide behind the castle walls. There was one more question that haunted him. How would he tell Jael about his death? But Sarubik could not stop. With his 6 hands, he had already smashed everything in front of the castle. Until now, most of the continent has been fighting to get the jewels and satisfy their greed. But he has a feeling that Lord Rakrak's actions will change the situation on this land. Kezel looked up at the sky and continued his thought by saying that Rakrak could not defeat the evil god, but he saved thousands of innocents. The god of vampires had already begun to reach the castle walls. There was little time left and it was time to go. He was about to lower his head when he heard thunder. He continued to look up at the sky to see what was happening. I could hear the sound of thunder, but there was not a single cloud in the sky. And then I heard a more powerful sound. It seemed to be very close. Immediately afterward, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the sky and hit the ground with a huge flash. It was so powerful that it blinded everyone around them, and they asked each other what had happened. In the place where the lightning struck, something similar to a bright star with 1,000 stones was formed. Even Sarubik was surprised by what had happened and wanted to deal with it quickly. He swung his giant hammer again and threw it in the direction of the glow, but the hammer came back to him and hit its owner with great force, and he began to stagger. Through the bright light from the energy, a figure holding a spear began to appear. When Sarubik moved away from the blow, he looked to see who had thrown his hammer away and wounded him. He looked and shouted that it was him again, and started moving in his direction. Surrounded by lightning, Rakrak stood before him again, and his intentions were written on his face. Everyone who saw him started shouting Rakrak's name and even jumped for joy. The vampires could not believe it. After all that had happened, he was still alive. The enraged Sarubik again raised his sword above his head and shouted that how dare a mere insect challenge him? But Rakrak stood before him unwaveringly. He was no longer afraid of this terrible monster. Rakrak crouched down and prepared to deflect the blow, and then was going to attack the attacker. His body was still pierced by lightning. Sarubik tried to strike Rakrak with his sword, and he was sure that he would defeat him. But Rakrak struck him with a powerful discharge that went through his sword and then all over his body. He howled in pain. He screamed that he did not believe that this was possible and that it could not be true. Rakrak flew up like a bird and struck Sarubik with a powerful blow. The latter could not resist and collapsed. Nebula considered the information with Rakrak's data. His previous levels were transferred to the Apostle. Apostles possess divinity, and these levels include the states of divinity. But this is not enough to overcome the incarnation of Sarubik. This gigantic incarnation form has an additional 16D, which is one less 3D than Sarubik. But all these numbers are only a small part of the abilities that apostles possess. The true power of an apostle depends on the skills he possesses. The titles and fame that Rakrak received during his lifetime are reflected in the form of the apostle's skills. Rakrak managed to repel Zarubik's attack with a hammer, thanks to the skill of a great hunter. When he decided to attack Rakaraka with a bow, he was able to get ahead of him. He created a bow out of lightning with the same arrows in the air. This was also a weapon creation skill. Rakrak also tried his Thunder Lizard skill on him, which also had quite a bit of power. Sarubik was still surprised, but it made him even angrier. He withstood the blows even though they hurt him. He asked Rakrak if he really thought that he would lose to the apostle who had just become one. Rakrak got back into his stance and began to prepare for his next attack. He had a few more tricks up his sleeve. He jumped up high and soared above Sarubik. He raised his hand up and a bright light appeared in the sky. Taking the energy of lightning from the sky, Rakrak returned at great speed with it. Right at that moment, Rakrak was winning the faith of the apostle through his reputation and charisma. All those who watched him gave him strength by their faith. As soon as he activates the skill of the first chosen one that increases his stats, in proportion to the faith he gained, his powers will increase again. Rakrak was quickly approaching the vampire god and was about to strike him from above. Thanks to the prayers of those who sincerely believed in him, his power grew rapidly. His brave general, Kiesel, was rooting for his mentor, the Lord and King. If he had the chance, he would have jumped into the fray himself. He heard the prayers of everyone around him who were rooting for him and asking him to put an end to this evil. Together with them, he felt a surge of strength. Raising his head up, Sarubik watched as Rakrak, all covered in lightning, approached him. The blast wave from the impact was so powerful that it knocked many of those present off their feet. The boy, who was the first to refuse to give up and believe in his god, also admired Rakrak's actions. It was Rakrak who opened the gate for him and saved his life. A moment after the explosion, they saw a giant body start to fall to the ground without a head. Everyone watched with open mouths as Rakrak defeated this terrible monster. The lizard men waved to him, praising his name. Their king had saved them. They saw a miracle again. The former slaves of the vampires were hugging and having fun. They believed and were rewarded for their help and protection. They were not left to die, but saved. Rakrak stood on a rock and watched the joy of his tribesmen. He was able to protect them and fulfill his mission as king. His general, Kiesel, was running toward him. All the way to him, he was shouting joyfully that Rakrak was his king. And when he reached him, right in front of him, he fell to his knees and bowed his head, waiting for his king's order. Looking at the sky, Rakrak turned to Kiesel and told him that he had to leave. Surprised, Kiesel asked why he had to leave if he had just won. What was he talking about? Rakrak told him that he was dead, and that was the will of heaven. Kiesel, who never backed down, continued that it might still be necessary to return to the palace and say goodbye to everyone. Rakrak smiled in his usual manner and asked Kiesel whether heaven was laughable to him. Kiesel did not answer this question. His eyes filled with tears and he continued to look at Rakrak with regret. Holding out his spear to Kiesel, Rakrak said that it was better to take his weapon than to look at him like that. Then he added that he would leave behind a spear with which he destroyed the evil god in Hokrin. When he handed over the spear, Rakrak told him to handle it very carefully because it was a divine object. Kiesel replied that he would do so. Rakrak smiled again and told Kiesel not to worry that he had left them. He would now defend Hokrin as an apostle of their god. Bowing his head low before him, Kiesel promised that he would make sure that Rakrak's name would never be forgotten on this earth. Rakrak touched his shoulder and said that it did not matter. When he saw the surprise, he said that Kiesel would understand, and he leaves the rest to him. And he added that Kiesel shouldn't be angry with him for it. Covering his face with his hands, Kiesel could no longer hold back his tears. He replied as usual to his commander that he would fulfill his request and swore that he would take care of everything. When he looked up, his great king Rakrak was no longer standing before him. In its place, 100 fireflies circled and began to rise into the sky. The surviving mountain castle of Rakrika greeted the new day without its king, with mountains of bodies and broken stones. But this battle will go down in history as the one in which the evil god was defeated. After that, some of the vampires surrendered and some continued to fight, creating new troops. After the death of her god, the high priestess Shaven was sacrificed to Kokrin by her own subordinates. Time was running out. 137 years have passed since it all began. It was the 23rd year of King Anfen's reign in the capital of Hokrin, Orizon. That day, a rather strange conversation took place in one of the castle's libraries. The woman looked at the interlocutor with folded arms and asked if this was what he was talking about. She asked if they would forget about the first prince and choose the third prince to succeed him. The lizard man replied that this was exactly what he meant. She replied that this was absurd to the point of being impossible. Passing the reins of government to the first prince is a long-standing tradition in Hokrin that has been going on for 100 years. Is he saying that they should break it? The head of the right party, Denon, said that there had been such cases in Cochrane's history, so why is she so surprised this time? The leader of the left party, Hui Moon, said that it is true that the first prince is lazy when it comes to studying, and he prefers to play more. But this is not a reason for him to give up the position of prince. Denon said that there are rumors that the first prince, barely learning how to hunt, had a shootout with Orazon street thugs. If their future king chooses to have fun, how many ministers will support him? She said that the king was sick and too sensitive now. Therefore, it was not worth talking about it, and ordered him not to do anything stupid. He replied that he had not thought about it. He said that it would be very nice if she had informed His Majesty of his opinion in advance. He emphasized her name and said that it was necessary so that he would not be surprised. Then she hissed through her teeth. What is he trying to say? Why did she have to tell him this? He turned around and, walking toward the exit, said that if she told him that he was going to oust the first prince at tomorrow's imperial meeting. He looked at her. And then he went on to say that if she told him that he would try to promote the third prince as the main heir, then there would be a commotion in the castle. She was outraged by his words and started shouting after him to wait for Denon. Their conversation was not over, but he wouldn't listen and walked out. Hui Moon gritted her teeth and could barely contain her anger. Looking after him, she hissed that how many lives did he think he had? Or was he trying to show that he was not a nobleman? 100 years have passed since the death of the great king Hokrun Rockrak. The royal family of Cochrane continued through Rockrak's descendants. There were outstanding kings among them, but they were still quite far from the achievements that Rockrak made during his lifetime. There were many who were not the best. Although King Anpyong has led the country to peaceful times, the last 10 years of his rule seem rather mediocre, and now the royal family is divided over who will be the next heir to the current king. This conversation began over breakfast on the terrace. He told His Majesty that this time he would ask him a question, and he was told that they were listening. The prince's teacher, Ravan Kez, continued that His Majesty had already read all the books from the first library, so he wants to ask about the direction of his further education. He then asked 12-year-old third prince Kyle Lark Orazon what his favorite book was. The prince answered the teacher that it was difficult for him to answer this question because he had many favorite books and he had to choose only one. The teacher explained that he could answer as he pleased. However, the answer had to be elaborated with an explanation of why he chose these books. The prince said he understood. Then the prince said that first of all, he liked Owen's travel diary, in which he talked about countless places and races he had never met. Owen left 9 road guides before moving west in recent years. After that, there were no records left, so the 10th book is called the Book of Illusions. The teacher smiled and said it was interesting. He thought that all children liked this book. There was something childlike about him, but the reaction to another favorite book was somewhat different. It was Jael's algebraic theory and Orazon's architectural design. Prince explained that while Jael's books give some people the joy of understanding logic and gaining meaning, they also give them a warm feeling for what is described in them. Jael was known as a mathematician and an architect. She was the one who created the compendium of mathematical knowledge of the time, an unsurpassed architect, and the one who supervised the construction of 4 water wheels and designed the capital city of Orazon. The young prince continued with admiration that these books contained all her achievements. The teacher thought that Orazon's architectural project consisted entirely of numbers and drawings, and he could understand the architect's feelings just by reading them. This book makes most scientists rack their brains when reading it, but this child talks about it with enthusiasm. His thoughts were interrupted by the prince's cheerful exclamation that he also liked the book of his ancestor, Rav Kez Kezel. He was pleasantly surprised and said that he was honored. His ancestor had the opportunity to follow Rakrak, the apostle of their god. The prince said that this was true. The book repeated the phrase Rakrak also said this many times when it came to morality. But there are good reflections on ethics in the book. The teacher laughed and said he understood. But he mentally noted that it was wonderful that the child considered morality important. This is a very valuable trait for a king. Kyle Rark Orazon did not stop. He also titled The Battle of the Jura Plains by Siren Mule's Night Sky and How to Read Rakrek's Sky. The young prince continued to talk about all these books with delight, and the teacher listened with pleasure. Ravan Kez reflected that to read so much and understand it at that level at his age was genius. The prince is truly unique, and it is a pity that he is the third son of the king. There are probably several areas in which the third prince is already more knowledgeable than he is, and in his opinion, this knowledge will be used correctly. But since he is a prince, he will be treated more leniently. These thoughts were interrupted by the prince's address to him. He looked at him and saw that he was a little shy. The prince hesitantly asked if he could ask him a question that interested him very much. The teacher nodded in approval. He couldn't make up his mind and started saying that it had nothing to do with his studies, although it might be related. But he is not sure because there are still quite a few things he does not understand. The teacher encouraged him, saying that everything was fine and that he could tell him what area he was not good at yet. He looked seriously into his teacher's eyes and asked him if he could become a king. Rav Kez had just lifted a cup of tea to his mouth and taken a sip when this question was asked. This question was quite unexpected and embarrassed him so much that he couldn't swallow his tea and sputtered. Wiping the drops of tea from his face with his sleeve and coughing, Ravan asked if the prince had asked this question to anyone else. He replied that he had not. Then the teacher said that the prince should be careful. Kyle Rark replied that he knew about it but wanted to hear the answer to his question. He kept his determined gaze on the teacher. He did not know how to answer the prince's question correctly. He began to mentally select the appropriate words. It had already been decided that the first son, Prince Bazin Lac Orazon, would become crown prince. By becoming crown prince, Kyle will displace the first son of Prince Basin. Even the mention of this could be sufficient reason to recognize him as a traitor. It hurt him to think that if something went wrong, he would be able to smell his funeral perfume. He could barely tell the prince that he had to understand that this was a rather complicated issue. Looking at the prince, Ravan Kez quietly asked him if His Majesty wanted to become king. Lowering his head, the prince replied that he was not sure what he wanted. In his opinion, if he became king, it would be good for him. This boy was surprising him more and more. Unable to understand what he meant, Rav Kez asked him what he was talking about and who he was talking about. He looked at the boy carefully and waited for him to answer. And the answer he gave surprised him even more. Looking directly into the teacher's eyes, he replied that he meant the benefit for the residents of Cochrane. While everything was calm on the ground, emotions were once again raging in the sky above the Cochrane Mountains. A go-board flew into the air. All its stones flew around. She shouted for him to pick it up. Rhonda was emotionally yelling at Nebula again because of the loss and screaming at him to give her the opportunity to use her tactics for once. He must come to her, or she will come to him. Eldar's face suddenly appeared in the window and told her that she just had to accept defeat. She was surprised and asked him why he was there again. Eldar broke into a smile, showing her the queen, and said that they were playing chess. She was outraged and asked if he was playing Go with her. She said that the loss hurt her pride because her opponent was playing several games at once. Eldar answered for him, noting that 100 years of stability had passed and there had been little change. Nebula smiled mysteriously and said that they would have found out about it sooner or later anyway. In the near future, everything will change. Without hiding their surprise, they asked Nebula if what they had just heard was true. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his beard, not hiding his sly smile. As always, impatient Runda asked what he meant when he said that everything would change soon. She asked for more specifics. Scrolling the Go Stone, Nebula mockingly told her that if she beat him, he would tell her everything. She screamed without choosing her words that he was pissing her off and threw the game board again. Runda was seething with dissatisfaction and said that if he didn't want to tell her, he should just say so. She would not calm down and told him that she swore she would never play with him again. Nebula looked at her hysteria calmly and thought that he swore he had seen this before. Runda cut off the call. Eldar turned to Nebula and said he was curious about the changes he was talking about. Unlike Runda, he is not a double agent, so maybe he could tell him? Nebula looked at him and thought that in principle he could tell us, and agreed. He told Eldar to look at the screen and opened a video of the morning's conversation over breakfast in the palace. Looking at the boy, Eldar recognized him and asked Nebula what was so special about the third prince of Cochrane. Nebula replied that he had not seen his stature yet. When opening the information to show Eldar, Nebula said that the guy does not have any extraordinary skills, but it is worth looking at his intelligence. He is incredibly tall. Looking at his stature, Eldar said that he had a 0 level, but these figures, he had never seen anything like it. He asked if he was an extremely rare creature. If you have an IQ over 60, you'll be called a genius of the generation, but this guy's is above 100. Nebula confirmed and said that he was sure that they would not find anyone with such intelligence on the entire continent for the next 100 years. The period after the end of the battle between Beck and Cochrane to the present day can be called stagnation. Compared to the time of exploration of the ancient ruins of the destruction of abominations and gods, not much has happened in the current time period except for the change of borders. After expanding the borders, you need to deal with the internal mess. Such stagnation is inevitable in the Lost World. In contrast to the initial stages when race plays a key role in development, this is the period when a policy of appeasement is necessary to win the trust of other species within the nation. There were problems in Cochrane because of the mixing of blood of different races. Although it did not go down in history, there were 6 uprisings. Coexistence with the vampires became a major problem. After Rokrak defeated the evil god, Beck's slaves and the vampires wanted to join Cochrane. The symbiosis with the vampires seemed problematic because they live off the blood of others. And the second and third generations of higher vampires could not survive on animal blood, and the vampires made a surprising decision to avoid the constant hunger that pushed them to the worst deeds. They went to the cliffs of Cochrane Castle and decided to stay there. Sitting in the niches, they prayed that they wanted to follow the blue god of beetles, and as witnesses to the death of Apostle Rakrak, they did not want to live harming others. 1,000 vampires decided to starve themselves to death. Although some escaped, unable to bear it, 600 vampires endured the pain and met their demise together. Jaol, who often came to the place of Rakrak's death, saw their suffering and their remorse. She appealed to the god of the blue beetles and said that if they had really committed a sin, and if they reflected on what they had done and decided to punish themselves, she believed that he would have pity on them and forgive them. Then Jowl knelt down on the ground and began to cry, trying to ease her pain, and shouted that she had forgiven them. As a result, this place became known as the Valley of the Sitters and turned into one of the sanctuaries of the night sky. This place has become a symbol of repentance and retribution, and it also proves that even if you are not a lizard man, if you have true faith, the god of the blue beetles will accept you into his arms. After that, the god of the blue beetles was called the night sky. Thus, the order of the night sky turned into a belief that was followed by other species. And the third prince, Kyle Lark Orizon, who attracted Nebula's attention, is connected to these changes. The development of civilization requires appropriate technologies and inventions, and these inventions must build on the previous ones. This level of intelligence is prone to generate new ideas. If he becomes king, he will have enough influence to spread important inventions throughout Hokrin. The current state system in Hokrina is not perfect. The leftist party is open to several races. They deal with the internal affairs of the castle and act as eunuchs. But the administrators with real influence are in the right-wing party, and it is monopolized by the lizardmen. Nebula told Eldar that stagnant water tends to overgrow, so here too we need movement. They need to take the problem of harmony between other races seriously. The new king should be enough to gently make changes. Eldar noticed that Kyle Lark was not the first prince. Nebula said that Eldar was right. Bison's first son prefers to have fun, but that's no reason to remove him. But Eldar asked, since the place of the crown prince has been determined, won't it be difficult for Kyle to become king? Nebula replied that it would be easier if he sent a prediction and talked to the internal staff. But this is an important time for public administration, and it is not the best time for divine intervention. So he wants to use an indirect method. Eldar immediately perked up and asked Nebula what this method was. He called Eldar to him and whispered his plan. Eldar listened attentively. The elven god's enthusiasm disappeared, and he asked if it would work at all. In his opinion, Nebula has too much faith in Kyle Lark's intelligence. But Nebula smiled and said that he thought it would work, and then he asked if Eldar wanted to place a bet. Near Orizon's palace, there was a large green garden with paths for walking and small gazebos for relaxation. A mantle was quietly sleeping behind a strong high fence in the corral when a small blue butterfly flew to it. The two teenage elves quietly crept up to the fence to look at him. One of them said excitedly that the rumors were true. She gave him a sign to keep his voice down. The teenager asked his friend again if this was the dragon that protected Orizon and whose name was Manhwa. Hearing his name Manya Drake, tamed by the thunderous lizardman, the king and founder of Hokrin opened his eyes. Drake did not die of old age. Manuni's growth period lasts for decades, and he has grown to an incredible size. Ignoring the spectators, he stretched sweetly after sleep and began to rise. He had already grown to a length of 25 meters and reached the age of about 150. He often sat and looked toward the palace. Manun ate quite a lot, so he's a big headache for the palace. And if Manun becomes uncontrollable, the palace could collapse. Various opinions were expressed in this regard that he should be released somewhere with a small population or even sacrificed. But because Manuni's very existence reflects a dynasty stretching back to the greatest Thunder Dragon King, they had no choice but to keep him, even though he was a pain in the ass. Luckily, Manhwa is sleeping and eating peacefully for now, but very soon it will be much more fun. The blue butterfly came to Drake's house. Manhwa heard a familiar voice humming a melody and began to stomp around, happy to see him. Through the fence, he saw his master, with blue butterflies circling around him. Rakrak greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked if he was doing well. In response, Manhwa hissed happily, showing his master his joy at meeting him. Recently, Manhwa has been experiencing strange feelings. He cannot understand what they mean and what they relate to. He jumped around trying to catch the blue butterflies and thought they were playing with him, like his second master Rakrak. The butterflies seemed to tease him by landing on the fence and then fleeing through it and circling outside it. Then, Manhwa watched with sadness as butterflies landed on the flowers of the trees and bushes outside his enclosure. He knew he was not allowed to go beyond it. When he had done so once before, the lizardmen had made a fuss and driven him back. But that was before, and now he was delighted to meet the one he had been waiting for. Letting go of the butterfly, Rakrak said that he was curious about the work his god had assigned him, and Manhwa looked at him and was overjoyed. Rakrak continued that, thanks to this task, he was able to see a familiar face. He said that he was very happy to see him and called him and added that he would check whether he had become stronger. Manhwa, without restraining his emotions, even licked his lips in anticipation of playing with Ruk. He thought that if his master called him to play, he could not refuse him and did not want to either. From now on, he would not be sad and jumped up and made a hole in the wall. Dennis heard his name called and turned to see who it was. The king's assistant caught up with him. He asked Denon if he had heard a loud rumble this morning. He said he had, but thought it was not worth his attention. The assistant replied that, to be honest, this was not true. At dawn, the guards went to check on Drake and discovered that Manny had fled to the ancestral mountains. Denon exhaled and told the assistant that he shouldn't worry about it. The latter was outraged by this statement and asked why Denon was answering as if it did not concern him. He was the Minister of Hunting. Denon did not answer his nervous question, but calmly waited for new arguments. The assistant continued that His Majesty had asked to catch Manhwa before the morning council meeting, and of course it was the Minister of Hunting who was supposed to do it, so he had to get ready. With that, the assistant turned around and left. Denon tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He clapped his hand to his forehead and thought he was in trouble. The minister organizes hunts for the entertainment of the nobility. Does he want him to personally capture Manhwa? When he left the council house, he complained that he was once again forced to do dirty work. Did Deneen think that they wouldn't let him take a team of hunters but allowed a team of guards? What kind of nonsense is that? It doesn't matter how many guards he takes. If Manhwa wants to stretch, they're all dead. Since he is an animal, he will surely come running as soon as he sees food. Denon was already boiling with anger. He told himself that he would be able to catch it this way for sure. He thought about how many lizardmen might get hurt during the hunt. Local hunters are engaged in hunting in these mountains. If they suffer from Manhwa, the attitude of the population towards them will obviously worsen. It's a miracle that he is not a noble heir, and that the lizard man, who was born with white skin, was able to join the right cabinet. But if there are casualties, he will be accused of not coping with the post of minister. He raised his hands as if in prayer and turned to his mother and said that today her son's career would end. However, Denon was tormented by the question of why Manhwa, who had been behaving humbly until then, decided to run away so suddenly. He went over the options in his mind. Could someone have planned the kidnapping? Or did they just want to get inside? While he was thinking about this, cockatrices with riders quickly passed him. After them, Denon shouted at them to stop immediately and tell them where they were going. At the head of the group of horsemen was the first prince of Hokren Basin, Lark Orizon. He told Denon that he was going to find Manhwa. Beeson smiled slyly at him and told him that he had heard that in order to hunt in these mountains, you need a ministerial permit. But does he, the heir to the throne, need a minister's permission? Denon emphasized that he usually does not, but now he has absolute power in matters related to the Manhwa's capture. It was decided at the last meeting. Then Bison asked with mock surprise if the meeting had already ended. But it didn't matter. If anything, it was even better. Scratching his chin as if thinking, he said that it looked like the dormouse had decided to go for a walk. So he wanted to see Manhwa with his friends. And while they were standing there, he became stingy and now wants to catch him himself. Denon began to argue that it was not serious. But the prince replied lightly that it was very serious and asked his friends what they thought about it. He frowned. Those who were with him had probably already gotten drunk in broad daylight. It was useless to think that he would listen to him. Prince Basil is a good hunter. Given Manny's size, he won't be able to chase him down with a cockatrice. All is well until Manhwa runs away. Then Denon said he was gathering a team of hunters to catch him. If they find him, he asked them to pass this information on to the nearest forest reconnaissance post. The first prince said that he not only wanted to find him, but was going to catch him. And then he sighed and said he would report back. After the company drove the cockatrice away in the direction of the forest, Deneen returned to the enclosure, barely able to contain his anger. There, he noticed Prince Kyle looking at the wreckage of the fence. Kyle was a little scared when he saw the minister. Kyle said with a guilty look that he had come to check the enclosure when he heard that Manhwa was missing. But as he had already seen, Bison had gone after him. Denon confirmed but said he did not expect much from him. The prince replied that Bison was a good hunter, but it would be difficult for him to catch Manhwa. Unable to contain his curiosity, Denon asked what His Majesty was looking at so closely. The prince replied that he was confused by one area. It's quite difficult to break it so smoothly. It would have to break into pieces. They looked closely at the edges of the boards and noticed that they seemed to have been gnawed by insects. Denon began to explain that the stone columns remained untouched because there was nothing edible there. If they had fallen, it would have been possible to react quickly. In his opinion, this is a common natural phenomenon. It is quite difficult to artificially stimulate insects to work in one area. Even if you smear the area with honey, it still takes several days. The third prince asked Dung if he remembered what the night sky was called 100 years ago. He said he did not, and the prince immediately answered that he was called the god of blue beetles. This statement surprised him. He asked the name again and then repeated it himself.